Furthermore, the demon stronghold might even contain a 7th-level God King, making the task even more difficult. Therefore, neither the Death Knights nor the Skeleton God Generals were the main force intended to eliminate these demons. They were only there to contain them. When the official encirclement was formed, Lin Moyu was only 1,000 kilometers away from the demon stronghold. No matter how much he suppressed his aura, he would still be discovered if he got any closer. Of course, if he truly wanted to approach, there were ways, but it was unnecessary. This distance was sufficient. Another spirit galaxy starlight appeared beside Lin Moyu. The entire body of the nether spirit elemental was filled with light, its transparent form shimmering with colors woven from thousands of sparkling stars. The nether spirit galaxy starlight was a 9th-level God King, but its true strength was not in combat power but in its spells. Its starry sky illusion created a vast illusion of a starry sky with a maximum range of 1 million kilometers. The illusion could imprison and confuse enemies, capable of trapping even a peak God King. With the starry sky illusion and the surrounding encirclement, Lin Moyu was confident that these stone demons would not be able to escape. Though, he whispered. The nether spirit galaxy starlight vanished. The next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Inside the demon stronghold 1,000 kilometers away, all the demons looked up to find that the fireballs in the sky had suddenly disappeared. The sky, which had never changed, was now a starry expanse. Bright starlight fell in streaks. A beautiful sight. At this moment, the demons had the illusion of being in the great world. Why was there starlight here? Was the yellow earth desert disappearing? This place had already been consolidated. The chaotic rules had vanished once again. The demons cried out one after another, and a few who were comprehending the laws were awakened. The stone demons were not very intelligent and, for a moment, couldn't understand what was happening. Then, a brilliant galaxy appeared in the starry sky. The law of the galaxy has appeared. A treasure is about to descend. No wonder the starry sky appeared, so it was a manifestation of the law of the galaxy. We are so lucky to encounter this once in 1,000 years opportunity. I wonder what kind of treasures we can get. I have heard that there are countless treasures within the law of the galaxy. Getting even 1 or 2 would make us incredibly rich. None of them noticed that this galaxy was illusory and lacked the power of the actual law of the galaxy. It only had the form, not the essence. Though it was just a projection, it was enough to deceive these simple-minded stone demons without being detected. Just as the demons were immersed in their joy, the projection of the galaxy suddenly inverted. The entire galaxy poured down, covering everything within a 10-kilometer radius. This was a spherical area with a diameter of 10 kilometers. Above, below, left, right, then the ground beneath was enveloped by the starry sky illusion spell. Even the yellow sand was covered, making it impossible for the demons to escape by burrowing. In the demons' eyes, the galaxy was raining down all sorts of treasures in astonishing quantities. The quality of the treasures was also unexpectedly high. The demons scrambled to catch the falling treasures like madmen, jumping up and down, forgetting they couldn't fly. Disputes even broke out among them. This is mine, let go. If you dare steal from me, I'll kill you. Are you tired of living? How dare you rob me? You're asking for death. The demons quickly went from arguing to fighting, killing each other. The sounds of spells boomed as the demon stronghold was instantly torn apart. Soon, some demons were severely injured by their own kind. Lin Moyu witnessed it all. He hadn't expected the starry sky illusion to be so effective. At this rate, the demons would kill each other off soon enough. But that wasn't what Lin Moyu wanted, because this was his battle achievement. As the starry sky illusion was activated, the encircling army quickly approached. The Legion commanders were the first to attack, their majestic sword energy sweeping out and instantly killing a large number of demons. The long-range attacks of the skeleton god generals also completely submerged the demon stronghold. Although their attacks were weaker, many small contributions added up to significant damage. It might not have much effect under normal circumstances, but for the demons who were already on the verge of death, it was still effective. The attacks of the Legion commanders and skeleton god generals were concealed by the starry sky illusion of the nether spirit starlight. Some demons were even cut in half, but in the eyes of their kin, they were still alive and fighting for treasure. Seeing this, Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. The power of the starry sky illusion was too strong. No wonder it could trap a peak god king. From the beginning, in just 10 minutes, a third of the nearly 1,000 demons had been killed, yet the remaining demons still hadn't noticed anything. He guessed that they wouldn't realize what was happening even by the time they were all dead. In fact, Lin Moyu could have annihilated them quickly. He only needed the nether spirit galaxy starlight to coordinate with the nether spirit galaxy flame, which would have left not even the demons' corpses behind. This wasn't the result Lin Moyu wanted. he still needed these bodies. Using them for corpse explosion was quite good. Among them were 4 7th-level God King demons, which could potentially kill an 8th-level God King demon. Under the control of the Starry Sky illusion, all the demons on the outer layer were dead within half an hour, with none left. On the yellow sand, corpses were everywhere, their blood staining the sand in strange colors. In the strong wind, the yellow sand blew relentlessly. Before long, all traces here were covered. The skeletons had collected a large number of corpses, as well as their stored magic treasures. None were spared. Lin Moyu was currently very poor, and needed to replenish his resources. Looking at the fireball marked with the number 6 overhead, he walked towards the area it covered. The numbers on the fireballs had formed gradually over many years, and there was no specific explanation for them initially. Now it seemed that the areas covered by fireballs 1 through 4 belonged to the outer zone. This was the safest area in the entire Yellow Earth Desert, aside from the very edge. The area covered by fireballs 5, 6, and 7 was the middle zone, where the danger level increased significantly. The leader of the Sand Tribe had never entered the deep zone, so he didn't know much about it. Lin Moyu could guess that the deepest zone was certainly much more dangerous. Additionally, in the middle zone, the Sand Tribe and the Earth Demons had formed an alliance to occupy an area. It wasn't that they didn't want to occupy it alone, but because it was too dangerous. Beside Lin Moyu, a stone demon was slowly rolling along with him. Even curled up, it was still over 3 meters tall. It rolled on Lin Moyu's right, blocking the heat from that side. On his left was a 10-Eater All Legion commander, who also blocked a portion of the scorching heat. Lin Moyu walked forward in their shadows, feeling quite comfortable. Though he wasn't afraid of the heat, he didn't like the high temperature. This 7th-level God King demon had been revived by Lin Moyu using resurrection. From its mouth, he learned some information about the middle zone. Although it didn't know much, it could supplement the information from the Sand Tribe. Unfortunately, it knew nothing about the deepest zone. From the information it provided, the monsters in the middle zone had become extremely powerful, completely different from those in the outer zone. If in the outer zone a demon could easily defeat a monster of the same level, and even deal with 2 or 3 at once after using a magic treasure, the situation changed in the middle zone. The monster's strength had improved so much that it was difficult to fight even one against a monster of the same level. If it was 1 and 2, you could only flee, and you might not even escape. Even with a magic treasure, it was hard to gain an advantage. Therefore, in the middle zone, monsters often traveled together. Except for a few truly powerful ones, they rarely acted alone. This information was very important. The Sand Tribe member hadn't mentioned it before, likely because he didn't know. Furthermore, even with a key, one would still be attacked when crossing the boundary of the fireball to enter the middle zone. The key provided a pass, not unimpeded access. Half a day later, Lin Moyu finally began to feel the aura of the middle zone. The power of Fireball number 2 and Fireball number 6 intertwined. Lin Moyu knew he had entered the transitional area between the outer and middle zones. The transitional area was very safe. It was also the last place for cultivators to rest. A patch of green appeared and Oasis emerged before him. There was a hint of moisture in the air, and water elements danced around. The water elements contained laws that, while not strong, were enough to resist the evaporation from the fireballs in the sky. Lin Moyu had seen the oasis from the outside. He knew there were oases in the Yellow Earth Desert, but not many. Only upon entering did he realize these oases could only appear at the intersection of 2 zones. This could also be considered the final resting and recovery spot for those about to enter the next area. Thinking of this, a strange look appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes. Why was this so similar to a safe zone in a dungeon? He remembered. In the past, when he ran dungeons, he would usually pass through a safe zone before entering the next scene or fighting a boss. Once he left the safe zone, the real battle would begin. Professionals could recover their strength, rest, and improve their condition in the safe zone. This oasis now had a similar function. Lin Moyu reached the edge of the oasis. The water was clear and radiated the power of law. There were fish swimming in the water, but they were not real fish, but fish formed from the laws of the water system. Lin Moyu reached out his hand, and a stream of water automatically flew into his mouth. The clear, sweet water carried many water elements, dispelling his fatigue. After drinking the water from the oasis, the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped significantly. This was not an illusion. The law of water was everywhere, helping him block the heat from the fireballs. Drinking the water not only restored his physical strength, but also had a certain healing effect. At the edge of the oasis was a large rock, like a small hill, with a pattern carved on it. According to the Sand Tribe and the demons, this large rock was the exit. If you wanted to leave the Yellow Earth Desert, you just needed to activate this rock with your soul power, and you would be teleported out. There was such a rock in every oasis. From this, it could be seen that once you entered the Yellow Earth Desert, you had to pass through the outer zone if you wanted to get out. Even if someone entered the middle zone and found it dangerous, they could still leave. They just needed to retreat to the edge of the oasis to rest or depart. From this perspective, the safety of the Yellow Earth Desert was relatively high. It was much safer than the Mystic Manor. Passing through the oasis, he continued towards the middle zone. Along the way, the aura from the outer zone gradually weakened, while the aura from the middle zone rapidly increased. The temperature rose again, to a level that could kill ordinary true gods. Lin Moyu ignored this. Pure high temperature had no effect on him. Soon, the aura of the outer zone completely disappeared. Looking back, Fireball number 2 was incredibly faint and hard to see in the sky. Fireball number 6 burned overhead, extremely hot. He had reached the final point between the outer and middle zones. 2 more steps, and he would truly enter the middle zone. Lin Moyu paused for less than a second, then immediately stepped into the middle zone. He felt as if he had passed through an invisible membrane, which resonated with the aura of the key, allowing him to pass. Without a key, one could not pass through this membrane. Not even a minor god venerable. Boom. Without warning, a fireball fell from the sky, exploding overhead and creating a dense rain of fire, turning a 10-meter space into a sea of flames. Lin Moyu reacted quickly, taking a step and instantly moving 100 meters. A stream of yellow sand immediately shot into the sky, quickly condensing into a wall, blocking his path. Lin Moyu's expression remained unchanged. He advanced instead of retreating, suddenly using his full force like a cannonball, directly shattering the sand wall. The sand wall shattered abruptly. What he broke was not just the sand wall, but also the laws within it. The wind howled in his ears as a cyclone formed out of thin air. Yellow sand was lifted, quickly enveloping the surrounding area. Lin Moyu instantly lost his vision, seeing nothing but sand covering the sky and sun. Then his eyes suddenly brightened. A fireball fell from the sky into the cyclone. The yellow sand cyclone turned into a fire cyclone. Before Lin Moyu could react, a large number of vines suddenly grew from the ground where he stood, wrapping around his legs. Plants. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect plants under the desert. The fire cyclone struck at the same time, giving him no time to react. The hot flames, carrying fast-moving yellow sand, hit him. The flames burned his body, the sand shot at him like bullets, and the vines bound his feet, making it impossible for him to escape. No matter how fast he ran, it was useless. Lin Moyu remained calm enduring the attack of the flaming sand. With a light touch of his finger, a red light shone, followed by a hoarse cry. The vines wrapped around his legs retreated as if electrocuted. As the vines retreated, Lin Moyu took the opportunity to regain his freedom. Pushing off with his feet, his whole body shot out like a flash of lightning. In an instant, he was hundreds of kilometers away, leaving the fire cyclone and sandstorm far behind. Only then did Lin Moyu turn his head to see what was happening. In the fire cyclone, sand was whipped up by the wind, and giant vines protruded from the sand, lashing out in the air. It seemed very angry, its vines like claws in the sky. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. Of course, he knew why it was angry. A soul attack, causing unbearable pain, would make anyone angry. Fusion spell, Curse of Time. Among Lin Moyu's attacks, the Curse of Time was no longer considered powerful, but it had 2 advantages. The first was that even a peak god king would be affected by it. It wouldn't necessarily cause injury, but at the very least, pain. It was a pain originating from the soul, a pain that ordinary people could not bear. Therefore, it could interrupt many spells and had a good harassing effect. The second advantage was that it didn't require a target lock. With Lin Moyu's current strength, the coverage of the Curse of Time exceeded 1,000 kilometers of 3-dimensional coverage. Even hiding underground was useless. The Curse of Time was a very useful spell when the target could not be found. Actually, Lin Moyu had another spell that could quickly find the enemy, and it was also very convenient, the Bone Armor. Through the link of the multi-star spells, when someone attacked, the spell would automatically lock onto the enemy and retaliate. However, the Bone Armor was used passively to find enemies. Furthermore, because the power difference was too large, the counter-attack power of the spell link was not strong enough, so Lin Moyu hadn't used it for a long time. The biggest role of the Bone Armor was actually when facing enemies of the same level, especially in chaotic battles. It was just that he always crushed his enemies with numbers and rarely encountered situations where he was counter-attacked. Boom. Boom. Explosions sounded in the air again and the sky shook. Lin Moyu noticed that fireball number 6 seemed to have grown larger. It had indeed grown larger. More accurately, it had expanded. In just a few seconds, it had expanded several times. Immediately, it exploded, and flames fell like meteors, just like the firing meteors in the outer zone. But the firing meteors now were much more powerful than before. Cultivators below the 5th level God King would find such a situation extremely difficult, and could be in danger at any time. Moreover, the danger came not only from the fire meteors in the sky but also from the flying yellow sand, and even the layer of sand under the ground. The flying sand was fused with the lava of earth and rock, combining to form countless sharp stone spikes. Each stone spike was extremely sharp and terrifying. Underground, the sand also exploded, and countless vines whipped out like lashes. The flames, stone spikes, and vines formed a 3-dimensional attack. Even a 7th level God King, without sufficient adaptability and a strong enough magic treasure, would die here. This alone clearly distinguished the middle zone from the outer zone. In the outer zone, except for the leader level monsters, it wasn't very dangerous as long as you didn't seek death. Even the leader level monsters only had high defense and low attack power, so you could still survive. But upon reaching the middle zone, the situation completely changed. The difficulty increased greatly, and you could lose your life at any moment. Lin Moyu analyzed everything, ignoring the approaching danger. He had too many ways to avoid these attacks, such as using his extreme speed to directly dodge them. But Lin Moyu chose the simplest, most brutal method. At the same time, the fiery throne of the Skeleton King suddenly appeared in mid-air. The Skeleton King stood up, his bright red cape fluttering behind him. With a terrifying red light in his eyes, the Skeleton King locked onto the vines underground, and swung his sword. A god-flaying sword strike directly severed the vines. Countless vines broke at the same time, and there was another hoarse scream. The god-flaying sword strike not only cut the vines but also their main body. It's not dead yet. Lin Moyu connected with the Skeleton King's undead vision, and saw the soul fire under the sand still burning brightly. Under the Skeleton King's god-flaying sword strike, its soul fire was clearly much weaker, but it was not yet dead. The vitality of plant-type monsters was very strong. At this time, the fiery meteors and stone spikes arrived. Lin Moyu ignored the stone spikes and let them hit him. The spikes carried a powerful law of earth and rock, enough to cause damage to a 7th level God King. The damage was transferred to the undead. In the star-rank magic spell, millions of Legion commanders simultaneously healed the undead. The healing effect was applied almost endlessly, like cheating. The undead were healed as soon as they took some damage. By now, the attack of a 7th level God King could no longer truly hurt Lin Moyu. The Skeleton King quickly swung its giant bone sword, leaving no gaps, blocking all the firing meteors. Lin Moyu's method was simple and brutal. He used only one spell to block the danger here. He walked forward slowly and leisurely. The stone spikes continued to rush over, and the fiery meteors in the sky never stopped. Only the vines no longer harassed him. They were frightened by the Skeleton King's god-laying sword strike. If it were anyone else, they would definitely use the power of a magic treasure to get through this area as quickly as possible. How could they be as leisurely as Lin Moyu? The Skeleton King followed beside him, its long sword dancing in a wind-tight defense, not only blocking all the fire meteors, but also some of the stone spikes. Based on the information transmitted from the Skeleton King, Lin Moyu could feel the power of the firing meteors. Combined with the stone spike attacks he endured, he could probably analyze the strength of the middle zone. After he had walked tens of thousands of kilometers, the continuous rain of fire suddenly stopped. The stone spikes also dispersed, turning into wind and sand before disappearing. After walking out of this area with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, he had passed the entrance test to the middle zone. Lin Moyu thoughtfully looked at fireball number 6 in the sky, and the quiet sandy land behind him. If you couldn't even pass this area, you weren't qualified to move around in the middle zone. This was a gateway, like a dungeon in a small world. It would test the level of the entrant. If your level was too low, entering the dungeon was just seeking death. It was better not to go. The same principle applied here, but one was more direct, and the other more subtle. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and felt that his thinking was completely correct. He slowly withdrew his gaze and turned to look in another direction. 100 kilometers away, yellow sand shot straight up into the sky. In the sand were two huge, round objects, rolling quickly. They stirred up a large amount of sand, like a sandstorm obscuring the sky. Stone demons. Lin Moyu glanced over and saw two stone demons, immediately understanding why they had come. Perhaps they saw the fiery meteors and came to take a look. If it was their own race, They would say hello. If it was another race, they would kill. The stone demons' minds were not very bright. Perhaps because of this. Lin Moyu chuckled. They had come to die so soon. It was a good time to ask some questions. The Skeleton King understood, raised its sword, and slash. The god-laying sword strikes light exploded. The bodies of the two rolling stone demons burst into pieces, turning into large pieces of gravel that fell everywhere. The body of a stone demon was made of rock. The higher the level, the denser the rock. The rock was both their body and their armor. The stone demon's defense was unparalleled among demons. The Skeleton King's sword energy had injured the two stone demons, but couldn't kill them instantly. Both stone demons were 7th level god kings, not much weaker than the Skeleton King. The exploded rocks rolled back, and the laws became threads that linked them, merging the rocks back into their bodies again. However, a part of their backs was missing. The god-laying sword strike was not without effect. The two stone demons warily stared at Lin Moyu, their expressions showing fear. They could actually meet a human here. As far as they knew, humans hadn't set foot here for thousands of years, so why appear now? At the same time, what confused them the most was that the small human in front of them was only a true god. The stone demons followed their old habit. If they didn't understand, they didn't think about it. Their small eyes, blocked by rocks, began to show a fierce light. "You little human brat. Go to hell. No need for nonsense." The stone demon attacked directly. A piece of gravel appeared beside Lin Moyu. A faint liquid flowed from the gravel. It was a piece of flesh and blood from a stone demon from the outer zone. There were a total of 4 stone demons that had reached the 7th level god king. After being killed by Lin Moyu, one of them was used by him to become a resurrected being. Unfortunately, he didn't get much useful information. The other 3 were used as materials for corpse explosion and became powerful weapons in Lin Moyu's hands. The soul was instantly locked. A faint light flashed in Lin Moyu's hand. The stone demon's gravel shattered on the spot. SSS-Rank spell, corpse explosion. The explosions sounded almost simultaneously. The bodies of the 2 charging stone demons were blown up on the spot. The corpse of a 7th level god king could kill an 8th level god king. Even if it was now divided into 2, it was still no problem to kill 2 7th level god king stone demons at the same time. The stone demons' bodies were torn apart again, turning into fragments scattered on the ground. This time, even the laws were blown away, and their souls were destroyed, never to be restored. The defense they were proud of became useless in the face of an attack that far exceeded their endurance. With a wave of his hand, a piece of gravel flew towards Lin Moyu and was collected by him. One of the stone demon bodies had been used, so it naturally had to be replenished. Another part of a corpse was wrapped in immortal fire. Lin Moyu used resurrection, creating a ball of immortal fire and turning another stone demon into a resurrected being. Soon, the 7th level god king stone demon respectfully knelt before Lin Moyu, its huge body like a hill. Lin Moyu asked casually, "Do you know the conditions for a leader level monster to appear in the middle zone?" "Yes," the stone demon said hoarsely, giving an affirmative answer. Lin Moyu felt a little happy. He didn't expect to get an answer right away. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. Obviously, this was not a secret. After waiting for a few seconds, the stone demon remained kneeling motionlessly. Lin Moyu slapped his forehead. He realized he had made a mistake. The stone demon's mind was simple. He only asked if it knew the conditions for the leader level monster's appearance. The stone demon answered honestly, but he didn't ask what the specific conditions were. With the stone demon's simple mind, it naturally wouldn't continue to answer. "Are you really that stupid?" He sneered, not knowing if he was scolding the stone demon or himself, then asked, "Tell me the specific conditions." The resurrected stone demon immediately replied, "Gather enough cores and put them in one place. As long as there are enough, you can summon a leader level monster." Lin Moyu continued, "How many cores are needed?" The stone demon replied in a gloomy voice, "I don't know." Lin Moyu believed that after the stone demon became a resurrected being, it wouldn't hide anything. If it said it didn't know, it really didn't know. Could there be other details? Lin Moyu thought for a moment and now deeply felt that talking to intelligent people was indeed very pleasant. Of course, talking to ordinary people was also fine, but talking to a stupid creature like this was a bit annoying. Lin Moyu thought for a few seconds and continued to ask, but changed the question. "Is the number of cores needed to summon a leader level monster not fixed? For 7th level cores, you need a few more. If it's 8th level cores, you might need a little less." Lin Moyu finally understood. It wasn't that the stone demon didn't answer clearly, but that he hadn't asked clearly enough. Summoning a leader level monster in the middle zone required enough cores. This enough did not refer to the number of cores, but the energy contained within them. As long as the energy met the standard, the leader, level monster would be summoned. In the middle zone, monsters had 2 levels, 7th level God King and 8th level God King. The cores they dropped were also divided into 2 levels. The energy contained in a 7th level God King's core was naturally very different from that of an 8th level God King. When the total energy required was fixed, beating 8th level God King cores would naturally require a smaller number. But anyone who wasn't a fool knew that hunting an 8th level God King monster was much harder than hunting a 7th level one. In terms of efficiency, it was better to kill more 7th level God King monsters. Lin Wei took out all the cores he currently had, about over 1,000. The quantity was large, but the quality was not up to par. They ranged from 4th level God King to 6th level God King. These cores were collected from the demon bases in the outer zone. While questioning the stone demon, Lin Wei discovered some differences between the outer and middle zones. Cores obtained from hunting monsters in the outer zone could be used immediately without being handed over. In the middle zone, half of the cores obtained from hunting monsters had to be turned in. If you got 2, you had to turn in 1. This one was used to summon the leader, level monster. This discovery gave Lin Wei an idea. He could do the same thing, attack the demon strongholds in the middle zone, and take their cores for himself. This way, even if the number of cores wasn't enough, it wouldn't be too far off. At least it would save him a lot of time. Lin Wei continued, when was the last time a leader, level monster was summoned? The stone demon answered honestly, 59 years ago. Lin Wei muttered, 59 years have passed. It seems the stone demon base has accumulated a lot of cores. That also shows that the number of cores needed to summon a leader, level monster is very large. He looked at the stone demon still kneeling on the ground and continued, how many keys does the leader, level monster drop each time it's summoned? 2 to 3. Hearing the answer, Lin Wei was a little surprised. The number is a bit small. That means each time it appears, at most only 2 or 3 people are qualified to enter the deep zone. 9th level God Kings can't just enter easily. There are so many people in the tribe, but very few 9th level God Kings. Lin Wei realized another problem. In the demon bases in the middle zone, there would be 9th level God King demons. After communicating with the stone demon, he realized there could be 9th level God King demons in the middle zone. If there were just a few 9th level God Kings, they could be easily handled, but if there was a minor God venerable here, things would become more difficult. Besides, why don't the 9th level God Kings enter the deepest zone? The key is that 9th level God Kings can't get in. There are too few keys to enter. Each time, only 2 or 3 can enter. In 1,000 years, only a few dozen can get in. The demon tribe is a powerful race. A powerful race not only means there are many strong individuals in the tribe, but also that the tribe has a large population. In the stone demon system, let alone a few dozen 9th level God Kings, even hundreds would not be strange, the stone demon's muffled voice sounded. Are there 3 9th level God King demons? Are there any minor God venerables? There are no minor God venerables. Lin Wei breathed a sigh of relief. The number was not large, only 3, and no minor God venerables. He assessed his combat power and calculated in his head. Even if he purged the entire demon base, it wouldn't be a problem. A plan gradually formed in his mind. First, he would destroy the demon tribe in the middle zone and seize the cores they had accumulated. If that wasn't enough, he would hunt monsters in the middle zone, harvesting as many cores as possible, trying to gather enough in the shortest time to summon the leader, level monster. Then he would use the nether spirit elemental to kill the leader, level monster, and get the key. The leader level monster in the middle zone was an 8th level God King, while the nether spirit elemental was a 9th level God King. Being 1 level higher would only reduce the drop rate, not make it 0. He only needed 1 key, so this restriction was not a problem. He was confident in the nether spirit elemental's combat power. Killing the leader level monster would not be an issue. If that didn't work, he still had himself. After thinking through the plan and seeing no problems, Lin Wei began to act. He had the resurrected stone demon lead the way towards the demon stronghold. Outside the yellow earth desert, in an unknown void, a teleportation array suddenly lit up. This array was located at the other end of the desert. Before being activated, it was hidden in the void, surrounded by a special barrier that was difficult to detect. Even Juki had never carefully examined it before. At this moment, the activation of the teleportation array attracted Juki's attention. A demon teleportation array. He could tell at a glance that it belonged to the demons. When the array activated, a huge barrier appeared first. This was a barrier strong enough to block the attacks of a god venerable. An ordinary god venerable would have to expend some effort to break it. Of course, in Jukiu's eyes, this barrier was nothing, he could break it easily. He was just curious about what the demons were up to, why they would activate the teleportation array so easily. He recognized it as a large military teleportation array, capable of transporting a large number of people at once. The first group to appear from the array was an entire army, about 1,000 strong, all of them god kings, consisting of various types of demons with different attributes. Although their attributes were different, they did not conflict but complemented each other in terms of laws. In the demon army, this combination was considered elite. Leading the team was a giant demon, its whole body surrounded by abyssal flames. The abyssal flames were dark blue, extremely deep. This was a flame demon, and a god venerable level flame demon at that. Its appearance made Jukiu even more curious. What was the demon army doing, even sending a god venerable? After a short while, the teleportation array brought the second group, numbering 100, all god kings. This time, they were all illusion demons. When he saw the illusion demons arrive, Jukiu showed a confused expression. Among the demon systems, the illusion demons' combat power was not very high. They had two strengths. One was being good at creating illusions. The role of illusions was to trap enemies and support their own side in battle. On the battlefield, a team supported by illusion demons could raise their combat power to a new level. Their second strength was speed. The illusion demon's speed was the fastest in the demon tribe. Of course, it was still slower than the golden eagle tribe, but faster than most other races. Illusion demons were a rare species among the demon systems, only slightly more numerous than charm demons. They rarely appeared in groups at the same time. 100 illusion demons appearing at once was an extremely rare sight. At this point, Jukiu guessed that these demons were most likely here for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu must have done something inside. Jukiu knew nothing about the situation in the Yellow Earth Desert, so he couldn't guess what Lin Moyu had done. But he could be sure of one thing, Lin Moyu must have killed a lot of demons, otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. Demons transmitted information very quickly. If a clone was killed, the main body would instantly know the entire process of being killed and react. This was also one of the most troublesome things about the demon tribe. The teleportation array was still running, and another group of demons appeared. In this third group, only 2 demons were transported. Their auras terrifyingly strong. One was an illusion demon god venerable, the other a stone demon god venerable. They even sent him. Jukiu knew this illusion demon god venerable, he was called the nightmare god venerable. He was the newest among the illusion demons to become a god venerable. When he was a god king, he had caused significant harm to the human race. After seeing the stone demon god venerable, Jukiu understood a little more about what was happening. The Yellow Earth Desert was dominated by 2 laws, the law of the earth and the law of stone. The stone demons were very proficient in the law of stone, so it was very likely they considered this Yellow Earth Desert a holy land for cultivation. After Lin Moyu entered, he killed a bunch of them. Some of them were clones, which immediately attracted many demons. Jukiu even guessed that these demons already knew Lin Moyu's identity. After all, Lin Moyu was a famous genius on the demon tribe's must-kill list. At the same time, he was at the top of humanity's potential and combat power charts. To kill Lin Moyu, sending just a few troops would definitely not be enough. This time, they not only sent an elite god king team but also a powerful flame demon god venerable. In addition, there were hundreds of god king level illusion demons and an illusion demon god venerable. There was also a stone demon god venerable. With this lineup, let alone killing one Lin Moyu, they could kill hundreds of him. It was clear that the demon tribe already considered Lin Moyu their #1 enemy, someone they had to kill. Jukiu was not surprised by this. If it were him, he would do the same. A genius like Lin Moyu, if not of one's own race, was definitely an enemy. As long as there was a chance, he must be killed. Jukiu did not act immediately. He hid himself, a cold glint in his eyes. If we kill all of them, the demon tribe will be heartbroken. Not to mention the others, just the rare illusion demons, 100 killed at once. The demon tribe will surely go crazy. The nightmare god venerable flew over the Yellow Earth Desert, and the remaining 100 illusion demons also surrounded the desert to create an illusion. The nightmare god venerable sent out a soul sound that echoed through the starry sky. Then, the 100 illusion demons acted simultaneously, creating the illusion. The illusion, controlled by the nightmare god venerable, covered the Yellow Earth Desert like a bubble. Lin Moyu would fall into the illusion, no matter where he was in the desert. The elite God King team was ready to attack at any time. The killing formation was set, just waiting for Lin Moyu to walk into the trap. The entire Area 6 was oval-shaped, much larger than Area 2. In the Yellow Earth Desert, the deeper the area, the more space it occupied. The demon stronghold was about 10,000 kilometers from the center of Area 6. Because starting from the center, the level of monsters rose to 8th level God King, and the closer to the deep zone, the higher the density and level of the monsters. Therefore, the demon base was not in the center, but in a position outside the center point. Of course, Lin Moyu could understand why they did this. This way they could avoid 8th level God King monsters while being able to hunt them at any time. Even if they encountered danger, as long as they were not far from the base, they could still lure the monster back to the base and then kill it together. Based on the simple mind of the stone demons, they wouldn't think so carefully. But it wasn't just stone demons who came to this place and the demon tribe. There were other demons in the outer zone. The demon tribe was a powerful race with many internal factions. Combining all the types, there were probably more than 1,000. Besides the stone demons who were proficient in the law of stone, there were other demons who also mastered the law of stone or the law of the earth. They didn't have a sea of laws like the human race, so it was normal for them to come here. Lin Moyu didn't find this strange at all. Anyway, it was just a matter of killing. No matter what kind of demon it was, it would eventually become a dead demon. The Death Knight quietly dispersed in all directions. The war horses beneath them burned with immortal flames, leaving shallow footprints in the sand. According to the experience in the outer zone, because the Death Knights themselves were not living bodies, they would not trigger attacks from the monsters in the desert. They could be said to be the best scouts. But this was only the experience in the outer zone. The outer and middle zones were different. The Yellow Earth Desert was quiet, the rolling sand dunes forming this endless world. One of the Death Knights had run for tens of thousands of kilometers, crossed a sand dune, and quickly sent back news. The Death Knight saw a burning soul fire. Through the undead vision, Lin Moyu also saw this monster. It was a large, withered tree. The tree was only half standing, its vine-like branches scattered on the yellow sand as if dead. The Death Knight stood on a sand dune at least a kilometer away. But in its sight, this half-tree was still very tall. Just half a trunk was still over 100 meters high. A normal person would immediately assume this great tree was dead, but in the undead vision, it was still very much alive and well. Its soul fire was extremely intense. Soon after, news kept coming back. The Death Knights scattered everywhere and continuously sent back information that they had all encountered monsters. The middle zone was not only larger than the outer zone, but the number of monsters was also much greater. Over 1,000 Death Knights ran in different directions and all encountered monsters. The monsters they saw were all hunter, eater, hull tree monsters. The Death Knights did not touch the tree monsters or the withered vines scattered on the sand but chose to avoid them. Suddenly, the yellow sand moved with an imperceptible tremor. The next moment, the withered vines suddenly whipped up, lashing towards the Death Knights. In an instant, stones flew, and sand rained down. The vines were too fast, demonstrating the speed a 7th level God King should have. The Death Knight activated its speed ability and rushed forward, but there were too many vines, and the power difference between them was too great. With a thud, a Death Knight was directly pierced by a vine, its bones shattered, and its body torn apart. Even the warhorse it rode was killed. The other tree monsters did the same. All the Death Knights were attacked by the large trees and died on the spot, without exception. Facing an attack from a 7th level God King, the Death Knights had no defense. In almost a blink of an eye, thousands of Death Knights were killed. On the yellow sand, the bones of the dead Death Knights were scattered. After a Death Knight die, its passive skill, Immortal Undead, was activated, and it was instantly resurrected. The bones were reassembled, and the Death Knight reappeared intact. The vines whipped out again like lashes, instantly crushing the Death Knight. After the second reassembly, Lin Moyu suppressed the Immortal Undead passive skill, temporarily preventing the Death Knights from resurrecting. This kind of resurrection was meaningless. They would be killed again right after reviving without being able to do anything. Lin Moyu accelerated and approached the area where the Death Knights were attacked. Standing on a tall sand dune, Lin Moyu was several tens of thousands of meters away, looking towards the Death Knights. The thousands of Death Knights were not far from each other. The tree monsters were thousands of meters apart, occupying an area. It seemed like they were scattered, but there seemed to be some kind of order. Have the rules changed? The monsters here no longer use the aura of life as a criterion for judgment. So what criteria did they use to attack? When the Death Knight stood a kilometer away to observe, the tree monster did not launch any attack. But when the Death Knight tried to pass by them, the tree monster attacked. The distance between them didn't change, always about a kilometer. It wasn't because of the aura of life, nor because of the distance. So what was the reason? Lin Moyu pondered for a few seconds, as if he had figured out the answer. He discovered that before these tree monsters attacked, there was a common point: the yellow sand would have a very slight vibration. The vibration was too slight, and only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. If you didn't pay attention, you would completely miss it. Lin Moyu had also overlooked this detail before. Now, thinking back, it was this small vibration that alerted the tree monster that an enemy was approaching. The important thing was, what was the source of these vibrations? With a thought, the immortal undead spell was activated again, and a dead Death Knight was quietly resurrected. The resurrected Death Knight remained motionless, making no sound. The tree monster 1,000 meters away did not attack it. If I don't move, the enemy won't move. Lin Moyu took over the Death Knight's vision, controlling its every movement, including every movement of the warhorse beneath it. The aura was not retracted, but the Death Knight radiated an aura of death, not life. The aura of death clearly would not cause the tree monster to attack. The Death Knight would not be attacked by the tree monster as long as it didn't move. The tree monster seemed to be in a dormant state, and would only wake up when attacked. The key to the problem was what would cause the tree monster to wake up and attack the Death Knight. Since the problem was not with the tree monster itself, it must be in the area other than the tree monster, especially the slightly vibrating sand, which made Lin Moyu feel that this was the key to the problem. If he could find the reason for the sand's movement, he could also find the reason for the tree monster's attack. It wasn't that he was afraid of the tree monster, but Lin Moyu didn't want to cause too much noise before eliminating the demons. The Death Knight's head slowly lowered, moving gently and slowly, trying not to cause any movement. Lin Moyu tried to find the problem through his undead vision. Under the undead vision, the world turned gray and white. The yellow sand also turned gray, and the gray sand rolled with the wind on the ground. After searching carefully for a long time, he still found nothing. The range of the undead vision was miraculous. It could ignore illusions and look directly at the essence. It even had a better ability to locate enemies through their soul fire. But the undead vision also had its shortcomings. Its ability to observe details was much weaker. In the undead vision, only the soul fire of the tree monster was burning brightly. The soul of a 7th level god king was extremely powerful, especially for plant-type life forms. Their souls were much stronger than those of ordinary living beings. Looking from a distance, a soul fire was burning brightly and spreading out in other directions. Lin Moyu had no choice but to give up the undead vision. He continued to approach a place only a kilometer away from the Death Knight. Now he was keeping a distance of 1 kilometer from the Death Knight and 2 kilometers from the tree monster. He didn't feel the need to be highly focused. The place where he stood was quite safe. Lin Moyu focused his attention on the Death Knight's body. If the undead vision wasn't good, then he would look directly with his naked eye and use his soul to perceive. Each of the 3 methods had its own advantages and disadvantages, each with its own role. After scanning with his soul, he found nothing. After carefully checking several times, his naked eye finally saw some clues. On the yellow sandy ground that seemed to have only yellow sand, there were actually other things. These things were like pollen, looking exactly like the yellow sand and very difficult to distinguish. Only by observing very carefully could one see some clues. The pollen spores were mixed with the yellow sand. It blew with the wind, scattered to different areas, spreading to the edge of the tree monster. It's these things. Lin Moyu guessed that the pollen spores were substances secreted by the tree monster, scattered everywhere as a warning. Now that he had discovered it, he could easily verify it. The warhorse under the Death Knight's command gently raised its bone hoof, first stepping lightly into an area without pollen spores. After a few seconds, the tree monster did not move or attack. Then, the warhorse took another step, this time in an area with pollen spores. When the hoof landed, the tree monster's soul fire flared violently and dense vines immediately whipped out, smashing the Death Knight to pieces. Lin Moyu let out a long breath, finally figuring out the reason. The tree monster itself still did not act against the soulless Death Knight. But if the Death Knight stepped on the pollen spores, the tree monster would instinctively retaliate. The 1 kilometer range was the tree monster's defensive circle. His eyes swept into the distance. Along the path, there were tree monsters, spreading out endlessly. If he wanted to go to the demon base, he would definitely have to clear a path. Or he could take a detour, but that would waste an extra day or 2. Unless there was no other choice, Lin Moyu would prefer to go straight ahead. A fierce battle would not be effective, as it would alert the demons. If the demons escaped, it would be difficult for him to eliminate all of them. This was not the outer zone. Even he could not pursue the demons without any restraint. This also did not fit the plan he had made. Lin Moyu intended to keep all the demons here. After considering for a few seconds, a nether spirit elemental sparkling like the stars in the sky appeared beside him. The nether spirit galaxy starlight disappeared, and then a large number of tree monsters began to attack frantically. The vines whipped violently, causing yellow sand to cover the sky. The starry sky illusion spell of the nether spirit galaxy starlight created a powerful illusion and affected the tree monsters' souls, making them feel that an enemy was invading. They would wave their vines to continuously attack the enemy. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, there was no one in front of the tree monster. The vines were just attacking empty space. The starry sky illusion covered an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. Inside, many tree monsters attacked in one direction but left a path open. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate, and immediately moved forward quickly. The yellow sand mixed with pollen spores flew everywhere. Lin Moyu could hardly avoid stepping on them. If he stepped on the pollen spores, he would be attacked by the tree monster. But this time, Lin Moyu was not. The starry sky illusion of the nether spirit galaxy starlight affected the tree monster's soul, changing its perception. Lin Moyu passed through the group of tree monsters unscathed. At his speed, he could cross a 10-kilometer range without much time. But the area where the tree monsters were located was not just 10 kilometers long. As he continued forward, tree monsters kept appearing. The tree monsters formed a sparse forest, spreading towards the depths of the area. The starry sky illusion of the nether spirit galaxy starlight also continued to move with Lin Moyu, covering different areas. Lin Moyu moved quickly through the tree monster forest as if he were in a deserted place. The stone demon didn't tell Lin Moyu how large this tree monster forest was. Perhaps he had never entered it, so Lin Moyu didn't ask further. According to Lin Moyu's speculation, the demons probably only operated on the periphery of the tree monster forest and would not go deep inside. Anyway, they would stay away from this area. There were too many tree monsters in the forest. Sometimes, many of them would even link up, stirring up trouble. Plant-type creatures were very powerful and difficult to deal with. The efficiency of fighting them was extremely low. Therefore, the demons would not mobilize a large group to clear out the tree monsters. After walking for half an hour, Lin Moyu relied on the starry sky illusion, and finally passed through the tree monster forest. The cover of the forests saved him at least a day's time. The skeletons of those death knights also disappeared. They were resurrected in the SSS-Rank spell, then flew out again to continue exploring the path for Lin Moyu. According to what the stone demon said, there were two of the most common 7th level god king monsters in the middle zone. One was the desert scorpion, and the other was the yellow sand demon eye. Besides these two, there were others, but not in large numbers. The desert scorpion could be considered a smaller, weaker version of the lower level monster from the outer zone. With strong attack power and low defense, the yellow sand demon eye was a stone creature that grew out of the desert. It had no body, and only one eye. The Death Knight continued to expand the map, transmitting information about the situation ahead. Soon, a giant desert scorpion came into view. The Death Knight ran past them, and the desert scorpion ignored the Death Knight. In the eyes of the desert scorpion, something without a live aura was just a speck of dust, not worth acting on. This was the effect Lin Moyu wanted. Using the power of the Death Knights to scout for information, he continuously changed direction, staying away from the desert scorpions. The main direction remained unchanged, still heading towards the demon's stronghold. But the smaller directions could be adjusted continuously to avoid unnecessary trouble. The number of desert scorpions was staggering, even more than the tree monsters. Fortunately, they were relatively scattered, giving Lin Moyu enough space. After passing through the tree monster forest, Lin Moyu had a better understanding of the monsters in the middle zone. Even if he was occasionally targeted by a desert scorpion, he would not panic. He would directly have the nether spirit galaxy starlight create an illusion. In the illusion, the desert scorpion would feel that it had killed the intruder and then roar in triumph. In reality, Lin Moyu had already left without a trace. Along the way, he used this method several times with great effect, and the distance to the demon base grew shorter. Suddenly, a hazy light shot past Lin Moyu's head and exploded. In the light, countless yellow sand particles fell like small raindrops, but now they had become heavier than 1,000 caddies, like falling iron pellets. Under the blessing of the law of the earth, the weight of the sand increased by hundreds of millions of times. Each grain of sand weighed millions of caddies and fell densely. For God King, 1,000,000 caddies was nothing. Even tens of millions of caddies could be withstood. But it was a bit frightening to withstand tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of impacts at the same time, each weighing over 1,000,000 caddies. Moreover, the sand was so small, yet it was heavy enough to have a surface-breaking effect. Even a 7th level God King would be injured if attacked by the sand without a magic treasure for protection. Several Legion commanders appeared around Lin Moyu. The 10-Eater, all Legion commanders surrounded Lin Moyu and blocked the attack of the yellow sand. Layers of bright halos exploded on their bodies, healing their own wounds. The rain of sand was enough to cause damage to them, but it was not as fast as their self-healing ability. Lin Moyu quickly locked onto the one attacking him. It was a rock. The rock lay across the desert and was covered with yellow sand. If you didn't look closely, you would think it was just an ordinary sand dune. Under the yellow sand were also yellow stone patterns, but they were covered by the sand and very hard to see. A long, narrow yellow eye appeared on the rock, staring at him. Yellow rocks, a yellow eye. Everything was yellow, with only some slight differences in color that were very difficult to detect. Especially when it closed its eye, even Lin Moyu would mistake it for an ordinary sand dune. At this time, the sand dune was 10,000 meters away from him. Even from that distance, the attack was launched. This showed that the attack range of the yellow sand demon eye was very wide. Before, the warning area of the tree monster was 1,000 meters, but the desert scorpions was a bit larger, about 2,000 meters. The yellow sand demon eyes was over 10,000 meters. It had the longest attack range of the 3 types of monsters, and was also the most hidden, making it very difficult to guard against. Lin Moyu's heart trembled. The Nether Spirit Galaxy Starlight appeared in response, casting the Starry Sky illusion spell and creating an illusion. The illusion covered the yellow sand demon eye, which suddenly lost its target. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. According to his plan, he would try not to fight or attract the attention of the demons before dealing with them. In the illusion created by the Nether Spirit Galaxy Starlight, the yellow sand demon eye kept blinking its large eyes but couldn't find a target to attack. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and looked into the distance. In the vast yellow sand that stretched to the horizon, there were countless sand dunes. Just by looking with the naked eye, it was difficult to distinguish which were real sand dunes and which were yellow sand demon eyes. Normally, you would need to get close to a yellow sand demon eye, and only after it actively attacked could you know if it was a sand dune or a monster. Lin Moyu decisively connected to his undead vision. A huge soul fire danced in his sight. The location of the yellow sand demon eye became very conspicuous. Before, the undead vision was useless, and he had to rely on his naked eye to distinguish. Now that his naked eye had lost its function, he had to use his undead vision. Only when the 2 observation abilities complemented each other could they play their greatest role. Ah, there are people there. Under the effect of the undead vision, Lin Moyu saw 3 smaller soul fires appear beside a huge soul fire thousands of kilometers away. The huge soul fire represented the yellow sand demon eye, so the 3 smaller soul fires naturally represented the demons. There were 3 demons working together to deal with one yellow sand demon eye. The 3 demons were all 7th level God Kings, and their combat power was not weak. It was just that the yellow sand demon eye was very strong, so they were having a hard time fighting it. But over time, they could still kill the yellow sand demon eye. Now that he had encountered demons, he certainly couldn't let them go. Lin Moyu quickly approached. The yellow sand demon eye that had been attacking suddenly broke free from the illusion. It no longer searched for Lin Moyu, but closed its eyes in satisfaction. In the illusion just now, it had killed the intruder, Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu quietly approached, retracting all his aura, and stopped 1,000 miles away. The 3 7th level God King Stone demons were launching a fierce attack on the yellow sand demon eye. The yellow sand demon eye manipulated the law of the earth, creating a dense rain of sand. The sand rained down heavily, and when it hit the stone demons, it created tiny marks on their bodies. A faint layer of light appeared on the surface of the stone demons' bodies. The stone demons enveloped themselves with a law domain, forming armor to resist the attack of the sand rain. But Lin Moyu was certain that under the relentless attack of the sand rain, their law domain would not last long. The 3 stone demons continuously rained down giant, stone-filled fists, punching the yellow sand demon eye again and again. Each punch contained a powerful attack from a 7th level God King, making the yellow sand demon eye tremble. The sand on its body had long been blown away, revealing a yellow body full of stone patterns. Its body was like a small hill lying horizontally, hundreds of meters long, much larger than the stone demons. The defense of the yellow sand demon eye was also astonishingly high. It could manipulate the law of the earth, and its defense was not much weaker. Whether it was the yellow sand demon eye or the stone demon, their essence was stone. It looked a bit like brothers fighting. At first, Lin Moyu wondered why the stone demons didn't attack at close range but kept punching from 100 meters away. Looking closer, He saw that the feet of the 3 stone demons had turned into quicksand. Their large bodies were sinking into the quicksand, making it very difficult to leave. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack at close range, but they couldn't. Turning the ground into quicksand was also an ability of the yellow sand demon eye. This not only trapped the enemy, but also protected it from being approached. Lin Moyu observed for a while. If this battle continued, the outcome would be hard to predict. He decided to intervene, using the most traditional method. The Nether Spirit Galaxy starlight flashed, and after a few seconds, an illusion descended for thousands of miles, covering both fighting sides. Of course, the best way to break up a fight is to make the combatants unable to fight anymore. Killing them was the easiest and fastest way. As soon as they were covered by the illusion, both sides fought even more frantically. The stone demon thought it had escaped the quicksand, so it rushed towards the yellow sand demon eye and launched its fiercest attack. The yellow sand demon eye felt it was being approached. To survive, it began to fight back crazily. Outside the illusion, 3 pieces of flesh and blood from a 7th level God King appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. At this time he didn't have many 7th level God King flesh and blood pieces in his hand, only a few. Therefore, Lin Moyu had no intention of engaging in a losing business. At the very least, he wanted to save his life. Lin Moyu quickly locked onto the 3 stone demons. A piece of 7th level God King flesh and blood silently turned to powder. Immediately after, the bodies of the 3 frantically attacking stone demons exploded. The armor formed by the laws could not withstand this attack and shattered. The light of the laws scattered across the ground. The 3 stone demons were severely injured in the first explosion. The corpse explosion had to attack 3 enemies of the same level at the same time, plus the strong defense of the stone demons themselves, so it couldn't kill them instantly but only severely injured them. The 3 stone demons stared wide-eyed, not knowing where the attack came from. But the next moment they became even more frantic and began to attack the yellow sand demon eye more fiercely. The illusion of the Nether Spirit Galaxy starlight made them think it was the yellow sand demon eye attacking them. If they were intelligent demons, they would know that the yellow sand demon eye didn't have this type of attack. But the stone demons had very simple minds. The illusion distorted their senses, giving them hallucinations. The sand rain continued to fall, taking the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, causing denser wounds on their bodies. Millions of kilograms of sand slammed into their solid bodies, leaving holes one after another. Then, the second piece of flesh and blood in Lin Moyu's hand turned to powder. After a loud explosion, the 3 stone demons fell to the ground simultaneously. He had used 2 pieces of 7th level God King flesh and blood to kill 3 7th level God King stone demons. This transaction was considered profitable. But the intervention was not over yet. The yellow sand demon eye and the illusion was still attacking frantically. Lin Moyu triggered the last piece of 7th level God King flesh and blood in his hand. This time, the target was only one, the yellow sand demon eye. In the explosion that was enough to kill an 8th level God King, the yellow sand demon eye let out a miserable cry, slowly closed its eye, and its body instantly turned into a sand dune, completely collapsing. Lin Moyu was quick. He swiftly pulled out the 3 stone demon corpses to prevent them from being buried in the sand. These 3 corpses were very useful. They were not just materials for activating corpse explosion. After entering the middle zone, he continued to move along the diameter at a very fast speed. He was not far from the demon base. Lin Moyu flicked his finger, releasing an immortal flame, resurrecting the dead and bringing one stone demon back to life. The stone demon knelt before Lin Moyu, extremely respectful. Lin Moyu said slowly, "How far is it from here to your base?" The stone demon was slightly startled. "We don't have a base." Lin Moyu slapped his forehead. He had asked the wrong question again. After the stone demon became a resurrected being, its intelligence would not change. It already considered Lin Moyu and itself as one side. The year that Lin Moyu said was misunderstood by the stone demon as it and Lin Moyu. Of course, they didn't have a base. Lin Moyu immediately changed his question. "How far is it from here to the demon base?" This time the stone demon understood and said in a low voice, "Not far. It will take half a day of rolling to get there." The stone demon, aside from flying, only rolled. It never had to walk. The rolling speed of the stone demon was not slow. Lin Moyu calculated that it would take another half a day, so it seemed there was still some distance to go. "Did you come from the demon base? How long have you been out? What are you doing here?" Lin Moyu continued to ask. The stone demon answered without hesitation, "I came from the demon tribe. I have only been out for 10 days. We came here just to hunt the yellow sand demon eye." Lin Moyu found it strange. Why only hunt the yellow sand demon eye? Wouldn't it be easier to hunt desert scorpions and tree monsters? In his mind, both the tree monsters and the desert scorpions were easier to deal with than the yellow sand demon eye. If you rank them, the easiest to deal with was the desert scorpion, followed by the tree monster, and finally the yellow sand demon eye. Although the desert scorpion could move, its defense was the weakest. The tree monster was a plant type, its vitality was too strong, and its vines were very fierce. The yellow sand demon eye had the blessing of the law of the earth, a wide attack range, high defense, and was at the peak of the 7th level God King. It could also control quicksand, create sand rain, and carry out powerful combined attacks. Wouldn't you get more from it? Unless you had strong long-range attack capabilities, the yellow sand demon eye was not an easy monster to deal with. Why did these 3 stone demons choose the difficult over the easy? Why specifically deal with the yellow sand demon eye? The stone demon answered glumly, the desert scorpion can burrow into the sand to hide. The tree monster has too many vines. Only the yellow sand demon eye is the easiest to deal with. Hearing its answer, Lin Moyu suddenly understood and was also a little stunned. This situation was very in line with the stone demon's character. When faced with a problem, they didn't think about how to solve it but chose the simplest one. Lin Moyu believed that in the eyes of the sand tribe, or the earth demons, they would definitely choose the other 2 and not the yellow sand demon eye. Lin Moyu asked, what other kinds of monsters are there on the way from here to the demon base? The stone demon shook its head. This has always been the territory of the yellow sand demon eye. The demon base was specially chosen to be close to the yellow sand demon eye's place, so it would be easier to hunt. Lin Moyu felt that he had overestimated the intelligence of the stone demons. They didn't intentionally choose to build a base outside the central area to avoid the 8th level God King monsters, as he thought. These stone demons simply wanted to hunt the yellow sand demon eye. Nothing as complicated as he thought. However, a simple mind also had its advantages. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, now go back to the demon base and find your leader. Tell him that the human army is attacking. Furthermore, the human army had already eliminated all the stone demons in the outer region, asking the leader to stay behind. The resurrected stone demon didn't question the command, and immediately followed the order. Before it left, Lin Moyu took out a piece of flesh and blood from a 6th-tier God King. The flesh quickly turned to powder, and exploded on the resurrected stone demon's body. The stone demon's body was instantly torn open with a massive wound, leaving it severely injured. The corpse explosion, caused by the flesh of a 6th-tier God King, could wound this powerful stone demon but not kill it. Lin Moyu had no intention of killing it, he needed it to return and deliver false information. Following his command, the heavily injured, resurrected stone demon curled into a large ball and rolled towards the demon base. The news it carried was a mix of truth and lies. Of course, there was no human army, but the demons in the outer region had indeed been annihilated. Lin Moyu hoped that after the demon leader and the base received this news, they would summon all the demons to come out. In his eyes, the plan was full of holes. It was a crude method that anyone with an average IQ would not fall for. But this was the stone demon race, their IQ was generally below average. Therefore, Lin Moyu wasn't too worried about his clumsy plan. He believed the demons in the middle region must have a way to contact those in the outer region. As long as they couldn't establish contact, they would assume the news was true. Additionally, he had heavily injured the stone demon messenger, which added a layer of credibility. Now, it was time to watch the show unfold. Lin Moyu slowly advanced in the direction the resurrected demon had rolled. He moved slowly, needing to give the demons time to gather, even summoning those from outside the base. Outside the outer desert, all arrangements were complete. The nightmare god Venerable closed his eyes, standing silently in the cosmos, waiting patiently. He was extremely patient. He wouldn't get anxious even if he had to wait for several years. The elite team of demon god kings was also patient, waiting for Lin Moyu to emerge from the outer desert. They just didn't know that Shu Qiyu was even more patient than them. A cold smile flickered in Shu Qiyu's eyes as he hid in the darkest part of the cosmos, moving slowly. Occasionally, he would releasing black stones into space, very similar to the ones he had given Lin Moyu. His movements were slow and attracted no attention. These black stones were strangely interconnected. Shu Qiyu wasn't worried about Lin Moyu's safety. With the life-giving item given by that great figure, even he would find it difficult to kill Lin Moyu. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And behind the oriole, there is still the hunter. He wondered if the young man would be terrified when he came out. He was somewhat curious. A hint of anticipation appeared in Shu Qiyu's eyes. Lin Moyu was too calm, not like a young man but like an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. He wanted to see how Lin Moyu would react when faced with a life or death moment. It would be a good show to watch. In the middle region of the Ochre Desert, under the heat of the sixth fire sphere, a large-scale base was located outside the habitat of the yellow sand demon eyes. The base was built entirely of stone. Apart from its large size, it had no aesthetic appeal. Among the demon race, aside from a few who could appreciate beauty, most cared little for it. Their intelligence was just enough to focus on powerful combat and devouring other races. The base built by the stone demons was messy, like a pile of rocks. Inside, numerous stone demons were rolling about. The stone demons chose this place as their base to facilitate hunting the yellow sand demon eyes. As for the desert scorpions and trents, they wouldn't attack them unless necessary. This explained why Lin Moyu encountered a large number of trents and desert scorpions when he entered the middle region. Because the stone demons didn't kill them, their numbers were naturally higher. About 100 kilometers outside the demon base, on a high dune, a skeleton head poked out from under the sand. The skull was not large, so it was unnoticeable without a close look. From tens of thousands of miles away, Lin Moyu activated his undead vision, observing every movement within the demon base. The demon base in the middle region was different from the one in the outer region. This base housed 3 9th-tier God King demons. Lin Moyu had to be cautious. The Starlight Witch, Spirit Nebula, could create illusions to trap 9th-tier God Kings, but he didn't know how many it could trap at once. If it could only trap one, the battle would not be easy. The Starlight Witch, Spirit Nebula, traps one. The Flame Witch, Spirit, deals with another. He would handle one himself. But there were still many 8th-tier God King stone demons, which couldn't be killed instantly even with corpse explosions. Lin Moyu pondered his tactics, trying to devise a more suitable strategy. Of course, this was all based on the premise that the Starlight Witch, Spirit Nebula, could only trap one 9th-tier God King. If it were stronger, things would be much simpler. Lin Moyu quickly formulated several plans. If the Starlight Witch, Spirit Nebula, could only trap one, he would use one plan. If it could trap 2 or even 3, he would use another. He even considered how he would deal with a minor god, venerable level demon in the base. The plans were laid out clearly, and Lin Moyu felt he had covered all contingencies. Once the attack began, it would be a battle of annihilation. Not a single stone demon would be left alive. He waited for 2 days. During these 2 days, stone demons occasionally returned from the outside, but none left. This indicated his plan had succeeded. The stone demons believed the information brought back by their kin. They really thought a human army was coming. To catch them all in one go, Lin Moyu was very patient. Through his undead vision, he counted the number of demons in the base and could even clearly see their strength. The stronger the being, the more powerful its soul flame. 7th, 8th, and 9th-tier God Kings had distinct differences and were easily distinguishable. The base had the most 7th-tier God King demons, totaling 423. The number of 8th-tier God Kings dropped sharply to 52. The 9th-tier God Kings were the fewest, with only 3. Most 9th-tier God Kings had already advanced to the deep region. The 3 remaining were either weaker or had been promoted in the last few decades. In short, their strength was not overwhelming, which made things much easier for Lin Moyu. Most importantly, there were no minor god venerables in the base. This truly set his mind at ease. After waiting for another full day, no more stone demons returned. It was time to act. Like a silent reaper under the scorching sun, Lin Moyu approached. His undead army had long been ready to attack. 10 legions of death knights, 5 legions of bone dragons, and 3 million skeleton generals had surrounded the demon base from all directions. They maintained a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers, not launching their assault yet. The first wave of attack would be initiated by the 2 witch, Spirit Nebula. The ethereal Starlight Witch, Spirit Nebula, and the brilliant Flame Witch, Spirit Nebula, appeared around Lin Moyu. Just as Lin Moyu was about to act, the demon base suddenly lit up. The yellow sand in front of the base was swept away by a strong wind, revealing dark ground. The ground had been altered by the stone demons, and a large number of demonic runes appeared. The twisted and strange runes lit up one by one, blooming with a crimson glow. The crimson light beams intertwined in the air, instantly forming a huge barrier that enveloped the entire base. The barrier was not completely sealed, but had a net-like form. Twisted black light continued to pierce through the barrier like lightning, occasionally striking out like venomous snakes baring their fangs. There were many types of demonic barriers. The most common was a purely defensive one with extremely high defense. Another type combined offense and defense, with slightly weaker defense but considerable attack power. The barrier before him was of the latter type. Lin Moyu frowned. He had been discovered. The stone demons in the base suddenly sprang into action. In his undead vision, The previously silent soul flames began to burn fiercely. The motionless stone demons began to move, quickly advancing to the edge of the base, using the barrier to fortify their defense. At the same time, a giant black eye appeared on the artificial mountain of piled stones in the center of the base, the Eye of the Demon. The Eye of the Demon, Lin Moyu muttered. It was a demonic military magic weapon. Its main functions were protection and surveillance. The surveillance range of the Eye of the Demon was enormous. A high-level one could even monitor movements within hundreds of light years. Although the one in the base was small, it could at least monitor movements within tens of thousands of kilometers. His actions, though secretive, could not escape its watch. But that wasn't what troubled him. The real problem was the Eye of the Demon's second ability, breaking illusions. The power of illusion demons was added to it, giving it a natural counter to illusions. With it present, the effect of the Starlight Witch, Spirit Nebula, would be greatly weakened, perhaps even nullified. The barrier was also strong, even the Flame Witch, Spirit Nebula, couldn't easily break it. And inside were three powerful ninth-tier God King demons. The base had become a formidable, spiky fortress. Lin Moyu's expression remained calm, as he already had a countermeasure in mind. He made some minor adjustments to his land strategies. The Starlight Witch, Spirit Nebula, originally slated to go first, now held back. The Flame Witch, Spirit Nebula, also paused. Lin Moyu's gaze was fixed on the Eye of the Demon. The Eye seemed to notice him, turning to look in his direction. As the Eye of the Demon focused on Lin Moyu, so did the three ninth-tier God King demons in the base. They appeared at the forefront, staring at him. It really is a human. But why is he at the true God realm? How could a true God get here? Perhaps he's a scout, with the main army behind. Even a scout shouldn't be a mere true God. Who knows? The humans are cunning. We must be careful. Fortunately, we opened the barrier, and have the Eye of the Demon. The humans' movements cannot be hidden from us. The heavily injured clansman who returned must be rewarded handsomely. Without him, we might have been ambushed by the humans. Looking at the glowing black Eye of the Demon, Lin Moyu smirked. His gaze remained steady, but his peripheral vision glanced downward. Below the eye, at the edge of the small mountain, beneath the Eye of the Demon, a stone demon suddenly appeared. It was just a seventh-tier God King, covered in wounds, its aura weak. The severe injuries from the earlier corpse explosion hadn't healed in just a few days. Suddenly, the resurrected stone demon's body began to glow brightly. Its wounds healed rapidly, its aura surged, and it immediately leaped up, rushing towards the Eye of the Demon. Before any other stone demon could react, it reached the eye and its body exploded into pieces. On Lin Moyu's command, it had self-destructed. The self-destruction of a seventh-tier God King was a force that even an eighth-tier God King would have to evade. Its power no less than Lin Moyu's corpse explosion. In the massive explosion, the entire base shook. Gravel flew everywhere, and the chaotic black stones within the base were all lifted into the air before raining down like hail. The base was in chaos, every stone demon inside shocked and confused. The stone mountain supporting the Eye of the Demon was destroyed in the blast, and the eye itself was blown to smithereens. The three ninth-tier God King stone demons looked at each other in astonishment. They couldn't understand what had just happened. Why would that stone demon rush forward and self-destruct? Suddenly, one of them realized, oh no, that stone demon was controlled by the human. Perhaps the only spark of intelligence in its life flashed at that moment. A lifetime of foolishness for a moment of clarity. But it was too late. The next second, an endless human army appeared before them. As soon as the army appeared, they charged the base, easily broke through the barrier, and launched a counterattack. The three ninth-tier God King stone demons roared simultaneously, and began to attack with all their might. The other stone demons in the base also began to attack the human army. The laws of power surged violently within the base. Fields of laws were deployed. Black stones flew from the air, attacking the enemy like meteors. The ground cracked, and yellow sand erupted, forming sand bones that blotted out the sky. Lin Moyu took everything in and said softly, I still underestimated the witch, Spirit's ability. Deceiving ninth-tier God Kings isn't that difficult. Even the other demons in the base are trapped in the illusion. In his eyes, the stone demons were frantically launching attacks at various empty spots within the base. The human army they saw was merely an illusion created by the Starlight Witch, Spirit Nebula. In the sky above the base, a dreamy nebula of laws emanated a hazy light, enveloping the entire base. The witch spirit stood within the nebula, manipulating the illusion like a god. As soon as the Eye of the Demon was destroyed, the Starlight Witch, Spirit Nebula could unleash its full power. The barrier had no effect on the illusion. Under the illusion's influence, the stone demons fought endlessly against their imaginary enemies, and the base was torn apart by their own attacks. Lin Moyu looked at the still intact barrier and said calmly, "Max, I'll deal with you." Flames flickered, and the flame witch spirit nebula appeared. Another brilliant nebula manifested in the sky. Its projection suddenly appeared, and then the nebula inverted, pouring flames down onto the barrier. The barrier was engulfed in fire, twisting and distorting in the flames. However, this scene went completely unnoticed by the demons inside. They were lost in the illusion. In their senses, the barrier had long been broken, and the human army was slashing at them, inflicting heavy injuries. The slightest lapse in concentration would see them cut to pieces. The barrier, which integrated offense and defense, would retaliate when attacked. The Flame Witch Spirit Nebula merged with the Law Nebula, avoiding the barrier's counterattacks. Just 5 minutes later, the barrier shattered, dissipating into the air. At that moment, the Skeleton Kings appeared before Lin Moyu, launching a fierce assault on the 7th Tier God King Stone Demons. The Legion commanders attacked with their armies. The Skeleton Generals followed closely behind. 3 million Skeleton Generals formed a circle, their sword cry engulfing the entire base, striking the Stone Demons with the sound of metal on metal. The Skeleton Generals' attack power was weak, but it was better than nothing. Their real function was to prevent any demons from escaping. If a demon tried to flee, they could intercept it, or at least delay it for a moment. However, under the illusion, these simple-minded stone demons were almost incapable of escaping. Lin Moyu was just taking precautions. After the Flame Witch Spirit Nebula dealt with the barrier, it began to attack the demons inside the base. According to Lin Moyu's prior plan, its first targets were the 7th Tier God King Stone Demons. Lin Moyu would not allow it to attack the 9th Tier God Kings, or even touch the 8th Tier ones. That would be too wasteful. A stone demon killed by the Flame Witch Spirit Nebula would not even leave dust behind, and Lin Moyu still wanted to use their corpses as weapons. Only in his contingency plan, where the illusion was not strong enough to trap a 9th Tier God King, would the Flame Witch Spirit be used to deal with the others. Lin Moyu took out a few pieces of flesh from 7th Tier God King demons. His soul locked on to several demons in the base. The flesh silently turned to powder, and then, without warning, those demons exploded. The corpses of the stone demons killed by the explosions became Lin Moyu's new weapons, used for more corpse explosions. The 7th Tier God King stone demons fell like wheat. Lin Moyu then locked onto the 8th Tier God King demons. He had no fear of crew battles. As long as one of them was killed, he could use it as a weapon, fighting with increasing ferocity. The explosions boomed continuously. An 8th Tier stone demon God King fell, its body heavily damaged, dark golden blood staining the yellow earth. But this was only the beginning. With the first 8th Tier corpse, the rest was no problem. Using it as material, Lin Moyu launched a slaughter against the other 8th Tier God Kings. One by one, they fell amidst the violent explosions. The battle token at his waist grew hot, continuously recording his achievements. Whether they were killed by the undead legions, the Skeleton Kings, or the witch spirits, it all counted towards his score. In the sky, the projections of the two Law Nebulae complemented each other beautifully. The slaughter was incredibly fast. Within 10 minutes, more than half of the demons in the base were dead or injured. At that moment, the shattered eye of the demon suddenly lit up again. It slowly opened, shooting a sharp beam of light like an arrow towards the Starlight Law Nebula. The nebula shook violently, and then collapsed. The Starlight Witch Spirit Nebula reappeared, its light much dimmer. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the eye of the demon was not completely destroyed. Had he known, he would have delivered another blow earlier. It seemed that even the most intelligent could make mistakes. With a slight shift in thought, he recalled the witch spirit. It was injured and had expended too much power trapping all the demons, especially the 3 9th Tier God Kings. It needed time to recover. The illusion vanished. The 3 9th Tier God King Stone Demons saw the reality. The base was destroyed, and almost all the demons had been slaughtered. Apart from themselves, only 2 or 3 stragglers remained, all heavily injured and unlikely to survive. And all of this was done by the true God realm human before them. A damn true God. Only a ghost would believe he was a true God now. Even a foolish stone demon wouldn't think Lin Moyu was only at the true God realm. The 3 enraged stone demons charged at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not let the Flame Witch Spirit Nebula intervene. After his initial surprise at the eye of the demon dispelling the illusion, he already had a plan for the next step. There was no need for the Flame Witch Spirit's help. His prior preparations were enough to handle them. The 9th Tier God King Stone Demons were over 20 meters tall, looking like they could crush Lin Moyu into dust with a single slap. But scattered around him were the corpses of more than 20 8th-tier God King stone demons. Boom! With a massive explosion, the 3 charging stone demons were stunned. A violent blast erupted in front of them, the immense force pushing them back. Immediately after, a second and third piece of flesh turned to powder. Explosions bombarded their bodies simultaneously, giving them no chance to react. Lin Moyu locked onto the 3, blowing them to pieces as rocks flew everywhere. The 3 stone demons screamed in pain. In a short moment, they had endured 6 or 7 powerful attacks, and were severely wounded. 9th-tier God King stone demons had incredibly strong defenses. Lin Moyu noted that the defense of these 3 far surpassed that of the 8th-tier ones. He had detonated 6 8th-tier God King corpses on them, but still hadn't killed them. If it were a 7th-tier God King attacking an 8th tier, 3 or 4 explosions would have been enough. He recalled information about the stone demons. They were among the most defensive demons. During their growth, their defense undergoes several major transformations, each one increasing it exponentially. The data just didn't specify when these transformations occurred. It seemed that 9th tier was a completely different level from 8th tier. He would have to be more careful when facing them in the future. As he thought, the corpses continued to explode, relentlessly bombarding his opponents. The wounds on the 3 9th tier stone demons grew more severe. They were seemingly surrounded by the exploding corpses of their 8th tier kin. The power of each explosion was enough to inflict heavy damage. After enduring 10 consecutive blasts, their auras dropped to an extreme low. 3 massive bodies lay on the ground, scattered with rocks and stained with dark golden blood, a nauseating smell filling the air. But they were not dead yet, they still had a final breath. Their bodies curled into balls. Boom. Another piece of flesh turned to powder, exploding again. The immense power struck the 3 of them. Their screams vanished amidst the blast, and their spherical bodies went still. They're dead. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, feeling something was not right. Switching to his undead vision, he saw 3 extremely weakened soul flames, still flickering. They weren't dead. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the soul flames suddenly flared intensely. An invisible power erupted from deep within their souls, and in an instant, the flames returned to their peak strength. The 3 heavily injured stone demons emitted an earthy yellow light. The shattered rocks flew back, reassembling their bodies. In a flash, the 3 near-death demons were restored to their original peak condition. So this is a stone demon's technique. Lin Moyu realized he knew too little about their abilities, but he instinctively felt this was one of their passive skills. Now was not the time for research. He needed to kill them. As soon as the 3 stone demons recovered, they immediately curled up, turning into larger, stronger balls, and rolled away. The ball state was not just for movement, it was also their strongest defensive form. Their head, arms, and legs were retracted, and the thickest rocks on their backs formed the shell. In this state, their defense was further enhanced. The moment they curled up, Lin Moyu's eyes sharpened, his killing intent surging. Trying to escape. Not a chance. Boom. 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 10 consecutive explosions bombarded one of the 3 stone demons. This time, he didn't disperse the power of the explosions, but focused it to kill one. Before, they weren't trying to escape, so he could attack all 3 simultaneously. Now that they were fleeing, he decisively changed his tactics, concentrating all his power on one. The focused corpse explosions were many times more powerful than before. Lin Moyu didn't wait to see the result. He pursued another stone demon without looking back. In less than a second, the stone demon had rolled nearly 10 kilometers, crashing into the encirclement of the undead legion, crushing skeletons relentlessly. The skeletons, death knights, and bone dragons attacked frantically, but the power difference was too great to stop it. They could only slow it down slightly. The other 2 stone demons were like 2 giant stars, rolling over the skeletons on the yellow sand, heading for the distance. A witch spirit appeared beside Lin Moyu at the speed of light, his body turning into a streak of light, pushing the speed limit of the Outer Desert and quickly closing the distance. Lin Moyu's aura grew stronger and stronger, instantly breaking through the true god realm to become a first-tier god king and rapidly advancing. In an instant, his aura reached 9th-tier god king. The primal art, power accumulation, and the primal art, empowered troops. The 2 great arts he didn't want to use were activated simultaneously, pushing his combat power to the absolute limit. His realm reached 9th-tier god king, and his combat power even surpassed it. He quickly caught up to his target, the Skeleton King's bone sword appearing in his hand. Art, God slaying, a brilliant sword light flash. The stone demon was sent flying by the sword light, exploding in mid-air. After landing, The heavily injured stone demon fled even more frantically, not daring to stop. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly, and caught up to it again. In terms of speed, he had surpassed the stone demon. At another stone demon's position, flames suddenly appeared above it, followed by a magnificent nebula. The flame witch, Spirit Nebula, had arrived. The projection of its long nebula spread out, and blazing flames engulfed it. It screamed wildly in the fire, its whole body turning red and rapidly melting. Lin Moyu caught up to the first stone demon, attacking it with the sharp bone sword, leaving deep gashes. The bone sword left after images, hundreds, even thousands of slashes landing within a second. At this moment, Lin Moyu was fighting with extreme ferocity. The stone demon's body was cut into pieces, its body breaking apart again. This time, Lin Moyu gave it no chance to revive. With the sharp sword, he completely dismembered it. A stream of soul power flowed out from the stone demon. The primal art absorbed its soul. Part was used to extend the duration of the art, and another part was used to strengthen Lin Moyu's own soul. On the other side, the stone demon was struggling in the nebula's flames. The solid rocks in its body had long since melted, and most of its flesh had been incinerated. When the flame witch spirit retracted its flames, it was dead. The witch spirit had also been empowered by the primal art, greatly increasing its combat power. The stone demon, with his high defense and low attack, had no resistance against the flame witch spirit. However, the witch spirit didn't kill it completely, leaving it with a breath of life. Lin Moyu needed its corpse. If it was killed by the flames, 99 of the time, not even ash would remain. It was too wasteful for such good material to be destroyed. Moreover, after entering the deep region, this would be the best weapon against other 9th-tier God King stone demons. Lin Moyu walked over, swung the bone sword, and delivered the final blow, collecting its soul power and confirming its death. Skeletons ran over, dragging the still hot corpse back to the base. Only then did Lin Moyu have time to check on the stone demon he had hit with 10 consecutive explosions. Its body was blown to pieces, it was also dead. 10 consecutive explosions were equivalent to being surrounded and self-destructed by 10 8th-tier God King stone demons. Furthermore, all that power was focused on it alone, which was even more terrifying than its own explosion. Even with its transformed defense, it had to die. Lin Moyu returned, but he did nothing more. A purple light flashed on his body. His soul, after being pushed to its limit, relaxed and then shattered. He had to bear the price of the primal art. The moment it shattered, his talent was activated. A purple light flashed, repairing his soul and returning it to its peak state. The Starlight Witch spirit reappeared. After a short rest, it had almost recovered. The two witch spirits, along with the Skeleton King and the Grand Army, quickly cleaned up the mess. Half an hour later, the entire battle was over. Lin Moyu stood before the completely destroyed base. The skeletons were still diligently searching for crystal cores in the ruins. During the battle, under the influence of the illusion, the stone demons had bombarded their own base, causing severe damage. The ground was cracked, and the sand from underground had surged up. The crystal cores were scattered everywhere, some buried under the rubble, others fallen into cracks, irretrievable. Lin Moyu sighed softly. This was unavoidable. He would find as many as he could. Lin Moyu reviewed the entire battle. Although the most intense part lasted only a few minutes, he found several areas where he could have done better. The most important was his lack of knowledge about the stone demons. He didn't know their defense would transform at the 9th-tier God King realm, nor that they had a revival ability. If he had known, he would have definitely changed his tactics. Also, the eye of the demon's strong suppression of illusions had rendered his Starlight Witch spirit's illusions useless initially. Had he known, he should have followed up with another blow to ensure it was truly destroyed. As a result, his own negligence led to the collapse of the illusion. Although it didn't affect the final outcome, it cost him a lot of effort. Otherwise, even with their revival ability, the 9th-tier God King stone demons would have been killed by him within the illusion. Lin Moyu summarized his gains and losses from the battle, carefully organizing them to ensure similar mistakes wouldn't be repeated. His aura gradually rose, pushing him towards the 8th-tier true god. After using the primal art to defeat the enemy, the absorbed soul power was refined and became his own, causing his realm to rise uncontrollably. This kind of enhancement could only be temporarily suppressed, and not for long. In fact, he didn't want to advance to 8th-tier true god right now, but he couldn't avoid using the primal art, especially in the deep region when facing 9th-tier god kings, whether monsters or demons. His cultivation would naturally break through to 8th tier, even 9th-tier true god. The battles ahead would only become more intense. The rise in his realm became an uncontrollable matter. Lin Moyu closed his eyes, weighing the pros and cons, and made a decision. A few hours later, all the discoverable crystal cores in the base were collected. There were 1731 in total, mostly from 7th tier god kings. Among them, 1651 were from 7th tier god kings and 80 from 8th tier. Of the 1651 7th tier cores, more than 1500 belonged to the yellow sand eyes. Although they were all crystal cores, they were different and distinguishable. Lin Moyu looked at the cores, and thought about the 9th tier god king stone demons. Even if their attack power was not great, they could surely deal with 8th tier god king monsters. If they took action, they should have been able to collect a large number of cores quickly. But the current situation suggested otherwise. Just over 1700 cores were not enough to summon a leader level monster. If my level is 1 tier higher than the leader level monster, it will affect the drop rate of keys and materials. So, if I fight a normal monster 1 tier higher, will crystal cores not drop at all? Lin Moyu felt this was highly possible. Otherwise, the current situation couldn't be explained. After some thought, an immortal flame lit up, resurrecting a 9th tier god king stone demon. A 7th tier one wouldn't know much. A 9th tier was the leader of the middle region and would surely know more. He only had 3 pieces of god king flesh, and now one was gone. Lin Moyu felt a pang of heartache. The resurrected stone demon's physical body stood before him, its soul reorganized. The 20-eater, all figure knelt respectfully. From its mouth, Lin Moyu got a definitive answer just as he had guessed. In the Outer Desert, to obtain a crystal core, one's level must be equal to or lower than the monster's. If one's level is higher, the monster will not drop a core upon death. For this reason, the 3 9th tier god king stone demons had just been waiting here for enough cores to be collected. He also learned more precise information from it. Lin Moyu learned the specific number of cores needed to summon a leader level monster, 1008th tier god king cores. If replaced with 7th tier cores, the number would be 10 times higher, a full 10,000. The ratio between them was 110. They could be mixed and used. For example, 108th tier cores and 9,000 7th tier cores. As long as the total requirement was met, even using 4th tier cores was possible. The number would just increase tenfold for each lower tier. If he really used 4th tier cores, he probably wouldn't have enough even if he killed all the monsters in the outer region. The method to summon the leader level monster was also simple, just plant enough cores together, and it would be automatically summoned. They had originally collected over 3,000 7th tier cores, and over 400 8th tier cores, almost 80 of the required amount. But after the great battle, most of the cores were lost. Lin Moyu's heart stirred, and a large number of skeletons immediately started digging into the ground, searching for them under the yellow sand. Unfortunately, the search yielded no results. The cores had sunk into the yellow sand and vanished without a trace. Lin Moyu was even tempted to go to the territories of the Scorpion and Trent clans to seize their cores. But after thinking it over, he gave up the idea. He could use this opportunity to settle down. He wasn't in a hurry to save anyone. 1,000 years had passed, so a little more time didn't matter. Lin Moyu claimed the territory once occupied by the demons as his own. The undead army quickly set out in a mighty force to eliminate monsters. The legion commanders led their legions, plus the skeleton generals, forming 15 armies. After using their command ability, the Death Knight Legion commanders had combat power equivalent to a 5th tier god king. The Bone Dragon Legion commanders were stronger, reaching 6th tier god king on their own. Each of the 15 legions, with 200,000 skeleton generals, began hunting 7th tier monsters. Although their individual attacks were not strong, they could still inflict some damage. With their overwhelming numbers, hunting 7th tier god king monsters was not a problem. It just took time. With the existence of the passive scale, undead immortality, plus the large amount of immortal flames Lin Moyu gave the legion commanders, they could not only heal the undead army but also resurrect their own subordinates. Lin Moyu wasn't worried about losses. At the same time, Lin Moyu resurrected a large number of stone demons. These 7th tier god king stone demons were integrated into the undead army as shields, effectively reducing the threat to the undead. As for the 8th tier god king stone demons, he resurrected 20 of them. Their main task was to hunt 8th tier god king monsters. Lin Moyu had no efficiency requirement. He knew he would be here for a while, though he wasn't sure for how long. The Starlight Witch Spirit stood quietly beside Lin Moyu, vigilantly looking into the distance, light flowing beautifully within its body. On the other side was the Flame Witch Spirit, burning with brilliant flames. They stood on his left and right, protecting him. Further in, the single resurrected 9th tier god king stood in the yellow sand, looking into the distance. The 3 of them surrounded Lin Moyu, guarding him. Lin Moyu sat silently on the yellow sand with his eyes closed. The laws within his body rippled slightly. The law of immortality flowed around him, spreading across the sand. Within this law, the two powers of life and death were intertwined, sometimes merging, sometimes separating, sometimes colliding, sometimes independent. In the constant change between these two powers, all sorts of mysterious principles were born, all of which were gradually absorbed by Lin Moyu. He began to comprehend the laws. He had advanced too quickly before, not through normal cultivation but by improving his soul realm through the primal art. This enhanced his control over the laws. Although it didn't seem like a big problem, Lin Moyu knew that advancing this way meant he couldn't deeply comprehend the laws. His foundation was not solid. It was like a child memorizing the multiplication table, knowing the x 81 but not understanding why. Lin Moyu was now in such a state. Forcibly improving his soul had enhanced his control over the laws, but he didn't understand the fundamental principles. It might not be a problem now, but it would be when he reached the God Venerable realm. Comprehending everything again from scratch then would be much more troublesome. So, Lin Moyu had been looking for a chance to comprehend the laws and solidify his foundation. This was a good opportunity. Yellow sand roared, and time passed day by day. Unconsciously, the demon base had been covered by sand. The sand from underground continued to rise, gradually swallowing everything, except for the area where Lin Moyu sat. In the cosmos outside the outer desert, the nightmare god Venerable slowly opened his eyes. A giant stone demon over 100 meters tall slowly flew to his side, its body shrinking as it approached, finally becoming about the same size as the nightmare god Venerable. This change showed its respect. Although both were god venerables, their status within the demon race was different. The stone demon god Venerable spoke in a hoarse voice like grinding stones. "I've just received news. Our base in the middle region was destroyed by Lin Moyu. The 3 9th-year God King stone demons in the base are all dead." The nightmare god Venerable snorted softly. It seems Lin Moyu's combat power has surpassed the 9th-tier God King. Can you contact the stone demons in the deep region? The stone demon god Venerable said in a low voice. "I am trying, but it is very difficult. The isolation of the outer desert is too strong. Only when a clone dies can some information be brought back." The nightmare god Venerable naturally understood. "Try again. We can't get in now, we can only wait for him to come out." The stone demon god Venerable said, "Some of the clones belong to the god Venerables of our race. Now, those god Venerables are calling for Lin Moyu's death, and some are even calling for war with the human race." The ethereal figure of the nightmare god Venerable showed a disdainful, cold smile. "Just a few clones killed, and they want to start a war. Fine, but let those god Venerables lead the charge and see if they dare." The stone demon god Venerable fell silent. Starting a war with the human race was no small matter. Even a god Venerable could fall on the battlefield if not careful. No one would risk their life for a mere clone. The nightmare god Venerable waved his hand, signaling the stone demon god Venerable not to disturb him. The stone demon retreated, continuing its attempts to contact the demons in the deep region. Despite the power of the demon clones, establishing contact between the main body and the clone was difficult due to the outer desert. Only when a clone died could some information from before its death be brought back, and even that was often just a short, incomplete fragment. The stone demons had pieced together information from many such clones to learn what Lin Moyu had done. Many of the demons Lin Moyu killed in the base were just clones, and a few of them even belonged to the stone demon god Venerable himself. Lin Moyu didn't know this, but even if he did, it wouldn't have mattered. He would have killed them anyway, perhaps with even more enthusiasm. Time passed. Outside the outer desert, the illusion remained. The nightmare god Venerable was very patient, like a hunter waiting for his prey. A year passed in a flash. During that time, 2 more stone demon god Venerables arrived. Their clones had also been killed by Lin Moyu. The number of stone demon god Venerables here had risen to 5. Including the blazing flame god Venerable and the nightmare god Venerable, a total of 7 god Venerables from the demon race had been dispatched to kill Lin Moyu. Shukyu, hiding in the darkness, found it more and more interesting. A glint appeared in his eyes. He guessed what Lin Moyu was doing inside. The law of immortality spread out, enveloping Lin Moyu. Compared to a year ago, the law had become denser and more profound. Lin Moyu sat in the middle of it, his eyes slightly closed. Behind him a great white circle slowly rotated, covered in dense laws like real stars. A moment later, Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a gray-white breath. The breath intertwined like a silk ribbon, flying for thousands of kilometers without dissipating. Where it passed, One side of the desert instantly decayed, the yellow sand turning ink black and silently dissolving. On the other side, green plants appeared on the sand, turning the desert into an oasis. The power of life and death was perfectly displayed in this breath. The strange phenomenon behind him disappeared. The layers of laws rolled back like great waves, all returning to Lin Moi's body. He didn't know how much time had passed, he had lost his sense of time in the outer desert. His realm was still 7th tier true god, with no progress. His soul had not been enhanced, his realm had not increased, but his foundation had been consolidated. He had firmly grasped all the laws he needed to master. Now, if he added a little more soul power, he could step into 8th tier, even 9th tier true god without any reservations. With each promotion, his combat power would improve significantly. As for the demons in the deep region, Lin Moyu had already marked them for death. Unless they escaped now, they were all doomed. He retracted his aura, and looked not far away. There was a pile of crystal cores reflecting the light of the fire sphere in the sky, looking very dazzling. His soul power swept over it, quickly getting an accurate count. There were 3,565 7th tier God King cores and 52 8th tier God King cores. Including the previous ones, he now had a total of 5,216 7th tier cores and 132 8th tier cores. If all were converted to 7th tier, the total would be 6,536. He still needed 3,464 more to summon the level monster. There shouldn't have been so few 8th tier cores. The ones responsible for hunting 8th tier monsters were all resurrected stone demons, all at the 8th tier God King level. Their efficiency was initially very high, but as they were continuously injured, it gradually decreased. After 100 days, the time limit for the resurrected beings was up, and they all collapsed, halting the collection of 8th tier cores. The undead army, on the other hand, was tireless, constantly hunting 7th tier God King monsters. However, they faced a similar problem. After 100 days, the resurrected stone demons acting as their shields collapsed, and their efficiency also dropped. Half of the 3,000 plus 7th tier cores were hunted by the resurrected stone demons before they collapsed. At that time, Lin Moyu was in a state of comprehending the laws, and had no time to manage them. After learning this, Lin Moyu calculated the monster hunting efficiency. It had taken him over 300 days to comprehend the laws. Cultivation time passed too quickly. He was just relaying his foundation, not raising his realm. If he wanted to raise his realm and comprehend new laws, it might take many years. Lin Moyu had experience with seclusion, so he chose not to raise his realm here. He needed 350 more 8th tier cores. 350 8th tier cores. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. 350 8th tier cores were equivalent to 3,507 tier cores. Based on the current efficiency of the Undead Legion, it would take another 500 to 600 days. Lin Moyu didn't want to wait any longer, and decided to act himself. Relying on his two primal arts, he knew that by raising his realm to 8th tier God King, hunting monsters of the same realm would not be too difficult. While hunting for cores, he could also absorb soul power. With just a little more soul power, he could successfully advance to 8th tier true god. His combat power would increase, his soul would be enhanced, and his endurance would become stronger. He would be more confident when entering the deep region. After recalling the undead army, Lin Moyu headed towards the 8th fire sphere. He was currently in the area covered by the 6th sphere. This area bordered the regions of the 8th and 9th fire spheres. He had no particular plan and just chose one randomly. No matter which he chose, the end point was the same. Leaving the base, he walked at a steady pace for nearly half a day and finally felt a different aura. The area ahead was dominated by the law of earth and stone, while the law of the great earth was relatively weak. Lin Moyu knew he had entered the territory of the 8th tier God King monsters. Unlike before, there was only one type of monster here, the earth giant, about 15 meters tall. Normally, they remained motionless like statues. Once one entered their territory, they would immediately revive and attack intruders. The earth giants were enveloped in the law of the great earth, giving them incredibly astonishing defense, much stronger than the yellow sand eyes, and even stronger than stone demons of the same realm. Their attack power was also incredible. Their bodies were composed of yellow sand, compressed to the extreme under the effect of the law of the great earth, reaching a horrifying weight. Just like the sand grain created by the yellow sand eyes where each grain weighed 1,000,000 catties, the earth giants were formed by compressing such sand. One could imagine how heavy they were. Each earth giant was comparable to a star. A single punch could shatter one. They moved freely in the outer desert using the law of the great earth, making them extremely terrifying monsters. Lin Moyu immediately recalled the information about the earth giants. There was only one way to kill them: decapitation. Severing limbs or piercing the heart was useless. They had no heart, decapitation was the only way. Soon, a huge statue appeared before him. A giant with a golden body, and hands raised to the sky stood on the yellow sand. The alert range of an earth giant was 10 kilometers. Getting within 10 kilometers would awaken it. All attacks were ineffective against them until they awakened. In other words, launching a long-range attack from outside 10 kilometers would have no effect. Lin Moyu knew this was a rule of the orchard desert he had to obey, just like the dungeon rules in the small worlds. Previously, Lin Moyu might have chosen to go around. But at this moment, a light emanated from his body, and his aura rapidly increased. Primal art, power accumulation. His aura surged, almost instantly breaking through to the God King realm and soaring upwards. In less than 2 seconds, his aura stabilized at the 8th tier God King realm, just a step away from 9th tier. As the light of power accumulation faded, the light of primal art, empowered troops shone. Under the enhancement of power accumulation, all attack damage was increased tenfold, and the enemy's soul would be absorbed. Lin Moyu's combat power had truly reached the limit of an 8th tier God King. With the enhancement of 2 primal arts, his soul could not last long. He needed to constantly kill enemies to replenish it. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He let out a soft shout and charged out. The moment he entered the 10-kilometer zone, the earth giant suddenly awakened. A dazzling golden light burst from its body, the law of the great earth surged madly, and an invisible force descended, enveloping Lin Moyu. He was rushing forward, but the immense gravity caused his trajectory to plummet, nearly sending him headfirst into the sand. He reacted quickly, instantly adjusting his focus and regaining his original direction. Not only did he not slow down, he became faster. He turned into a stream of light, reaching the earth giant in an instant at the fastest speed the Ocher Desert could handle. Holding the sharp-boned sword of the Skeleton King, he delivered a simple, unadorned slash. The sword light cut through the yellow sand and struck the earth giant, creating a screeching sound of friction. The extremely sharp-boned sword left a large gash, revealing the orange-yellow sand inside. The earth giant had no bones or flesh, sand was its very substance. Its body, composed of million catty sand grains, was unimaginably heavy, comparable to a star. Such weight and density pushed its defense to the limit, even stronger than a stone demon of the same realm. Lin Moyu moved quickly, delivering hundreds of slashes in an instant. The unbearable sound of friction, accompanied by the howling wind, echoed through the land. The earth giant was covered in wounds, but as the yellow sand flowed, the wounds quickly healed. The next moment, the earth giant fully revived. Its 20-meter ball body twisted, and its giant hands slapped down like swatting a mosquito. Though massive, its speed was surprisingly fast, unlike a stone demon. As the slap came, an immense force from all directions converged on Lin Moyu, like countless giant hands holding him down, making it impossible to escape. This was the power of the law of the great earth, used to trap an opponent and ensure its attack landed. Lin Moyu didn't dodge. He swung his sword towards the giant palm. Bang! The sword and palm collided, creating huge shockwaves. A large hole was pierced through the palm. Lin Moyu emerged from the hole and began slashing at the giant again. At the edge of the hole in the giant's palm, a gray mist spread. The sand and stone at the edge were constantly decaying and dissolving, like a rotting corpse. This was the power of death from the law of immortality. In his first flurry of attacks, Lin Moyu hadn't used the law of immortality. He wanted to see if physical attacks alone could damage the earth giant. They cause injuries, but only minor ones. Killing it this way would take a very long time. After a simple test, he had gauged the earth giant's situation and began to use the law of immortality. To destroy it, he had to eliminate the law of the great earth on its body. Enveloped by this law, the giant had astonishing defense and attack power, especially at its neck, where the law was thickest. The death power within the law of immortality could corrode and dissolve the law of the great earth. The laws within Lin Moyu's body activated, unfolding the law of immortality. Behind him, strange spirits emerged. He rarely fought enemies head-on, so his opportunities to use his law field were few. Lin Moyu gave the impression of being invincible with his undead army, but few knew that his law of immortality was even more terrifying. It was just that the opponents he faced were of a much higher level, which weakened the law's effect. If the enemy was of the same realm, they would deeply understand the terror of a first-tier law. The law field enveloped the earth giant. The law of immortality spread out in invisible waves. As the gray and white in the law field intersected, there was life and death. The strange gray-white spirit behind him also intersected, and it suddenly changed. The white turned to gray, and the gray half bloomed with dazzling light. All the white in the law field retreated, and the gray of death became a dense fog, becoming dominant. The power of death engulfed the earth giant, continuously corroding its law of the great earth. The bone sword in Lin Moyu's hand was also covered in a layer of gray. The sword slashed into the giant, causing much heavier wounds than before. The wounds were large and deep, filled with the power of death, accelerating the erosion of the law of the great earth. In an instant, the giant's body was covered in wounds, and the law of the great earth enveloping it was almost cut to pieces. If Lin Moyu's true realm wasn't just 8th tier true god, and his control over the law only 24, he could have killed the giant long ago. The law of the great earth was only a 3rd tier law. Although relatively strong among 3rd tier laws, it was far inferior to the 1st tier law of immortality. From a law perspective, the law of the great earth was suppressed by the law of immortality. If his control over the law reached the 8th tier god king level, he wouldn't need a sword. The law of immortality alone would be enough to kill the earth giant quickly and easily. The enraged earth giant fought back, punching at Lin Moyu. It was fast, and with its heavy body, each attack could destroy a hill. Furthermore, the law of the great earth could form restraints, making it impossible for Lin Moyu to dodge. The giant punched continuously, and Lin Moyu also swung his sword. His speed was no less than the giant's. He didn't dodge, choosing to face it head-on. The bone sword and the giant fist constantly clashed in mid-air. Shockwaves like a stormy sea swirled out in circles. All the yellow sand within a 100-meter radius was swept into the sky, and the ground sank significantly. After hundreds of consecutive clashes, the earth giant's fist shattered. Lin Moyu's sword cut off. At this time, the giant was corroded by the law of immortality, and the law of the earth on its body was already very weak. The armor formed by the law would collapse at any moment. Lin Moyu's eyes fell on the giant's neck, where the law of the great earth was strongest, but now it was many times weaker than at the beginning. He calculated the time his eyes focused, and the law of immortality erupted with full power, slashing out a sharp sword-like art, God-slaying. From the beginning until now, he finally used God-slaying. The sword image flashed across the earth giant's neck. Its head suddenly flew into the air. The massive body fell backward, heavily crashing onto the yellow sand, disintegrating into pieces. The law collapsed, and the body returned to sand. The head also turned to sand, and a crystal-clear core fell from it. Ace tier God King core. 349 left. Lin Moyu collected the core. Along with it came a stream of soul power. It wasn't very strong, weaker than a stone demon of the same realm, maybe only a third. Lin Moyu knew this was the difference between a living being and a monster. Strictly speaking, the monsters in the Outer Desert were not truly living beings. Although they had souls and even flesh, they were different from beings in the Great World. Getting a third of the soul power was already good. At least it could maintain his current state and also improve his realm. The primal art dissipated, and his aura returned to its original state. Then a purple light flashed. After a few seconds, his aura suddenly began to rise again. With the soul power captured from the earth giant, after being refined by the great tree talent and the 9-color dragon soul crystal, it turned into extremely pure soul power, becoming a stepping stone for his advancement. His soul successfully advanced a level, from 7th tier true god to 8th tier. The primal soul became stronger, and the constant star art within his soul world became more radiant. Although it was just a small level increase, his overall strength had improved significantly. The number of his undead legion remained unchanged, but their power increased. The 3 basic skeletons' combat effectiveness reached the peak of true god, even touching the God King realm. The Death Knights and Bone Dragons reached 2nd and 3rd tier God King respectively. His legion commanders' combat power reached 5th and 6th tier God King. The skeleton generals reached 4th tier God King. As the skeletons improved, the Skeleton King's combat power also rose, reaching the 8th tier God King, enough to face any 8th tier God King enemy heaven. As Lin Moyu's soul improved, the limits of what it could contain also increased. But if forced to advance to 6th tier God King, his soul would still collapse. However, he felt he could now push his power to the minor god venerable realm, not equal to a god venerable, but stronger than a God King. This way, if he encountered a minor god venerable, he could still fight without using his trump cards. An increase of one small realm led to improvements in all other aspects, except for 2 things. One was his physical body, still at the peak of true god. Without a special cultivation method, it was difficult to advance. The second was the elemental witch, spirit, whose improvement depended on high-quality materials, unrelated to his realm enhancement. Lin Moyu assessed his current combat power. Thanks to this improvement, his efficiency in harvesting crystal cores would also greatly improve. When he cooperated with the Skeleton King to destroy the Earth Giants, his efficiency would be much higher. Looking at the still, whirling yellow sand in the sky, he moved, continuing towards the deep region. The closer he got, the more Earth Giants there would be, and their density would increase. He might even encounter 2 or more at once. Soon, he saw the second Earth Giant. It was identical to the first. Its arms spread wide as if to embrace the sky. About 20 meters behind it stood another one. Looking further, the number of Earth Giants began to increase. They were like statues standing on the yellow sand, enduring the scoring of wind and sand. The previous one was just an appetizer, now was the main course. Lin Moyu summoned tens of thousands of Legion commanders. At the same time, 2 skeleton thrones appeared above his head, burning with brilliant flames. 2 skeleton kings stood up from the throne simultaneously. One was 10 meters tall, the strongest he could summon, with the combat power of an 8th-tier god king. The other was only 100 meters tall, the weakest skeleton king, his combat power not even matching a skeleton general. The weak skeleton king threw its bone sword to Lin Moyu. He only needed its sword, not its combat power. The primal are activated, and his aura began to surge, also reaching the limit of an 8th-tier god king. Let's go. With a thought, he charged towards the Earth Giant along with the Skeleton King. X to the 10-meter ball skeleton king, Lin Moyu was as small as a mosquito, insignificant. Even the distant Earth Giants were insignificant, but combat power could not be measured by body size. The 10-kilometer area was the Earth Giant's alert circle. As they both entered it, the giants suddenly revived, and an immense power descended on both of them. The large Skeleton King had no reaction. Lin Moyu was already prepared and was unaffected. The moment the Earth Giant revived, from 5 kilometers away, the Skeleton King launched its attack. The giant bone sword, at least 700 meters long, slashed down. With a loud bang, the Earth Giant was smashed into yellow sand. A huge shockwave swept out like a sandstorm. The enormous size brought unparalleled impact. Even the Earth Giants couldn't block it. With the enhancement of the empowered troops art bringing tenfold damage, the pure power of the Skeleton King's one sword had surpassed that of an 8th-tier god king. Under the yellow sand, the Earth Giant used its 2 hands to pull at the giant bone sword, but its hands had completely collapsed. The law of the Great Earth was rapidly repairing them. At this moment, the field of the law of immortality enveloped it. Lin Moyu attacked. His whole body carried strange spirits, turning the law into a dense power of death, rapidly corroding the Earth Giant. The law of immortality not only prevented the giant from recovering, but also concentrated its power on corroding its neck. Vaguely, Lin Moyu could hear the sizzling sound of the law of the Great Earth being corroded, like cold water poured on hot iron. An idea formed in his mind. The Skeleton King also raised its sword. Man and skeleton performed the exact same move. Art, God slaying. 2 god slaying attacks erupted at the same time, aimed at the Earth Giant's neck. This was its strongest point but also its fatal weakness. With 2 strikes, its neck was severed. The head flew into the air. The body collapsed. The head turned to sand, and a crystal core fell. A small step in realm was a big step in combat power. With the cooperation of the Skeleton King, killing the Earth Giant was easy. Lin Moyu collected the core and looked towards the Earth Giant 20 meters away, and the countless others behind it. The hunt had officially begun. Outside the yellow sand region, the Stone Demon God Venerable met the Nightmare God Venerable again. There was a hint of respect in his tone. Nightmare God Venerable, we have finally contacted the Stone Demons in the deep region. The Nightmare God Venerable didn't ask how, but asked as Lin Moyu entered yet. The Stone Demon God Venerable shook his head. He hasn't entered yet. He's probably collecting crystal cores in the middle region, preparing to summon the leader of a monster. Our people are ready in the deep region. If Lin Moyu dares to enter, he will surely die. The Stone Demon God Venerable's words were filled with confidence. The Nightmare God Venerable was not as confident as him, but did not refute the Stone Demon God Venerable's words. I hope so, but Lin Moyu is not easy to deal with. Ensure your subordinates keep a close watch and are ready to transmit information at any moment. The Stone Demon God Venerable nodded. There is one more thing I wish to tell you. The Nightmare God Venerable grunted in acknowledgement. What is it? The Stone Demon God Venerable said. The descendant of Lord Goldenstone is also in the Deep Zone. We must connect with the Deep Zone through Lord Goldenstone. His descendant has said that he will kill Lin Moyu, and will not let him leave alive. The Nightmare God Venerable's expression changed slightly. He pondered for a few seconds before finally saying, I understand. Let's hope it turns out that way. The stone demon god Venerable's voice was not quiet, and his soul drifted slowly through the starry sky. Many heard what he said, but most of them had no idea who this Lord Goldenstone was. However, for a god venerable to refer to someone as Lord, he was certainly no ordinary person. Even the nightmare god Venerable's expression had changed upon hearing the name. Chukyu, hidden in the shadows, also caught their conversation, and a storm brewed in his heart. He knew that Lord Goldenstone was the ancestor of the stone demon lineage within the demon tribe, an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years. Goldenstone's realm had long surpassed that of a god, venerable. Information about him was circulated only among the highest echelons of the human tribe's leadership. The descendants of the stone demon were not descendants in the conventional sense, but a type of existence similar to a clone. However, unlike a clone, a stone demon descendant was a separate part of the stone demon. They possessed their own independent souls and consciousness and could be considered a continuation of life. A clone was important, but not as important as these descendants. This was not the crux of the matter. The key was the special bloodline of the stone demons. Stone demons undergo a transformation at the final stage of each major realm: 9th level super god, 9th level true god, and 9th level god king. After each transformation, their defensive capabilities are greatly enhanced. Among these, the transformation at the 9th level god king not only strengthens their defense but also grants the stone demons a special ability, resurrection. After a stone demon enters a near-death state, it has a chance to recover and return to its peak condition in a very short period. After using this ability once, it can be used again after a certain cooldown period. This ability gave the stone demons an even stronger life-saving capability. The defensive power of the stone demon was already among the most formidable. After 3 successive transformations, their defense became even more astonishing. Coupled with the resurrection ability, killing a stone demon became exceedingly difficult. However, stone demons still had flaws. Their minds were not sharp, they were slow to comprehend laws, their cultivation speed was not fast, and their attack power was insufficient. But all of this would change when they reached the 9th level god venerable realm. At that stage, a stone demon would undergo another transformation, the 4th one. This transformation was both critical and perilous for them. Most stone demons would perish during this process. It could be said that the vast majority of stone demons could never reach the 9th level god venerable realm, and even if they did, most would die during the transformation. But the world is fair. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. After a successful 4th transformation, a stone demon would become more intelligent. Even if not exceptionally brilliant, they would be no less intelligent than any other race. Not only would they become smarter, but their defense would also be strengthened once again, reaching nearly the pinnacle of their realm. Only a few races in the great world could compare. Additionally, their recovery ability would be greatly improved, granting them another chance to recover, making them even harder to kill. But this was not the end, it was the true beginning. If before, the stone demons were just an ordinary race among the legions of demons in hell, after the 9th level god venerable realm, they became a top-tier race. Especially after transcending the god venerable realm, the stone demon tribe would gain a new special ability. Furthermore, this special ability could be passed down, not to clones, but to descendants. Lord Goldenstone's descendant had undoubtedly inherited his special abilities. As for what those special abilities were, Shukyu did not know. But he knew that with this special ability, a stone demon's combat power would be terrifying. A 9th level god king might be able to match a minor god venerable, and if they were a minor god venerable, they might be able to contend with a true god venerable. Shukyu was not worried for Lin Moyu's safety, he was worried that the mission might fail. But Lin Moyu also had a trump card. If he was ruthless, killing Lord Goldenstone's descendant was not impossible. But would that provoke Lord Goldenstone into action? Atop the human tribe's starry sky fortress, no. Then, Shukyu's main body opened its eyes, holding a jade tablet. His soul force communicated with the jade tablet, reporting the situation in the Yellow Earth Desert. He expressed his concerns, mainly worrying whether Lord Goldenstone of the demon tribe would act. Although there were rules that beings like Goldenstone could not act personally, one couldn't be too careful. If he did, even with Lin Moyu's life-saving trump card, it would be difficult to preserve his life. A moment later, he received a reply. The reply consisted of only 2 words, understood. After receiving these 2 words, Shukyu was reassured. He knew that the higher would definitely keep an eye on Goldenstone, and would not let him act. In the Yellow Earth Desert, Lin Moyu grew more accustomed to the killing, his speed increasing with each kill. The earth giants fell one after another, each one lasting no more than a minute. Lin Moyu and the Skeleton King coordinated perfectly. In less than a day, Lin Moyu had collected 350 8th level cores. Even if he had to collect 1,000 8th level cores from scratch, it would not be difficult for him, taking at most 4 days. 4 days for him was equivalent to the efforts of hundreds of stone demons over decades. The difference in efficiency was immense. This also demonstrated that the stone demon's own attack power was too weak and had too many limitations. However, Lin Moyu had no intention of underestimating the stone demon's capabilities. For them to become a major race of the demon tribe in hell, there had to be a reason. According to human tribe intelligence, stone demons were a nuisance to cultivators of all races on the battlefield due to their powerful defenses. After collecting enough cores, Lin Moyu retreated 1,000 kilometers and chose a spacious area filled with yellow sand and open ground. The so-called spacious meant there were no other monsters around. His aura gradually subsided, the effects of the origin spell receded, and Lin Moyu's soul uncontrollably collapsed. Under the purple light of his supreme talent, his soul was reorganized and returned to its peak. After a round of slaughter and absorbing a great deal of soul power, Lin Moyu's soul had grown stronger, though he was still some distance from the 9th level true god. Lin Moyu silently waited for the cooldown of his supreme talent to end, then took out the cores and stacked them together. Several thousand cores piled up into a small hill, reflecting a beautiful yellowish fluorescence under the brilliant light. As it turned out, the cores all operated in their own way, without affecting each other. First, when the number exceeded a certain rule-based limit, all the cores simultaneously erupted with a light much stronger than usual. The light from the cores converged, turning into a beam that shot straight into the sky. The sky turned a brilliant gold, even eclipsing the light of the fireballs. Not only was the light blocked, but the heat was also blocked by the golden sky. Yellow sand flew up, obscuring the heavens. The sky gradually darkened, and the temperature dropped sharply. In less than 5 minutes, the temperature had almost dropped to freezing. The scorching heat that was enough to burn true gods and low-level god kings to death had dropped to near freezing. Lin Moyu saw a layer of frost suddenly appear on the yellow sand. Immediately after, a heavy rain poured down. There was water in the yellow earth desert. The oases were the clearest proof. The presence of water meant there were water elements, and the oases would not evaporate. Lin Moyu had sensed the law of the water system from them. In the sudden downpour, Lin Moyu also sensed the law of the water system. The rain grew heavier, soaking the sand. The flying sand turned to mud and fell. The ground became wet, a sea of sand turning into a sea of mud. Heaven and earth became pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the muddy ground, sending mud and rock flying. In that brief flash of light, Lin Moyu saw a streak of green. Where the cores were piled, a streak of vibrant green was growing vigorously. It braved the wind and rain, growing rapidly and becoming more robust. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck it. Flames erupted, burning it, but were extinguished by the rain. Not only was it not destroyed by the lightning, but it grew even stronger. In just a few minutes, it had grown from a sapling into a towering tree. It absorbed the power of the earth, the rain, and the lightning. The bark of the great tree began to turn black, transforming into an extremely tough layer. The great tree was still growing 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. It grew thicker and taller. Giant vines grew one by one, each with a diameter of over 5 meters. They didn't look like vines at all, they were more like giant clubs. A single hit could shatter a body. Even with Lin Moyu's peak true god physique, he couldn't withstand many hits. There were thousands of such vines, seemingly endless. On the vines, new tender leaves grew, and among them were dense thorns, each half a meter long with an extremely sharp tip, certainly capable of punching a large hole in a body. Finally, the great tree stopped growing when it reached 1,000 meters in height. It blotted out the sky and the earth. A single tree looked like an entire forest. Its branches and leaves were so dense that not even light could penetrate. The area around its trunk was like a black cloth. This was a level monster, its power reaching the peak of the 8th level god king. It looked like a tree monster, but it was far more powerful. Even if all the other tree monsters were combined, they could not compare to it. Its countless vines whipping through the air would be enough to kill those tree monsters instantly. Lin Moyu had retreated when the heavy rain started, quietly observing the appearance of the level monster, taking in every change. He knew he couldn't harm the level monster before it was fully formed, so there was no need to rush. The golden light in the sky gradually dissipated, the heavy rain stopped, and the yellow sand ceased its flight. Lin Moyu suddenly received a message. Level monster. Death tree. Realm. level God King restricted. Attacker's realm cannot exceed the death trees by more than 2 levels. If exceeded, no items will drop. If exceeded by 1 level, the drop rate will be half. The death tree exists for 2 hours. This message was directly reflected in his mind. Upon receiving it, Lin Moyu felt a jolt. He had previously thought the Yellow Earth Desert was somewhat like a dungeon in the small world. Now, suddenly receiving this prompt, it was exactly like a dungeon in the small world. What the hell? What is going on in my small world? Lin Moyu's mind was racing. He suddenly realized that the small world he lived in seemed very different from the great world. It was filled with secrets. Great secrets. Suddenly, a sense of danger rose in his heart. A black shadow appeared in his vision. Moving towards him, Vine crossed a distance of tens of thousands of meters to whip at him. He immediately pushed off with his feet, moving several hundred meters away. The vine struck the yellow sand, creating a huge chasm hundreds of meters deep. The sand in the chasm turned black as if struck by lightning. Immediately after, another vine whipped over. Lin Moyu instantly dodged. He didn't want to be hit, though not fatal, it would certainly be uncomfortable. The death tree was swinging its vines wildly, attacking Lin Moyu from all angles with great flexibility. His previous thoughts were cut off by the death tree. He now focused his full attention on it. The death tree absorbed 3 types of power: earth, rainwater, and lightning. The law of the earth gave it powerful defense, the law of lightning gave it attack power, and the law of the water system gave it strong recovery ability. In addition, being a plant-type monster, it had strong vitality, and as a leader-level monster, its vitality was even more robust. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. He knew that even if he increased his strength to the 9th level God King, it would be difficult to kill the death tree. The death tree was a leader-level monster. It was difficult for one person to kill it. It required a group to take it down. If the stone demons wanted to kill the death tree, they would need hundreds of 7th level God Kings and dozens of 8th level God Kings to charge together, and even then, it would take a great deal of effort to kill it. Lin Moyu suppressed the intention of doing it himself, as it was somewhat unrealistic. Without external replenishment, the sole power needed to maintain 2 origin spells continuously for strength enhancement would not last long, certainly not long enough to kill the death tree. If he didn't use the origin spells, then the remaining methods were very limited. First, he certainly couldn't rely on the Undead Legion. Although the Skeleton King had the combat power of an 8th level God King, there was only one of them. If there were 18, he might give it a try. Unfortunately, there was only one. Lin Moyu decisively gave up. The Death Knight Legion and the Bone Dragon Legion were also not good. The power difference was too great. An ordinary 8th level God King monster could wipe out both legions, let alone a leader-level monster. It would be like feeding fish to a cat. Given the scale of the death tree, it wasn't afraid of being swarmed. Finally, there were the skeleton god generals, but they were only 4th level God Kings. Even with a strategy of accumulating small damages, it was unlikely they could keep up with the death tree's recovery speed. If he couldn't do it, and the undead army couldn't do it, then there were only 2 methods left: the nether spirit elementals and corpse explosion. Lin Moyu had 2 pieces of 9th level God King flesh and blood and 10 pieces of 8th level God King stone demon flesh and blood, but he wasn't sure if he could blow up the opponent. After all, this was a leader-level monster, and a plant type 1 at that. With the law of the water system, its vitality was incredibly strong. Moreover, the 9th level God King flesh and blood was still useful. It was better not to use it if not necessary. As for the Void Wolf's flesh and blood, it was a god venerable level material, a life-saving trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Moyu would not use it. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Moyu had a plan. A beautiful nether spirit starlight, like a starry sky, appeared, transforming into a beautiful galaxy above the death tree. The beautiful stars reflected a hazy light and enveloped the death tree. The death tree's attack was suddenly disrupted. It had been chasing Lin Moyu, but now it suddenly turned to another position. As a leader-level monster, its vitality even surpassed that of a 9th level God King, and its attacks were close to a 9th level God King's, but it was undeniable that it was still an 8th level God King and would be affected by illusions. The nether spirit starlight wove an illusion, interrupting its attacks. Then, beside Lin Moyu, a dancing flame appeared. The nether spirit flame leaped out, and another fiery galaxy appeared in the sky. The galaxy tilted down, and fierce flames engulfed the death tree. The death tree went berserk in the flames, countless vines flailing about wildly. The hot flames burned the vines, and the giant vines were swallowed by the fire one by one. The flames grew more and more intense. The 9th level God King Nether Spirit Flame summoned a projection of the galaxy, carrying a nearly complete law of fire devouring the Death Tree's life. The Death Tree went crazy, its vines whipping even more fiercely. This type of attack could be compared to a cannonade. Of course, the Nether Spirit Flame would also be attacked. But the Nether Spirit Flame was composed of elements and had no real physical body. Ordinary physical attacks could not harm it, only laws could. It was hidden within the projection of the galaxy, which greatly weakened the Death Tree's attacks. It suffered no damage. Initially, things couldn't have gone so smoothly. The Nether Spirit Starlight's illusion had blinded the Death Tree's perception, making it unable to attack the Nether Spirit Flame with its full strength. The entire battle seemed to be completely leaning in Lin Moyu's favor. Although it seemed he had the upper hand, Lin Moyu did not take it lightly. If a leader-level monster was so easy to deal with, it wouldn't deserve to be called a leader-level monster. After 10 minutes, the vines had been burned to pieces. The yellow sand was covered with a layer of black ash, the remains of the Death Tree's burned vines. The flames had reached the main trunk of the Death Tree and began to burn it. At first glance, the Death Tree had no resistance at all. Victory was in sight. Even if its trunk was 1,000 meters long and its branches and leaves were lush, it would eventually burn to death. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The yellow sand rolled up like waves. Sand dunes rose from the ground one after another, then exploded. Countless roots were pulled out of the ground, thicker than the vines, and radiating incredible vitality. The Death Tree was so large, one could imagine its root system must be very developed. At this moment, the roots were pulled from the ground and appeared before Lin Moyu's eyes. Lin Moyu's pupils contracted, his gaze becoming solemn. Along with the roots came vast amounts of clear water. The clear water carried a rich law of the water system, like fountains gushing from the ground. In almost an instant, nearly 100 fountains appeared in the yellow earth desert. The clear water fell on the branches, temporarily suppressing the flames. The law of the water system watered the Death Tree, and its vitality surged. The burned vines quickly regenerated, growing out one by one. In just 2 minutes, the previously burned vines had regenerated, and even the charred parts of the trunk had returned to their original state. The water was still gushing, seemingly turning this place into an oasis. Lin Moyu stared intently. He felt as if there were a great deal of the law of the water system underground, that there was an underground river. Lin Moyu already knew the answer. He was aware of an underground river, otherwise, where would so much water come from? Moreover, this water was all law of the water system, not afraid of being burned by fire. Now, even if the Nether Spirit Flame used all its power, it would be difficult to burn the opponent to death. Leader-level monsters were indeed not easy to deal with. They were completely different from ordinary monsters. Lin Moyu thought about his past dungeon runs. This often happened. A leader-level monster was equivalent to a boss in a dungeon, so naturally, it wasn't so easy to kill. The restored Death Tree attacked again. The regenerated vines were covered with a layer of water. The damage from the Nether Spirit Flame was greatly reduced. When the vines whipped down, there was a crackling sound as if lightning was running through them. The vines were too dense, constantly hitting the Nether Spirit Elemental's galaxy projection. The battle caused the galaxy to shake. Lin Moyu had the Nether Spirit Flame shrink the galaxy to reduce the chances of being hit. For now, he didn't need it to attack. From the current perspective, the Nether Spirit Flame's attacks had lost their effect. The damage caused could not keep up with the Death Tree's recovery speed. Lin Moyu thought of a solution. It was just not easy to kill, but not impossible. The stone demons relied on numbers to push it back. As long as several hundred 8th level God Kings attacked together, they could still push it back. If there weren't that many 8th level God Kings, replacing them with 3 9th level God Kings, plus more than 10 8th level God Kings would be enough. With 1 9th level God King, the drop rate would be halved. With a few more 9th level God Kings, the drop rate would still only be halved, with no further effect. This was not considered a loophole. He had initially wanted to destroy the leader-level monster at the lowest cost, but now it seemed that was impossible. Fortunately, due to the influence of the illusion, the leader-level monster had no resistance. As long as he could kill it in the remaining time, he could get the key. Lin Moyu didn't think much more. He took out a piece of 9th level God King flesh and blood. The immortal flame burned brightly, and a large number of stone demons were resurrected, their bodies restored, their souls were made. More than 10 seconds later, a 9th level God King stone demon appeared before Lin Moyu. Immediately after, Lin Moyu took out all the 8th level God King flesh and blood. The immortal flame exploded, turning all the 8th level God Kings into resurrected beings. A total of 18 8th level God Kings and 1 9th level God King. Then, the skeleton throne appeared, and the 8th level God King Skeleton King stood up from it. The Skeleton King was taller than the Death Tree, but in terms of combat power, it was indeed inferior. Lin Wei took a deep breath and started to move. His aura continuously rose as he activated the origin spell for the second time. A faint light flashed on his body. With the blessing of the spell, his power increased rapidly. In an instant, he reached the 9th level God King, and a peak one at that. A wave of sharp pain rose in his soul, warning Lin Moyu that his soul would collapse at any moment. Then, the light changed, and the strength of the army spell was applied again. His soul power was consumed rapidly, but it brought enormous power. Excluding the Nether Spirit Flame, there were a total of 19 8th level God Kings and 3 9th level God Kings. Lin Moyu didn't believe he still couldn't kill the Death Tree. Attack, at his command. All the stone demons curled into balls, transforming into stone spheres that shot straight towards the Death Tree. They were so powerful that they broke vine after vine. The Death Tree's vines were too dense, with little space between their frenzied strikes. At this moment, the Skeleton King swung its bone sword, using a spell. The god-laying sword shadow exploded on a large number of vines, instantly breaking them and creating a path for the stone demons. Lin Wei transformed into a streak of light, rushing forward at his fastest speed. He surpassed the stone demons and rushed into the path created by the Skeleton King. There were still many vines inside the path. Lin Moyu also swung his sword, unleashing the god-laying spell. It was the same spell as the Skeleton King's, but more powerful. He was a peak 9th level God King, so it was normal for him to be stronger. A large number of vines broke. Although the Death Tree was trapped in an illusion, it also felt like it was being attacked. The next moment, more vines whipped towards this direction. Lin Moyu swung his bone sword, cutting off all the attacking vines. The Skeleton King also arrived at this time. The bone sword it used was even larger. A huge vine was broken with just one sweep. The Skeleton King's attack attracted the Death Tree. Instinctively, it focused its attacks on the Skeleton King. The path ahead for Lin Moyu and the stone demons became clear. Lin Moyu unleashed his law domain, the massive law enveloping the Death Tree. The strange spirit behind him grew again, and instantly all the immortal laws turned into the power of death. The immortal law was like a great wave, like a thick fog, covering the Death Tree layer by layer. The Death Tree was wrapped in a layer of water. This layer of water contained the law of the water system, which greatly weakened the damage from the Nether Spirit Flame. At this moment, the immortal law collided with the law of the water system, quickly melting it and turning the water into ordinary water. Without the law of the water system, the tree would have difficulty resisting the attack of the Nether Spirit Flame. The Nether Spirit Flame took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. Layers of white steam quickly rose, making a sizzling sound. The light of the flame engulfed the Death Tree once again. The Death Tree instinctively sensed the approaching danger and became even more frantic. Its vines whipped fiercely, and its roots also shook violently. Yellow sand flew wildly in the air, and vines shot out from the sand, crossing a distance of tens of thousands of meters and densely striking the Skeleton King. In fact, the Death Tree was in an illusion. It couldn't lock onto the Skeleton King's position at all. It could only roughly determine a direction. The Skeleton King was too large, its body 10,000 meters tall. It couldn't dodge all the vines. The Skeleton King used its bone sword to cut off a large number of vines. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, and countless roots flew out from the ground, wrapping tightly around it. The roots pulled it brutally, the immense force dragging the Skeleton King underground. The Skeleton King lost its balance and fell unexpectedly. At this moment, countless vines whipped at the Skeleton King. Its bones were cut apart and scattered everywhere. The Skeleton King's body was filled with white light. The Legion commanders quickly healed it. The earth shook, and the yellow sand in a 100-meter radius suddenly collapsed. The Legion commanders also lost their balance. Countless roots grew from the yellow sand within a 100-meter radius. The Death Tree's root system was extremely developed. The treatment was interrupted. Under the relentless attack of the vines, the Skeleton King's body was torn apart, and fell in less than half a second. The power of the illusion had weakened. Lin Moyu's heart chilled as he sensed the news sent back by the Nether Spirit Starlight. Although the Death Tree was only an 8th level God King, as a leader-level monster, the power consumed to create an illusion on it was much greater than on other 8th level God Kings. It was even more difficult than on a 9th level God King. After maintaining for more than 10 minutes, the power of the Nether Spirit Starlight's illusion began to weaken gradually. This also allowed the Death Tree to sense the presence of the Skeleton King and directly launch a powerful attack. Lin Moyu was not surprised that the Skeleton King was destroyed. Its large size was both an advantage and a disadvantage. At this time he and the stone demons had rushed to the base of the death tree. The Skeleton King's mission was complete. The stone demons quickly returned to their normal form. They spread their bodies and swung their giant fists, smashing into the death tree. The stones glowed with a faint light. The fists carried the law of earth and rock. Punch after punch fell like iron. The stone demons' attacks were simple and uncomplicated, with no fancy skills, only hard hits. They didn't have any special abilities. They had just transformed multiple times and mastered some minor spells, all aimed at enhancing their defense. In terms of attack power, it wasn't strong. It was even considered weak. But their endurance was astonishing. They could attack continuously. Given time, the damage they caused would not be small. The dense fists, like rain, had punched holes in the tough bark. The bark exploded, revealing the flesh inside. The stone demons had no intention of stopping. Their attacks became more ferocious, smashing piece after piece of the tree's flesh. The bone sword in Lin Moyu's hand did not stop. Sword shadows flashed, and the large tree's bark was cut into pieces under his blade. His power was very strong, reaching the peak of the 9th level God King. The damage he alone created could be compared to all the stone demons combined. The law of the water system on the surface of the death tree had been corroded by the immortal law. The water had been evaporated by the flames, and the flames engulfed the tree again. The death tree sensed a threat to its life, and its entire trunk began to shake violently. A large number of leaves fell from the tree, each with a diameter of over a meter and extremely large. The leaves flew into the air, and then exploded. The moment the leaves exploded, thunder roared, and countless electric snakes flew out, weaving into a dense net, covering Lin Moyu and all the stone demons. Both the Nether Spirit Flame and the Nether Spirit Starlight were affected by the electric net. The galaxy projection it summoned shook continuously, trembling as if it could collapse at any moment. The electric snakes struck the stone demons, tearing their skin and flesh. The stone demons fell into a state of paralysis for a moment, unable to attack. Lin Moyu was not affected by the abnormal conditions. Although the law of lightning and the electric snakes could also cause damage to him, it was still within his tolerance. The spirits in the SSS-Rank spell bore the damage with him. The Legion commanders continued to heal the spirits. It's a map-wide bombardment again. If it can't hit, it uses a map-wide bombardment. It's truly a leader-level monster. It's really smart. Although the illusion had weakened, the targets of him and the stone demons were still too small for the death tree. They were like birds on a tree, so a map-wide bombardment became the best choice, covering all directions and attacking. No one could escape. The stone demons were frozen in place, unable to move after being hit by the electric snakes, falling into a state of paralysis. The electric snakes seemed to have eyes. They sensed the stone demons were being attacked, and began to focus their fire. A large number of electric snakes flew over, trying to kill the stone demons. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. He knew it was because the number of stone demons was too small. If there were hundreds of 8th level God King stone demons, they wouldn't need to be afraid of this kind of map-wide attack. The attack of the electric snakes had the same characteristics as his own spells. The more targets it attacked, the smaller the damage. As long as there were enough stone demons, the damage could be evenly distributed. But now he only had less than 20 stone demons, which was clearly a disadvantage. He said with a heavy heart, self-destruct. The command was given in his mind. Then there was a loud explosion. A stone demon suddenly self-destructed. A huge force swept out near the death tree, and most of the self-destruction's power was borne by the death tree. Immediately after, the stone demons exploded one after another. The explosions continued unabated. A large number of branches and roots were blown away, and the trunk was blown into large holes. The bark had long been smashed by the fists, and now even the flesh inside was blown up, creating terrifying gaps. During the self-destruction, Lin Moyu saw a patch of green, followed by a strange aura. This aura contained a powerful law of life, the law of light. Lin Moyu was very sensitive to the law of life and immediately felt it clearly. At the center of the tree was an emerald green core, containing the law of light. No wonder its life force was so strong. It turned out it contained the law of light. As long as the core was destroyed, the death tree could be severely injured. Lin Moyu raised his bone sword and slashed towards the core. Selka-ling. The sword shadow exploded on the core, and dense cracks immediately appeared on it. The most troublesome thing was not the attack of the God-laying strike, but the power of death and the immortal law contained in the attack. The power of death invaded the core, corroding the life laws inside. The core was attacked, and the death tree shook violently. Countless vines whipped over. Lin Moyu turned his sword back and swung it out, cutting off all the vines. At this time, the The nether spirit flame also rushed over and stabbed into the core. In an instant, flames shot up, filling the entire death tree. The death tree let out a hoarse, uncomfortable cry. Since the battle began, this was the first time Lin Moyu had heard the death tree's cry. He knew that this time he had truly heard it. Whether it was the vines, bark, or roots, for the huge body of the death tree, it was only an external injury. Only the core was its true weakness. Even if all the vines were burned and cut off, it was not as bad as a sword stabbing into the core. The core was usually hidden inside the tree, protected by hard bark and thick flesh, making it difficult to damage. The core was exposed when the stone demons continued to self-destruct. The nether spirit flame entered the core and began to burn. The galaxy projection in the sky spewed out flames again, also penetrating into the core. In an instant, the entire death tree turned into a fire tree. The flames shot into the sky, like a pillar of fire continuously shooting up tens of thousands of meters. Then, the flames began to spread, quickly spreading to every branch, every vine, and root. Lin Moyu could feel the death tree's aura rapidly weakening, but it was still putting up a final resistance. A large amount of fresh water full of life was being absorbed by it, and it was also entering the core to try to extinguish the flames. Lin Moyu smiled. "I'll see you off on your final journey." He swung his bone sword and rushed into the hole in the trunk. Like a drill, he drilled along the trunk, rushing straight from the bottom to the top of the death tree. He tore the entire core to shreds. The death tree wailed, its branches drooped, its vines flew off, and its roots were no longer active. Its life force dissipated, gradually sinking into death. A few seconds later, the huge body of the death tree turned to ash. 2 items dropped from it. Lin Moyu picked them up. One was a key, the key to enter the deep zone. His soul power flowed out, activating the key. The key disappeared, and an indescribable aura appeared on Lin Moyu. He knew he was qualified to enter the deep zone. The other item was an earth, willow branch. The branch was as thick as a thumb, about 32 long, and contained a powerful law of the earth. He used a probing spell to check it for a moment. Not surprisingly, there were no results. The yellow earth desert appeared due to chaotic rules, and probing spells generally couldn't provide information on items within chaotic rules. Lin Moyu thought for a few seconds and put it away. He had initially wanted to try using it to summon another spirit. From his observation, the branch was a very high-quality material, but after thinking about it, he didn't. Since it dropped from a leader-level monster, it might be useful in the future. Just like the cores dropped by the previous monsters, they were useless in the outer zone, but in the middle zone, cores were necessary to summon a leader-level monster. So would the materials dropped by a leader-level monster have a use in the deep zone? After the death of the leader-level monster, the sky returned to normal. The fireballs became the rulers again, and the ground was once again covered with yellow sand. All traces of the previous battle were erased, as if nothing had happened. Lin Moyu stood in the yellow sand, not heading towards the deep zone. A purple light flashed on his body. His soul had just recovered from collapse. During the battle, his realm had risen to the 9th level God King, and his soul had endured enormous pressure. If his soul quality wasn't high enough, he might have collapsed on the spot. After the leader-level monster died, Lin Moyu had withdrawn his origin spell, and his soul finally collapsed. Thanks to his talent, his soul was restored, and at the same time, he gained an extremely powerful soul force. This was the soul power that the origin spell had just absorbed from the leader-level monster. At this time, the Great Tree of Talent and the 9-color Dragon Soul Crystal were working hard to refine and purify this soul power, and it would soon be integrated into Lin Moyu's soul. Lin Moyu closed his eyes in contemplation, thinking about the battle just now. There was no doubt that the Death Tree was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. It gave him the illusion of returning to a dungeon to fight a boss. Lin Moyu reviewed the battle process to see if there were any flaws in his fighting, if he could optimize it further. If he encountered similar enemies in the future, could he use simpler methods to deal with them? He still had a life and BAF enemy. No more than one. The Starry Sky Great Tree and the Zerg were both his enemies. Lin Moyu believed that sooner or later, the two sides would meet. Using the Death Tree as a reference, perhaps he could analyze the weakness of the Starry Sky Great Tree. I was too conservative before, losing my initial intention. A lion also uses its full strength to attack, breaking the situation. I didn't do these things well. If I had used my full strength from the beginning, the stone demons, the skeleton king, and the nether spirit could have beaten the Death Tree so badly it wouldn't have had a chance to deal with them. If I had known from the beginning that the Death Tree's weakness was its core, I could have broken the situation and attacked its weak point directly. My fighting method is not perfect enough, and my knowledge is not complete enough. When I get back, I need to check the information carefully and improve my knowledge. I also have some shortcomings in high-end combat power. This time, without the stone demons, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to deal with the death tree. But how to improve high-end combat power? Fusion spells. Perhaps I can start from this direction. I also need to collect some high-level starry sky giant beasts, or the flesh and blood of other races for emergencies. After reviewing the battle, Lin Moyu also evaluated his own combat power. It was not difficult for him to deal with an ordinary 9th level God King monster. Both he and the Nether Spirit Elemental could easily handle it, especially the Nether Spirit Elemental. The Nether Spirit Starlight and the Nether Spirit Flame could destroy almost all 9th level God Kings of all races. But if he encountered a leader-level monster in the Deep Zone, it would be beyond its capabilities. Even the Death Tree was so hard to fight. The leader-level monster in the deepest zone must be a 9th level God King. Its true combat power was probably close to that of a minor god, Venerable, plus the strong vitality of a leader-level monster. Even if he used all his means, it would be really difficult to deal with, unless he used his life-saving trump card. However, if he wanted to enter the Deep Zone, into the deepest part of the Yellow Earth Desert, he had to destroy the leader-level monster inside. No wonder only a minor god Venerable had a chance to enter the deepest place. Moreover, one minor god Venerable in that year was not enough. Zhu Qingjian probably had to join forces with several minor god Venerables to do it. But he couldn't get the news out, so others misjudged. I don't know the specific situation inside. With my current strength, there's still a bit of a gap. It seems my strength needs to increase a bit. Lin Moyu thought if he could advance to the 9th level true god, he could deal with the leader-level monster in the Deep Zone alone. Just as he was thinking, a pure and majestic soul force poured in. His soul suddenly felt warm, as if stepping into a hot spring. His soul began to grow rapidly, his aura rising quickly, and he took another step forward. The soul power of a leader-level monster was very large. After Lin Moyu absorbed it, he was not far from the 9th level true god. Relying on soul power, I only need to kill 5 or 600 8th level God King Earth Giants to advance to the 9th level true god. Let's do it this way, but the control over the opponent is not enough. After resting for half an hour, Lin Moyu held a bone sword and walked towards the Earth Giants. On the way to the Deep Zone, there were many Earth Giants, enough for Lin Moyu to reach the 9th level true god. He and the Skeleton King cooperated, killing one Earth Giant after another without the help of the Nether Spirit Elemental. The cores fell into his hands bit by bit. Lin Moyu put them away. Having learned his lesson, he didn't know the rules of the Deep Zone here, so there was no harm in keeping the cores. 3 days later, a screen of green appeared before Lin Moyu. The water element carrying the law rushed towards him. Lin Moyu walked to the edge of the oasis, sat down, and drew a stream of water into his stomach. A cool feeling spread throughout his body. Although he was not afraid of heat, it didn't mean he liked this kind of high temperature. Sitting at the edge of the oasis, looking at the intersection of the two zones in front, the aura from the Deep Zone could be clearly felt here. Lin Moyu temporarily ignored it. When resting, one should rest well. At the same time, he felt the power belonging to a 9th level true god, controlling this power, completely integrating it into his body and soul. In the past 3 days, he had almost non-stop killed 600 Earth Giants, harvesting 600 cores, and at the same time pushing his realm to the 9th level true god. After reaching the 9th level true god, his control over the law reached 26. If he took another step, his control over the law would increase to 30. He could successfully enter the God King realm. With his soul quality, entering the God King realm would be a smooth path, with no difficulty. The only problem now was the control of the law. If he continued to improve his soul, and use it to forcibly enhance his control over the law, he could indeed advance to God King. However, this would cause problems of an unstable foundation. In the short term, there would be no problem, but in the long run, it would not be a good thing. Lin Moyu knew this very well. He wanted to take steady steps, so after reaching the 9th level true god, he would not hunt any more Earth Giants. Advancing from the 9th level true god to God King required a large amount of soul power. He would turn this soul power into a reserve for himself. After entering the Deep Zone, he might have to face constant battles. Not only demon monsters, but also level monsters. He didn't want to fight too much and suddenly get promoted to God King, which would not be good. After resting for a while, Lin Moyu turned his head to look at the pile of rocks not far away. A pile of rocks like a hill had strange runes carved on it. This was the exit of the Yellow Earth Desert. Passing through this pile of rocks, one could leave the desert. Every oasis had such a pile of rocks. Lin Moyu had seen them before, but the pile of rocks here seemed a bit different. Lin Moyu did not approach but took a few steps back. He summoned a skeleton warrior and brought it close to the pile of rocks. Just as the skeleton warrior was 10 meters away from the pile of rocks, he suddenly disappeared. Lin Moyu had always maintained a connection with the skeleton warrior. The moment it disappeared, Lin Moyu opened his undead vision. In his undead vision, Lin Moyu saw a vast area of soul fire, each soul fire extremely powerful. Immediately after, an overwhelming attack came down, and the skeleton warrior fell on the spot. But the next second, Immortal Undead was activated, and the skeleton warrior was instantly revived. This revival was obviously beyond the opponent's expectation, and he did not react for a moment. When the opponent was stunned, Lin Moyu could see the opponent's appearance clearly. In the gray and white world, sand flew wildly in the air, and a sandstorm was raging. In the sandstorm, a stone demon with a heroic temperament was staring at him with bright red eyes. The next second, the overwhelming attack came down again, and the skeleton warrior was killed again. This time, Lin Moyu did not revive it but let it return to the SSS-Rank spell. He already knew what was going on. He stood up and left without stopping, turning into a streak of light and disappearing into the vast desert. After Lin Moyu left, dozens of black shadows appeared at the intersection of the middle and deep zones. A 9th-level God King Stone Demon appeared, his eyes sweeping over the oasis. Seeing that Lin Moyu had left, they silently returned to the deep zone. Lin Moyu stopped after being 1,000,000 kilometers away from the oasis. It seems they already know about the massacre of the base and have prepared a trap waiting for me. As long as I enter the deep zone, I will be surrounded. If I choose to retreat and leave at that time, when I get close to the pile of rocks, I will be sent into the trap they set up early on. How thoughtful. The stone demon's mind doesn't seem to be that bad, Lin Moyu muttered to himself with a bit of mockery. He looked at the fireballs above. The deep zone was within the heat radiation range of fireballs number 8 and 9. Although there were only 2 zones, their area was larger than the middle and outer zones combined. Just now, he had entered Area 8 from Area 6. But Area 6 was not only connected to Area 8, but also had a place connected to Area 9. The deep zone was too large, he could choose to enter from Area 9. This way, the traps set by the stone demons would naturally fail. Normally, this would be the case. With the IQ of the stone demons, being able to set up the previous trap was already very good. Lin Moyu looked ahead. He was about to head towards fireball number 9, but suddenly stopped. No. My thinking is too conventional. The stone demons are not smart, but not all of them are not smart, nor is it impossible for them to be smart. And there might not only be stone demons among them, there could be other demons. If the smart demons could set up a trap like before, they could also set up other traps. They must have also guessed that I would move towards Area 9. The demon tribe has many tricks. Even if I enter Area 9, I might be discovered by them or even surrounded. Even if they can't teleport me there, if I can still go, I might still fall into a trap. And I don't know much about the deep zone, I don't know what's going on inside. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. If it were him setting the trap, he would have many ways to surround the opponent. Although he was very confident in his strength, he didn't like being caught in a trap. Lin Moyu immediately changed direction and headed towards Area 7. Among the 3 middle zones, Area 5 was controlled by the Sand Tribe and the Earth Demon Tribe in alliance. Area 7 was occupied by various races, each operating on its own, which was relatively chaotic. However, Lin Moyu didn't hesitate about this. As long as it wasn't a hostile race, and as long as the other party didn't provoke him first, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. If the other party was a hostile race, then he would kill. If someone came to provoke him, he would also kill. He wanted to use the path at the very edge of Area 7 to enter Area 9. He didn't believe the demon's tentacles could stretch that far. In the yellow sand, Lin Moyu turned into a streak of light, quickly moving forward. The Yellow Earth Desert was vast, and with many restrictions, Lin Moyu's speed had reached its limit. On the way, he encountered Earth Giants again, but this time he didn't kill them, but just passed by. When the Earth Giants had fully recovered, Lin Moyu had long since disappeared. 2 days later, Lin Moyu saw an oasis again, the oasis belonging to Area 7. There were 2 oases in Area 7, leading to different locations in Area 9. Entering Area 9 from the oasis in front, this place was relatively close to Area 8. Further away, there was also an oasis that could enter Area 9. Lin Moyu saw the oasis, and his footsteps slowed and then gradually stopped. He chose to enter Area 9 from this place. Based on his thinking, If there was really a smart person among those stone demons, they would definitely guess that he might enter the deep zone from the farthest place. So, he could do the opposite and enter from a closer place. This was just one reason. The second reason was that there were other people here. Not the Sand Tribe and the Earth Demon Tribe, but various other races, and there were many of them. Because there was no unified plan of action, a rather special situation arose here. Occasionally, people would retreat from the deep zone and return to the oasis to rest. After resting, they would go back into the deep zone to hunt monsters, get materials from them, and come back to comprehend the laws. This was safer. If they encountered danger, they could escape through the stone piles in the oasis. However, once they fled, all their keys would become invalid. If they wanted to rear into the Yellow Earth Desert, they would have to hunt a leader-level monster from the outer zone to get a key. The whole process would be very troublesome. The strong individuals who could enter this deep zone were all 9th level God Kings. They also often formed small groups, very few worked alone. Although they were all members of different small tribes, once the demon tribe dealt with them, they would unite. Because they knew very well that if they didn't unite, they would definitely be killed or driven away by the demons. At first, the number of members of the small tribes was too small, and they were really suppressed by the stone demon tribe. Later, as the number of people increased, they gradually formed a large team, and even the demons couldn't easily attack them. After all, besides the demon tribe, there were also the Earth Demon Tribe and the Sand Tribe. So the Sand Tribe, the Earth Demon Tribe, the Demon Tribe, and the members of the small tribes had formed a strange balance here. Lin Moyu approached the oasis, and some figures gradually appeared in his sight. Turning on his undead vision, he could see powerful soul fires shooting out from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Outside the oasis, everyone was a 9th level God King expert. It seemed they were all resting, adjusting their auras, and some were comprehending the laws. Many people were talking, and the atmosphere seemed quite good. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt as if he was seeing the scene in front of a dungeon in the small world. There were also many people in groups, either resting or shouting for people to form a team. It was just that most of the people here did not belong to the same race. The Bull Demon Tribe, the Golden Eagle Tribe, the Black Iron Tribe, all races gathered together, but surprisingly, there were no conflicts. Lin Moyu found it extremely strange. Some races were even hostile to each other, but they restrained themselves and did not act. This scene was almost impossible in the great world. Lin Moyu's approach attracted the attention of many people. Among them was one from the Golden Eagle Tribe, who suddenly spread his golden wings and stood up abruptly. The Golden Eagle Tribe and the Human Tribe were mortal enemies. When they met, they would fight to the death. He stared at Lin Moyu intently, and Lin Moyu also stared back at him, neither giving way. The reason Lin Moyu didn't act was that the situation here was quite strange. Before he understood the situation, he shouldn't act. Moreover, killing a 9th level God King of the Golden Eagle Tribe was quite difficult, but not in the Yellow Earth Desert. Here, speed was limited, and the Golden Eagle Tribe's greatest advantage could not be utilized. So he had become a bird in a cage. Lin Moyu could crush him at any time if he wanted. The Golden Eagle Tribe member also did not act. There was deep hatred in his eyes, but for some reason he had to restrain himself. Beside him, a member of the Bull Demon Tribe whispered, "Restrain yourself, don't break the rules." Hearing this, the Golden Eagle Tribe member gradually withdrew his aura. His eyes left Lin Moyu, and he lowered his head in silence, gnawing on the food in his hand. Rules. These races were clearly hostile to each other, yet they could restrain each other. Could it be because of rules? Who set the rules? Lin Moyu looked at the situation before him. He could recognize many of the races there. Generally, he could still distinguish some. For example, the Bull Demon Tribe and the Golden Eagle Tribe had no conflict, so they would gather together, while the Black Iron Tribe and the Bull Demon Tribe had a breakthrough. They would get closer to the races that were friends, while avoiding the Golden Eagle Tribe, which had a good relationship with the Bull Demon Tribe, like the Three Silver Tribe. It was originally a combination of 3 races, already a group in itself. There were also some plant-type races that would associate with other plant-type races. Here, the saying birds of a feather flock together was perfectly explained. Lin Moyu was very curious about the rules that allowed so many races to coexist peacefully. Many people glanced at Lin Moyu curiously, but when they saw he was only a 9th level true god, they were not surprised. They all felt that Lin Moyu had used some special means to hide his true realm. To reach this point, one had to be at least an 8th level god king, and it was very likely a 9th level god king. However, due to Lin Moyu's identity, it still caused some discussion. I haven't seen a human in many years. That's right, didn't the human tribe give up this place? The human tribe has the Sea of Laws. Why would they care about this place? Why did a human come here at this time? The Sea of Laws has disappeared. With the current strength of the human tribe, this is unlikely. Unless there are monsters like Zhao Jantian among the other races. There were all kinds of comments, but Lin Moyu ignored them, walking straight to the outside of the oasis, drinking a mouthful of water, and then observing carefully again. His eyes fell on the pile of rock not far away. He also didn't see anything unusual in the pile of rocks. There was no teleportation array or trap in front of the rocks. Thinking about it, no matter how strong the demon tribe was, they couldn't set a trap here. Just imagine, the hundreds of powerful 9th-level god kings here would not agree. At this moment, a faint fragrance floated over, and a pleasant voice entered my ear. Hello. The voice was as soft as wax. Just by hearing the voice, you could tell she was a lovely woman. Turning his head, he saw a woman from the Butterfly tribe. Lin Wei smiled kindly and said, hello. The woman from the Butterfly tribe was very beautiful. It had to be said that there were very few unattractive people in the Butterfly tribe. Their beauty was both in line with human aesthetics, and very eye-catching. These days, he had gotten used to seeing yellow sand, and all kinds of monsters. It was rare to see such a beautiful woman. It was still worth appreciating. The Butterfly tribe had a very good relationship with the human tribe and was an ally. Lin Moyu didn't expect to meet a member of the Butterfly tribe here. The people of the Butterfly tribe mainly cultivated the law of Starlight, with very few other laws. However, from this Butterfly tribe woman, besides the strong law of Starlight, Lin Moyu also sensed the law of the earth. He understood in his heart that she cultivated two types of laws. It was just that the law of Starlight was relatively strong and the law of the earth was relatively weak. The Butterfly tribe woman said to Lin Moyu, my name is Dai Singer. Our team is over there. The deep zone is very dangerous. Do you want to join? Lin Moyu looked in the direction she pointed and saw her teammates. He smiled and said, all right. In Dai Singer's team, there were 4 people, all women. 2 of them had blue skin, blue eyes, and soft legs like water plants. This was a very clear characteristic of the water god tribe. Their appearances were almost identical, and even their temperaments were very similar. According to Dai Singer's introduction, the 2 were named Shui Luoyu and Shui Luoi. They were twin sisters. Shui Luoyu was the older sister, and Shui Luoi was the younger. The water god tribe was proficient in the law of the water system. But these 2 also exuded a faint aura of the law of the earth. Like Dai Singer, they cultivated 2 types of laws. The other person's body was a light yellow, the yellow of earth and rock, but more like a yellow jade, somewhat translucent. The aura of the law of the earth was very clear in her body. A 9th-level god king, with the law of the earth nearly complete. Lin Moyu judged this person to be the strongest in the team. It was just that he couldn't recognize this race for a moment. He again felt that his knowledge was too lacking. After being introduced by Dai Singer, Lin Moyu learned that this woman's name was Xuan Yu. She came from the Star Jade tribe. When he heard the Star Jade tribe, Lin Moyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The Star Jade tribe was a very mysterious race. Their people rarely moved around in the great world. Many cultivators might never have met a member of the Star Jade tribe. He didn't expect to meet one here. Faced with Lin Moyu's appearance, the sisters Shui Luoyu and Xuan Yu did not object. It was clear that the 4 of them had a very good relationship. And they also knew the relationship between the Butterfly tribe and the human tribe. Although their races had no interaction with the human tribe because of Dai Singer's relationship, they would be polite to Lin Moyu. Dai Singer introduced for a while, and now it was Lin Moyu's turn. Lin Moyu sat down comfortably and said, human tribe, Lin Moyu. He did not perform any rituals. Each race had different customs. The rituals of the human tribe might be an insult to a certain race. There were many people here, and Lin Moyu had no place to lower his voice. As soon as Lin Moyu said these 3 words, the surroundings immediately became quiet. The beautiful butterfly wings behind Dai Singer unconsciously trembled a few times. She widened her beautiful, star-like eyes. You are Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu nodded strangely. Was there something wrong with his name? Even if he was famous, it was only a little famous in the true god realm. In the eyes of the vast majority of experts in the God King realm, the true god realm was just small fries, with no weight at all. Dai Singer said in a low voice, do you know you are very famous? Lin Moyu looked around. The eyes of nearly 100 experts were very strange. He subconsciously asked, I'd like to hear the details. Dai Singer said, here we have a member of the Gemini tribe. You also know the characteristics of the Gemini tribe. They are twins for life. Lin Moyu nodded. He naturally knew about the Gemini tribe. The Gemini tribe was a very special race. Twins for life. Each member of the Gemini tribe was divided into two at birth. Both were the main body, and the two bodies could be integrated or separated. This was true not only for the body, but also for the soul. Moreover, no matter how far apart they were or what barriers were between the two bodies, they could still communicate with each other mentally. Because they only had one soul from the beginning, it was very difficult to isolate them. Even using formations or restrictions couldn't limit them. Hearing Dietzsinger's meaning, it was a member of the Gemini tribe who had brought news of him here. Dieitzinger continued to explain, "We in the Yellow Earth Desert are cut off from the outside world. Even the clones of the demon tribe can't contact their main bodies. Only the Gemini tribe can bring in news from the outside." He often talks about the outside world. "You are currently at the top of the demon tribe's must skill list, even higher than some old god kings. The demon tribe has offered a very high price for you. Just by killing you, one can get a god venerable level magic treasure." Lin Moyu was a little surprised. A god venerable level magic treasurer was indeed very valuable. The demon tribe thought too highly of him. He half-joked, "He didn't expect my life to be so valuable." His eyes swept around and met the gazes of the other god kings. Some people's eyes were still normal, no problem, but in the eyes of some people, killing intent had already surged, like the 9th level god king of the Golden Eagle tribe. He had wanted to kill him from the beginning, and now he wanted to kill him even more. Dieitzinger also noticed this point and couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything here." Lin Moyu asked, "What are the rules of this place?" "This place is under the charge of Minor Nether King Bodhisattva, who has set the rules. No one is allowed to use force in the Oasis, otherwise they will be punished." Minor Nether King Bodhisattva, a member of the Buddhist tribe. Lin Moyu thought to himself. Bodhisattva was the realm title of the Buddhist tribe, which was essentially still a god king. In the Buddhist tribe, the realms were divided into Arhat, Bodhisattva, and Buddha. Among them, Arhat was a true god, Bodhisattva was a god king, and Buddha was a god venerable. He had even killed a Buddha before. Lin Moyu found it a bit strange. How could the Buddhist tribe come here to set rules? Puzzled, he asked, "What realm is Minor Nether King Bodhisattva?" Dieitzinger said, "Minor Buddha, which is the minor god venerable realm, is the strongest in this area, so we can only follow the rules he sets." Minor God Venerable was a special realm between 9th level God King and God Venerable. A minor God Venerable had full control over their laws, with 100 control. All that was left was to have the laws wrap around the soul, and then enter the galaxy of laws. Once you completed this step, you would be a true God Venerable. Then you could travel throughout the galaxy of laws, mobilize its power, and gain infinite power with every action. A minor God Venerable could not yet mobilize the power of the galaxy of laws, but with 100 control over the laws, he could already defeat a group of 9th level God Kings. To defeat a minor God Venerable, at least 10 9th level God Kings had to attack at the same time. But that was just victory, not destruction. If a minor God Venerable wanted to leave, a God King could not stop him. If you encountered a more powerful minor God Venerable, more than a dozen 9th level God Kings would not be enough. As for geniuses, who wasn't a genius? To be able to reach this step, who was worse than whom? Lin Moyu was a little wary of the Buddhist tribe. From the bottom of his heart, he did not like the Buddhist tribe. Moreover, he was just borrowing this place for a bit. He didn't want to have any contact with the Buddhist people, nor did he want to have any contact with the people within these 480 miles. Around him, 5 or 6 pairs of eyes had become sharp, containing killing intent. They seemed to be thinking about whether to act now and risk being punished to kill him. At the same time, they were also thinking about whether they could kill him as quickly as possible. Dieitzinger was a little worried. "Lin Moyu, they want to kill you. Why don't you leave?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I still have things to do, so I can't leave for now. I just arrived here. Can you talk to me about the deep zone?" Dieitzinger nodded and recounted some of the things she knew. What she said was actually something everyone knew. There were no secrets. Lin Moyu listened carefully, memorizing it in his heart. After Dieitzinger finished speaking, her beautiful eyes darted around. "If you don't leave, then you can stay with us. With us here, they won't dare to act rashly." Lin Moyu shook his head. "No need. With their strength, they can't kill me. But it's nice to be remembered." He slowly stood up and said in a low voice, "I'll go first." The Butterfly tribe and the human tribe had a good relationship. Dieitzinger didn't want Lin Moyu to be killed. Lin Moyu was the first to speak. "Don't worry, Miss Singer." He used his eyes to stop Dieitzinger, then walked away. Very quickly, in the blink of an eye, he had left the Oasis. Dieitzinger instinctively stood up to chase, but her clothes were held back by Chuan Yu. Chuan Yu shook her head at Dai Singer, signaling her not to move. At this time, several people had stood up, looking in the direction Lin Moyu had left. 10 seconds later, 6 people left the Osis and chased after Lin Moyu. Dai Singer said softly, "I am a little worried. They're casing him." Chuan Yu said in a low voice, "I know the Butterfly tribe and the human tribe have a good relationship, but you can't help with this today. With our strength, it's hard to save him. Moreover, he has been targeted by the Golden Eagle tribe. You also know that once you are targeted by the Golden Eagle tribe, you can't escape. Even if we can save him once, we can't save him a second time." The speed of the Golden Eagle tribe was very fast. Everyone knew this well. Not to mention the outside world. Even here, the Golden Eagle tribe still maintained this advantage. Once targeted by them, it was almost impossible to escape. Dai Singer naturally understood this truth, but because of the relationship between the two tribes, and her own personality, worry was inevitable. But she also knew that Xuan Yu was right. They could be saved once or twice, but not 3 or 4 times. At this time, Shui Luoyu said, "I think he will be fine." Shui Luoyu also said, "He is very confident. He is not pretending at all. He is really not afraid of those people." Dai Singer's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of joy. "Really?" The two sisters nodded at the same time. "Really? He's really not afraid." Shui Luoyu added, "Moreover, I feel that he doesn't even see those people as a threat at all." The water god tribe used water as a medium, and had an extremely strong sensing ability. They could perceive changes in others' emotions through changes in the blood flow in the human body. When Lin Wei spoke, he was too calm, and the blood in his body was also very calm. They felt that Lin Wei was telling the truth. John Yu said, "Little Singer, don't worry. If he said so, then believe him." Dai Singer nodded, her mood now much better. Lin Moyu was very far from the Osis. He walked very fast, and looked like he was fleeing, but strangely, he did not sneakily erase his tracks. On the contrary, he seemed a bit ostentatious. When he walked, he created strong winds that stirred up streaks of sand, causing them to fly into the sky. The 6 people behind were very far away. They didn't need to get close, but even without the sand trails, the 6 would not lose his track. Because among the 6 was a member of the wolf tribe. He had the head of a wolf, a pair of small, sharp eyes like knives that made people unable to look directly at them. Both his hands and feet had sharp claws, comparable to Gaki-level magic treasures, capable of tearing through the enemy's defenses. The wolf tribe was very good at attacking, but their defense was relatively weak. In addition, they had a special ability: they could leave a mark on their prey. The mark was silent, and the target would not feel anything. Despite being hundreds of millions of miles apart, the Wolf clan could still track their target through traces. Combined with the speed of the Golden Eagle clan, Lin Moyu could not escape. Among the 6 pursuers, besides one from the Wolf clan and one from the Golden Eagle clan, there was also one from the Xi clan. Additionally, there were 3 members from the 3 silver clans: the Silver Hound, the Silver Serpent, and the Silver Eye. The member of the Golden Eagle clan emitted a faint golden light. His sharp eyes glowed like 2 twinkling stars, clearly fixing on Lin Moyu's path ahead. The Golden Eagle clansman wasn't in a hurry to catch up. He was completely confident Lin Moyu couldn't escape. He spoke softly, "Let's discuss how to divide the spoils. I didn't expect to run into Lin Moyu here. Unfortunately, the Demon clan only gave me 1 magic treasure, so it will be difficult for us to share." The Wolf clan members said, "1 God Venerable level magic treasure is equivalent to 10 top grade God King level magic treasures. If anyone wants the God Venerable level item, they must offer other treasures in exchange." His idea was sound, and everyone agreed. After all, they didn't know what kind of treasure the Demon clan would reward them with, and it might not even be suitable for them. They discussed for a while and swore a great world oath. With the oath binding them, the superficial harmony among them improved slightly. Although they pursued Lin Moyu together, they remained wary of each other. No one would completely trust someone from a different race. Sometimes, even those from the same race couldn't be fully trusted. After leaving the Osis for over 1,000,000 kilometers, Lin Moyu had truly exited the restricted zone set up by the minor Bright King Bodhisattva. The Golden Eagle clansman was the first to lose patience. "I'll go stop him first. You can follow." Without waiting for a reply, the wings on his back fluttered, and he transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting straight towards Lin Moyu. His speed was incredible. Without the restrictions of the yellow sand desert, he could have exceeded 100 kilometers per second. Even so, he approached Lin Moyu at 10 kilometers per second and quickly closed the distance. Suddenly, he noticed Lin Moyu standing still in the yellow sand, smiling at him. It felt as if he had been waiting. A strange feeling arose in the Eagle Clansman's heart. He stopped 1,000 meters from Lin Moyo, a distance that was no different from being face-to-face for beings of their power. His gaze was cold. "You're not running." Lin Moyo smiled faintly. "Why should I run?" The Golden Eagle Clansman stared at Lin Moyo with his piercing eyes. Lin Moyo's attitude was unsettlingly calm. He seemed utterly fearless. For any ninth May God King to be so composed when facing 6 experts of the same realm was strange. He suppressed the growing unease in his heart. "You're very confident in yourself." Lin Moyo glanced at him and the others rushing over from behind. "I'm a little curious. When the Demon Clan put me at the top of their kill list, did they reveal any other information about me?" The Golden Eagle Clansman was taken aback, not understanding what Lin Moyo meant. Lin Moyo smiled again and continued, "It seems not. Let me ask another question. Why do you think the Demon Clan is offering a bed venerable level treasure for my head? If I remember correctly, you were at the top of the kill list before me. The bounty for the previous number 1 was only 3 top-grade God King level treasures. A God Venerable level treasure was worth more than 3 times that. There had to be a reason for such a discrepancy." Only then did the Golden Eagle Clansman realize they had never considered this. They knew nothing about Lin Moyo's specific strength or other details. The unease in his heart grew stronger, but the arrival of his companions gave him a renewed sense of security. Unless Lin Moyo had reached the level of a minor God Venerable, he was sure to die today. And even if they couldn't defeat a minor God Venerable themselves, they could still escape back to the oasis guarded by the minor Bright King Bodhisattva. At worst, they could leave the Yellow Sand Desert and the Vermilion Bird battlefield altogether. The great world was vast. They might never meet again. As these thoughts raced through the Golden Eagle Clansman's mind, Lin Moyo's voice rang out again. "You are indeed smarter than the stone demons, but your intelligence is still limited. My human clan has a saying, man dies for wealth, birds die for food. Welcome to your deaths." The Wolf Clan, Kthi Clan, and the 3 Silver Clans finally arrived. They moved past the Golden Eagle Clansmen, surrounding Lin Moyo from different directions. None of the 6 made a move, but they seemed certain of their victory. A sinister glint appeared in the Wolf Clan members' eyes. "You say we will die for wealth. You think too highly of yourself." Lin Moyo chuckled and glanced around at the 6 of them. At that moment, his orb began to surge wildly, ascending from the true God realm, breaking through all limitations until it reached the peak of the 9th rank God King. No one was surprised by this. They had long suspected Lin Moyo was hiding his true strength. To reach his position, he had to be at least an 8th rank God King, more likely a 9th rank. However, the sense of dread in the Golden Eagle Clansman's heart intensified. The Wolf Clan member also unleashed his aura. He too was a 9th rank God King, and the strongest among them. Not much weaker than Lin Moyo. "Finally, you stop hiding your realm. You humans love to play such meaningless games." The Kthi and 3 Silver Clansmen released their auras in succession. A powerful pressure shot into the sky, taking up clouds of yellow sand. The Golden Eagle Clansman also unleashed his powerful aura. 6 auras belonging to 9 rank God Kings firmly suppressed Lin Moyo. In the next second, the expressions of all 6 changed drastically. Lin Moyo's aura, having reached the peak of the 9th rank God King, paused for 2 seconds before suddenly surging again. In an instant, it broke through the constraints of the God King realm and entered a special state. A minor God Venerable. His soul felt a swelling sensation, slightly painful but bearable. After reaching the 9th rank True God, his soul's resilience had been greatly enhanced. Not only had his own power grown stronger and his foundation more solid, but the power of his undead had also improved. With the combination of both, Lin Moyo finally broke the limits of a 9th rank God King, temporarily elevating his power to the level of a minor God Venerable. Previously, just attempting to elevate his soul to this level would have caused it to shatter within seconds, rendering him unable to fight. But now, his soul could maintain the minor God Venerable state for a period of time. If he could replenish his power during this time, he could extend it even further. The Golden Eagle Clansman finally understood the source of his unease. "You're not a 9th rank God King. You're a minor God Venerable," he shrieked, his heart filled with terror. His first instinct was to flee. He wasn't the only one with this idea. The other 5 had the same thought. They no longer had any intention of killing Lin Moyo. They just wanted to leave. But Lin Moyo would not give them the chance. With a flick of his finger, a red light flashed. All 6 simultaneously felt a sharp pain in their heads as their souls were attacked, and their movements froze. It was a fusion of the time curse technique. Although Lin Moyo's soul had improved, his techniques were still at the 9th rank True God level. A ninth rank true god technique, amplified by a tenfold damage multiplier from his enhancements, could only inflict spiritual pain and delay them for half a second. But half a second was enough for Lin Moyu to do a lot. The flame of immortality appeared in the sky, and a golden deer skull flew out from the flames. The Skeleton King rose from his throne, and countless skeletons appeared in dense numbers, surrounding everyone almost instantly. The skeletons posed no real threat to them, but they could delay them and buy time for Lin Moyu. The soul flame in the Skeleton King's head flickered violently. A crimson light shot out from his empty eye sockets, locking onto the Golden Eagle clansman. He swung his green bone sword, unleashing the god-slaying technique. As the sword light flashed, the Golden Eagle clansman let out a strange cry. The Skeleton King had reached the ninth rank God King realm. With his enhancements, his damage was increased tenfold, nearly surpassing the limits of a ninth rank God King. Even if it didn't reach the level of a minor god venerable, it was incredibly close. The Golden Eagle God King couldn't withstand the god-slaying strike and was severely injured on the spot. His golden feathers were severed, his expression contorted in pain, and the golden light around him dim. Horrified, he prepared to detonate all his feathers and use his clan's life-saving technique to escape. But the scene before him suddenly changed. The yellow sand vanished, and a starry sky descended. The world had transformed in an instant. He felt as if he were in the great world's cosmos. An illusion. His heart trembled. How could he have fallen into an illusion? When did it appear? In the starry sky, a giant comparable to the stars appeared. The giant raised its palm, carrying an aura that could destroy galaxies, and slapped down towards him. The illusion was too real. Even knowing it was an illusion was useless. Not even a god king could remain calm in such a vision. The Golden Eagle clansman screamed in terror, his feathers exploding as he instantly transformed into a vulture using his life-saving method. After detonating his feathers, he turned into a golden light and fled deep into the cosmos. But the giant moved faster. Its colossal hand descended, swatting him back. The Golden Eagle clansman's face was filled with despair. The life in his eyes gradually faded. The giant spewed fire, engulfing him. Trapped in a sea of flames, he screamed in agony. In the real world, the Golden Eagle clansman had detonated all his feathers, displaying astonishing speed. However, due to the restrictions of the Yellow Sand Desert, his speed had just increased when he was abruptly stopped by the desert's rules, as if he had hit an invisible wall and bounced back. Then, the witch demon flame summoned the projection of the Star River Law, and endless flames poured into him, engulfing him. The Golden Eagle clansman died the fastest. He was first severely injured by the Skeleton King, and then used his life-saving technique, weakening him. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to burn such an expert to death with just the witch demon flame. Lin Moyu moved, appearing next to the dying Golden Eagle clansman, and swung his sword at his head. The sharp green bone sword, wrapped in the law of immortality, corroded the Golden Eagle clan member's final defenses. He severed its neck, and a featherless head with a sharp beak flew into the sky. Bright red blood with a hint of gold sprayed out, staining the yellow sand. A stream of soul energy was absorbed, part of it converted into power to sustain his origin techniques, while the rest was purified and refined by the talent tree and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. Lin Moyu collected the body of the Golden Eagle clansman, another piece of 9th rank God King material, and turned to look at the remaining 5. To Lin Moyu, these 5 were just materials. They were currently trapped in their own illusions, unable to break free. The witch demon Starlight's illusion could trap a 9th rank God King expert. If it enveloped only one person, it could hold them for a long time. With more people, the duration would decrease accordingly. With 5 people trapped simultaneously, the illusion wouldn't last more than 5 minutes. For a 9th rank God King, 5 minutes was a long time, enough for Lin Moyu to kill them many times over. The Skeleton King and the Witch Demon Flame both possessed the combat power of a 9th rank God King, plus Lin Moyu, who had reached the level of a minor god venerable. With the 3 of them working together, they slaughtered the remaining 5 without any trouble. The oasis was still quiet. The world of yellow sand swirling in the distance seemed like a different space from the oasis. Here, there was no conflict, like a land of purity. No one dared to violate the rules established by the minor bright King Bodhisattva with the power of a minor god venerable. At this moment, they were all discussing Lin Moyu, and no one thought he could return alive. Pursued by 6 9th rank God Kings marked by the Wolf clan, with the Golden Eagle clan's speed advantage, Lin Moyu was certainly dead. But most people here didn't care about Lin Moyu's life or death. It had nothing to do with them. Di Tingni had been comforted and was no longer anxious, but hearing everyone's discussion, the worry in her heart couldn't help but rise again. Her good sister, Huayan Nguk, and the sisters Thylacthu and Thylaki comforted her again. But the effect was minimal. In the great world, life and death were common. People who had cultivated to the ninth rank god king like Deep Tinmi had long seen through this. It could only be said that the nature of the Butterfly clan was too kind. No matter how strong they became, they couldn't change their nature. In other words, the Butterfly clan was a bit of a saintly type. In the great world, a saintly personality was a flaw that could bring disaster. But the Butterfly clan had another advantage. They were only saintly towards the human clan. Once toys and slaves, they were eventually rescued by the human clan and became their allies. The Butterfly clan's saintliness was reserved only for the human clan. Gok remained calm. Don't worry too much. He must have a way to escape. She had said this several times, but it wasn't very effective. Deep Tinmi's gaze was fixed in the direction Lin Moyu had left. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She saw a figure appear at the edge of her vision, walking on the yellow sand. His steps seemed slow, but he was actually very fast. He was back. Gok noticed Deep Tinmi's change and followed her gaze. She saw Lin Moyu. Each race had its own unique characteristics, and one could tell at a glance that this was a human. This person could only be Lin Moyu. Seeing Lin Moyu, the worry in Deep Tinmi's eyes quickly dissipated, and she smiled and nodded. He's really okay. Gok's expression changed slightly. He was fine, but the ones who pursued him had not returned. Lin Moyu's peaceful return, while his pursuers were nowhere to be seen, made the outcome obvious. The sisters Thylacthu and Thylaki said in unison, "It seems he is very strong." Gok whispered, "To be ranked first on the demon clan's kill list, he is certainly not ordinary." Lin Moyu quickly approached, and many people saw him, all showing expressions of astonishment. Some looked puzzled, murmuring, "He's fine. Did those guys not catch up to him?" Some of the smarter ones immediately showed looks of vigilance. They must have caught up. With the Wolf clan's mark, how could they not? He has returned, but those guys haven't. Could it be that he killed them all? The Golden Eagle clan, the Wolf clan, and the 3 Silver clans are not weak. I can smell blood. The blood of the Golden Eagle clan. The blood of the Wolf clan. Everyone present realized what had happened. Even though it was unbelievable, they had to believe it. The people who pursued Lin Moyu were all dead, killed by him. No matter who it was, they had to be wary of an existence that could kill experts of the same realm. Deep Tinmi was about to go over, but Gok pulled her back, signaling her not to. Because Lin Moyu had changed his direction, he was not heading towards the Oasis. After approaching the Oasis, he suddenly turned towards the deep region. He had returned to the Oasis only to enter the 9th zone, not to rest. Killing a few 9th rank god kings was a small matter. He smiled at Deep Tinmi from a distance, and then headed towards the 9th zone. The giant fireballs in the sky, which had been burning for countless years, were numbered consecutively. Among them, fireballs number 8 and 9 were adjacent, jointly radiating heat in the deep region. After the previous encounter, Lin Moyu could guess that the area heated by fireball number 8 should be controlled by the demon clan. Zone 9 was where members of various other races operated. A minor Bright King Bodhisattva was the manager of these people, unifying their power. The minor Bright King Bodhisattva was a minor Buddha, which meant a minor god venerable in the great world. With him guarding it, the demon clan wouldn't dare to go too far. As for the Sand clan and the Earth Finns, Lin Moyu hadn't seen them yet. He felt that these 2 races were very likely to have a foothold in the deep region. If the 2 clans joined forces, their strength would not be weak, and they might even have a minor god venerable guarding them. Based on this calculation, the demon clan should also have a minor god venerable. The existence of the minor Bright King Bodhisattva reminded Lin Moyu of many things. At the same time, the appearance of the Buddhist clan made Lin Moyu feel that something was off. The Buddhist clan had never participated in battles between races. They only recruited believers. People of any race could join the Buddhist clan. Upon joining, you would completely separate from your original race and become a member of the Buddhist clan. The Buddhist clan called this behavior all-encompassing, teaching without discrimination. The Buddhist clan would sometimes preach Buddhism in the great world, promoting their doctrines. This move had indeed attracted many people to join, but because they claimed not to participate in racial conflicts, there were no traces of the Buddhist clan on the battlefield. Therefore, their appearance here was worth discussing. I remember the news said the Buddhist clan has a myriad Buddha altar, which is like a law sea where one can comprehend many kinds of laws. So, the Buddhist clan basically doesn't need to come here to comprehend laws. The one who came is even a minor god venerable. What is his purpose? With no evidence, just intuition, Lin Moyu felt that the Buddhist clan must have a special purpose for being here. He didn't have enough information to make further speculations. He had no connection with the Buddhist clan, but he had an enmity. He had personally killed a Buddha. Later, a strong expert from the human clan went to the Buddhist clan's sermon to speak on his behalf. The human clan was so strong that the Buddhist clan suspended their sermon, and even closed off their star domain, cutting off contact with the outside world. Thus, the enmity between him and the Buddhist clan was finally resolved. As long as you don't mess with me, I won't bother you, Lin Moyu thought to himself. The number 9 fireball in the sky suddenly trembled, and the temperature began to rise sharply. He entered the junction between the deep and middle regions, the transitional zone. Here, he could initially feel the temperature of the deep region, which was getting higher and higher. There were no laws, just pure high temperature. This heat seemed to have surpassed that of the blue fire star. It was an extremely abnormal high temperature. Even low-level God kings would be burned to ashes here. Lin Moyu ignored the high temperature and continued forward. Soon, he felt as if he had passed through an invisible membrane, which resonated with him, and allowed him to enter. He had obtained a key, so he was qualified to enter the deep region. If someone didn't have a key, they would be blocked by an invisible barrier. Lin Moyu pushed his soul to its limit. Skeletons appeared around him. He used his physical eyes, soul perception, and the vision of the undead, 3 different methods to carefully observe the situation in the deep region. He knew the first thing he had to face was a test, a trial he had to undergo after entering the deep region. At the same time, he also had to be on guard against someone ambushing him. Not only the demon clan, but also other races. Being wary of others was essential. Lin Moyu never dared to take it lightly. The yellow sand howled, and a sandstorm suddenly swept in, quickly becoming fierce and dense. The strong wind blew his clothes and hair, obscuring his vision. This sandstorm came too suddenly. In a blink of an eye, his naked eye could no longer see anything, not even his own fingers. His soul perception was also hindered by the powerful law of earth contained in the sandstorm. Only the vision of the undead could still be used. In the gray-white world, a soul flame burned brightly. The area radiated by fireball number 8 was the territory of the demon clan. A 30-meter tall stone demon was sitting on the yellow sand, different from other stone demons. This stone demon's body was pure black. The higher the cultivation, the darker the black. A 9th rank God King stone demon was already as black as ink, but this one's body was not only black but also had a golden glow. This golden glow was like the stars in the great world, dotting its body, making it look like a deity. The golden glow was not only on its body, its name was also Jin Hui. Jin Hui asked in a deep voice, "Any news?" Beside him stood another stone demon. This one was 20 meters tall and exuded the aura of a 9th rank God King, but in front of Jin Hui, it looked small. "No news. Following your instructions, we also set up traps at the farthest oasis in Zone 9, but we didn't find Lin Moyu." Jin Hui's voice was hoarse with annoyance. Could it be that he didn't go there? They had set up several traps in the middle regions, zones 5, 6, and 7 with a total of 6 oases. These were the 6 entrances to the deep region. One of them belonged to the Sand Clan and the Earth Finns, which they couldn't interfere with. Another was managed by the minor Bright King Bodhisattva, which they also couldn't check. The remaining 4 entrances all had traps. No matter where Lin Moyu entered from, they could instantly teleport and intercept him. In the eyes of many stone demons, this arrangement was perfect. But Jin Hui knew that although he was smarter than most other stone demons, his intelligence was only average. This kind of arrangement might work against ordinary people, but it was not certain to work against Lin Moyu. Jin Hui muttered, "The path of the Sand Clan and Earth Finns is not one he can take. Those 2 races are very exclusive and difficult to negotiate with." At the minor Bright King Bodhisattva's place, there are many rogue cultivators from various races, among them many who are rivals with the human clan. If he goes through that path, he might be hunted by other races and might not even survive to enter. Where did he go in the end? He thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. You continue to guard here, and pay attention to the traps. I will go find the minor Bright King Bodhisattva. Jin Hui decided to meet with the minor Bright King Bodhisattva. In the sandstorm, a soul flame burned brightly. Unlike the situation when entering the previous 2 zones, the fireball in the sky did not rain down fire meteors. Perhaps it felt that if you could get here, you would no longer fear them. Through the vision of the undead, Lin Moyu saw the soul flame very clearly. The soul flame was very powerful, seeming to have surpassed the 8th rank God King realm but not yet reaching the 9th rank. The only problem was the astonishing number of soul flames. Thousands of them appeared in the sandstorm, each representing a monster. Thousands of soul flames meant thousands of monsters, each stronger than an 8th rank god king, extremely close to the 9th rank. In addition, among the many soul flames, one had officially reached the 9th rank god king level. It must be the leader of these monsters. A monster group, just that the number was a bit large. Lin Moyu thought of the normal monster groups in the small worlds. A monster group consisted of a leader and a group of subordinates, but usually, a leader only had 5 or 6 subordinates, a dozen at most. He had never seen a leader with thousands of subordinates like this. After these monsters appear, they quickly approached Lin Moyu. A buzzing sound echoed in his ears, like countless wings vibrating. The sandstorm was too fierce. The range of the undead's vision could only see the soul flames clearly, knowing the monsters' positions, but not their actual appearance. The enemy was getting closer and closer, having surrounded him. Lin Moyu's heart stirred, and the 5 legion commanders appeared beside him. Along with them came the Bone Dragon Legion. When Lin Moyu advanced to the 9th rank true god, after being enhanced by the domination technique, the individual combat power of the Bone Dragons also reached the 4th rank god king. Although they were far inferior to the monsters in the sandstorm, with their huge bodies, they could at least form a shield to block the opponents. Lin Moyu wanted to use the Bone Dragons to see clearly what kind of monsters the opponents were before deciding on a battle strategy. He felt that with such a number of monsters, if an ordinary 9th rank god king entered, there would probably only be one way out: death. The huge Bone Dragons roared and charged out, colliding with the monsters instantly. Lin Moyu connected with the Bone Dragon's vision. At the moment of collision, he finally saw what the opponents looked like. They were flying ants, giant flying ants, each over 5 meters long. They had sharp mouths and 2 pairs of thin wings on their backs that vibrated fiercely. Their combat power was very strong. They could easily bite into the bones of the Bone Dragons. Their ant mandibles were extremely sharp and could almost tear the Bone Dragons to pieces on contact. What shocked Lin Moyu the most was that they could actually fly. Not high, but they were flying. This was the first time he had seen a flying monster in the Yellow Sand Desert. The no-fly rule here seemed to be relaxed for these flying ants, giving them special privileges. At this time, the great advantage of the Bone Dragons came into play. Although their bodies were torn to pieces, they did not die immediately. This gave Lin Moyu enough time to see the opponent's situation clearly. Lin Moyu controlled the Bone Dragons to charge towards the leader of the ant swarm. The leader was twice the size of a normal flying ant, with a body length of over 10 meters. The number of wing pairs also increased from 2 to 3, for a total of 6 wings. Just as the Bone Dragons were about to attack it, it spat out a mouthful of light yellow gas, which merged with the yellow sand. In an instant, the yellow sand rolled back, and each grain became a terrifying weapon, tearing the Bone Dragons to shreds. It's indeed very strong. I estimate that at least 5 9th rank god kings would need to join forces to escape from here. Every individual who first enters the deep region must experience such a scene. One person definitely cannot pass, but if multiple people join forces, there will be no problem. Lin Moyu now knew the specific situation of the monsters and had a countermeasure in mind. These flying ants had a strong sense of the law of earth, which gave them powerful defenses, but they had no law of flame. The absence of the law of flame meant that the law of flame could cause damage to them. 2 witch demons appeared at the same time. 2 projections of the Star River Law sparkled in the sandstorm. The witch demon Starlight merged into its Star River Law, which descended and enveloped the leader of the flying ants. The leader was suddenly startled. In the next second, all the flying ants flew in another direction, ignoring Lin Moyu. The illusion made the leader lose its ability to distinguish the enemy's position. In the illusion, the enemy was in another place. It summoned all its kin and flew towards that other place. Thousands of giant flying ants vibrated their wings, following the leader's instructions and surrounding a non-existent enemy, forming a huge encirclement. Then, the witch demon flame also merged into its Star River Law. Countless flames rained down, and all the flying ants were ignited. They emitted harsh screeches but did not disobey their leader's command, still attacking the non-existent enemy. Soon, the flying ants were burned to death one by one. They died extremely quickly. The leader was not attacked, but it sensed the death of its kin. In the illusion, it felt the enemy was too strong and ordered its kin to intensify the attack, but in reality, more and more flying ants were dying. It was like luring and killing a group of monsters in a small world's dungeon. Lin Moyu started a similar operation again. The only difference was that the corpse explosion now was different from before. The current corpse explosion could lock onto a target, and was no longer limited by range. The advantage was that it could accurately lock onto a target and detonate whoever he wanted. The disadvantage was that if multiple targets were added, the damage would be slightly weakened. Each had its pros and cons, and it was hard to say which was better. But in Lin Moyu's opinion, the current corpse explosion was more useful. Although the damage would weaken as the number of targets increased, it was more adaptable to the complex situations in the Great World. The flames burned fiercely under the attack of the witch demon flame. Thousands of flying ants were completely burned to ashes in less than 5 minutes. Their corpses were swept into the yellow sand and disappeared with the sandstorm. In a flash, only the leader of the flying ants was left. The leader was still in the illusion. In the illusion, its kin were still attacking the powerful, non-existent enemies. The witch demon flame flew towards it, and all the flames began to pour towards it. The leader of the flying ants was engulfed in fire and struggled fiercely. It continuously spat out yellow sand. Its sharp insect legs thrashed in the sandstorm. Its wings were blown away by the strong wind, but all efforts were in vain. The witch demon flame and the witch demon starlight worked together to destroy its life force. Very quickly, like its subordinates, it was burned to ashes. A crystal core fell from the corpse and was brought back by the witch demon flame. Lin Moyu took the crystal core and continued forward. The sandstorm gradually subsided, becoming smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. The deep region was indeed more dangerous than before. If not for the witch demon starlight, he would have had to fight the flying ants, and it would likely have been a tough battle requiring his origin techniques. If it were any other god king, they would have quickly broken out of the encirclement, otherwise, they would have been trapped and died in the sandstorm. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, he discovered something. Compared to the monster cores of 8th rank god kings, the one in his hand was larger, and the law it contained was more intense and pure. The law in the crystal core was the law of earth, very pure and without impurities. It had to be said that this crystal core was completely composed of laws. Lin Moyu carefully sensed it and felt that the law it contained was almost perfect. If it could be used to comprehend laws, the effect would be amazing, not much worse than the human clan's law C. Unfortunately, the crystal cores in the yellow sand desert could only be used within the desert, and could not be taken out. Even the cores obtained from the deep region could not be brought into the middle region, at most to the Oasis. As soon as one left the Oasis, the crystal core would lose its function. This rule also prevented people from taking cores from the deep region for those in the outer regions to use. He stored the crystal core. The two most important laws in the yellow sand desert were the law of earth and the law of stone. The crystal core dropped by the flying ant monster was the law of earth, and it was extremely pure without any impurities. Then, in the deep region, there must be another type of monster that drops a crystal core of the law of stone. Before entering the deep region, even the crystal core obtained from the earth giant was a combination of two types of laws. The lower the level of the crystal core, the more this was the case. It just depended on which law was dominant, and whether in the outer or middle region, there were more than two types of monsters that would drop different crystal cores. From this, Lin Moyu could analyze that there should be another type of monster in the deep region that would drop a crystal core of the law of stone. After further analysis, if his judgment was correct, were the two different crystal cores related to summoning the boss-level monster in the deep region? Lin Moyu asked Deep Ting Ni and some others, but they didn't know. Moreover, they had never seen a boss-level monster in the deep region, and they hadn't even truly entered the center of the deep region. The people in this oasis only moved around the periphery. The one who had gone the farthest was no more than 10 million kilometers from the entrance. Someone had gone in once but never came back. It was said that the deep region was very dangerous, and even 9th rank god kings would be in danger. Hearing this information, Lin Moyu also felt it was strange. If it was said that the deeper you go, the greater the danger, he agreed. That was indeed the case. But to say that no god king had ever returned after entering, he felt something was wrong. The god kings here had all reached the 9th rank, the peak of god kings. Moreover, even if there was danger, it couldn't be that no one could get out. Lin Moyu felt that even if they encountered a boss-level monster in the deep region, if a 9th rank god king wanted to escape, they could still escape. Unless there was some special circumstance. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. A giant fireball was burning. The flames were so dazzling that layers of overlapping shadows began to appear before his eyes. Lin Moyu felt as if someone was watching him, and the target was from the fireball. But when he looked over, the other party's attention seemed to have left, and he didn't find anything. Is it the minor bright king Bodhisattva? Lin Moyu thought to himself. That gaze came from a very distant place. If someone had this ability, it could only be a minor god venerable. The Buddhist clan's secret techniques combined with the minor god venerable realm, It was not surprising that they could observe him from a distance. Perhaps the minor god Venerable knew how to summon the boss-level monster. He would have to ask when he had the chance. Lin Moyi withdrew the crystal core and walked forward. He had a mission here. He had to cross the Yellow Sand Desert, pass through the deep region, and enter the Nether Swamp. Only then could Shu Qingjiang's soul be brought back. Unless he felt the mission was impossible, he could choose to return. At that time, Shu Qiu had also told him the same thing, on the condition that his life was safe. If he could save him, he should do his best. After walking about 100 kilometers, there was suddenly a buzzing sound in his ear. Flying ants. Lin Moyu's heart trembled. The sand dune under his feet exploded, and a swarm of flying ants rushed out from it. Lin Moyu stopped, turned into a stream of light, and appeared 10,000 meters away. The sand dune had been blown away. Lin Moyu saw an ant nest, and a large number of flying ants flew out from it, about 1,000 of them. They spread their wings and vibrated them in the air. Each flying ant had 2 pairs of wings. The last one was huge, its aura reaching the 9th rank god king, with 3 pairs of wings, slowly flying out of the nest. A 9th rank god king flying ant with 6 wings, plus 1,008th rank god king flying ants with 4 wings, formed a monster group. They were exactly the same as the group seen in the sandstorm when he first entered the deep region. It was just that there was no sandstorm now. If they encountered a team of several 9th rank god kings, they would hardly need to flee. They could be killed in a short time. There was a hint of surprise in Lin Moyu's eyes. Since he entered, he had been using the vision of the undead, but he hadn't seen a single soul flame just now. Before the flying ants appeared, they were hidden in the ant nest, which seemed to have the ability to block the vision of the undead. This discovery made Lin Moyu vigilant. Lin Moyu thought of the previous sandstorm. Those soul flames also appeared very suddenly. In other words, before these flying ants acted, either their soul flames did not exist, or they were blocked by some kind of substance. Now it seemed that this substance was the ant nest. Each monster group would usually live in an ant nest, undetected by others. When someone passed by the ant nest, it would wake up all the flying ants inside and attack the enemy. This attack was fast and powerful, making it very difficult to resist. While Lin Moyu was thinking, the swarm of flying ants had already attacked him. Lin Moyu repeated his old plan, using the witch demon element to fight against the enemy. The witch demon Starlight confused the 6-winged flying ant, causing it to issue a wrong command. This was the structure of a monster group, where the leader's command was paramount. When the 4-winged flying ants gathered together, the witch demon flame spewed out the law of flame, burning them to ashes. In the end, they were burned to death along with the 6-winged flying ant. This tactic had been verified in the sandstorm and was very effective, with high efficiency in killing enemies. In total, it took about 10 minutes to destroy a monster group. Lin Moyu believed that even a team like Deep Tank Knees could not destroy such a monster group without 1 or 2 hours. 10 minutes later, Lin Moyu had another crystal core in his hand, completely composed of the law of earth. He put it away and continued on. The terrain of the deep region was not much different from other areas. It was all yellow sand everywhere. Lin Moyu looked at the fireball in the sky and constantly adjusted his direction. He did not go to the deepest part right away, but went to the area radiated by fireball number 8. He wanted to destroy the demons there first, then find a way to the Nether Swamp. Right now, he didn't even have a specific direction. He only knew that the Nether Swamp could only be found by passing through the entire Yellow Sand Desert and going even deeper than the deep region. But there was a way to get there, the same way as before. Summon a boss-level monster, kill it and get the key. Currently, everything was unknown. Deep Tank Knee and the others didn't even know there was a place called the Nether Swamp. Perhaps the minor Bright King Bodhisattva would know, but he didn't plan to ask. Just now, the minor Bright King Bodhisattva had spied on him once, and the other party didn't seem to have good intentions. So after thinking about it, he finally decided to go to the demons area first, destroy all the demons, turn them into revived ones, and maybe get some information from them. The deep region was very vast, and with the special nature of the flying ant nests, no matter how careful Lin Moyi was, it was difficult to avoid encountering some. Fighting with the flying ants significantly reduced his speed. While he was thinking about killing demons, Junhui was also heading towards the minor Bright King Bodhisattva's place. As a descendant of Jinshi, his status was very special. Although he was only a 9th rank god king, he had strength that surpassed it, perhaps not yet reaching a minor god venerable, but not far off. Coupled with Jinshi's status, Jinhui's identity was on par with a minor god venerable. He knew the minor Bright King Bodhisattva, and their relationship could be described as neither good nor bad. Like Lin Moyu, Jin Hui was also attacked by flying ants on his way. This was unavoidable. No matter who it was difficult to avoid encountering flying ants here. However, Jin Hui's method of handling them was simpler and cruder than Lin Moyu's. He didn't fight them but rolled his body into a ball, turning into a large stone ball. Then his whole body emitted a golden light, ignoring the flying ants' attacks and quickly moving forward. The flying ants would give up and return to their nests after chasing for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Lin Moyu didn't know about this information, so he cleared them all, making his speed a bit slower than Jin Hui's. 10 days later, Jin Hui arrived at a special area. The yellow sand here had turned golden. The fireballs in the sky were no longer hot, and the temperature became extremely pleasant. The land seemed full of vitality, and the sand was very soft. Layers of Buddhist light shone down from the sky, which was very beautiful. In the light, it seemed to reflect a Buddhist kingdom with countless believers praying and worshipping under the light of the Buddha. Everywhere here was filled with the breath of Buddha, with a kind of magic that made people intoxicated. Jin Hui seemed to have no interest in this, even a little dislike, but he didn't show any abnormality and quickly moved inside. But out of respect for the Buddha, Jin Hui still slowed down and returned to his normal form. No longer rolling, he dragged a cumbersome 30-meter-tall body, but he had to appear light and graceful, which was indeed a bit difficult for him. After walking for a long time, Jin Hui finally saw the minor bright king Bodhisattva. About 100 meters above him was a sun. The sun emitted golden light, and a magnificent beam of Buddhist light fell, landing on the minor bright king Bodhisattva. He was sitting in the light of the Buddha, with a dignified appearance. Not far from him was a lake. The lake was golden, without any wind or waves, but the water in the lake continuously lapped against the shore. Each time it lapped, water would splash onto the shore. After the lake water splashed onto the shore, it would turn into yellow sand, and be blown away by the wind. In this way, for countless years, countless times, it continuously brought endless yellow sand to the yellow sand desert. Water turning into yellow sand was very magical, but Jin Hui didn't look for long. He had seen this scene many times and was tired of it long ago, because in the demon clan's stronghold, there was also a set. Not only that, but there were also several such lakes in the deep region. Jin Hui stood 1,000 meters away from the minor bright king Bodhisattva and lowered his voice as much as possible. The demon clan's Jin Hui pays respects to the minor bright king Bodhisattva. The demon clan was always arrogant, but they knew their limits. At least when facing the Buddhist clan, he would restrain his temper. Especially when facing beings stronger than himself, they would become a little more polite. When his voice sounded, the minor bright king Bodhisattva did not move. His bald head reflected the light of the Buddha, as if wearing a golden crown. Jin Hui was not in a hurry. He knew the minor bright king Bodhisattva had heard him. More than 10 seconds later, the Buddhist light on the minor bright king Bodhisattva's body began to ripple like water. The Bodhisattva's figure appeared in the sky. The shadow was very large, much taller than Jin Hui. Looking down at Jin Hui, the shadow opened its mouth, and a slow voice came out. Amitabha, Lord Jin Hui, what brings you here? Jin Hui said, I want to ask the Bodhisattva if he has seen any humans. Minor bright king Bodhisattva did not hide anything. A look of joy appeared in Jin Hui's eyes. The Bodhisattva really knows everything. Could the Bodhisattva tell Jin Hui where Lin Moyu is at this moment? He knew some secrets. Within the minor bright king's territory, nothing could be hidden from him. This was a secret technique of the Buddhist clan, and he only knew a little about it. The minor bright king Bodhisattva's voice sounded again. In our Buddhism, we emphasize cause and effect. Where there is a cause, there must be an effect. The effect begins with the cause, and the cause ends with the effect. Isn't it just for benefits? Cause and effect. Jin Hui cursed silently in his heart, but his expression did not change. He took out a God King level magic treasure. The shape of the magic treasure was like a mirror. It was clear it did not belong to the demon clan. It was unknown where he got it. Can the Bodhisattva take this treasure to see the cause and effect? As he spoke, the treasure in his hand automatically flew up, heading towards the minor bright king Bodhisattva. The minor bright king Bodhisattva released a beam of Buddhist light, which fell on the magic treasure. After a few seconds, a voice sounded, all right. The quality of the magic treasure Jin Hui offered was not very high, just an ordinary God King level magic treasure. Its value was also average, neither high nor low. After all, what he wanted was just a piece of news, a trace, and a word from the minor bright king Bodhisattva. This was not very difficult, so Jin Hui thought that a mid-level God King level magic treasure was enough. As he expected, The minor bright king Bodhisattva agreed. He collected the magic treasure, and a beam of Buddhist light shot out from the large sun above his head in one direction. He went in that direction. Jinhui showed a look of suspicion. The direction the minor bright king Bodhisattva pointed was the direction he had come from. Then, he saw an image appear in the light of the Buddha. Inside was the image of a human moving forward. In fact, Jinhui had never met Lin Moyu. This was the first time. So he is Lin Moyu. The minor bright king Bodhisattva said, about 5 days ago, he just left the area I control, and entered your area. At that time you also just entered the area I am in charge of. You two were millions of kilometers apart, and just passed each other like that. Jinhui was skeptical of the minor bright king Bodhisattva's words, but was extremely shocked. He actually entered Zone 8. What was he doing in Zone 8? Most of Zone 8 was the demon clan's territory. The demon clan occupied nearly 2/3 of the area there. The remaining 1/3 was the territory of the Sen clan and the Earth Finns. Jinhui didn't think Lin Moyu entered Zone 8 to go to the Sen clan and Earth Finns. So there was only one possibility. He was heading towards the demon clan. However, as the strongest member of the demon clan here, he was currently not in his base. Where did he get this courage? Jinhui couldn't believe it. His eyes filled with astonishment. Although he was not in the base, there were 3 9th-rank God King Stone demons there. Lin Moyu going there alone. Wasn't that courting death? Although he was thinking this, he didn't know why he felt uneasy. He tried to suppress his unease. Jinhui continued to ask in a deep voice. Bodhisattva, do you know where Lin Moyu will go after entering Zone 8? The minor bright king Bodhisattva Xiao in the sky did not glance at Jinhui. For some reason, Jinhui felt a hint of mockery in the minor bright king Bodhisattva's eyes. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? As soon as these words were spoken, Jinhui was startled. He immediately nodded to the minor bright king Bodhisattva and said, Thank you, Bodhisattva. After speaking, he turned and left without looking back. After leaving this special land, he rolled up again, and headed back towards Zone 8. He held a special magic stone in his hand, which could quickly return him to the demon's base. However, he first had to return to Zone 8, because his magic stone could not work in the minor bright king Bodhisattva's area. He was so anxious that he rolled very fast, but no matter how fast he was, it would take at least 4 days to get back to Zone 8. In terms of time, Lin Moyu has already passed me. At this time, Lin Moyu has been in Zone 8 for nearly 5 days. Plus the time for me to return, the time difference is exactly 9 days. Where did this guy get the courage? Who gave him such guts? Damn it, don't let me find you or I'll tear you to pieces. The moment Lin Moyu entered Zone 8, his whole body trembled. He felt the difference. Zones 8 and 9 were like 2 different worlds. The rules were almost the same, but there were many differences. Is it an illusion? Lin Moyu couldn't be sure of his feeling, but the difference was very obvious. Moreover, when he entered Zone 8, the feeling of being spied on disappeared. He felt it must be related to the minor bright king Bodhisattva. He became more vigilant towards the thoughts of this Bodhisattva who had reached the Buddha realm. This Bodhisattva seemed more terrifying than imagined. The secret techniques of the Buddhist clan also made him feel unusual. The Buddhist clan could teach without discrimination in such a cruel world. They were definitely not ordinary. After Lin Moyu entered Zone 8, he quickly released a large number of Death Knights. They rode their war horses, trampling on the yellow sand, and quickly scattered in all directions, searching for the demon's base for Lin Moyu. Here, the advantage of the Death Knights was once again demonstrated. Although they couldn't find the flying ant nests, the flying ants wouldn't attack them. Flying ants were only interested in living creatures. They had no interest in immortal beings like Death Knights. The Death Knights were like entering an uninhabited land, moving very smoothly. In just 2 days, the Death Knights found the demon clan's base. It was a huge fortress, square in shape with sides of 10 meters, looking very grand, but in Lin Moyu's eyes, it was a mess. In terms of architecture, humans were countless times stronger than demons. Whether it was the practicality of military formations or fortress construction, the meticulousness far surpassed the demons. Not to mention, among the demon clan, the stone demons were not very smart. Being able to build a base was already a good thing. Lin Moyu had the Death Knights observe from all directions, and soon the situation inside the fortress was almost fully explored. Through the vision of the undead, he could clearly see that there were a total of 39th God King stone demons in the fortress, with no minor God Kings. This number was already quite large. It was not easy to become a God Venerable. The human clan had such a huge population, but the number of God Venerables was not too many. The stone demons were just a branch of the demon clan. For a branch in hell to produce 2 or 3 god venerables was already amazing. Among the 39th and god kings here, after a few more hundred years, it was not certain that a god venerable would appear. Lin Moyu felt that his trip to the Yellow Sand Desert had almost wiped out the Stone Demon branch. If these Stone Demons were also killed from 4th and god king to 9th and god king in the Stone Demon branch, there would be a huge gap. I'm afraid they would have to slow down for another 1,000 years. 39th main god kings don't seem to be too big of an obstacle. The eye of the demon should be there. But it's not open right now, so it can't launch a surprise attack. If I attack with all my strength, I can kill them. But if they want to escape, I can't do anything. The witch demon Starlight can't trap so many 9th and stone demons. Without its support, the role of the witch demon Flame will be greatly reduced. There's only one skeleton king. Only I can forcibly raise my level to the minor god venerable realm, but the laws can't be improved. My actual combat power is not as good as a minor god venerable. If the opponent wants to escape, I really can't stop them. Moreover, a 9th rank god king stone demon has a chance to revive, which means each one has 2 lives. After thinking for a while, Lin Moyu came up with an idea: drive the wolf to devour the tiger. Let's lure the flying ants over, use them to wear down the stone demons first, and then I'll make mine move. This way, although I can't keep all the stone demons, I can at least keep some. After making his decision, the Death Knights began to act. They were divided into teams of 1,000, forming thousands of teams. Taking the demon's base as the center, within a radius of 100 kilometers, they began to frantically beat the sand. Whenever they saw a sand dune, they would hit it a few times. If there was a flying ant nest in the sand dune, the flying ants inside would rush out to hunt the Death Knights. The Death Knights would circle with the swarm of flying ants, waiting for other teams to act. Beside Lin Moyu was a witch demon shining all over, the Lightspeed Witch Demon. Its existence gave the Death Knights the fastest speed in the Yellow Sand Desert, enough to lead the flying ants around. More than 10,000 teams were beating the ground and trampling the sand in a vast desert, flattening every sand dune. Within a radius of 100 kilometers of the desert, there were countless sand dunes, and the number of flying ants hiding inside was also amazing. The yellow sand from the sand dunes was blown into the sky, flying in the strong wind. The yellow sand turned into a sandstorm, obscuring the sky. Even the fireballs in the sky became dim. The whole world became dim. The yellow sand became more and more like a mist. The yellow sand in the sky began to connect, becoming denser and denser, really like a huge sandstorm covering a radius of 100,000 kilometers. In the demon's base, the stone demons also noticed this. A thought came to their knots, so bright minds simultaneously. What a big sandstorm. Some had been here for hundreds of years, some for a few hundred years. But they rarely saw a sandstorm of this scale. But sandstorms were not a rare thing in the deep region. So they just marveled at how big this sandstorm was and made no other movements. Even the eye of the demon did not open. The sandstorm became more and more violent, so strong that you couldn't see your own fingers. But the stone demons didn't care about this. They quietly stayed in the sandstorm, enjoying the laws hidden within it. A buzzing sound came from the sandstorm. A stone demon asked strangely, "Why is there the sound of flying ants? Is something strange happening? There are flying ants in the sandstorm. Isn't that normal?" They had faced flying ants countless times, and were too familiar with their sound. Because they were too familiar, they didn't care about the swarm of flying ants. But then the buzzing became more intense. The small buzzing in their ears became loud. From all directions, there was the buzzing of flying ants. They couldn't tell how many flying ants were in the sandstorm, only judging by the sound and knowing that they were everywhere, and the number was frighteningly large. Lin Moy stood in a distant place, opening the vision of the undead. In the gray-white world, the soul flames were extremely clear. Most of them belonged to the flying ants. There were also extremely bright flames belonging to the stone demons. The soul flames of the flying ants were not as bright as the stone demons, but there were many of them, millions. The teams formed by tens of thousands of Death Knights had continuously smashed the sand dunes, attracting thousands of ant nests. There were thousands of flying ants in each nest. In total, the number of flying ants reached millions. Then, the Death Knight brought these flying ants and rushed towards the stone demons from all directions, using the sandstorm to cover the sky. The Death Knights and the swarm of flying ants rushed into the base together. By the time the stone demons reacted and tried to open the barrier, it was too late. After Lin Moyu saw with his own eyes the last flying ant rush into the base, with a thought, all the Death Knights disappeared instantly. The flying ants suddenly lost their target and became like headless flies. The four manged flying ants circled in the air, waiting for orders from the 6 winged ones, whether to return to their nests or take other actions. In the next second, the 6 winged flying ants issued a new command. They regarded the stone demons in the base as their new target. The whole process was almost exactly as Lin Moyu had thought. The stone demons were very stupid and slow to react. The flying ants acted purely on instinct. Their instinct was to destroy all living creatures within their perception range and also to receive information when an object attacked them. If the Death Knights didn't actively attack them, they wouldn't pay any attention to them at all. The stone demons were creatures with very strong soul flames and extremely strong life breaths. After the flying ants lost their target, they naturally turned their target to the stone demons. In the yellow sand, where everything was hard to distinguish, the vision of the flying ants was not affected. That was a great convenience. From the beginning of the battle, the stone demons were in an absolutely passive position. 39th rank God King stone demons possessed extremely strong combat power. Even if they had to face 30, 50, or even 100 monster groups at the same time, they would not be afraid. But now they were besieged by thousands of monster groups, not only thousands of 9th rank God King 6 winged flying ants but also millions of 8th rank God King 4 winged flying ants. In terms of strength, it had completely crushed the stone demons. The sound of the battle roared. The fortress was attacked from the inside until it collapsed. Under the fierce and violent attack of the flying ants, the stone demons' defenses collapsed, and their bodies were torn to pieces. Lin Moyu watched quietly from a distance. Everything happened in the sandstorm, so it was actually impossible to see. Through the vision of the undead, he monitored the changes in the soul flames in the sandstorm to infer the progress of the battle. The 30 soul flames belonging to the stone demons were easy to identify. If a soul flame was extinguished, it meant a stone demon had died. Soon, the first stone demon fell, its soul flame completely extinguished. However, although the number of extinguished soul flames of the flying ants was much higher, the remaining number was still amazing, with no noticeable decrease. Lin Moyu understood that the stone demons were doomed. They could hardly survive the fierce attack of the flying ants. Because of the sandstorm, they didn't even have a chance to escape. This was a battle with a very predictable outcome. To prevent the stone demons from escaping, Lin Moyu had also made arrangements. The witch demon Starlight and the witch demon Flame were ready to attack. As soon as they saw someone escaping, they would act. The Skeleton King was also preparing nearby. Lin Moyu himself could also act at any time. At the same time, the Death Knights were still active outside the sandstorm. They were still attacking the yellow sand dunes, bringing a large amount of yellow sand into the sandstorm and increasing its concentration. Actually, the monsters are the masters of the yellow sand desert, not you guys, Lin Moyu said in a low voice. Even if the stone demons occupied an area, when the monsters united and attacked together, the demons still couldn't resist at all. They didn't even need too many monsters, just a few were enough. An area of 100 kilometers was just an insignificant area for the yellow sand desert. At this time, Lin Moyu thought of the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva. Although the two had never officially met, the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva gave Lin Moyu a different feeling, especially Zone 9 where he was. That place had a very special feeling. That feeling made Lin Moyu uneasy. This was one of the reasons why he didn't go to find the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva. The battle lasted for nearly a whole day. In the end, all the stone demons died under the siege of the flying ants. They would never understand why these flying ants came to attack them. With their simple minds, they would never have thought that the swarm of flying ants was attracted by someone. In this battle, 39th rank God King stone demons were all killed, but more flying ants died. Nearly 106 winged flying ants died, and more than 100,004 winged flying ants died. Every stone demon had a chance to revive, so their endurance was much stronger than it looked. Unfortunately, they still died. The flying ants flew out of a sandstorm and returned to their nests. After waiting for a long time, the sandstorm gradually subsided. Everything became quiet. Then Lin Moyu entered the fortress. Most of the fortress had been destroyed in the battle, with ruins and rubble everywhere. However, the fortress was not beautiful to begin with. After being destroyed, it was still the same. Among the ruins, some were real stones, some were the corpses of stone demons. They were mixed together and difficult to distinguish. Lin Moyu entered the fortress, stepped on the gravel and threw out many flames of immortality. The flames covered an area. In this area, there were corpses of stone demons and real stones. A stone demon quickly completed the process of physical regeneration and reorganized its soul in the flame of immortality. In a flash, a tall stone demon was kneeling on the ground in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, "Tell me the situation here." The stone demon replied honestly in a harsh voice, About 900 years ago, we cleared all the flying ants near here and established a base. This base is only 1 million kilometers away from the nearest golden sand lake, and we can easily reach it without being affected. Lin Moyu frowned and stopped him from continuing. He realized he had asked the wrong question again. He asked the stone demon to tell him about the situation here. His original intention was to ask how many people were in the deep region, whether they were all here, or if anyone had escaped, or how many bases they had. This was just one of them, not to ask him to introduce the history of this fortress or the reason it was built here. Of course, he also wanted to know this, but now is not the time. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and changed the question. How many strongholds do you have in the deep region? The stone demon answered honestly, one, only one, and it's here. Lin Moyu calmed down. So, even if some fish slipped through the net, there aren't many. He continued to ask the second question. How many people are in the deep region? The stone demon answered honestly, 31 people. 31 people, of which 30 were killed by the flying ants, which means there is still one person. A fish has slipped through the net. Lin Moyu immediately asked, who is the one who was not killed by the flying ants? The stone demon said in a low voice, his name is Jin Hui. He is our leader. Lin Moyu's heart pounded. The opponent had a name. Based on Lin Moyu's understanding of the demon clan, ordinary demons were not worthy of a name. They usually only had nicknames or simple numerical symbols. Even when they reached the God King realm, they still didn't have a name. Just like the Bat Demon God King who had hunted Lin Moyu before. He was called the Bat God King, but had no specific name. This was also a characteristic of the demon clan. In the demon clan, only those who were truly powerful or had reached the minor god venerable realm had a name. As long as a demon had a name, it meant that it was very powerful. Being invincible in the same realm was a given. They could even fight across levels, or even across realms. Otherwise, how could they be worthy of a name? Lin Moyu was vigilant. Jin Hui is the leader of the stone demons here. How could he leave so easily? Lin Moyu asked, tell me more about Jin Hui. Knowing yourself and your enemy was very important. Lin Moyu needed to know all the information about Jin Hui to make corresponding arrangements. In the stone demon's account, he began to understand Jin Hui, the special reproduction method of the stone demon race. In addition to the natural birth of stone demons, there was another special way of birth, which was that an extremely powerful being would split itself to give birth to children. They could have many clones but only one descendant. The meaning of descendant was the same as the flesh and blood of the human clan, and also the only child. Jin Hui was the descendant of Lord Jin Shi, an old ancestor in the stone demon race. The stone demon in front of him did not know the strength of Jin Shi, it only knew that a long time ago, Jin Shi had reached the 9th rank god venerable. Jin Hui inherited some of Jin Shi's characteristics, and also possessed a secret technique passed down through his bloodline. And Jin Hui was very smart, much smarter than ordinary stone demons. This could also explain the origin of this fortress. There were also traps originally aimed at Lin Moyu, which were also designed by Jin Hui. There was more than one trap, all at the edge of this area. Fortunately, Lin Moyu did not choose the edge of this area to enter the deep region. Otherwise, they would have known when the time came, and Lin Moyu would have been forced to teleport here and be besieged by their combined forces. This time, Jin Hui left to meet the minor bright king Bodhisattva. Because Lin Moyu did not fall into the trap, Jin Hui hoped to find out Lin Moyu's whereabouts. And the minor bright king Bodhisattva might know. After listening, Lin Moyu slowly analyzed and thought. He sorted out the cause and effect of what the stone demon said, inferring what had happened before and what Jin Hui was most likely to do after he returned. Jin Hui had combat power comparable to a minor god venerable. If he fought him with all his strength, his origin techniques would not last long without replenishing his soul power. The witch demon Starlight's illusion might not be able to trap him. The witch demon Flame and the skeleton king would also be pressed to harm him. The undead army was even less likely. His existence seemed to have reached the limit of his combat power. The best way now was to stay away from him. But Lin Moyu didn't want to let him go. Killing one Jin Hui was equivalent to cutting off Jin Shi's lineage. It would be very difficult for him to split another descendant. For the stone demon race, this was a heavy blow, even more damaging than killing 39th rank god kings. If Jin Hui was allowed to leave, he would surely become a god venerable. Then he would have another powerful enemy for the human clan. So from the bottom of his heart, Lin Moyu did not want to let Jin Hui go. The question now was how to kill him without letting him escape. After thinking for a while, a plan formed in his mind. Immediately, Lin Moyu flicked his finger, and balls of immortal fire shot into the sky, exploding in mid-air, scattering a rain of fire across the sky, covering less than half of the fortress. In the immortal fire, the stone demons began to regenerate and become revived ones. Lin Moyu revived 15 stone demons and then ordered them to collect the corpses of the other stone demons and pile them together. There were also crystal cores left after the death of the flying ants, which were also collected. As for the fortress, it was left as it was. The ruined fortress looked like it had been through a great battle. After doing all this, Lin Moyu gathered these revived stone demons and told them what to do next. At the same time, Lin Moyu also asked some questions about the boss-level monster. None of these stone demons knew anything about it. They had been here for hundreds or nearly 100 years, but they didn't know that there were other places besides the deep region. However, Lin Moyu had heard about the Golden Sand Lake many times from their mouths. Lin Moyu vaguely felt that the Nether Swamp might be related to the Golden Sand Lake, and it was also possible that Jin Hui would know more information. Half a day later, Lin Moyu had arranged everything. All that was left was for Jin Hui to return. "You can use traps to kill me, and I can retaliate." He left the fortress and quickly departed. The Death Knights went out again and headed towards different sand dunes. In the 100-kilometer area around the fortress, wherever there were flying ants, they had explored them all. The Death Knights went to the sand dunes with flying ants one by one and waited quietly. Lin Moyu waited for another day. Somewhere in the fortress, a faint light suddenly lit up. The dark blue abyss flame burned and spread outwards like ripples. A tall figure appeared in the flame. Jin Hui had just returned to the fortress. His eyes narrowed and his face changed color instantly. When Jin Hui returned, Lin Moyu had arranged for the Death Knights in the distance to send back news. In the gray, white vision of the undead, an extremely bright and powerful soul flame suddenly appeared. Needless to say, the soul flame stronger than a ninth, Ancient God King had returned. Lin Moyu's heart stirred, and the Death Knights immediately acted, leveling the sand dunes to the ground. A large number of sand dunes were destroyed, and yellow sand filled the sky. The ant nests inside were exposed, and the flying ants vibrated their wings, and began to chase the Death Knights in the fortress. Jin Hui knew nothing about what was happening outside the fortress. His attention was drawn to the severely damaged fortress. The ground was covered with rubble, and the once decent fortress had completely collapsed. From a distance, he saw the stone demons gathered together. The corpses of the stone demons were piled up like a mountain. What happened? His voice was very harsh. He took 2 steps and came to the mountain of corpses. Looking at the pile of ruins, he asked again, "What happened?" Under his questioning, a stone demon said in a low voice, "It's Lin Moyu. He came, and we fought with him." In fact, Jin Hui had already guessed part of it. He shouted, "Tell me the result." "We suffered heavy losses. He was seriously injured and escaped." Another stone demon answered in a deep voice. Jin Hui said in a deep voice, "So many of you couldn't fight him alone." The stone demons looked at each other and remained silent. Jin Hui knew these guys were not very smart and probably couldn't ask anything. Moreover, the stone demons were not good at speed. If Lin Moyu happened to have some magic treasure, or was good at speed, it would be really difficult to chase him. In addition, Lin Moyu had the ability to destroy all the stone demons in the middle region. This showed that his combat power was quite strong, otherwise, he would not be at the top of the kill list. Jin Hui tried his best to suppress his anger. He was really seriously injured. He looked at the mountain of corpses, then at the surviving stone demons, and muttered to himself, "Killed 15, seriously injured and fled. It seems he hasn't shown all his cards yet. His combat power is higher than a 9th Ancient God King, but not as good as a minor God Venerable. If it were me, even if I couldn't defeat these stupid guys, I could at least retreat calmly without getting hurt." After analysis, Jin Hui judged that Lin Moyu's strength was definitely not as good as his. If he hadn't left at the time, Lin Moyu would have been killed by him long ago. But he had left on his own. Jin Hui deeply regretted his decision at that time. At that time, he didn't expect Lin Moyu to be so brave as to dare to attack the base. But maybe Lin Moyu didn't know he was guarding the base himself. In that case, when he recovers from his injuries, he will most likely come back. Maybe he will even come back before he recovers. In the previous battle, there were 39th Rank God Kings and he killed half of them. Now there are only 15 left. He will definitely not let them go. I just need to stay here and wait for him to come back. There's no need to go out and look for him. In the human clan, there is a saying, "Set up a pole and wait for the water." Jin Hui decided to wait for Lin Moyu to return, using the 15 God Kings as bait. He didn't believe Lin Moyu wouldn't come back. Moreover, he was sure that Lin Moyu didn't know about his existence. So when Lin Moyu returned, it would be the day he died. Although Lin Moyu had never met Jin Hui, it seemed that everything was proceeding according to the script he had arranged. The only problem in the whole plan was Jin Hui's reaction. If Jin Hui left the fortress immediately, all his subsequent arrangements would be in vain. Although he also arranged for support forces, he was not sure if these support forces could kill Jin Hui. But as long as Jin Hui did not leave the fortress, the next step would be according to his arrangement. His main advantage was the information gap. Jin Hui did not know that he knew about his existence, and the stone demons in the fortress, whether alive or dead, had become weapons to kill him. The fortress will become your graveyard. Lin Moyu's eye became serious. Everything was proceeding according to the script he had imagined. Jin Hui was smart, but obviously not that smart. A few hours later, a sandstorm swept into the fortress. Jin Hui had seen sandstorms many times, so he didn't pay any attention to it. But as time went on, the sandstorm became more and more violent and began to affect his vision. Jin Hui still did not react. Such sandstorms were common in the yellow sand desert. He even closed his eyes and let the sandstorm fall on him. In the sandstorm, a little golden light appeared. It was the brilliant light on Jin Hui's body, and symbolized his special bloodline. Until the sandstorm completely engulfed this golden light, Jin Hui suddenly felt that something was wrong. His vision was completely blocked. Even if he raised his hand and put it in front of his eyes, it was difficult to see clearly. The sandstorm contained special rules, and his soul perception was greatly weakened, almost useless. Jin Hui slowly stood up, his voice echoing in the sandstorm. Who is nearby? The sandstorm swallowed his voice with the howling wind. He switched to a soul voice and shouted again, but there was still no response. He finally realized that something was wrong. At this time, a buzzing sound came to his ear. It was the sound of flying ant wings vibrating. The buzzing spread rapidly from all directions, mixed with the rumbling of the sandstorm. Jin Hui's expression changed. At this level of sound, the number of flying ants had reached a terrifying level. Even he felt his scalp tingle. The strangest thing was that there was no sound around him. Have all the remaining stone demons died? Jin Hui immediately acted. A sound wave came from his mouth. The law domain was suddenly opened, breaking through the sandstorm. A piece of empty land appeared in his field of vision. Then he saw some skeletons riding war horses. He saw the Death Knights, and he also saw the flying ants behind them. Before he could react, the Death Knights suddenly disappeared. Jin Hui was slightly startled, then his eyes changed dramatically. The Death Knights disappeared, so the target of the flying ants behind them naturally became himself. However, this situation was not limited to the situation in front of him. There were also behind, left, and right, even above his head. Sure enough, after only half a second, the flying ants had a new target, which was Jin Hui. Countless flying ants pounced on Jin Hui and surrounded him. Jin Hui roared, and his whole body was filled with golden light. At this time, he did not look like a stone demon but a member of the Golden Eagle clan or a golden demon. Along with the golden light, his law domain exploded. In the law domain, a soul suddenly jumped out. The soul was also covered with piles of golden light, exactly the same as Jin Hui. From the peak of the God King realm, the soul had merged with the law, and had even begun to completely incorporate the law into the soul. At this time, the soul appeared in the law domain, controlling the law, using the law, and could exert a power far beyond the physical body. Jin Hui mobilized its law, forming stones that sparkled with dazzling golden light, hitting the swarm of flying ants like hailstones. The body of the flying ant hit by the stone exploded instantly. It was just that there were too many flying ants. Every time a wave was killed, a second wave, a third wave would follow, endlessly. Lin Moyu looked into the distance, using the vision of the undead to observe the battlefield. He saw Jin Hui surrounded by countless flying ants, and the soul flames of the flying ants were constantly being extinguished, killed by Jin Hui. Compared with ordinary stone demons, Jin Hui's combat power at the same ninth rank God King level was not just one level higher. Even though they were very far apart, Lin Moyu could still vaguely feel the power of the law domain. It was the level of perfection, a 100 control of the law, extremely powerful. Lin Moyu could even imagine Jin Hui using the soul law domain, using his soul to manipulate the law domain to exert a more powerful force. This was the power that surpassed the ninth rank God King. He had not yet reached the minor God Venerable, but he was already so strong. Then isn't the minor Bright King Bodhisattva, who is a minor God Venerable, even stronger? It seems that my choice not to rush to find the minor Bright King Bodhisattva was the right one. Lin Moyu was still wary of the minor Bright King Bodhisattva in his heart. If it wasn't necessary, He didn't want to have contact with him at all. After all, with his strength, he temporarily couldn't fight against a minor god venerable. It wasn't fear. If the minor bright king Bodhisattva wanted to harm him, he still had means to destroy him, and saving his life would not be a problem, but there was no need to waste his trump cards on such a dispensable person. In the dense and violent sandstorm, golden light could occasionally be seen. The intense law breath swept across 100,000 miles. The sandstorm was constantly being split apart by the powerful law but quickly gathered again. The Death Knights did not stop for a single moment, constantly attacking the yellow sand. The yellow sand flew up continuously, forming a more violent sandstorm. Seeing the continuous decrease in the number of flying and soul flames, Lin Moyu couldn't help but admire Jin Hui's combat power. Facing several hundred 9th rank God King 6-winged flying ants, plus tens of thousands of 8th rank God King 4-winged flying ants, Jin Hui could actually persist for so long. Finally, the soul flame representing Jin Hui began to rush outwards. The flying ants were pushed away, and Jin Hui rushed out strongly. Has he reached his limit? Or has he used up all his tricks? He must know that if he doesn't leave now, he won't be able to leave anymore. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered. He issued a second command. The current situation was also within his expectations, nothing surprising. Facing so many flying ants, even a minor god venerable would have to flee for their life. Jin Hui was not yet a minor god venerable. It was not easy for him to persist until now. Outside the sandstorm, the figure of the witch demon Starlight flickered. In the sandstorm, a brilliant star river suddenly appeared. Even the sandstorm could not cover the beautiful light of the star river. A stream of starlight shot out from the star river law, splitting the world apart. Jin Hui, who was breaking through the encirclement, was suddenly stunned. An illusion appeared before his eyes. An illusion. He immediately realized that he had fallen into an illusion. Then panic arose in his heart. Flying ants could not use illusions. Then who is the one using the illusion? Naturally, it didn't need to be said. In this instant, Jin Hui connected all the events. He realized that the sandstorm, the flying ants, and even the illusion before his eyes were all arranged by Lin Moyu in advance. He had fallen into Lin Moyu's trap without knowing it. But he couldn't understand how those stone demons. The stone demons were his subordinates, his clansmen. It was impossible for them to deceive him, let alone join forces with Lin Moyu to harm him. No matter how he thought, he couldn't figure it out. Lin Moyu had the ability to revive the dead, turning them into his puppets, his own weapons. Jin Hui's whole body emitted a dazzling light, unfolding the law domain once again. The soul, cloaked in the law, shot out a sharp and intense golden light. The golden light pierced through the illusion. The witch demon Starlight quickly returned to the Star River law, and then disappeared without a trace. The limit of the witch demon Starlight could be set at the 9th rank God King, but obviously, Jin Hui could not be considered an ordinary 9th rank God King. The illusion only bound him for a moment, but this moment was enough to change the situation of the battle. He was surrounded by the swarm of flying ants once again, and his breakthrough failed. Jin Hui was so angry that his whole body trembled, but he could do nothing. In fact, until now, he had not even seen Lin Moyu's face. Lin Moyu had not even acted. He had been fighting with the swarm of flying ants all along. Lin Moyu, you despicable bastard, you coward, I will tear you to pieces, his soul roared with anger. The sound traveled for millions of kilometers. Lin Moyu also heard it. Lin Moyu said indifferently, an eye for an eye. You can't play. We're both playing with traps. You can, but I can't. Isn't it just that you don't dare to play? Jin Hui tried to break through the encirclement again. He curled his whole body up, exerting his powerful defense. The attacks of the flying ants on his body could only cause some insignificant injuries. But he had not rolled 2 rounds, and his speed had not yet increased, when the illusion descended again. While descending, he seemed to be in the starry sky and lost his sense of direction. He didn't know where he should roll, which direction to break through. He could only unfold the law domain again to break the illusion. The witch demon Starlight's illusion could not bind him, but it could continuously affect him. In the sandstorm, both his vision and soul were blocked. Jin Hui could not find the position of the witch demon Starlight, so he could not attack it. In other words, he had no way to prevent the witch demon Starlight's illusion from harassing him. Jin Hui had realized that he could not successfully break through the encirclement. Before he solved the problem of the illusion, he shouldn't think about breaking through. Since he couldn't break through, he now had only 2 outcomes. One was to die here, killed by the flying ants. The other was to destroy all these flying ants. Jin Hui chose the second. So he continued to curl up, and his whole body emitted a faint golden light. At this time, he turned into a large golden block. The golden light formed a halo, blocking the attacks of the flying ants. In the vision of the undead, Jianhui's soul flame suddenly became extremely powerful and more intense, as if it was about to break through a certain limit. An uneasy feeling arose in his heart. He didn't think much and immediately gave an order, ordering all the revived stone demons to leave quickly, as far away from the fortress as possible. The witch demon Starlight also ran away quickly. 10 seconds later, Jianhui's soul flame reached its limit, and then it exploded with a loud bang. A beam of golden light broke through space, passed through the obstructing sandstorm, and a star seemed to appear above the land. Fortunately, the vision of the undead was not blurred by the dazzling golden light. In the skeleton's eyes, there were only two colors, gray and white. Lin Moyu saw with his own eyes that the flying ants were all killed. Tens of thousands of soul flames also disappeared in an instant. The golden light was like a big hand erasing them from this world. Quite a cannon, Lin Moyu couldn't help but admire. He guessed that this was the secret technique of Jianhui's special bloodline. It was indeed very powerful. If it were him, he would almost be unable to withstand it. But it wasn't a problem. He was not afraid of death. No matter how strong the secret technique was, it was still a bit lacking to kill him. After using the secret technique, Jianhui's soul flame became extremely weak, but then it became abundant again. In 2 or 3 seconds, it had recovered more than half. The recovery ability of the stone demons was an ability that all 9th rank God King stone demons could have, to revive themselves once within a certain period of time, regenerating their vitality. After using the secret technique, Jianhui reached his limit and fell into a state of recovery. The sandstorm covered down again, engulfing Jianhui. The attack just now could kill the flying ants, but it could not eliminate the ubiquitous sandstorm. Lin Moyu's heart moved slightly. The stone demons that had just left quickly returned. The witch demon Starlight also ran back. The stone demons curled up their bodies, turning into stone balls and returning. Jianhui had just finished recovering when the stone balls arrived in front of him. Jianhui felt that something was not right. Just now, when he was besieged by the flying ants, these stone demon subordinates had no reaction at all, but now they came. And in the sandstorm, how did they find him? Although he didn't believe his clansmen would betray him, Jianhui still chose to stay away. Now that the swarm of flying ants had been killed by him, no one could stop him anymore. He was about to leave when his vision blurred, and he once again lost his direction. An illusion. Jianhui gritted his teeth, unfolded the law domain, and his soul was about to jump out to break the illusion. But suddenly he felt a sense of horror and his soul shrank back. At the same time, he also curled up, rolling into a ball. The law covered his whole body, turning into armor. Boom. A terrifying explosion transmitted into his soul, echoing in the sandstorm. The stone demons that rolled here, after approaching Jianhui, did not hesitate to self-destruct. The power of a 9th rank God King self-destruction was even greater than a full-strength attack from them. Although it still couldn't compare to a minor god venerable, it was still extremely terrifying. Jianhui, curled into a ball, let out a dull cry. The golden light on his body quickly faded. Even if he deployed all his defenses, under the self-destruction of a stone demon of the same realm, he was still injured. Immediately after, stone demons came from all directions. In a moment, the sound of explosions was endless. One after another, the self-destructions continued. The power of the self-destruction shot up into the sky, creating a powerful shockwave that blew away the sandstorm. After a full 15 self-destructions ended, the golden light on Jianhui's body had completely dissipated. His curled body was covered in wounds from the explosions, so much so that he was riddled with injuries. His body was like fragments falling on the ground, piece by piece. Jianhui's breath weakened to the extreme. At this time, his eyes were full of confusion. Why would it be like this? His voice trembled, whether because of anger, fear, or simply because of the explosion. In his field of vision, a human stepped on the yellow sand and slowly walked over. This was the second time he had seen Lin Moyu. The first time was at the minor bright King Bodhisattva's place, where he only saw an illusion, but this time it was the real person. Jianhui's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of hatred. Lin Moyu, you despicable human. Lin Moyu shook his head. Do you think saying that has any meaning? The human clan and the demon clan are mortal enemies. There is an eternal hatred between the two sides. As long as there is a chance, they will not hesitate to kill each other. Lin Moyu knew that Jianhui was not stupid and could communicate like a normal person, so he appeared to let Jianhui die with his eyes open. Ignoring Jianhui's hateful gaze, Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, do you have any last words? Jianhui sneered, what? You still want to bring my last words back from me? Lin Moyu shook his head. No, just so you can say them and die more comfortably. Haha. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, Jin Hui suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was hoarse and unpleasant, but out of consideration for a dying person, Lin Moyu endured it. After laughing for a few seconds, Jin Hui's eyes suddenly became vicious. He said, "You think you've won." Suddenly, a golden heart appeared in his hand. Golden light flowed on the golden heart, beating rhythmically. The golden heart suddenly turned into a stream of light and entered Jin Hui's body. His breath quickly rose, and the surrounding rock fragments automatically flew up and returned to Jin Hui's body. Recovery. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect it to be recovery. A 9th rank God King only had one chance to recover, and Jin Hui had already used it. The recovery at this time was not his own ability, but was related to the heart-shaped stone just now. Lin Moyu waved his hand and launched an attack. The attack was blocked by the golden light. Jin Hui's whole body was covered by the golden light, and he laughed wildly again. Lin Moyu found that this recovery was different from ordinary recovery. When a stone demon was recovering, it could not act or speak. But Jin Hui, although also in a state of recovery, could actually laugh and speak. And the golden light protecting him was very powerful. Lin Moyu felt that he probably couldn't break it. He realized that this was a very high-level treasure. Jin Hui stopped laughing. Didn't expect it, did you? I still have a trump card. My father is Jin Shi. Do you know who Jin Shi is? You don't. At your level, how could you know the power of this character? I have fallen into your trap. Your methods are indeed very clever, and your combat power is also very strong. But I'm not just temporarily recovering, I can also temporarily possess the combat power of a minor god venerable. This time, the one who should leave last words is you. Seeing Jin Hui so crazy, Lin Moyu curled his lips. According to his understanding of Jin Hui, he shouldn't be so arrogant. Could it be that that treasure had changed his personality? It wasn't impossible. Such a powerful treasure naturally had a price to pay. Or Jin Hui was deliberately doing this, but in fact, he was trying to buy time, or there could be other possibilities. Lin Moyu thought of many possibilities, and quickly identified the most likely situation. Jin Hui was trying to scare him, wanting to scare him away. This golden heart could help Jin Hui recover, but after he recovered, he might not be able to return to his peak state. Moreover, he had used all his trump cards. In a situation where he had not reached his peak state, he did not want to fight with him, so he wanted to scare him away. This possibility was extremely high. Lin Moyu smiled. I also want to witness the combat power of a minor god venerable, to see how strong it is. Jin Hui's latter stopped abruptly. He asked in a deep voice, "You're not afraid of death?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Let's try. I might not necessarily die." Jin Hui replied in a low voice, "All right, if you want to die, then don't blame me." The recovery reached its final step. The golden light covering Jin Hui quickly shrank and was completely absorbed into his body. Jin Hui's breath also reached its peak at this moment, quickly breaking through the limit of a 9th rank god king, and truly stepping into the level of a minor god venerable. Lin Moyu was not unfamiliar with minor god venerables. He had entered that level before, so he was very familiar with the breath of a minor god venerable. Jin Hui had indeed entered the level of a minor god venerable, but it was forcibly promoted. He would not be able to maintain this state for long, at most 1 or 2 minutes. Moreover, this was in a non-combat state. Once he fought, it would probably be even shorter. After all, it was not his own power. Once it was used up, it was gone. It was not something he could use whenever he wanted. Lin Moyu also felt that Jin Hui's breath was not stable. Obviously, his injuries had not fully healed, especially the damage to his soul, which was not something that could heal immediately. If he had been scared away, this part of the power might have become the power to heal his injuries. But now he was forced to raise his realm to a minor god venerable. After ascending to a minor god venerable, Jin Hui laughed loudly. "This is the power of a minor god venerable." Lin Moyu looked at him. "Hurry up, you have less than 2 minutes left." He saw through it. But so what? 2 minutes is enough to kill you. Jin Hui swung his huge fist, smashing it straight at Lin Moyu's head. He was 30 meters tall, and Lin Moyu was like a small ant in front of him. Lin Moyu did not dodge or evade. What answered him was the Skeleton King's sword, the god-slaying technique. The Skeleton King swung a sword from a distance, and the sword light exploded on Jin Hui's fist. The golden light on Jin Hui's fist blocked this sword, but it was also unavoidable that it was pushed off course by the sword light. So this punch still did not hit Lin Moyu. The fist fell on the yellow sand earth, and a sand dune shot up into the sky. Lin Moyu stood in the sand, and shook his head. If it's not your own power, you can't control it accurately. Jianhui smashed his fist down again. Lin Moi still remained motionless, his finger lightly pointing at the fist. Corpse explosion, a star-level technique, boomed. In the violent explosion, the fist was still deflected as before. Before, Lin Moyu had kept 15 stone demon corpses. More than half of them were piled up like a mountain to show Jin Hui to stimulate him. The rest he collected as material for corpse explosion. At this time he detonated a corpse. The power released was no less than the self-destruction just now. 2 consecutive attacks were blocked, and Jin Hui roared with anger. Lin Moyu felt that the treasure just now had indeed affected Jin Hui. In fact, the most correct approach for Jin Hui just now was to turn around and flee, using the power of ascending to a minor god venerable. If he wanted to escape, it would be very difficult to stop him. Now, 2 consecutive attacks were blocked. It seemed to have no effect, but in fact, it had made Jin Hui lose the opportunity to escape. The power he ascended to a minor god venerable was limited and could not be maintained for long. Especially after launching an attack, the maintenance time was even shorter. Lin Moyu did not give Jin Hui a chance. His fingers pointed out continuously, and 5 consecutive explosions erupted on Jin Hui's body. He was blown back repeatedly. He had ascended to a minor god venerable, but when facing a suicide explosion equivalent to a 9th rank god king, he would still be pushed back. It was just that Jin Hui was not injured, the power of a minor god venerable protected him. But because of this, the power of a minor god venerable was consumed rapidly, and was about to be unable to be maintained. At that time, his realm would drop, and his previous injuries would also erupt. It seemed that Jin Hui was blasted away. He shrieked strangely, curled up into a ball, and relied on the last bit of power of a minor god venerable to try to escape. But he had just turned around when a breath belonging to a minor god venerable suddenly rose behind him. Too late. Lin Moyu's 2 origin techniques were activated at the same time. His breath surged violently, and in an instant, he reached the minor god venerable realm. Although the law aspect was not good, in terms of realm breath, he was indeed a minor god venerable, even stronger than the minor god venerable Jin Hui before. The only problem was that Lin Moyu could not maintain it for long either, at most half a minute, but in this half a minute, it was enough to kill Jin Hui. The soul of Jin Hui screamed and fled quickly. In a flash, he was several thousand kilometers away. The large golden ball rolled rapidly on the yellow sand earth. Jin Hui kept shouting in his heart, faster, faster. At this time, Lin Moyu suddenly appeared right in front of him. Then a sword light flashed, and Jin Hui's consciousness fell into endless darkness and quickly dissipated. The large golden ball rolled for another few hundred kilometers, smashing several sand dunes before slowly stopping. Jin Hui was dead. His breath quickly dropped, down to the 9th rank god king. But Lin Moyu could feel that his life force was actually much stronger than a 9th rank god king. If he used his corpse to perform corpse explosion, the effect would also far exceed that of an ordinary 9th rank god king. A self-destruction that could injure a minor god venerable would be nothing. Just as Lin Moyu was about to collect Jin Hui's body, he suddenly smiled. Minor bright king Bodhisattva, come out. At an inconspicuous spot on Jin Hui's back, a Buddhist light suddenly lit up. Then the virtual image of the minor bright king Bodhisattva appeared from the Buddhist light, and flew out. Greetings, fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu didn't care about the Buddhist clan and had no good impression of them, but on the surface, he still had to show the necessary courtesy. Greetings, minor Buddha. He called the other party minor Buddha, not Bodhisattva. This was also a kind of respect, at least it could make the minor bright king Bodhisattva feel happy. The minor bright king Bodhisattva smile, fellow Taoist Lin is too polite. I originally did not want to appear, but I really have something to ask for fellow Taoist Lin's help. The reason he could discover the mark left by the minor bright king Bodhisattva was also because the mark moved on its own. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to find. Please speak, minor Buddha. Lin Moyu said directly. The minor bright king Bodhisattva chanted a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha. It is related to the Yellow Sand Lake. I have summoned the minor god venerable of the Sand clan, and also the leader of the Earth Fiend race, to discuss some matters related to the Yellow Sand Lake. Lin Moyu's heart moved slightly. He had long been suspicious of the Yellow Sand Lake, thinking that the existence of the Yellow Sand Earth had some mystery. But on the surface, he remained calm, his expression unchanged. How to negotiate? The minor bright king Bodhisattva replied, we will meet at the central lake, each standing on one side, maintaining a distance of more than 10,000 kilometers, and then we will begin the discussion. What does fellow Taoist Lin think? Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "All right." A look of joy appeared on the minor bright King Bodhisattva's face. "In that case, we will meet at the central lake in 5 days." "All right." Lin Moyu nodded in response. The minor bright King Bodhisattva chanted another Buddhist mantra before leaving. Lin Moyu collected Jin Hui's body. He originally wanted to turn Jin Hui into a revived one and ask about the way to the Nether Swamp. But now the minor bright King Bodhisattva suddenly said he wanted to discuss the Yellow Sand Lake with him. Lin Moyu felt that this matter might be related to the Nether Swamp, so he temporarily gave up the idea of turning Jin Hui into a revived one. If the Yellow Sand Lake and the Nether Swamp were not related, he could ask Jin Hui again later. After all, as long as the body was in his hands, he could always ask clearly. Outside the Yellow Sand Desert, the dream demon god Venerable suddenly looked up at the dark starry sky. The one who looked up before him was Shu Qiu. Then several new god Venerables looked up one after another. They looked in the same direction, where a terrifying force was rapidly approaching. This force turned into a face, the face of a stone demon, but this stone demon face was sparkling with golden light, revealing a sense of majesty. A huge pressure emanated from the void, covering this star field. Then the face rushed towards the Yellow Sand Desert. The Yellow Sand Desert emitted a strong light, and in a moment, Yellow Sand rose up, blocking the giant face. The giant face collided several times, but still could not break through. Terrifying energy spread in the void, extremely frightening. The dream demon god Venerable was horrified, and his mouth went dry. Lord Jinshi. This giant golden stone demon face was Lord Jinshi. Why did Lord Jinshi suddenly send down an illusion? Why does he want to break into the Yellow Sand Desert? A bad thought appeared in his heart. Could it be that something happened to Jin Hui? In the next second, he felt that this possibility was very high. Otherwise, why would Lord Jinshi suddenly appear? At this time, another terrifying force appeared in the void, turning into a person in a black robe. The person in the black robe exuded a noble aura, extremely majestic, making others not dare to look directly at him. As soon as he appeared, he slapped towards Jin Shi. The huge force shattered Jin Shi. Jin Shi said angrily, "You want to stop me? Go back. This is not a place you should come to." The tone of the person in the black robe was extremely cold, not giving Jin Shi any face. Without waiting for Jin Shi to reply, the person in the black robe continued, "If you don't go back in 1 second, I will kill your main body." This was a blatant threat, without any regard for Jin Shi's face. From this, it could be seen that this person in the black robe was much stronger than Jin Shi. Jin Shi snorted but did not refute. The giant face quickly disappeared, and then the person in the black robe also disappeared into the starry sky. Only then did the dream demon god Venerable breathe a sigh of relief. What a terrifying existence. In the deep dark starry sky, Shu Qiu's eyes shone brightly, with admiration and expectation. He was not afraid. On the contrary, he was a little excited. One was excitement, because that realm was a realm that he could reach in the near future. The other was excitement, because perhaps Lin Moyu had dealt with Jin Hui. Otherwise, Jin Shi would not have been so angry. Stinky boy, well done. On the yellow sand hearth, Lin Moyu saw countless yellow sand shooting up into the sky, faintly seeming to hear a terrified roar. In the sky, 9 fireballs simultaneously exploded with sparkling firelight, shooting straight to the horizon. Layers of golden light overlapped in the sky and clouds drifted like mist, beautiful beyond belief. A terrifying pressure filled the entire yellow sand earth. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes, not knowing what had happened. At this time, he was absorbing the soul power of Jin Hui after he was killed. Compared to an ordinary knight, God King, the soul power obtained from him was much larger. After the soul power was refined and absorbed, it could help to promote his cultivation. At this time, the purple light on Lin Moyu's body had not completely disappeared. He had just recovered from a shattered soul. Forcing himself to the extreme state made the collapse of the soul inevitable. What on earth happened? Lin Moyu muttered to himself, unable to understand. Not only Lin Moyu, but all the people across the yellow sand earth who saw the scene also did not know what was happening. The minor bright King Bodhisattva chanted a Buddhist mantra. An anomaly appears in the sky. What is the reason? The one who could be in charge was the minor bright King Bodhisattva, who had reached the minor Buddha realm of the Buddhist clan, equivalent to a minor god venerable in the great world. But he still didn't understand what was happening outside. Lin Moyu watched for a while, and seeing the sky gradually recover and the yellow sand falling like rain, he also withdrew his gaze and paid no more attention. Then he looked into the distance, which was the direction of the central lake. According to the information he knew, in this deep region, besides the largest yellow sand lake in the center, there were a total of 6 other yellow sand lakes. The 6 yellow sand lakes were distributed in different areas, very far apart. One of them was near the demon's fortress. One was on the territory of the Sand Clan and the Earth Fens, and there was also one on their border. The situation on the Meyer Bright King Bodhisattva's side was not much different. At the same time, there were 3 yellow sand lakes all under his control. The central lake where they were about to meet was protected by the 6 yellow sand lakes in the center and was the largest. Because it was in the center, it was called the Central Lake. The distance from his place to the Central Lake was about 1 billion kilometers. With his speed, it would only take more than a day to get there. But the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva had set the time for 5 days later. Perhaps the journey would not be smooth sailing. He recalled the information related to the Yellow Sand Lake, and found that the Stone Demon race knew very little about it. They only knew that the water in the Yellow Sand Lake continuously lapped against the shore, and after each time, it would turn into yellow sand. The sand in the Yellow Sand Desert seemed to originate from there. The Stone Demons regarded the Yellow Sand Lake as the source of the Yellow Sand Desert. But whether it was or not was hard to say. Lin Muyu adjusted his direction. Before going to the Central Lake, he planned to go see the nearest Yellow Sand Lake first. In less than an hour, after encountering several waves of flying ants, Lin Muyu arrived at the shore of the Yellow Sand Lake. The sound of water lapping against the shore echoed in his ears. The Yellow Sand Lake in his sight was very large, even larger than he had imagined. The overall shape of the lake was circular, with a diameter of about more than 1,000 kilometers, much larger than the Oasis. The lake's surface was not calm and ripples continued to rise, creating layers of waves, causing the lake water to move forward and wash against the shore. The water that washed ashore all turned into yellow sand. In Lin Muyu's eyes, these streams of water seemed to lose their vitality in an instant before turning into yellow sand. What made him feel strange was that for such a large lake, the law of the water element in it was pitifully weak, completely dominated by the law of the earth and stone type. Earth and stone type. Lin Muyu was suddenly startled and decisively retreated. The lake surface exploded, and lake water shot up into the sky, then fell down. The water that fell outside the lake immediately turned into yellow sand. In the stream of water, a monster with the body of a fish and the head of a dog rushed out of the lake, flew into the air, and charged towards Lin Muyu. The witch demon Starlight instantly appeared, enveloping the fish-bodied, dog-headed monster. The monster immediately lost its direction and tumbled continuously in the air. Lin Muyu didn't know what illusion it saw, but its movements told him that this monster could fly. It did not fall but remained suspended in the air. Immediately after, the witch demon flame flew out, and hot flames burned on the monster's body. It roared madly, struggling in the air. Suddenly, it shot down from the sky. A column of water rushed out from the lake again, pulling it back. Going back. Lin Muyu thought. The witch demon Flame and the witch demon Starlight returned at the same time, not following the monster into the lake. Not knowing the situation in the lake, Lin Muyu did not plan to act. It would be meaningless for the 2 witch demons to go in. The fish-bodied, dog-headed monster was pulled back by the golden stream of water and disappeared. Lin Muyu stood by the lake and connected with the vision of the undead. In the vision of the undead, the lake water turned gray, indicating that there was no breath of life in this lake. Under the lake surface, in the lake water, there were vaguely a large number of soul flames burning. The lake water blocked the vision of the undead, making it impossible to see deeper. Just in this area, thousands of soul flames could be seen. Each soul flame represented a 9th, God King monster. In the depths that could not be seen, it was unknown how many there were. I'm afraid it would be difficult to count. Just one lake had so many, and there were 6 such yellow sand lakes, plus a central lake that was unknown how many times larger. The monsters inside would be even more numerous. Lin Muyu felt that his thinking was not wrong. The monsters were the dominant players in this world. A guy like Jin Hui was nothing in front of this terrifying number of monsters. He could kill 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, but what if there were 1,000,000, 10 million? Even the minor bright king Bodhisattva would have to swallow his pride. A trace of awe rose in Lin Muyu's heart, awe for the yellow sand desert. Fortunately, these monsters could not leave the yellow sand lake. The monster just now was about to escape but was pulled back by the stream of water. Looking at the situation where the yellow sand lake water lapped against the shore and formed sand, if these monsters came ashore, would they turn into sand? It wasn't impossible. A skeleton god general appeared beside Lin Muyu. It quickly followed the waves and jumped into the lake. The skeleton god general was like a death knight, without any vitality. Lin Muyu observed and found that after the skeleton god general entered the lake, it was not attacked by the monsters in the lake. Only then did he feel relief. Then, Lin Wuyu took control of the skeleton god general. In the vision of the skeleton god general, he saw a large number of fish-bodied, dog-headed monsters floating in the lake. They seemed to be sleeping, not swimming like fish, just drifting with the undercurrent in the lake. This state was like the flying ants hibernating in their nests. If they did not encounter an enemy, they would not take any action. Even when Lin Wuyu controlled the skeleton god general to pass close by them, they did not have any reaction. Lin Wuyu tried several times, and it was the same. Later, he even reached out and lightly touched a monster. The monster's soul flame flickered weakly a few times, but still had no movement. Obviously, a light touch was not the limit to wake them up. Lin Wuyu was more at ease. He controlled the skeleton god general to sink quickly, entering the bottom of the lake. The lake was very deep. The deeper he went, the more monsters he saw in his vision, which was very magnificent. These were things that could not be seen on the lake surface. At this time, Lin Wuyu had a feeling that this yellow sand lake was like a huge arsenal. The monsters inside were the weapons, automatic attack weapons with powerful combat power, which could be regarded as the puppets of the human clan. If they were brought to the battlefield, the effect would probably be extremely terrifying. Except for me. No one should have been to the bottom of the lake. With so many monsters, Lin Wuyu believed that even the minor Bright King Bodhisattva would be daunted. In that case, if there were any secrets in the yellow sand lake, even the minor Bright King Bodhisattva would not know. Continuing to dive down, the yellow sand lake could be seen to be gradually becoming turbid. The yellow sand in the water began to increase, and the breath of the law also became stronger. Every grain of yellow sand here contained an extremely strong law, much denser than the yellow sand on the ground. Without the monster crystal cores, this yellow sand alone was the best material for comprehending the law of the earth and stone type. Finally, he reached the bottom of the lake. The breath of the law at the bottom of the lake became more intense and powerful than ever before. The density of monsters here also became very high. Lin Wuyu controlled the skeleton god general to go towards the center of the lake. He had to constantly avoid these fish-bodied, dog-headed monsters. The speed slowed down quite a bit. After walking carefully for more than an hour, he finally reached the center of the lake. Then Lin Wuyu witnessed a strange scene. At the central position at the bottom of the lake, a formation was slowly operating. Streams of water carried yellow sand and gathered towards the center of the formation. This yellow sand was always being refined by the formation, gradually merging together and finally forming a crystal core, a 9th rank God King crystal core. Then more yellow sand automatically gathered. The law in the yellow sand took shape, gradually turning into the head of a dog. After the dog's head, the body of a fish slowly appeared, finally turning into a fish-bodied, dog-headed monster. The monster opened its eyes, quietly merged into the monster group in the lake, and began to sleep soundly again. After the formation created a monster, it also fell into a deep sleep, seeming to be accumulating strength, preparing for the next creation. Lin Wuyu observed the whole process and for a moment did not know what to say. After a long time, he could only describe it with 2 words, amazing. The scene before him was too magical. These monsters were actually created in this way. The whole process did not require any human intervention. In just 1 hour, a 9th rank God King monster was created. Lin Wuyu felt as if he had seen a huge secret, knowing the origin of the monsters in the Yellow Sand Desert. Perhaps in the corners of the Yellow Sand Desert there were many similar formations, constantly creating monsters. But what Lin Wuyu couldn't understand was what the purpose of the Yellow Sand Desert doing this was. After controlling the skeleton god general to walk around the bottom of the lake, he found a passage. It seemed that this passage could only go out but not in. The skeleton god general could not enter. After trying a few times, he could only choose to give up. But Lin Wuyu also had a guess about this passage. Because the water flowed out from this passage, Lin Wuyu guessed that this might be the waterway at the bottom of the lake. Perhaps it connected with the other yellow sand lakes, including the central lake. He retrieved the skeleton god general, and calculated the time. He found that a day had passed. There were 4 days left until the appointed time with the minor Bright King Bodhisattva, so it was time to set off. Lin Wuyu did not waste any more time and headed towards the central lake. Lin Wuyu turned into a stream of light, and advanced at the fastest speed that the Yellow Sand Desert could accept. Along the way, he would occasionally encounter attacks from flying ants. But even so, after a day, Lin Wuyu had also traveled more than half the way. At this time, he was still 400 million kilometers away from the central lake. The closer he got to the central lake, the more clearly Lin Wuyu could feel the change in the law. The law of the earth was gradually decreasing, and instead, the law of the earth and stone type was increasing. These two types of laws were the main components of the Yellow Sand Desert. The change in their ratio would also cause other reactions. In the Yellow Sand Lake, there was no law of the earth. It was all the law of stone. Inside were the dog-headed, fish-bodied monsters, in stark contrast to the flying ants in the Yellow Sand Desert. The change in the law before him made Lin Moyu realize that he might encounter new monsters, and they might be 9th-rank God King monsters, unavoidable and not easy to deal with. Otherwise, the minor Bright King Bodhisattva would not have set the time for 5 days. The Death Knights went one step ahead, running in front of Lin Moyu, using the vision of the undead to observe. As long as it was not a monster like the flying ants, the vision of the undead could probably detect the opponent early. After walking another 10,000 kilometers, the law of the earth became weaker and weaker. At this time, it should be that 90% of the various types of laws had been occupied by the law of stone. Finally, a dazzlingly strong soul flame appeared in the vision of the undead. Immediately after, one soul flame after another appeared, densely packed and stretching into the distance. Small hills 100 meters high were scattered on the ground, forming a mountain range. In the center of each small hill, a soul flame was burning. These 100-meter hills were the monsters, the mountain monsters blocking Lin Moyu's path. The Death Knights sent back news from all directions. No matter which direction they took to enter the central lake, they would not be able to avoid these mountain monsters. In the Yellow Sand Desert, you could not fly. Except for fighting your way through, there was no other way. Lin Moyu finally understood the reason why the minor Bright King Bodhisattva set a 5-day deadline. It was because of these mountain monsters. Based on the strength of the soul flames, the mountain monsters in front of him were all 9th-rank God King monsters. The law of stone covered their entire bodies, and their defensive power was not inferior to that of a stone demon of the same realm. Because of the difference in body shape, they might even surpass a stone demon of the same realm in terms of strength. High defense and not weak attack power, they were not easy to deal with at all. Let's try first. With a thought, the Witch Demon Starlight and the Witch Demon Flame appeared beside him. The Witch Demon Starlight summoned the illusion of the Star River Law, merged into it, and then covered a mountain monster. Strangely, the mountain monster did not have any movement. It seemed that the illusion had no effect on it. A second later, the Witch Demon Flame also summoned the Star River Law of Flame, and flame drained down, burning the mountain monster. This time, the mountain monster reacted. Its whole body trembled. A giant eye appeared in the middle of the mountainside. The eye was also covered by the Law of Stone, with a faint light. Then a pair of large hands grew on both sides of it, completely made of earth and stone. The arms waved in the void, emitting a powerful Law of Stone. The Law of Stone swept over its body like a storm, sweeping away the flames. Then the Law of Stone turned into a giant arm and smashed into the illusion of the Star River Law in the air. Both the illusion of the Flame Star River and the illusion of the Starlight Star River were shaken by this blow. A large number of Legion commanders appeared behind Lin Moyu and began to heal. The flames continued to pour down. The starlight flickered, continuing to create illusions. The mountain monster waved its huge hands, hitting the Star River Law one by one. Its body was very large, but it could move extremely fast. In 1 second, it had struck dozens of times. The 2 Star River Laws shattered. The Witch Demon Flame and the Witch Demon Starlight fell from the broken Star River Law and hurriedly returned. They were injured, but with the Legion commanders here, these injuries quickly recovered. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. It was really not easy to deal with this mountain monster. The Witch Demon Starlight's illusion had no effect on the mountain monster, so the effect of the Witch Demon Flame coordinating with it would be greatly reduced. The Witch Demon's attack was very strong, among the top in the same realm. But on the other hand, in the same realm, the Witch Demon's defense was among the worst. This was a characteristic determined by the Witch Demon. The focus and weaknesses were very clear. The key was how you used it. After summoning the Witch Demon, Lin Moyu knew its pros and cons very well, so he still let the Witch Demon Starlight assist to maximize the advantages of the Witch Demon Flame. But when facing the mountain monster, the Witch Demon Starlight's illusion lost its effect, and the weakness of the Witch Demon Flame was also exposed. The mountain monster began to charge towards Lin Moyu. Although there were no feet at the bottom of the mountain, its speed was very fast and also very smooth, creating a large gully in the sand. This way of moving was very strange, even a bit bizarre, as if someone was pushing this small hill to move. Lin Moyu's finger pointed to the sky. The immortal flame that was burning fiercely suddenly appeared in the air. The 9-star summoning of the Skeleton King technique. Instantly, a huge skeleton throne appeared in the air, obscuring the sun. The Skeleton King stood up from the throne, his red cloak fluttering in the wind, and the swordlight rose. The Skeleton King slashed at the mountain monster. It exploded on the mountain monster's body. In an instant, it was like a mountain collapsing, and the earth cracking. Rubble flew everywhere, and the mountain monster's attack was immediately stopped. Many large wounds appeared on the mountain monster's body. Countless stones on the mountain shattered in the sword light, and a huge hole appeared on the mountainside. This sword from the Skeleton King had caused a considerable damage, but the mountain monster did not know what pain was. After being attacked, it became angry and said. It let out a strange roar, and the law on its body soared. The wound cut by the Skeleton King began to heal quickly. A stream of yellow sand flew over, filling the wound, and then the yellow sand turned into stone. Very quickly, it became one with the mountain monster. In a flash, the wound had recovered as before. After recovering, the mountain monster continued to charge towards Lin Moyu, its momentum not diminishing at all. The 10,000 meter tall Skeleton King looked down at the mountain monster. Red light appeared in its eyes, and the giant bone sword was swung, slashing down like a club. The bone sword drew an afterimage in the air, shattering countless yellow sand flying in the air. With a loud bang, the bone sword hit the mountain monster's body, creating a very large hole. The mountain monster stopped again, shaking continuously in place, looking like a tumbler. The Skeleton King's bone sword was hit by a huge rebound force. The Skeleton King, holding the bone sword, retreated continuously, leaving huge footprints on the yellow sand earth. The Skeleton King had a huge body, but a large body did not mean great strength. In terms of strength, the mountain monster was not inferior to the Skeleton King. This sword made the mountain monster turn its attention to the Skeleton King. It no longer paid attention to Lin Moyu but began to charge towards the Skeleton King. The yellow sand continuously poured in, filling the mountain monster's wound and restoring it to normal. The Skeleton King stopped and swung its long sword to fight with the mountain monster. Although the mountain monster's body was far smaller than the Skeleton King's, its defensive power was very strong, and its recovery ability was also amazing. The damage caused by the Skeleton King would recover in a moment. This was because the Skeleton King's attack contained the law of immortality. The law of immortality would slow down the mountain monster's self-healing speed. Otherwise, its recovery speed would be even more amazing, basically impossible to kill. The mountain monster completely ignored its own defense, swinging its fists, trading damage for damage, as if it was fighting for its life with the Skeleton King. The powerful law of stone made its fists have extremely terrifying destructive power. Every punch could send yellow sand flying into the sky. Every time they fought, the Skeleton King would be uncontrollably pushed back. Fortunately, there were Legion commanders here, so the Skeleton King's injuries could also quickly recover. From this point, the two sides were not inferior to each other. The attacks of both were simple and brutal. While their body shapes were very different, their strength was on par. Lin Moyu frowned. At first glance, the Skeleton King was not weaker than the mountain monster, but he knew very well that the Skeleton King was actually weaker than the mountain monster. The mountain monster's self-healing ability was too strong. The Skeleton King could only fight on par with it with the help of the Legion commanders. Without the Legion commanders, the Skeleton King would not last a few minutes. But there was only one Skeleton King, while there were countless mountain monsters. After observing, Lin Moyu understood that without the power of a minor god venerable, it was completely impossible to cross this area. Even if Jin Hui came here, even if he took out his trump card, it would be difficult to cross. Lin Moyu was thinking about how to cross this area with the smallest price. Perhaps he could rely on his speed advantage and force his way through. As soon as this idea came up, he suddenly felt that he had been wrong somewhere. He had learned about the existence of the Central Lake from the Stone Demons. For ordinary 9th rank God King Stone Demons, it was impossible to reach the Central Lake. So how did they know of its existence? It was obvious that Jin Hui told them, which proved that Jin Hui had been there. Jin Hui had crossed this area. The key question was how he crossed it. It was certainly not by force. Even if a stone demon rolled into a ball, it would still be blocked by the mountain monsters. The mountain monsters were different from the flying ants. They could not be rolled over. Either Jin Hui had some special method, or he had found a path leading to the Central Lake. But the Death Knights had run along the mountain monsters for a very long distance, but still did not find the corresponding path. How did Jin Hui do it? The human clan had left the Yellow Sand Desert for a long time, so their understanding of it was very limited. Lin Moyu was sure there was a way to cross this area, but he didn't know how. Under the situation where there were no clues, Lin Moyu extinguished his idea. The time was too short, he couldn't find the correct method. Now there were only two paths before him. One was to raise his own power to the minor god venerable realm, and then force his way in. The other was to lure these mountain monsters away. If there was no road, then he had to make one himself. For him, luring monsters was more familiar than anything else. This was not a problem. He was now a 9th rank true god, and one step further was the God King realm. If he used his origin techniques to raise his realm and charged in, he would definitely absorb a large amount of soul power. If he was not careful, he would push himself to the God King realm. This was not what he wanted. He had not yet fully comprehended the laws of the true God realm and still needed time to check and supplement, to consolidate his foundation. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Moyu decided to choose the second method, still using the Death Knights. In the Yellow Sand Desert, the Death Knights had the fastest speed and could maximize their advantage. A team of 100 Death Knights charged towards the mountain monster, but the mountain monster had no interest in creatures without the breath of life. It completely ignored them. It's okay if you don't pay attention. The Death Knights will make you pay attention. The Death Knights drew their long swords and swung out attacks full of the power of death. The not so strong attacks of the Death Knights landed on the mountain monster's body, only leaving a few traces, not even counting as a scratch. But the attack contained the death power of the law of immortality. The death power corroded the mountain monster's body, simulating its counterattack. So the mountain monster woke up, its law sword and giant fists grew from the mountainside, hitting the Death Knights. When attacking, the Death Knights had already retreated far away. At this time, seeing this, they fled even further, avoiding the mountain monster's attack. The mountain monster began to move, chasing after the Death Knights. Its speed was very fast. The Death Knights needed to respond with all their strength to match it. The Death Knights pulled the mountain monster further and further away, disappearing from sight. Lin Moyu observed the state of this mountain monster from beginning to end, staring at its eyes. The giant eyes stared at the Death Knights. Once it was negligent, the Death Knights would attack a few more times, again stimulating its pursuit. The mountain monster not only had strong defense and attack but also had amazing self-healing ability. At the same time, it was also patient, chasing the Death Knights for more than 10,000 kilometers without stopping. Thus, Lin Moyu gradually felt relief. He knew that his idea was feasible. Immediately after, teams of Death Knights rushed out, charging towards the mountain monsters. A team of 1,000,000 Death Knights was enough to form 10,000 teams, luring away 10,000 mountain monsters. One by one, the mountain monsters were lured away, and a wide passage appeared before him. On the third day of the 5-day appointment with the minor bright king Bodhisattva, before the central lake, the Bodhisattva sat on the ground. This time, the sun did not appear above his head, but his body was still surrounded by Buddhist light, making him appear majestic. In fact, he had arrived here a day earlier, waiting quietly. In his hand, he was holding a yellow brown tree branch. The breath of the law on the branch was strong, and the waves of the sea continuously created ripples of law in the air and spread outwards. This branch was taken from the trunk of the death tree in the middle layer. Under the cover of the breath from the branch, the central lake was rarely so quiet. The area where the minor bright king Bodhisattva was sitting was also calm. But once he left the area covered by the breath of the branch, the waves of the central lake would suddenly become intense. The minor bright king Bodhisattva's gaze was fixed on the lake surface, as if in thought. A moment later, he suddenly looked up and looked into the distance. Two figures appeared in the distance. The minor bright king Bodhisattva's body emitted but this light, forming a huge illusion in the air. Two fellow Taoists, long time no see. How have you been? The two people in the distance looked up at the illusion at the same time. The minor god venerable of the Sand clan, God King Black Sand, and God King True Earth of the Earth Fiend race. God King Black Sand was already a minor god venerable, on the same level as the minor bright king Bodhisattva. Although God King True Earth was not a minor god venerable, he was only slightly weaker, not inferior to Jin Hui. Moreover, here, the Sand clan and the Earth Fiend race were allies, and the two had always acted together. It was because of this that they could gain a foothold in front of the powerful demons. The two also moved the law, forming a huge illusion in the air. But how have you been? From their words, it could be heard that they still maintained a bit of respect for the minor bright king Bodhisattva. This was a sign of respect for the strong, and also respect for the Buddhist clan. Although they were both minor god venerables, God King Black Sand also had to lower his stance. It was not because he was afraid of the minor bright king Bodhisattva, but because the Buddhist clan was too strong. The two also held a similar branch, also taken from the trunk of the death tree. God King Black Sand spoke up and asked, "Has God King Jin Hui not arrived yet?" The minor bright king Bodhisattva chanted a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha, God King Jin Hui will not be coming. Minor Buddha, what do you mean? God King Black Sand felt a little strange. God King True Earth beside him also showed a strange look. The minor bright King Bodhisattva replied in a low voice, God King Jinhui is dead, so he cannot come. These words made the expressions of God King Black Sand and God King True Earth change. God King Black Sand couldn't believe it and asked, who could kill him? The minor bright King Bodhisattva did not hide anything. A strong expert from the human clan. A minor god venerable from the human clan. It's not a minor god venerable. The minor bright King Bodhisattva told everything he knew, without hiding anything, and there was no need to hide it. What he knew was not a secret. Finally, the minor bright King Bodhisattva concluded with a sentence, this strong expert from the human clan named Lin Moyu, I can't see through him. He must have a treasure protecting him. His normal breath is only at the 9th rank true god, but I can confirm that this person is not a minor god venerable. This is definitely not wrong. God King Black Sand said in a low voice, even you can't see through him. It seems this person is really capable. It makes sense. Few races can match the demon clan. Only the human clan. The minor bright King Bodhisattva smiled and said nothing. I and Lin Moyu have an appointment for 5 days. He should be arriving soon. God King Black Sand nodded. Then let's wait. They waited for a day, and it was the 4th day of the appointment. Suddenly, the minor bright King Bodhisattva looked in one direction and said calmly, he's here. Immediately after, God King Black Sand and God King True Earth also sensed it and looked over in that direction. They felt someone approaching this way, their breath not strong, not yet at the God King realm. Oh, no need to think. It must be the Lin Moyu who killed Jin Hui. God King Black Sand and God King True Earth were very curious. What kind of character could kill God King Jin Hui? God King Jin Hui was not easy to kill. Even a minor god and venerable might not be able to kill him. Moreover, Lin Moyu could be at the top of the demon's kill list, making the demon clan not hesitate to offer a god venerable level magic treasure as a reward. In their field of vision, the mountain monsters in the distance suddenly moved and then rushed into the distance. They looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. One after another, the mountain monsters ran like flying, as if chasing someone. Very quickly, the mountain monsters were all gone. Lin Moyu appeared in their field of vision. The moment they saw Lin Moyu, their eyes immediately narrowed, especially God King True Earth. This member of the Earth Fan race was extremely reticent. Since greeting the minor bright King Bodhisattva, he had not opened his mouth, but at this time he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He's not holding a branch. What shocked them was that Lin Moyu was not holding a branch. Lin Moyu came here empty, and it. God King Black Sand also whispered, he came here without holding a branch. How did he do it? At this time, there was more caution in his eyes. Even with his strength, if he didn't have a branch, he couldn't get here. The minor bright King Bodhisattva also didn't understand. He didn't know how Lin Moyu could get here. Lin Moyu's actions were beyond his expectations. Even he would have to expend a lot of effort, and might even fail, to get here without a branch. He felt that he had to re-evaluate Lin Moyu's ability. Lin Moyu was more powerful than he thought. In the distance, Lin Moyu had seen the 3 of them. He had met the minor bright King Bodhisattva before, and was not unfamiliar. The other 2, needless to say, were God King Black Sand of the Sand Clan and God King True Earth of the Earth Fin race. He had learned about these 2 from the revived stone demons, and could now meet them one by one. When he saw them, Lin Moyu suddenly narrowed his eyes. He finally knew the correct way to overcome the obstacle of the mountain monsters. At this time, all 3 of them were holding a branch, which continuously emitted fluctuations of law. He also had branches from the death tree. Lin Moyu laughed to himself, I was a bit stupid. At that time, he thought the branches of the death tree would be useful, but he didn't expect them to be used here. Fortunately, he had his own way to solve the obstacle. Lin Moyu seemed slow, but was fast, quickly arriving at the shore of the lake. He looked at the rolling waves, and then at the calm lake in front of the minor bright King Bodhisattva and the others. He also took out a branch. The branch emitted a yellow light, and waves of law vibrated and spread. The lake surface became calm instantly, as if a large invisible hand had smoothed it. The 3 stood by the lake, forming a triangle nearly 10,000 miles apart. Lin Moyu said, Human clan's Lin Moyu pays respects to the 3 of you. An illusion of Lin Moyu appeared in the sky. This technique was not special, just a convergence of law. Not only was it easy for the true God realm to do, but even the God Master realm was not a problem. This illusion could only speak, other than that, it had no other use. It was completely different from the illusions that could contain power to fight of the God Venerables. They were not the same thing. The 4 were tens of thousands of miles apart, and the illusions had to stand up to face each other. The minor Bright King Bodhisattva naturally made himself the leader of this meeting, and said in a low voice, "This time, I have summoned the three of you to explore the central lake together, and find the path leading to the nether swamp." Lin Moyu was quite surprised. It really is for this matter. As he said, it seemed he had never been to the bottom of the central lake, so he didn't know the situation there. But he knew that the path to the nether swamp was at the bottom of the lake. Lin Moyu quickly made many speculations in his heart, but he said nothing, just planning to continue listening to the minor Bright King Bodhisattva. Perhaps he could learn more information. The minor Bright King Bodhisattva continued, "I'm sure the three of you are aware that there are countless monsters under the central lake, but don't worry too much. With the death tree branch here, they will stay away from us. Only the leader is difficult to deal with. The path to the nether swamp is at the bottom of the lake, but we need to search for the specific location. Moreover, we also need to discuss a bit about how to avoid that leader. The death tree has no effect on it." After speaking, the minor Bright King Bodhisattva glanced at everyone, waiting for them to speak. His meaning was very clear, which was to have the four of them join forces to see if they could kill that leader. Currently, among the four races human, Buddhist, Sand, and Earth Fan there was no enemy, so they could join forces. Lin Moyu looked at the minor Bright King Bodhisattva and spoke first. "Minor Buddha, I have just arrived here, so I don't know much about the situation inside the central lake. I have a few questions." The minor Bright King Bodhisattva chanted a Buddhist mantra, Tafa. "Please ask, fellow Taoist Lin." Lin Moyu asked the first question directly. "Have you ever fought with the realm of that boss monster?" The minor Bright King Bodhisattva immediately replied, "The realm of that boss monster is a minor god venerable. I have fought with it before but could not defeat it." Lin Moyu's expression did not change, and he continued to ask the second question. "Second question, you just said that with the death tree branch here, the ordinary monsters will not cause his trouble. But if we are in a battle and the boss monster summons those monsters to attack us, will they still care about the death tree branches in our hands?" The question made the minor Bright King Bodhisattva embarrassed. "I am not sure about this. I only fought with it for a short time, and did not fight to the death. Seeing that I could not defeat it, I retreated." Then he added, "But what fellow Taoist Lin said is not without reason. If the leader summons ordinary monsters to deal with us, I am not sure if the death tree branch will still be useful." Lin Moyu had fought many dungeons. Some bosses would summon their minions during a fight. Normally, when fighting a boss, he would clear out the minions, leaving it with nothing to summon. If the leader at the bottom of the central lake could summon ordinary monsters to attack him, it was hard to say whether the death tree would still be useful. Lin Moyu continued to ask the third question, "Minor Buddha, can you tell me a little about the specific situation you saw at the bottom of the lake, and inside the lake?" The minor Bright King Bodhisattva nodded, "Of course. There are many dog-headed, fish-bodied monsters in the lake. These monsters will actively attack people. For example, we are standing on the shore now. If we don't hold the death tree branch, the monsters inside will launch an attack against us. But these monsters have a characteristic. They cannot come offshore. Once they come offshore, they will turn into grains of sand and die immediately. The combat ability of the monsters in the lake is not as good as the mountain monsters, but their number far exceeds the mountain monsters. It is very difficult to kill them all." The difficulty that the minor Bright King Bodhisattva meant was that it was almost impossible. The central lake was very large. Even with Lin Moyu's vision, he could not see the end of it. The three of them were 10,000 miles apart, which was actually only a small corner of the central lake. Lin Moyu felt that putting a few stars into the central lake would not be a problem. The existence of such a large lake was unreasonable in the first place. The number of monsters inside was probably countless. In that case, clearing out the monsters inside was impossible. This was just a wrong method. But if they didn't clear out the monsters inside the lake, then when dealing with the boss monster, it would definitely summon its minions. With just the few of them, they would definitely not be able to win. This seemed to have become a difficult problem. After the minor Bright King Bodhisattva told him about the situation at that time, Lin Moyu had a clear understanding of the situation he was facing. It was very difficult. Lin Moyu then asked the fourth question, "Minor Buddha, you said you went down to find the way to the nether swamp but couldn't find it. Is it possible that this passage only appears after killing the boss monster?" Lin Moyu's guess was not unreasonable. He remembered the situation at the bottom of the yellow sand lake before. There were indeed passages, but those passages could not be entered. According to this guess, even if there was a passage at the bottom of the central lake, if they didn't kill the boss monster first, they probably wouldn't be able to enter. Maybe the boss monster would also drop a key or something similar. The minor bright king Bodhisattva said in a deep voice, I have thought about this problem. This possibility is also possible. It's just that, killing the leader is too difficult, so I thought it would be better to find the passage first. If we find the passage, then as fellow Doist Lin said, we can come back and think of a way to kill the leader. The minor bright king Bodhisattva still insisted on his own opinion. He still wanted to avoid the boss monster and prioritize finding the passage. Unless he couldn't find it, then he would think about killing the boss monster. But Lin Moyu heard another meaning from his calm tone. It seemed that the minor bright king Bodhisattva was sure of killing the boss monster, but he said he was not a match for that monster, which proved that he had a trump card. Or he had lied before. But no matter what, to kill the boss monster, he probably had to pay a corresponding price. Unless it was a last resort, he obviously would not want to pay this price. This bit of the minor bright king Bodhisattva's thoughts was guessed by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not ask any more questions, and began to get straight to the point. Minor Bodha, what do you plan to do? He knew that in fact, what had been said before was just a prelude. The minor bright king Bodhisattva had taken the initiative to summon them. It was said to be a discussion, but in fact, he had a plan. The minor bright king Bodhisattva did not answer immediately, but looked at God King Black Sand and God King True Earth. Two fellow Taoists, do you have any good ideas? God King Black Sand shook his head. Nada. I have been down there before, and met that leader but did not fight with it. It is very strong, and I cannot defeat it. God King True Earth cherished his words like gold. Never been down. The minor bright king Bodhisattva asked. In that case, I have an idea. I wonder if the three fellow Taoists think it is feasible. Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh to himself. As expected, he came prepared. He had long guessed how God King Black Sand and God King True Earth would answer. Whether it was the Sand Clan or the Earth Fin race, they were not races that were good at thinking. How could they avoid the minor bright king Bodhisattva's calculations? The Buddhist clan was still the Buddhist clan, truly hypocritical. Suppressing his inner dislike of the Buddhist clan, Lin Moyu kept a calm expression, showing that he was listening to the minor bright king Bodhisattva. The minor bright king Bodhisattva smiled, and presented his idea. We have a total of 4 people, divided into 2 groups. One group is responsible for finding the passage, and the other group is responsible for attracting the attention of the boss monster to buy time for the other group. The search time is set for 1 hour. If we don't find anything within 1 hour, we will return to the shore, rest for an hour and then go down to search again. The second time, the 2 groups switch tasks. The other group will be responsible for attracting the attention of the boss monster. We will divide the area, and each group will be responsible for different areas to avoid duplication. While speaking, the minor bright king Bodhisattva released another illusion. Inside the illusion was a topographic map of the central lake. He had already determined the areas inside, dividing the central lake into a total of 99 areas. Lin Moyu glanced over and found that in the center of the lake illusion, there was a large empty area. He looked at the minor bright king Bodhisattva, waiting for his explanation. Not only him, but God King Black Sand and God King True Earth also looked at the minor bright king Bodhisattva. The minor bright king Bodhisattva quickly said, this area in the middle is the core area of the lake, and also the area with the highest possibility of finding the passage. But I haven't been able to enter. Every time I want to enter, I am stopped by the boss monster. Lin Moyu asked, Minor Buddha, can you tell me a little more about the characteristics of the boss monster? The minor bright king Bodhisattva did not refuse. He changed the illusion again. This time, a ferocious monster appeared in the illusion. It also had a fish body but no dog head, which had turned into a lion's head. The meatballs on its head looked very fierce and terrifying. In the middle of its head grew a single horn, which looked like a dragon's horn. Such a monster, just looking at it made people feel creepy. That monster also had a pair of large hands, and in its hands, it held a weapon, which was a long spear. The minor bright king Bodhisattva said, this boss monster has some similarities with the Yaksha in the Buddhist doctrine. I have given it the name Yellow Sand Yaksha. The area where the Yellow Sand Yaksha most often appears is the core area. Its perception is extremely sensitive, and it can sense any direction. Moreover, its speed is very fast. In the lake, its speed is much superior to ours, so it is very difficult to deal with. Even if we just attract its attention, we still need to cooperate carefully. Lin Moyu memorized the shape of the boss monster. From the minor bright king Bodhisattva's words, he could really feel that it was very difficult to deal with. If it could also summon other monsters, then it would be difficult to solve. It seemed that attracting the attention of the boss monster and taking the opportunity to find the passage was the best way. The minor bright king Bodhisattva looked at them, was silent for a few seconds, and then continued, regarding my proposal, do the three fellow Taoists have any better ideas? Black Sand and True Earth did not speak, but Lin Moyu asked, the Minor Buddha's method is quite good, but how should we combine? Lin Moyu knew that the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva must have thought about it. His words were just a lead to let the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva say it. The Minor Bright King Bodhisattva chanted another Buddhist mantra. I feel that the Minor Buddha and God King True Earth should be in a group. Fellow Taoist Lin and God King Black Sand will be the other group. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought to himself, as expected, it's just as I thought. He had previously thought that the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva would use this combination. In terms of race, the four people here had no enmity. But Black Sand and True Earth were allies, and their relationship was quite close. If they were in the same group, if they found the passage, they might enter alone. At that time, he and the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva would be in a passive position, so separating them was inevitable. But at the same time, Lin Moyu was also a little worried about this division. Because among the four, only he and God King True Earth were not minor god venerables. On the surface, the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva would be the one with the strongest strength. If the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva and God King True Earth were in the same group, if they found the passage, would the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva have the idea of killing True Earth and entering alone? This was not impossible. But if he raised an objection now, and asked for him and True Earth to be in the same group, the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva might not agree. Because he was not clear about Lin Moyu's strength, and he could kill Jin Hui, he had already regarded him as a strong expert of the same realm. After thinking a lot, Lin Moyu realized that no matter how the group was divided, there would be problems. The best way was not how to divide the group, but how to control it. It seemed that God King True Earth was not very satisfied with this division, but he did not say anything. God King Black Sand beside him signaled him to be quiet. Although God King Black Sand was not good at using his brain, it did not mean that he did not understand this reasoning. After thinking for a while, God King Black Sand represented himself and God King True Earth and said, I have no opinion. Lin Moyu smiled, I have no opinion either, but I feel that we need to swear a great world oath. It seemed that the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva had long expected Lin Moyu to say this. This was natural. After speaking, he immediately swore an oath, here, I swear that in the Central Lake I will absolutely not attack God King Black Sand of the Sand Clan, God King True Earth of the Earth Fend race, and Lin Moyu of the Human Clan. If I violate the oath, I will pay with my life. After he swore the oath, it was Lin Moyu's turn. God King Black Sand and God King True Earth also followed suit. Then each of them took out a drop of blood essence and released it into the air. The 4 drops of blood essence gathered in the air and combined together. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and lightning struck the blood essence, which dissipated in the lightning. Thus, the Great World Oath was established. The higher the realm, the greater the movement when swearing the Great World Oath. It was even rumored that there was a supreme invincible existence. When they swore a Great World Oath, the lightning swept across the starry sky and could easily destroy a star system. With the Great World Oath binding them, the 4 of them were relieved. However, Lin Moyu was still a little wary in his heart because the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva agreed too readily. Although the Great World Oath had a very strong binding force, it was not omnipotent. Perhaps the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva would have some means to bypass the Great World Oath. Therefore, he had to be on guard and maintain vigilance to survive. It was estimated that not only him, but also Black Sand and True Earth were the same. Although the 4 of them cooperated for a short time, each had their own schemes and were wary of each other. They discussed again. The first time, Lin Moyu and God King Black Sand would search for the passage together. The search area was area number 1. According to the Minor Bright King Bodhisattva's numbering, the larger the number, the closer to the center. This was not much different from the human clan's numbering on the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Many races in the Great World also chose to use this method. Let's go. The Minor Bright King Bodhisattva and God King True Earth took the lead and jumped into the lake. In their hands, they held the death tree branches. After entering the water, the branches glowed like lamps. Where the light shone, the lake also became quiet. The 2 quickly dived down the lake, deeper and deeper, until the light on the lake surface could no longer be seen. About 5 minutes later, Lin Moyu and God King Black Sand glanced at each other. They had a tacit understanding. Both jumped up at the same time and rushed into the lake. In the golden lake, light flashed. Both of them held death tree branches in their hands. The small death tree branches emitted a faint light. In the lake, after countless dog-added, fish-bodied monsters saw the halo, they immediately moved away automatically. Very quickly, the two reached the bottom of the lake and began to search for the passage. Lin Moyu and God King Black Sand still maintained a distance of 1,000 meters. This distance both avoided mistakes and could expand the search range, improving efficiency. They continued to advance towards the bottom of the lake. Lin Moyu carefully searched along the edge of the lake bottom. The passage could be in the dik area, or it could be somewhere at the bottom of the lake. Before they found it, anything was possible. The bottom of the lake was not mud but sand. The sand was full of laws. It did not dissolve in the water and turn into mud. God King Black Sand came from the Sand Clan. The Sand Clan was naturally very close to the law of the earth and stone system. After entering the bottom of the lake, while he was searching, the sand in the lake would automatically spread around. With the advantage of his race's talent, his search speed was much faster than Lin Moyu's. Very quickly, he was ahead of Lin Moyu. Time passed bit by bit. In a flash, an hour had passed. In just 1 hour, they had not yet finished searching the entire area number 1, only completing more than half. But the time was up. The two quickly surfaced and returned to the shore. After they returned, just half a minute later, the minor Bright King Bodhisattva and God King True Earth also rushed out. The two of them were very fast, like cannonballs shooting out of the lake, and straight into the sky. Immediately after, a huge figure also rushed out from the lake. It was 100 meters tall, with a lion's head and a fish's body, covered in dense fish scales. The meatball on its head was extremely ferocious, and a single horn looked very sharp. Large, old arms grew from both sides of the fish's body, and in its hands, it held a 100-meter-long spear. The shape of the yellow sand yaksha was exactly the same as the illusion of the minor Bright King Bodhisattva, and it was even more ferocious. The yellow sand yaksha rushed out of the lake, and its body in the air fiercely stabbed towards the minor Bright King Bodhisattva and God King True Earth. A virtual image of a huge spear appeared in the void, carrying a terrifying momentum, wanting to pierce through the two of them. The minor Bright King Bodhisattva turned around first, and chanted a Buddhist mantra. A string of Buddhist beads appeared in his hand. The Buddhist beads were activated and flew out, quickly enlarging in the air, turning into a round shield. The round shield was engraved with the runes of the Buddhist clan, and immediately Buddhist sounds were heard, followed by what seemed to be countless Buddhists chanting scriptures. The virtual image of the spear stabbed fiercely into the round shield of Buddhist beads, making a loud noise. The virtual image of the spear disappeared, and the yellow sand yaksha fell back into the lake. The minor Bright King Bodhisattva and God King True Earth also landed on the shore at the same time. Lin Moyu could see that there was still panic in God King True Earth's eyes. His clothes were a little torn, and his breath was slightly unstable, as if he had been slightly injured. His strength was not as good as the minor Bright King Bodhisattva's and also much weaker than the yellow sand yakshas. God King True Earth said nothing, only bowed to the minor Bright King Bodhisattva, and then sat down silently. The law all over his body began to operate, as if he was healing his wounds. The minor Bright King Bodhisattva sighed. The yellow sand yaksha is too strong. Just now, I was just probing a little and something almost happened. I also harmed fellow Daoist True Earth and got him injured. Lin Moyu knew this was just his polite words, and agreed. With the minor Buddha here, God King True Earth will surely be safe. God King True Earth is more worried than injured, so there's nothing to worry about. The minor Bright King Bodhisattva asked, "Did you gain anything from this search?" Lin Moyu and God King Black Sand shook their heads. It was normal not to have any gains. After all, it was the first search, and they had not yet completed area number 1. The passage was not so easy to find, and required a lot of time. The minor Bright King Bodhisattva also sat down. Next time, it will be up to the two of you to attract the attention of the yellow sand yaksha. Please be very careful. Lin Moyu nodded, and said no more. The surroundings fell into silence. Only the death tree branch continued to emit a faint light. Lin Moyu closed his eyes, looking like he was meditating and resting. But in fact, his mind was connected with the skeleton god warriors. Just now, his search speed was slower than God King Black Sand's. In a corner that God King Black Sand could not see, he had released 100 skeleton god warriors. The skeleton god warriors had infiltrated the sand at the bottom of the lake, and began to act. They were moving along the edge of the lake, quickly going to the other side. An hour later, the minor Bright King Bodhisattva would enter the bottom of the lake to search. The skeleton god warriors needed to avoid them. The skeleton god warriors quickly reached the bottom of the lake without making a sound and without disturbing any monsters. The skeleton god warriors had no breath of life, and were completely ignored by the monsters in the lake. After reaching the target, The skeleton god warriors began their search and created a topographic map in Lin Moyu's mind. An hour later, Lin Moyu and God King Black Sand opened their eyes at the same time. They glanced at each other, then jumped up high and entered the lake. As soon as they entered the lake, the two immediately swam towards the center. Their goal was to attract the attention of the yellow sand yaksha, so they first had to go to the central area. The death tree branch continued to emit a faint light, driving away the ordinary monsters. The speed of the two was very fast, very fast. A large figure appeared in their vision. Lin Moyu and God King Black Sand discovered the yellow sand yaksha, and at the same time it had also discovered the two of them. Lin Moyu felt that he was locked on. A powerful and fierce soul was locking him, surpassing the 9th rank God King, but weaker than a good venerable. It was the soul of a true minor god venerable. The death tree branch lost its effect, and the yellow sand yaksha had already arrived with its spear. Lin Moyu felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. If he was noticed by the yellow sand yaksha, his life might be in danger. Retreat quickly. Lin Moyu did not hesitate and retreated. God King Black Sand's reaction was not slower than Lin Moyu's. He immediately retreated. And the direction of retreat was different from Lin Moyu's to create a distance. According to what they had discussed before, they would use the kite flying tactic. The two maintained a distance of 1,000 kilometers, and Yinfen attracted the attention of the yellow sand yaksha. The two quickly pulled away. Lin Moyu's speed was very fast, but because he was in the lake, the yellow sand yaksha's speed was even faster. The distance between them was constantly shrinking. When he was almost caught up, Lin Moyu was ready to take the yellow sand yaksha's attack. Even if the yellow sand yaksha had the combat ability of a minor god venerable, it could not kill him in an instant. So until now, Lin Moyu had remained calm. Suddenly, a sharp golden arrow passed through the water, and fell heavily on the yellow sand yaksha's body. The yellow sand yaksha turned to look at God King Black Sand thousands of kilometers away. God King Black Sand was in position and did not hesitate to attack the yellow sand yaksha. His attack attracted the attention of the yellow sand yaksha, so it turned and rushed towards God King Black Sand. After God King Black Sand attacked, he quickly retreating. Lin Moyu's finger lit up, and he quickly followed, always maintaining a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers from God King Black Sand. God King Black Sand's attack was very timely. Just as the yellow sand yaksha was about to attack, he had diverted its attention. God King Black Sand was not good at speed, even a little slower than Lin Moyu. In just over 10 seconds, the yellow sand yaksha had caught up with God King Black Sand. Lin Moyu could see that God King Black Sand was very tense, his whole body tense and ready. At this time, Lin Moyu's finger lightly pointed up. In the Golden Lake world, a red light suddenly lit up. Soul burn. A star, level technique. Lin Moyu did not use the time curse because its power was too great, and he was afraid that the yellow sand yaksha would hate him afterward. To attract its attention, using soul burn was enough. Soul attack, the damage was not great, but the humiliation was extremely high. The yellow sand yaksha did not hesitate, and immediately changed direction, rushing towards Lin Moyu. Its powerful and ferocious breath locked onto Lin Moyu again. He began to retreat quickly. In the distance, God King Black Sand obviously breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed, ready to act at any time. The first coordination was always the most difficult. As long as it went smoothly, it would become smoother and more tacit afterward. Lin Moyu understood why the minor Bright King Bodhisattva asked for two people in a group. It was because when facing a leer like the yellow sand yaksha at the bottom of the yellow sand lake, if there was only one person, it was completely impossible to buy time. Only by using such a clever method could they buy time with it. But this method could not last for too long. The attack would always be stronger each time, and it would reach its limit. So 1 hour was quite reasonable. A dozen seconds later, the yellow sand yaksha approached Lin Moyu again. God King Black Sand acted in time again. His attack was a little stronger than before, and he once again successfully diverted the yellow sand yaksha's attention. They were like flying a kite, coming and going, diverting the yellow sand yaksha's attention, playing the game of buying time to the extreme. Time passed like this. While they were pulling with all their might, an hour had passed. The two did not hesitate, and flew out of the lake. The yellow sand yaksha also followed. It firmly locked onto Lin Moyu, its giant eyes full of hatred. Lin Moyu felt a little helpless. Who told the intensity of the soul attack to be too high? Later, God King Black Sand often had to attack 2 or 3 times to make the yellow sand yaksha shift its attention. Lin Moyu rushed out of the lake at high speed, stirring up 100-meter column of water. After him, the yellow sand yaksha also rushed out with its huge body, holding its spear tightly. It attacked Lin Moyu in mid-air. A huge virtual image of a spear shot out, as if wanting to tear him to pieces. Lin Moyu felt that his soul was locked. His heart moved slightly, and the wings of the undead appeared behind him. With a flap of the wings, he cut off the soul lock. Then the witch demon starlight also appeared on his shoulder. Lin Moyu's whole body turned into light and in an instant flew tens of thousands of miles, landing on the shore of the lake. The soul lock lost its effect, causing the yellow sand yaksha's attack to miss. It roared angrily and fell back into the lake again. The lake rippled violently, stirring up layers of waves, and it was a long time before it calmed down again. The voice of the minor bright king Bodhisattva sounded, "Fellow Doist Lin has a very good way of dealing with things." With his strength, he could naturally see what Lin Moyu had just done. Cutting off the soul lock was not something anyone could do, especially cutting off the soul lock of a minor god venerable was even more difficult. Yet Lin Moyu did it easily. This also meant that if he deployed a soul lock on Lin Moyu, it would also be cut off. Lin Moyu's status, in the eyes of the minor bright king Bodhisattva, was involuntarily raised by another level. Lin Moyu sat down on the spot without saying a word. He looked as if he had just experienced life and death and was still in shock. But in fact, Lin Moyu had no feelings at all. All these expressions were what he wanted others to see. Since he started his professional path, he had been through countless great battles, and he had seen too much of life and death. Many people in the great world had to practice hard and comprehend the laws. In his eyes, that was no different from flowers in a greenhouse. He didn't have much time for ascetic practice. He mainly grew up in battles. The situation just now was a small matter for Lin Moyu, but he pretended to have just escaped from death's door, and at the same time he showed his ability to cut off the soul lock. One was to tell the minor bright king Bodhisattva that he had this ability. Don't underestimate me. The other was to tell the minor bright king Bodhisattva that his combat ability was limited, and he was not a match for the yellow sand yaksha, so there was no need to be too wary of him. Neither underestimating him nor being too wary of him. This effect was what Lin Moyu wanted, and obviously, it had achieved that effect now. Lin Moyu's soul was extremely sensitive, much more sensitive than the others present. He could feel the changes in their expressions. His consciousness once again controlled the skeleton god warriors. In the past hour, 100 skeleton god warriors had searched a large area, but still found nothing. They were continuing to expand their scope, continuing to search. The central lake was very large, enough to contain several more stars. It was not something that could be completed in a short time. But Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. As long as the passage really existed, he would be able to find it sooner or later. An hour later, it was Lin Moyu and God King Black Sand's turn to search again, while the minor bright king Bodhisattva and God King True Earth attracted the attention of the yellow sand yaksha. While Lin Moyu was searching, he released another 100 skeleton god warriors. Time passed bit by bit. The four of them took turns, constantly searching in the central lake. 3 days later, Lin Moyu had searched from area number 1 to area number 8 but still found nothing. The minor bright king Bodhisattva and God King True Earth had also completed from area number 20 to area number 27. It was the same. There were no discoveries. In the most recent search, because of a mistake, God King True Earth was injured, and the search had to be temporarily suspended. They would continue after God King True Earth recovered from his injuries. In 3 days, Lin Moyu had seen clearly that among the four, the weakest was God King True Earth. Although he had his own special secret technique, when he did not use the secret technique, he was still weaker than Jin Hui. Among the four, the strongest was of course the minor bright king Bodhisattva. What was most noteworthy was that the time God King True Earth was injured, the minor bright king Bodhisattva showed his combat ability. He held back the yellow sand yaksha, and persisted for more than 10 minutes before helping God King True Earth escape from danger. The four of them still sat silently on the yellow sand earth, a certain distance apart. On the yellow sand earth, there was no distinction between day and night. The fireball in the sky was always there. Lin Moyu was not idle either. He controlled the skeleton god warriors to explore the bottom of the lake, searching for the passage day and night. Now there were 2,000 skeleton god warriors at the bottom of the lake. They did not need to rest and were not attacked by monsters. The journey was smooth, and the efficiency was extremely high. In these 3 days, they had searched from area number 70 to area number 90. Now they had reached the area with a higher number. The higher the sequence number, the closer to the core. The yellow sand yaksha was near the core, so Lin Moyu was not very sure whether the skeleton god warriors would be attacked by the yellow sand yaksha. A boss monster was different from an ordinary monster. It was hard to say. However, Lin Moyu felt that since they had not been attacked for 3 consecutive days, there was a 90 chance that they would not be attacked anymore. Sure enough, one of the skeleton god warriors sent back news. It had seen the yellow sand yaksha. The yellow sand yaksha dragged its huge body and swam over the head of the skeleton god warrior. It completely ignored the existence of the skeleton god warrior. Seeing this, Lin Moyu felt very relieved and immediately ordered 100 skeleton god warriors to go to the core area. The other skeleton god warriors continued to search along the original route. Because Lin Moyu had been to the bottom of the yellow sand lake once, he had guessed from the beginning whether the passage could really be in the core area. Because they had to attract the attention of the yellow sand yaksha every hour, if the skeleton god warriors went directly to the core area, they might be discovered by the minor bright King Bodhisattva. It was not until now, while God King True Earth was recuperating, that Lin Moyu let the skeleton god warriors quickly go to the core area. God King True Earth's injuries were not light. It would take at least 3 days to recover. 3 days was enough to search the core area thoroughly. The first impression the core area left on Lin Moyu was that the concentration of laws here was astonishingly high. The pure law of stone and a small amount of the law of earth had become the masters here. The dense law gathered together to the point where it could almost be clearly seen. It even gave Lin Moyu the illusion that even the lake water was made of materialized laws. The skeleton god warriors moved quickly in the core area, searching for traces. Soon, the skeletons made a discovery. Lin Moyu also quickly connected with their vision. In the gray-white world, Lin Moyu saw the Great Formation again. In an area in the center of the lake, the yellow sand disappeared, and the ground became as solid as gold. The Great Formation was complex and profound, difficult to see through. The whole Great Formation was very restrained, and did not emit any power. Lin Moyu had seen a similar Great Formation at the bottom of the yellow sand lake. The two Great Formations had no difference. Just as he discovered the Great Formation, it happened to start operating. Countless yellow sand rose from the bottom of the lake, and flowed with the water, forming a crystal core in the center of the formation. Lin Moyu had seen this scene before. After the crystal core condensed, the next step would be to condense into a body. Finally, the soul flame would be lit, turning into a dog-headed, fish-bodied monster. The reality was indeed so. As more yellow sand gathered, the law within the yellow sand would be revealed more and more. Then, with the power of the formation, it would prepare to condense the monster's body. At that moment, a powerful jet of water shot out, forming a water arrow that struck the formation, hitting the crystal core precisely. The core was sent flying by the fierce current. The yellow sand yaksha lunged forward with its massive body, its lion-like head opening its enormous mouth to swallow the crystal core. After swallowing it, the yaksha wore an expression of extreme enjoyment, as if it had tasted a rare delicacy. However, its enjoyment lasted less than 2 seconds before the formation erupted with a powerful light. The runes that had not lit up before now illuminated one by one. A whip formed from the laws of the universe suddenly appeared, striking the yellow sand yaksha like a bolt of lightning. The yaksha let out a strange cry, not daring to resist the whip. It turned to flee, but the whip still struck its body, shattering its skill armor and tearing its flesh. After a single lash, the yellow sand yaksha had fled far away, and the formation returned to its tranquil state. Witnessing this, Lin Moyu couldn't help but remark, "Man dies for wealth, a bird for its food." Who would have thought that a formation capable of creating a 9th-tier god-king monster could also attack? And even more unexpectedly, the yellow sand yaksha would compete to eat the crystal core, even at the cost of being injured. Lin Moyu left 2 skeleton warriors by the formation, while the rest continued to explore the core area. Soon, more formations were discovered. In the core area, there were a total of 7 formations. 6 of them were identical to the one he had seen at the bottom of the yellow sand lake, used to create monsters. The 7th was unique. It was not large, but at its center was a circular indentation, as if meant for placing something. The runes carved on this small formation were incredibly complex. A brief glance was enough to make Lin Moyu feel dizzy. He dared not look any longer and focused his attention on the circular indentation. After a moment, he knew what was meant to be placed there. This is the worst possible outcome, Lin Moyu sighed internally. If his guess was correct, the indentation was for a crystal core, not irregular monsters, but the yellow sand yakshas. Lin Moyu felt his judgment was almost certainly correct. In the current situation, this was indeed the worst result. It seemed that to enter the nether swamp, he had to kill the yellow sand yaksha. But the monsters here were countless, and the yaksha was so powerful. How could he possibly kill it? Lin Moyu fell into deep thought, piecing together the information he had gathered. First, it was certain that the nether swamp was accessible. People had entered before. This meant the yellow sand yaksha could be defeated. But the right method had to be found. With a large group, they could rely on brute force. But with a small group, the wrong method would mean complete failure. Originally, Lin Moyu had intended to sneak in alone if he found the passage. Now, that seemed impossible. The minor Nether King Bodhisattva was the strongest among the four of them. To kill the Yellow Sand Yaksha, his power was indispensable. Of course, Lin Moyu had his own life, thinking trump card that could surely deal with the Yaksha, but he would not choose that path. It wasn't worth using on this creature. After synthesizing all the information, Lin Moyu gradually formed a clue. When the formation condensed the crystal core, the Yellow Sand Yaksha had come to snatch it. Its expression was greedy and urgent, as if determined to get it at all costs. After swallowing the core, it looked blissful, willing to endure the formation's attack. This meant the core held an immense attraction for it. Swallowing the core would trigger the formation's attack. In fact, since all the cores were created by the formations, swallowing any of them would trigger the same response. It was just unclear whether killing a monster, obtaining its core, and then letting the Yaksha swallow it would also activate the attack. Lin Moyu felt he had found a way to deal with the Yellow Sand Yaksha. At that moment, the voice of the minor Nether King Bodhisattva reached his ear. Fellow Daoist Lin. Fellow Daoist corroded Earth's wounds have healed. We can proceed. Lin Moyu opened his eyes. Several days had passed. It has been 4 days, the Bodhisattva said in a low voice. Lin Moyu nodded. I feel we don't need to continue. Then, the minor Nether King Bodhisattva was slightly taken aback. Fellow Daoist Lin, are you giving up? His tone was neutral, but it carried a hint of displeasure. Lin Moyu shook his head. Not giving up. I may have found the way into the Nether Swamp. Truly? The Bodhisattva asked, surprised. Lin Moyu nodded. I made some discoveries earlier, and after thinking it over these past few days, I'm quite certain. I have 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which would the little Buddha like to hear first? The minor Nether King Bodhisattva chanted a Buddhist mantra. Fellow Taoist Lin, please speak directly. Seeing he made no choice, Lin Moyu was not surprised. The bad news is, to enter the Nether Swamp, we must kill the Yellow Sand Yaksha. As soon as he finished, the faces of the others turned grim. The Yellow Sand Yaksha was incredibly difficult to kill and would likely come at a great cost. This was truly bad news. Lin Moyu continued, the good news is, I found a way to deal with the Yellow Sand Yaksha. Though I'm not certain it will work, it's worth a try. The minor Nether King Bodhisattva pressed him. How do we try? I need crystal cores, Lin Moyu replied. The ones from the dog-headed fish, odded monsters in the lake. No problem, the Bodhisattva said without hesitation. He retracted the deathwood branch and leaped directly into the lake. A second later, the water exploded, and a monster was thrown into the air. The Bodhisattva shot out of the water, and threw his Buddhist beads. The beads transformed into a great blade, and with the resounding chant of Buddhist mantras, it slashed down. The monster was killed instantly, and a round crystal core fell out. With a wave of his hand, the core flew towards Lin Moyu. As if fearing one was not enough, he dived back into the lake to kill again. The minor Nether King Bodhisattva displayed his formidable combat prowess, killing 7 monsters in the lake. In just over 5 minutes, he had killed 6 and obtained their cores. If not for the appearance of the Yellow Sand Yaksha at the end, he could have continued. The Bodhisattva confronted the Yaksha for a moment before using his strength to return to the shore. The Yellow Sand Yaksha circled the lake, letting out piercing screeches before finally sinking back down. The Bodhisattva's breathing was now unsteady. In those short 5 minutes, he had gone all out and looked somewhat exhausted. Lin Moyu observed him, feeling that while the Bodhisattva had indeed exerted himself, he hadn't pushed himself to the brink. His current appearance was half an act. As a minor god venerable, even fighting desperately, he wouldn't be drained in just 5 minutes. Fighting for a day or 2 would be more believable. If you're going to pretend, at least make it convincing. Lin Moyu felt a bit annoyed. The Buddhist clan really doesn't know how to act, their deception is so easily seen through. It was too clumsy. The minor Nether King Bodhisattva regulated his breathing and asked, is this enough? Lin Moyu nodded. It should be. Let me try. He then took a crystal core and threw it with all his might. The core flew like a meteor, quickly disappearing from sight. The Bodhisattva watched Lin Moyu's actions without a word. He didn't doubt Lin Moyu's idea, but he didn't understand what he was doing. Since Lin Moyu didn't explain, the situation fell into a strange silence. The crystal core flew for tens of thousands of kilometers before landing in the lake, now very close to the core area. A skeleton general had long been waiting there. As soon as the core hit the water, it was caught and quickly brought towards the nearest formation. The skeleton warrior rushed towards the formation at top speed. Soon, the formation came into view. At the same time, the water began to stir. The yellow sand yaksha approached. It was as if the entire central lake was its territory. No movement escaped its notice. Like a cat smelling fish, the yellow sand yaksha charged over at an astonishing speed. It was too fast, the skeleton warrior couldn't reach the formation in time. At that moment, the skeleton warrior threw the crystal core towards the formation with all its might. The yellow sand yaksha immediately changed direction. It completely ignored the skeleton warrior, wanting only the crystal core. When Lin Moyu saw the yaksha rush towards the core, he knew his judgment was correct. The crystal core held a great allure for the yellow sand yaksha, enough to make it risk anything. For some reason, it couldn't obtain cores by directly eating the dog-headed, fish-bodied monsters, but only when a formation had just condensed one. If the core fully formed and turned into a monster, it was no longer useful. But when a monster was killed by someone else and turned back into a core, they could then eat it. The next step is to test the next part of my theory, he thought. If it succeeds, we will have a way to deal with the yellow sand yaksha. The crystal core quickly sank, approaching the formation. When it was just a few thousand meters away, the yellow sand yaksha finally arrived and sucked the core into its stomach. At that moment, the formation suddenly lit up. An ethereal whip swung out, lashing fiercely at the yellow sand yaksha, tearing its flesh. The yaksha paid it no mind. Satisfied, it quickly fled, not even glancing at the skeleton warrior. Seeing this, Lin Moyu felt a sense of relief and finally let out a breath. The minor nether king Bodhisattva immediately asked, how did it go? His voice held a sense of urgency, as if entering the nether swamp was of great importance to him. Realizing his slip, he lowered his voice and asked, was it effective? Lin Moyu, pretending not to notice his unusual state, nodded. It worked. Just as I thought. What exactly happened? The Bodhisattva asked. Lin Moyu explained, when I went to the bottom of the lake before, I saw a formation. I've seen this type of formation in the records of the human race, so I could roughly determine its function. Lin Moyu had already uploaded all the information gathered by the skeleton warriors into the human race's database. The human race in the Great World had a long history, even longer than the Buddhist and Sand clans. Claiming he had seen a similar formation among human records was a solid excuse. Even if they didn't believe him, they couldn't prove him wrong. He then briefly explained the matter of the crystal core and the whip. The minor nether king Bodhisattva said, so, we just need to collect enough crystal cores and lure the yellow sand yaksha near a formation. Whenever it eats a core, the formation will attack it. Once it's heavily injured, we'll strike and kill it. Lin Moyu nodded. That's right. If the human records are correct, these formations are a complete set. In the center of the lake, there must be another formation. That one needs a crystal core to be activated, and it's most certainly the crystal core of the yellow sand yaksha. Lin Moyu spoke with a mix of truth and lies, but at least to the Bodhisattva and the others, it sounded plausible. The only issue was his claim that the central formation needed the yaksha's core, which was his speculation, not a certainty. In reality, Lin Moyu was already certain, but he couldn't say it directly. The minor nether king Bodhisattva pondered for a few moments. Fellow Daoist Lin, fellow Daoist Black Sand, please keep the yellow sand yaksha occupied for a while. This humble monk wishes to see for himself. He decided he had to see it with his own eyes to be sure. Lin Moyu nodded. No problem for me. What about God King Black Sand? God King Black Sand also said in a low voice. Very well. The two then jumped into the lake, keeping a distance of 1,000 miles from each other, waiting for the yellow sand yaksha. The Bodhisattva's reaction was all within Lin Moyu's calculations. When he mentioned the formation at the bottom of the lake, the Bodhisattva showed no surprise, whereas God King Black Sand and God King Corded Earth both showed varying degrees of shock. This proved the Bodhisattva had known about the formations all along, but never mentioned it. Whether he had seen the formation in the yellow sand lake or the central lake, it showed he was hiding something. Lin Moyu was suspicious. His eagerness to enter the nether swamp might be due to some undisclosed secret. What could be in the nether swamp that was so important to him? The yellow sand yaksha quickly rushed over. The two coordinated tacitly, kidding it once again. With the experience from previous encounters, their coordination could now be considered seamless. After they drew the yaksha's attention, the minor nether king Bodhisattva also jumped into the lake and swam swiftly towards the center. Nearly an hour passed before the Bodhisattva returned. By then, Lin Moyu and God King Black Sand had reached their limit, and quickly retreated to the shore. A hint of excitement showed in the Bodhisattva's eyes. Fellow Daoist Lin was right, he said. There is indeed a formation in the core area. This humble monk has observed its core, and it truly needs a crystal core to be filled. The implication was that the core needed was undoubtedly the yellow sand yakshas. This was the effect Lin Moyu wanted. The Bodhisattva seeing the result of his speculation with his own eyes was much more valuable than just telling him. Next, they began to discuss how to collect enough crystal cores. The method was simple. Kill the dog-headed, fish-bodied monsters. There was no other way. The main focus of their discussion was how to kill them and how many to kill. On this point, Lin Moyu had the most say. Only he had seen the power of the formation's whip and how much damage it could inflict on the Yellow Sand Yaksha. From his observation, the whip was unavoidable, a kind of ability similar to a soul lock. As long as the formation was activated, the whip would form, and the Yaksha would be hit. The whip was strong enough to break the Yaksha's defense, leaving its flesh torn. It looked powerful, but Lin Moyu knew it was only superficial damage. To truly injure the Yaksha with the whip, tens of thousands of lashes would be needed. But hunting over 10,000 of those monsters in the lake was impossible. These were not weekends. Each one was a 9th-tier god king. If the minor nether king Bodhisattva went all out, he might kill a few in a short time, but he also had to deal with the Yaksha arriving at any moment. Although they had found a method, they realized it wasn't easy to execute. Everyone's face showed a difficult expression. Lin Moyu glanced at them and said, I think that although the formation can injure the Yellow Sand Yaksha, we cannot rely on it entirely. We should treat it as a supportive tool, using it to break the Yaksha's defense and disrupt its attacks, creating an opportunity for us to strike. Lin Moyu's words lit up their eyes. They realized they had misunderstood. The minor nether king Bodhisattva immediately said, Fellow Daoist Lin is right. We shouldn't rely too much on the formation. Its whip is just an aid. We still need to rely on our own strength. Lin Moyu continued. I want to know if any of you god kings have an ultimate technique that can inflict fatal damage on the Yellow Sand Yaksha in a short time. He had considered the Yaksha's defense and recovery. Based on their previous fight and the formation's attack, its defense was extremely strong. To kill it, they had to break that defense first. Secondly, its recovery was equally strong. The damage effect wouldn't last long, they needed to finish it quickly. They all understood his meaning. After a few seconds, God King Corded Earth, who had been silent, spoke up. First, I have a magic treasure that can suppress the Yellow Sand Yaksha's recovery. However, the treasure itself has no offensive power and needs to be activated inside the Yaksha's body. He then took out a bead. Just by introducing this corrosion bead into the Yaksha's body, they could restrain its recovery and also reduce its defense. The bead was black, with a faint light on its surface emitting an aura of decay. The minor nether king Bodhisattva looked at him. If this humble monk is not mistaken, this treasure contains a rare law within the Earth-Stone system, the law of Corded Earth. God King Corded Earth nodded in confirmation. Lin Moyu recalled the information about the Earth-Dome laws. It belonged to the 3rd-tier laws, strong in defense and weak in attack. It included many branch laws, one of which was extremely rare and almost never comprehended or cultivated, the law of Corded Earth. It wasn't strong offensively, but it was very difficult to deal with. It had corrosive and decaying properties, combined with the recovery ability of the Earth-Dome system. Once bound by it, it was very difficult to remove, and could even cripple one's body. Its difficulty to handle surpassed many 2nd-tier laws. Lin Moyu thought of God King Corded Earth's name. It was both a name and a title, representing the law he was skilled in. He had just learned that this god king was proficient in such a bizarre and vicious law. The Bodhisattva's voice cut through his thoughts. The corrosion bead can indeed suppress the Yellow Sand Yaksha's recovery. But what the Yaksha is proficient in is also the Earth-Stone law system, so the bead's effect will be greatly reduced. This humble monk also has a magic treasure. Its attack power is stronger than a 9th-tier god king, slightly weaker than a minor god venerable, but it has one advantage, sharpness. As long as we can break the Yaksha's defense, this treasure can sever its body. The Bodhisattva took out his treasure, a pair of golden scissors, filled with the law of the metal element. One of the characteristics of this law was its sharpness. Then God King Blacksand also took out his treasure. He held an hourglass-like object and said, I can use this to trap the Yellow Sand Yaksha and prevent it from escaping. Moreover, inside this hourglass, all damage it takes can be amplified twofold. The 3 of them had presented their treasures and now looked at Lin Moyu. He smiled. I have a spell that can unleash an attack surpassing a 9th-tier god king, but still a bit weaker than a minor god venerable. The number of uses is limited. With my ability, I can only use it 3 times. The spell he referred to was Corpse Explosion, using the corpse of a 9th-tier god king stone demon as material. It could unleash an attack surpassing a 9th-tier god king, but it was still a notch below a minor god venerable. Their spells and treasures couldn't inflict a fatal blow on the yellow sand yaksha alone, but they could significantly weaken it in a short period. The minor Nether King Bodhisattva chanted a Buddhist mantra. In that case, leave the rest to this humble monk. As long as we can heavily injure it, even if this humble monk has to risk his life, I will find a way to eliminate it. Lin Moi smiled. Then we'll be counting on the little Buddha. It is my duty, the Bodhisattva said without modesty, as if killing the yaksha was now his mission. Lin Moi said, then let's continue discussing how many crystal cores we need. In fact, he had guessed the Bodhisattva would go all out to kill the yaksha. Among the four of them, besides himself, the one who wanted to enter the nether swamp the most was the Bodhisattva. Even if he and the other two didn't offer any treasures, the Bodhisattva would have found a way to deal with the yaksha. Therefore, Lin Moyu didn't need to exert too much effort. He just had to pretend to contribute and watch the show from the side. The discussion quickly concluded. They decided to limit the time to 1 hour, collecting as many cores as they could within that time. The yaksha couldn't eat cores indefinitely. There was a limit. Too many might not be useful. Next, the four of them rearranged their formation. Lin Moyu and God King Corroded Earth would enter the lake first to attract the yaksha's attention, while the minor Nether King Bodhisattva and God King Black Sand would enter from another side to kill the dog-headed, fish-bodied monsters and collect cores. Among the four, God King Corroded Earth was the weakest, his strength only at the 9th tier God King level, even weaker than Lin Moyu. The strength Lin Moyu displayed was slightly higher than God King Corroded Earth's but not at the minor God Venerable level. Thus, the task of holding off the yaksha was given to them. This way, the minor God Venerable Bodhisattva and God King Black Sand could quickly collect enough cores. The whole process went smoothly. Within an hour, they had obtained enough cores. With their minor God Venerable realm, as long as they weren't surrounded by the monsters, there was no danger. Both being minor God Venerables, the Bodhisattva's actions were much more swift and clean than God King Black Sand's. Including the cores he had harvested earlier, the total number reached 320. They each took 80. After a period of rest and adjustment, the four of them restored their auras to their peak. The minor Nether King Bodhisattva led the way, jumping into the lake, followed by Lin Moyu and God King Corroded Earth. God King Black Sand went last. The four held the deathwood branches, repelling the monsters as they swung directly towards the nearest formation. The crystal cores were stored in their spatial magic treasures, emitting no aura. After swimming for a few minutes, the water ahead showed an unusual change. It's coming, Lin Moyu thought. The yellow sand yaksha had sensed their life auras, and was rushing towards them. Its target was the Bodhisattva at the front, whose life force was the strongest among the four. The water was split by an invisible force. The yaksha came into view. Holding a long spear, it lunged at the Bodhisattva from 100 kilometers away. The water churned, forming a horizontal whirlpool in the lake. The tip of the whirlpool was incredibly sharp, seemingly wanting to tear the Bodhisattva to shreds. The Bodhisattva was prepared. The Buddhist beads in his hands suddenly lit up. This time, he didn't throw them. Instead, they emitted waves of Buddhist light that enveloped him, forming a solid sphere of light. The surface of the light sphere was covered by streams of flowing light. As the golden sand in the water touched the light, it immediately slid to the sides, as if an invisible force on the sphere prevented it from making contact. The tip of the whirlpool struck the sphere, which emitted a brilliant light. For a moment, Buddhist chants resounded, and the whirlpool lost its direction, shooting off to the side. The light sphere only slightly deformed, seemingly under no pressure. The Bodhisattva then used the impact force of the whirlpool to propel himself further away, his speed much faster than when he was swimming. As he moved away, he pointed a finger. An array of Buddhist light shot out, hitting the yellow sand yaksha. This seemingly harmless ray of light made the yaksha feel insulted. It roared and chased after the Bodhisattva. The other three followed closely behind. Since the Bodhisattva had drawn the yaksha's attention, they were safer now. Covered in Buddhist light, the Bodhisattva once again blocked the yaksha's attacks. Each attack became a boost for him, allowing him to speed up for a short time and prolong the ketting. After several fruitless attacks, the yaksha naturally redoubled its efforts. Its attacks became more ferocious, but still had little effect. Lin Moyu watched the Bodhisattva covered in Buddhist light, and pondered, if I were in this situation, how would I break that light? He felt he might have to face the Bodhisattva eventually. If he couldn't even break his Buddhist light, how could he fight? The light had the property of deflecting attacks. He had to counter that. Upon observation, this property came from the flowing lights on its surface, which continuously split and pushed attacks to the side. He just needed to deal with those lights. Lin Moyu immediately thought of the law of immortality. The death power of this law was perfectly capable of countering the flowing lights, even corroding them. Death power had the property of corroding all things, be it laws or magic treasures. After maintaining this for over 20 minutes, they finally entered the core area. Approaching the nearest formation, everyone gathered their spirits. The main event was about to begin. The Bodhisattva went to the formation, and decisively took out a crystal core. The moment the core appeared, the yellow sand yaksha's eyes changed instantly. Its gaze shifted from anger to greed. A powerful instinct arose from its soul. There was only one thought in its mind: eat the core. This was like an instinct carved deep into its soul, an irresistible temptation. The yaksha didn't hesitate, abandoning its pursuit of the Bodhisattva and rushing towards the core to devour it. In an instant, the formation activated. An ethereal whip automatically formed and struck the yaksha fiercely. Its flesh was torn, and a huge wound appeared on its body, but it didn't care. Instead, it revealed a look of enjoyment. The minor Nether King Bodhisattva glanced at Lin Moyu. The situation was just as he had said. The Bodhisattva was completely at ease, more confident in the subsequent plan. Without hesitation, he took out a second crystal core. The yaksha, still savoring its treat, was attracted by the core's aura. Its large head turned, and it opened its mouth to swallow the second core. The formation activated, and the whip appeared again, lashing at the yaksha. The yaksha felt nothing, its expression even more blissful than before. Next, the Bodhisattva continuously took out crystal cores, one after another. The yaksha was like a starving beast, eating one after another. The formation's whip appeared relentlessly, striking the yaksha, leaving its flesh torn and its body covered in wounds. However, the yaksha's defense was very strong. The wounds looked terrifying, but they were only superficial, not reaching the muscles and bones. Moreover, its recovery ability was astonishing. When the 10th whip struck, the first wound had already begun to heal. When the 11th whip landed, the first wound had completely recovered. It continued like this. No matter how many times it was whipped, the number of wounds on its body remained at around 10. Its aura showed no signs of weakening, still as strong as before. The minor Nether King Bodhisattva's eyes showed a hint of anxiety, but he didn't know what to do other than continue taking out cores to maintain the current state. Seeing the cores in the Bodhisattva's hand were about to run out, Lin Moyu stepped forward and took out 5 cores at once. The 5 cores, placed together, emitted a fatal attraction. The yaksha didn't hesitate. Then, an even stronger whip appeared, viciously striking the yaksha. It let out a pained cry, but its face was one of extreme enjoyment, a stark contrast. This attack caused much greater damage than all the previous ones combined. It's just as I thought, Lin Moyu mused. He quickly took out more cores for the yaksha to devour. The more cores it swallowed, the stronger the whip and the greater the damage. However, there was a limit, and 10 cores was that limit. Any more was useless. God King Blacksand and God King Corroded Earth followed suit, taking out at least 10 cores at a time for the yaksha to swallow. The whip slashed down one by one. The yaksha looked much more miserable than before. Its body had no intact spot, and its aura began to weaken. When the last whip fell and the cores were gone, Lin Moyu shouted softly, "Attack!" The first act was God King Corroded Earth. He threw the corrosion bead at the yaksha. At this moment, the yaksha was still enjoying the aftertaste of the cores and completely ignored the incoming bead. The corrosion bead smoothly entered the yaksha's body, and then silently exploded. A layer of black quickly covered its body, like soil that had decayed for thousands of years. An aura of decay appeared around it. Its defense and recovery ability dropped sharply, and its wounds healed much slower. Then, the minor Nether King Bodhisattva threw out his golden scissors. In an instant, they transformed into a giant pair of scissors over 100 meters in diameter. The pure law of the metal element was activated within them. This was a high-grade God King realm magic treasure. As it attacked, the powerful metal law diffused through the water, creating a vacuum around it. The yaksha was locked in place, standing still in the vacuum, its whole body wrapped in a faint golden light, unable to move. Thud, with a soft shout from the Bodhisattva, the giant scissors snapped shut with a crack. The yaksha was covered in wounds, its defense shattered by the formation's whip and weakened by the corrosion bead, its recovery hindered. It was in a completely weakened state. The golden scissors cut down without any resistance. The sharp blades followed a wound, wanting to cut the yaksha in two. It seemed the yaksha finally reacted. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes. The spear in its hand lashed out like lightning, striking the golden scissors. With a loud bang, the scissors were sent flying. Lin Moyu saw a huge hole in them. The magic treasure was severely damaged. This showed the terrifying attack power of the Yaksha's spear. Of course, this was also related to the nature of the golden scissors. The focus of the law of the metal element was unparalleled sharpness, but its weakness was fragility. Pure metal law magic treasures were all like this: high attack, low defense. An hourglass-shaped magic treasure flew out, instantly appearing above the Yaksha's head. The bottom lid vanished, and the sand inside felt like a cascade, weaving into a net that enveloped the Yaksha, binding it with an invisible force. Beside Lin Moyu, the scattered corpses of the stone demons appeared. He pointed his finger 3 times in succession. Booms echoed as violent explosions almost blew up the lake. Columns of water tens of thousands of meters high shot up into the sky. Each explosion was an attack surpassing a 9th-tier god king. 3 explosions struck the monster simultaneously, at the same spot. Lin Moyu's chosen location was precise, the wound on the Yaksha's neck. The Yaksha was thrown off balance by the blast. If not for the binding, it would have been sent flying. The wound on its neck widened, and the Yaksha weakened. At this moment, Lin Moyu's face paled slightly, as if the 3 explosions had consumed a great deal of his strength. Before the explosion's aftermath had completely settled, the minor nether king Bodhisattva had already rushed to the Yaksha's side. He threw his Buddhist beads, which transformed into a thick Buddhist blade. Buddhist chants emanated from the blade, as if countless Buddhas were reciting scriptures. The chants were enchanting, making one feel an urge to submit. The ferocity in the Yaksha's eyes suddenly disappeared. It was clearly affected by the Buddhist chants. It stood motionless, allowing the Buddhist blade to strike. Lin Moyu's heart grew vigilant. He could see that even without the hourglass's binding, the Yaksha would not have dodged. Its soul was now enthralled by the Buddhist chants, as if in an illusion. The Buddhist blade struck the Yaksha's neck with great precision, widening the wound. A large amount of blood-like substance spurted out. The Yaksha's aura weakened further. The Bodhisattva didn't stop. After the blade struck, it transformed back into beads and returned to his hand. He then threw them again. This time, they turned into a heavy two-handed sword, its blade carved with deities and Buddhas. The Buddhist chants rang out again, this strike even more ferocious and powerful than the last. It seemed the Yaksha sensed the danger. It suddenly reacted, struggling to break free from the Buddhist chants. Its aura exploded as it tried to escape the hourglass's control. God King Blacksun maintained the hourglass with all his might, but the Yaksha still managed to break free. It swung its spear to clash with the Buddhist sword, blocking the fatal blow. With a bang, the lake water churned, and a powerful shockwave shot out. The Buddhist sword flew back and turned into beads. This string of beads had 18 in total. Now, one of them had grown dim, and dense cracks had appeared on it. It was clearly damaged. A flash of pain appeared in the Bodhisattva's eyes. Attack! We can't let it recover, he shouted as he threw the beads again. God King Earth had already rushed forward, even faster than the beads. His whole body glowed with a black light. The surrounding water turned into black mud, which formed a large snake that opened its huge mouth and bit into the wound on the Yaksha's neck. The enraged Yaksha swung its spear, sending the giant snake flying. The snake exploded in the lake, and God King Earth retreated with a muffled grunt. At this moment, the Buddhist beads once again transformed into a Buddhist blade, and with heavy Buddhist chants, it struck the wound. The Yaksha groaned, its aura weakening again. It swung its spear to knock the blade away, and simultaneously let out a piercing screech. The screech turned into an invisible sound wave, spreading out. It's summoning its minions, Lin Moyu thought. He immediately pointed into the air. A red light flash. A time-curse fusion technique, a soul-level attack. Although it couldn't harm the Yaksha, it could cause it pain and interrupt its preparations. The screeching stopped abruptly. At this moment, the minor nether king Bodhisattva threw his Buddhist beads again. This time, they were brighter than before. Blade, sword, spear, staff, club, 5 completely different weapons appeared at the same time. It was clear the Bodhisattva was now using his full strength. The 5 weapons simultaneously headed for the Yaksha. A great sun appeared above the Bodhisattva's head, shooting out tens of thousands of rays of Buddhist light that enhanced the weapons, multiplying their power. Lin Weiyu's heart trembled. This is his real technique. He had been holding back before. Even this current attack might not be his true trump card. The 5 weapons fell on the wound on the Yaksha's neck simultaneously. With a loud bang, its neck was instantly severed. Seeing this, the Bodhisattva let out a breath of relief. It's finally dead. Lin Moyu shook his head. Not yet. The crystal core hasn't appeared. As long as the core hasn't dropped, it's not dead. On the severed head of the Yaksha, a horn suddenly emitted a golden light. Then, Countless flesh spheres exploded, and a series of tentacles formed by laws grew out. These tentacles instantly connected to the body. Its head returned. The light from the horns suddenly intensified. The yellow sand at the bottom of the lake erupted like a volcano, shooting out columns of sand that rushed towards everyone. At the same time, the Yaksha completely broke free from the hourglass's binding and charged at the minor nether king Bodhisattva. Throughout the battle, he had inflicted the most serious damage, and its head had been cut off by him. It would be strange if it didn't go after him. The Bodhisattva's face changed drastically. In an instant, his Buddhist beads turned into a large shield. The sun above his head shone down, strengthening this shield. With a loud bang, the spear struck the shield. The Bodhisattva's face paled, and he was sent flying. Lin Moyu was not anxious. He knew the Bodhisattva's techniques were not limited to this. He surely had more up his sleeve. Besides, what did the Bodhisattva's life or death have to do with him? The Yaksha madly chased after the Bodhisattva, its spear striking like lightning, forcing him to retreat continuously. After its head reconnected, it became even more frenzied. Its attacks seemed more powerful, but its aura was actually weaker than before. The Bodhisattva surely noticed this, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hold on. Lin Moyu quietly observed the fight. It seemed the Bodhisattva was completely suppressed, with no power to fight back. But in Lin Moyu's eyes, it was not so. He had been paying attention to the Bodhisattva's expression. Though he seemed to be at a disadvantage, he was actually very calm, and a hint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. This showed he was waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The Buddhist clan's techniques were mysterious and ruthless. Lin Moyu would never forget how Kanwen Buddha had killed him, launching a solo attack in front of everyone, even deceiving other god venerables. An ordinary god venerable couldn't do that. It wasn't because Kanwen Buddha was that strong, but because the Buddhist clan's techniques were too advanced. God King Blackson came to Lin Moyu's side, his voice like grinding metal. What should we do? A worried look was in his eyes. He obviously hadn't noticed the Bodhisattva's calmness. In his eyes, the Bodhisattva was at a disadvantage, and the Yaksha's attacks were fierce and almost insane. He wanted to help, but he was afraid the Yaksha would turn on him. He admitted he was not as strong as the Bodhisattva. Facing the Yaksha alone could mean death. God King Corroded Earth was even less likely to act. He was the weakest of the four. Lin Moyu said, "Let's prepare Gak. Trust in the minor nether king Bodhisattva." God King Blacksand couldn't think of any other ideas, so he could only watch closely. If the Bodhisattva really couldn't hold on, they would have to step in. If things got worse, they would have to abandon the fight and retreat from the central lake. If they couldn't kill it this time, they could try again next time. At least they couldn't let the Bodhisattva die. The minor nether king Bodhisattva held his shield, enduring the Yaksha's frantic attacks for several minutes. Though he was at a disadvantage, he was not injured. After a few minutes of crazy attacks, the Yaksha's assault finally began to weaken. Then it let out another piercing screech, continuing to summon its minions. It couldn't attack forever, it needed help. Lin Moyu had been on guard. As soon as the sound came out, he pointed his finger, and a red light flashed. The Yaksha let out a miserable cry. The summoning call stopped instantly. It suddenly turned its head to look at Lin Moyu, its eyes filled with insane brutality. It locked onto him, and a second later, it shot towards him like a rocket. At this moment, the Bodhisattva's voice came through. "Give me 1 minute." Lin Moyu understood. His undead wings activated instantly, and he flew backward. In the water, his speed was not as fast as the Yaksha's, but with the undead wings, it was not much slower. He couldn't escape for sure, but holding on for a while was no problem. The minor nether king Bodhisattva clasped his hands together and chanted Buddhist scriptures. The sun above his head became brilliant. Under the Buddhist light, he appeared majestic. The sun grew larger, and a faint law nebula could be seen flickering. Within it, it seemed countless Buddhas were chanting. This was the Buddhist clan's law nebula. What secrets it held, only they would know. After more than 10 seconds, the Yaksha caught up to Lin Moyu. The spear in its hand slashed down mercilessly. Lin Moyu felt himself locked by an extremely powerful and brutal aura. The undead wings vibrated rapidly, instantly breaking the soul lock. The light speed witch, beard appeared, and his body turned into a streak of light, instantly flying tens of thousands of meters away. The Yaksha's attack missed. The lake water was blown apart by the immense power. A series of water columns shot up to the sky, like a volcanic eruption. Immediately after, the Yaksha's neck exploded. Lin Moyu had used corpse explosion again. The Yaksha was thrown off balance, its angry eyes staring at Lin Moyu. By now, he had retreated far away. The Yaksha madly pursued him. Lin Moyu used his undead wings, which could break soul locks, combined with the light transformation ability of the light witch spirit, to continuously dodge the Yaksha's attacks. During this, he even managed to counterattack twice, holding the Yaksha's attention. His maneuvers completely stunned God King Blacksand and God King Corded Earth. God King Blacksand had been about to step in when he thought Lin Moyu couldn't hold on, but he hadn't expected him to be so agile. 1 minute passed quickly. Suddenly, tens of thousands of rays of Buddhist light shone down, covering a vast area. The lake water was purified by the light, becoming transparent. In the light, the minor Netherkane Bodhisattva appeared solemn. Under the great sun, he pointed at the Yaksha in the empty space. Atone for your sins. A resounding Buddhist chant washed over it. The yellow sand Yaksha froze on the spot, motionless. He was once again enthralled by the Buddhist chant, a desire for conversion arising in its soul. Then, the Bodhisattva's finger turned into a palm, and he pushed forward. Amitabha. Buddha's light exorcism. He recited the mantra, and the Buddhist light intensified, forming a giant hand that suddenly grasped the Yaksha. The giant hand tightened, wanting to crush it. Attacked, the Yaksha immediately woke up. It struggled frantically, repeatedly swinging its spear to attack the giant hand. The Buddhist light rippled, and after being attacked, its grip weakened slightly. The Bodhisattva continuously chanted, strengthening the giant hand. At this moment, Lin Moyu's face was pale. He growled in a low voice, "Attack, help the Iron Nether King Bodhisattva." He showed obvious weakness, as if the chase had consumed a lot of his strength. Hearing him, God King Blacksand and God King Corded Earth immediately attacked the Yaksha. After all, they were a 9th-tier God King and a minor God Venerable. Although not skilled in attack, their offensive power was not weak. Their attacks broke the Yaksha's defense, injuring it. The Yaksha's aura grew weaker and weaker. After a few minutes of struggle, it was finally crushed. Its body exploded, turning into yellow sand that fell back into the lake. Along with the sand, an extremely conspicuous crystal core dropped out. The Bodhisattva controlled the giant hand of Buddhist light, holding the core in his hand. He then retracted his spell, and the sun above his head disappeared. After using the secret technique, his aura seemed to have weakened. This time, it wasn't an act, it was real. The minor Netherkane Bodhisattva sighed. It's finally resolved. Lin Moyu smiled. It really wasn't easy. The Bodhisattva took out the crystal core. Let's go down and open the passage. Lin Moyu shook his head. No rush for now. We have the core, the passage can be opened any time. We should recover our strength first. Fellow Daoist Lin is right, the Bodhisattva said, realizing he had been too impatient. If they rashly opened the passage now and encountered danger, he would be at a disadvantage. The four returned to the shore and began to meditate and regulate their breathing. After the great battle, the ones in the best condition were God King Blacksand and God King Corded Earth. They had barely expended any energy. The most exhausted was the Bodhisattva, as he was the main force. Lin Moyu appeared to be severely drained, but more than half of it was enough. He did this to show others that his strength was not that formidable. It seemed that after experiencing a great battle, the four of them had developed a certain level of trust, perhaps because of the Great World Oath, which made them lower their guard against each other. Lin Moyu looked at God King Blacksand and God King Corded Earth and asked, "Fellow Daoists, why do you want to go to the Nether Swamp?" God King Corded Earth said nothing, maintaining his usual silence. Lin Moyu wasn't sure if he didn't want to speak or had nothing to say. From his previous behavior, the one who wanted to enter the Nether Swamp the most was the Bodhisattva, followed by God King Blacksand. He had only shown a slight desire to enter. Only God King Corded Earth was taciturn and impossible to read. God King Blacksand pondered for a moment before speaking. I didn't know what the Nether Swamp was before. When the Ocher Desert first appeared, someone from Wei Clan entered this place, but never returned. After I entered the Ocher Desert, I happened to get some clues about my clansmen and learned that besides the Ocher Desert, there is a place called the Nether Swamp. The clues also told me that the Nether Swamp might help me raise my minor god Venerable realm by a level. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. You mean someone from your clan entered the Nether Swamp but couldn't get out? However, some news about the Nether Swamp was still transmitted back. King Blacksand nodded. That's right. Lin Moyu was shocked. He hadn't expected someone could transmit news back from the Nether Swamp. Besides the shock, he also thought of something he hadn't considered before. After the human Zikinjian was trapped in the Nether Swamp, the powerful figures in the human race had tried to rescue him but failed. He had always found it strange. How could those powerful figures not get in? If they couldn't get in and save him, how did they know he was trapped there? They even knew some information about the Nether Swamp. It seemed there were hidden details he didn't know. As for raising the minor god Venerable Realm, it was not impossible. There were different levels within that realm. It was clear God King Blacksand was weaker than the Bodhisattva, but Lin Moyu didn't care about the specific stratification. When he reached that realm, he would naturally understand. God King Blacksand also asked, "Fellow Daoist Lin, why do you want to enter the Nether Swamp?" Lin Moyu didn't hide it. "I was entrusted by a senior to go to the Nether Swamp to save someone." "Save someone?" God King Blacksand was slightly taken aback. Lin Moyu replied, "Also a human senior. When the Ultra Desert first appeared, that person entered the Nether Swamp and has not been able to get out. But a powerful figure in my race received news that the senior is still alive. So that person gave me this task." Lin Moyu told the truth, and God King Blacksand didn't doubt him. At this moment, God King Corroded Earth slowly opened his mouth. "I can choose not to go." Lin Moyu was a bit surprised by his answer. God King Blacksand explained for him, "Corroded Earth follows me. Although we are not from the same clan, we are close friends." "I see," Lin Moyu understood. He looked at the minor Nether King Bodhisattva, who was not far away, and asked directly, "I wonder why the minor Nether King Bodhisattva wants to enter the Nether Swamp." The Bodhisattva, with his eyes closed, regulating his breath, spoke with a Buddhist chant in his voice. "A senior from my clan went missing in the Nether Swamp. A Buddhist treasure was left there. This humble monk wishes to retrieve it." He gave a very reasonable excuse, and no one refuted it. Buddhist treasures were very precious. In the Buddhist clan, only magic treasures of the God Venerable Realm and above, refined with their special methods, could be called such. One being left in the Nether Swamp was indeed a reason to retrieve it. But Lin Moyu didn't fully trust his words. He always maintained a degree of skepticism towards the Buddhist clan. Half a day later, the Bodhisattva slowly spoke. "This humble monk has recovered." Lin Moyu also replied, "Then let's set off." God King Blacksand looked at God King Corroded Earth, as if asking if he wanted to go. After all, the Nether Swamp was not safe. A moment of carelessness could mean being trapped forever. God King Corroded Earth exchanged a glance with him, and decided, "I will go." Lin Moyu felt their relationship was not just friendship, but more like brothers who would go through life and death together. The four jumped into the lake again, holding the deathwood branches, and went to the central formation. This time there was no yellow sand yaksha. With the branches, the dog-headed, fish-body monsters gave way. They smoothly arrived before the central formation, which had a circular indentation just the right size for the yaksha's crystal core. The Bodhisattva took out the core and placed it in the hole. The core emitted a faint golden light. The entire formation also began to glow faintly. The mysterious runes lit up one by one, forming a beautiful image. Ancient runes, beautiful patterns, profound principles. Truly mystical. The Bodhisattva murmured. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. It seemed this little Buddha knew something. With his own knowledge, he couldn't recognize these runes, only that they didn't belong to the current era, nor the ancient era, but originated from the primordial era. Similar runes could be found in mysterious manners in ancient times. The Ultra Desert appeared due to chaotic rules, and had a very close relationship with both those places. The runes exploded, and a golden beam of light shot up into the sky. The lake water above the formation was pushed away. They looked up at the sky outside the lake. A giant black hole appeared, like a door. "It's in the sky." They were all surprised. No one expected the entrance to the Nether Swamp to be in the sky. Since flying was impossible in the Ultra Desert, they could only find the entrance through the formation. The minor Nether King Bodhisattva chanted a Buddhist mantra, and stepped into the formation first. He then flew up, using the formation's power to rush towards the sky. Lin Moyu also stepped in. An invisible force lifted him into the air. God King Blacksand and God King Corroded Earth followed. In an instant, the four of them passed through the formation, entered the door in the sky, and disappeared. A minute later, the formation closed, the lake water surged back, and everything returned to silence. In the central lake, the yellow sand yaksha's crystal core remained. A large amount of yellow sand rolled over, covering it. A few minutes later, a newborn yellow sand yaksha appeared, roaring angrily, stirring up great waves, announcing its return. In a dark space, Lin Moyu experienced a teleportation, and entered another world. The stench of rot and blood assailed his nostrils. He almost thought he had returned to the world of darkness. Except for the different laws, the smell was identical. He immediately sealed his sense of smell. He began to observe this world. A cold wind blew against his face, carrying a dense aura of death. The The scorching heat of the Ocher Desert and the chilling cold here formed a stark contrast, like two completely opposite worlds, making it difficult to adapt quickly. A huge fire sphere hung in the sky, bringing light to this world, but it had no heat. The flame was gray, looking rather strange. Lin Moyu looked at the fire sphere, feeling a bit shocked. He recognized the flame burning on it as the immortal flame. So this is the Nether Swamp. The Bodhisattva's voice came from the side. His voice carried a sense of relief, as if he had finally understood something. His expression was complex, part joy at finally reaching the Nether Swamp, part relief that all his efforts were not in vain, part disgust for this place, especially the pervasive aura of death, and a final part greed. But this greed was well hidden. Lin Moyu's soul was very sharp, and he had observed the Bodhisattva's entire reaction. He analyzed every piece of information. The tiny bit of greed piqued his interest. Is it because of that Buddhist treasure? He thought, then dismissed the idea. If it were because of the treasure, his eyes should have shown desire, even excitement, not greed. What could it be? He observed the Bodhisattva, as well as God King Blacksand and God King Corroded. God King Blacksand's reaction was much simpler. He seemed to be looking for something, consistent with what he had said. Lin Moyu spoke up, fellow Daoists, we have entered the Nether Swamp. Shall we continue together or go our separate ways? The four of them still maintained a certain distance. They had left the central lake, and the Great World Oath was no longer in effect. Although they had a bit of trust, it could change at any time. The minor Nether King Bodhisattva didn't think much and said directly, this humble monk wishes to act alone. Lin Moyu had already guessed he would say this. His purpose for entering the Nether Swamp was not simple, not as straightforward as he claimed. Since the Bodhisattva had spoken, God King Blacksand also said, we also choose to act separately. His we included God King Corroded. Lin Moyu smiled. Then take care. The short-term cooperation ended, and the team disbanded just like that. They came from different races, each with their own purpose. Perhaps the next time they met, it would be a matter of life and death. On the vast dark land, Lin Moyu walked alone. Actually, not alone. He had dispatched his Death Knights, sending them everywhere. From the information they sent back, the scale of the Nether Swamp was larger than expected. There were indeed many swamps, but they didn't occupy a large area. The larger ones were only about 100 kilometers in diameter, some only a few hundred meters. They had no outstanding features and were obviously not what he was looking for. A topographical map gradually formed in his mind. He discovered that these swamps seemed to follow a special pattern. They looked chaotic but actually had a certain structure. As the map in his head became more complete, he finally realized what they resembled. Scattered water droplets, as if a giant water balloon had been thrown from 100 meters high. After it hit the ground and burst, the water splashed in all directions, creating seemingly random but actually patterned droplets. After discovering this, Lin Moyu quickly determined his target and knew which direction to go. A Death Knight stepped back and then shot forward, continuously accelerating, quickly reaching the limit the Ocher Desert could withstand. But a second later, it broke this limit, turning into a streak of light. The light speed which, Spirit appeared on his shoulder. With it, all undead could turn into light, advancing at 150,000 kilometers per second. There was no speed limit here, but flying was still impossible. The laws were no longer based on the Great Earth and Earth-Stone systems. Here, all kinds of laws could be used to their full potential. The death aura was very dense, which was beneficial to the law of death, and thus to the law of immortality. If there were monsters in the Nether Swamp, they would be either of the rotten corpse type or the immortal type. He continuously made judgments based on the information he gathered. These judgments were the result of his experience and would surely not be wrong. The Death Knight's speed reached 150,000 kilometers per second, half the speed of light. In just 1 minute, it had traveled over 7 million kilometers. It could have gone further, but frequent encounters with swamps forced it to detour and slow down. About 10 minutes later, after traveling over 100 million kilometers, it finally saw a huge swamp. In the Death Knight's vision, the end of this swamp was not visible. The Death Knights spread out, rushing along its two banks to measure the distance. The astonishment in Lin Moyu's eyes grew stronger. This swamp had a diameter of over 1 million kilometers, large enough to contain a star. He had never heard of a star-sized swamp. The Death Knights passed the huge swamp and continued forward. Lin Moyu followed closely behind, arriving at the swamp's edge. The mud in the swamp was as black as ink, showing no signs of life. Occasionally, air bubbles could be seen rising from the mud and then popping. But with his undead vision, Lin Moyu knew this was not the case at all. Inside this blackness was a large amount of rotten blood, which had turned into mud. Even though he had sealed his sense of smell, his soul could still feel the stench. The smell here was no longer just a stench, it was filled with the resentment of the dead, forming a potent poison. If a true god realm being stayed here for a while, they might be poisoned to death just by breathing. Sealing the sense of smell was useless, you couldn't smell it, but you couldn't stop the poison from corroding your soul. In his undead vision, there were no soul flames in the swamp, but Lin Moyu wasn't sure. It could be like the ants that obscured his vision before. After a moment of contemplation, several skeleton warriors rushed out, turning into light, running on the swamp at their fastest speed. Because of their speed, they didn't sink for the time being. They ran for 2 seconds, covering nearly 300,000 kilometers, before they began to sink. A suction force appeared in the mud, as if a giant hand was pulling them down. The skeleton warriors swung their battle blades with all their might. With a loud bang, the mud exploded like a volcanic eruption. They used the force to jump high, escaping the swamp. At this moment, Lin Moyu finally saw something else. In his undead vision, under the mud, many soul flames suddenly appeared. They rushed out of the mud, grabbing the skeleton warriors in midair. These were all rotten hands, some human-like, some like animal claws. It was unknown how many years had passed, rotten flesh hung from them, even dripping blood. The skeleton warriors swung their blades in mid-air. The sound of blades hitting rotten flesh was like metal clashing. The huge rebound force pushed them even higher. Then, a great suction force from the swamp appeared, pulling at them. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and he instantly recalled the skeleton warriors. His expression was now a bit serious. Besides the monsters in the swamp, he had seen something else. In the middle of the swamp stood a stone tablet. It was very tall, up to 1,000 meters. Because the swamp was too large, even his vision couldn't see a tablet erected on the shore. This one was hidden in the center of the gray-black swamp. Only when the skeleton warriors got close did they see it. Lin Moyu thought of the information Shu Qiu had given him. Ziqingyang's soul was entrusted to a stone tablet in a swamp. But it wasn't the one before him, he thought. There must be several such huge swamps in this world. This meant that the center of each huge swamp had a stone tablet. It was hard to say which one Ziqingyang was in. The nether swamp was clearly not safe. Those rotten hands, claws, and soul flames were not weak. They were all equivalent to a 9th-year god king. These monsters hiding in the swamp were not easy to deal with. And one couldn't fly here. This was their territory. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, feeling at a loss. Since he was here, he couldn't give up. He could only take it one step at a time. As for what was in the stone tablet, he would only know when he saw it. An idea came to him. Lin Moyu turned into a streak of light, and rushed towards the center of the swamp. His speed was comparable to the skeleton warriors, reaching 150,000 kilometers per second, surpassing the limit of a 9th-tier god king, even a minor god venerable. 2 seconds later, he finally saw a faint shadow 10 times larger. The stone tablet was still far away, but a suction force came from the swamp below. His body began to fall. An idea flashed, and a skeleton warrior appeared beneath him. He stepped on it with both feet, and his body turned into a streak of light again. The skeleton warrior was recalled before it fell into the swamp. Their coordination was perfect. The closer he got to the tablet, the stronger the suction from the swamp. He continuously used the skeleton warriors to escape the influence of the suction. After 5 consecutive times, he finally landed on the stone tablet. Standing on it, he observed. The material of the tablet was identical to that used in the mysterious Miner's castle, extremely sturdy. Even with his full strength, he couldn't leave a mark. But the tablet before him had traces of a battle. On it were carved the words, Nether Legion, 1st Regiment, 3rd Squad's grave. When he saw the words, a chill ran down his spine. His initial speculation was correct. An earth-shattering battle had indeed happened here. The Nether Swamp was not a swamp, but a mass grave of flesh and blood. The 3rd Squad of the 1st Regiment of the Nether Legion was buried here collectively. Thinking of this, he felt both cold and terrified. A single squad needed an area of millions of kilometers. How many members did this squad have? He felt that even if he gathered all his undead legions, 10 million of them wouldn't need such a large area. The number of this squad was at least in the hundreds of millions. And this was just one squad of the 1st Regiment. How many squads were in a regiment? And how many regiments in the Nether Legion? If there was a Nether Legion, there were probably others. Their scale would not be much smaller. Lin Moyu was deeply shaken. He had thought his undead legion was numerous enough. Once he reached a higher realm, it would be enough to sweep through the cosmos. But now it seemed his small legion was just a tiny fraction, not even worth mentioning. How fierce and grand was the war of the primordial era. His previous small bit of complacency had completely vanished. Forcing himself to calm down, he carefully examined the stone tablet. It was sturdy enough, unaffected by time. Using his undead vision, he found no hidden souls. A visual inspection also revealed nothing unusual. Finally, he used his soul power to pull the tablet. This time, it reacted, vibrating slightly. The vibration of the 1,000-meter high tablet transmitted to the swamp, immediately causing a great reaction. Slimy flesh and blood flew everywhere. Streams of black, red, liquid with a strong stench gushed out from the bottom of the tablet. Lin Moyu looked at the suddenly gushing liquid. After considering for a few seconds, a possibility came to mind. He jumped to the bottom of the tablet and used his palm to suck up a large amount of the black, red liquid. His 2 fingers formed a sword shape, controlling the liquid to evenly coat the words on the tablet. When the first character was written, the tablet began to vibrate slightly, and more black, red liquid gushed out. The bottom of the tablet was like a small fountain, continuously spewing out the liquid. After finishing one character, he sucked up more liquid and began the second. He was very serious and meticulous with each stroke. He did this because he had seen some scenes. This was a grave, and the stone tablet was a tombstone. The words on it were carved, and it seemed there were traces of erased blood inside. This showed that long ago, these words had color. But after countless years, the color had faded. He thought of the tombstones of the human race in the small worlds, also written with fresh blood. Coincidentally, when the black red liquid flowed out from the bottom of the tablet, he immediately knew what to do: use his finger as a brush and fill in the words for the tombstone. When the 15 large characters were painted with the black, red liquid, a red light suddenly shot out from the tablet, soaring into the sky. The tablet boomed, and red light flooded the area, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. A scene that had vanished from history appeared before him. A peerless expert in heavy armor stood in the cosmos. The cosmos was filled with countless corpses. In front of the expert was a mighty army. He faced them alone, showing no fear. His voice echoed through the cosmos. The great army has fallen. This general, Hu Shen, with his lord, will use his life to bring his brothers back. As his words fell, the expert's body collapsed, releasing a terrifying power that shook the heavens and the earth. All the corpses floating in the cosmos automatically gathered into a mass, turning into flesh and blood, breaking the limits of space, and teleporting out of the cosmos. Then the scene changed to a gray world. Above it, the immortal flame burned brightly, illuminating the land, the nether swamp. Lin Moyu whispered, "The scene is exactly the nether swamp, but at that time it couldn't be called that. The ground was flat, and there were no swamps. The sky was torn apart, and huge masses of flesh and blood fell from the sky. They hit the ground, splashing like water. The main bodies remained intact, forming huge swamps millions of kilometers in diameter. The splashes formed swamps of different sizes. Then, the ethereal image of the general appeared in the sky. He was dead, but his spirit was eternal. He raised his hand to summon a series of stone tablets and carved words on them. His voice thundered, 'In this burial ground, the immortal flame will shine forever. Awaiting the Lord's return, we will fight the cosmos again.' As if in response to his words, countless flesh and blood surged, countless severed limbs mixed in like a volcanic eruption, shooting up tens of thousands of meters. The battle will not cease. The immortal souls, under the light of the immortal flame, the souls of these warriors have never been extinguished." The light on the stone tablet gradually weakened. As it was about to disappear, a final ray of red light flew into Lin Moyu's body. It moved too fast, he couldn't react at all. The red light entered his body, and disappeared without a trace. His body suddenly felt light, as if some restriction had vanished. Then, his body automatically floated in midair. "I can fly." He realized the flight ban in this world had disappeared for him. After a moment's thought, he understood. It was because he had colored the words on the tombstone. The swamp was a tomb, and the stone tablet was a tombstone. Coloring the words was a form of respect for the deceased. He had acted on a whim, and was fortunately acknowledged. He bowed to the tombstone. Whatever the cause of the war in the primordial era, it had nothing to do with him. Right and wrong also had nothing to do with him. After so many years, there was no need to dwell on it. He had only seen the image of the past, and was in awe of the soldier's spirit and the general's sacrifice, as well as their loyalty to their lord. Even after dying in battle for billions of years, they still awaited their lord's return. Synthesizing all of that, he acted from the heart. After completing all this, he looked into the distance. In that direction, a death knight had discovered another huge swamp. Needless to say, there would be a similar tombstone there. He turned into a streak of light and flew forward. Halfway there, he released more Death Knights, who ran across the vast land to find more huge swamps. From the scene just now, he could tell that this first regiment consisted of 100 squads. After hundreds of squads died in battle, their general sacrificed himself to bring them back. In other words, there would be 100 huge swamps in the Nether Swamp. Perhaps Xinjiang's soul was hidden in one of them. Fortunately, he could fly now, which brought great convenience. The search speed would be much faster. A streak of light flew through this gray black world. The scenery below quickly flashed by. Soon, he arrived before the second swamp. Without a word, he flew forward. A few seconds later, he stopped before the giant tombstone. Nether Legion, 1st Regiment, 8th Squad's grave. The number had changed from 3rd to 8th. After careful observation, and confirming that Xinjiang's soul was not in the tombstone, he used his soul to affect it. Amidst a slight tremor, a large amount of black, but liquid appeared at the bottom. He did the same as before, using his finger as a brush to color the words. Coloring the inscription was a way to respect the deceased. He was very thorough and even. When all the words were colored, the tombstone also emitted a red light that shot into the sky, just like before. He then saw the same image again, with no difference. He could only watch patiently. Fortunately, it wasn't long, about 2 minutes. But at the end of the image, the scene changed. The immortal soul of the 1st Regiment's general stood between heaven and earth, his voice like thunder. In this burial ground, the immortal flame will shine forever, awaiting the Lord's return to fight the cosmos again. The flesh and blood shot into the sky, the roars echoing. The image had stopped here before, but now it continued. A crack suddenly appeared in the sky, as if someone was trying to tear it open. Lin Moyu even heard the sound of the sky being torn. The scene abruptly stopped and vanished. He was very curious. Who was tearing the sky? Was it the enemy chasing after them? And what about the general, who only had his heroic spirit left, and the warriors who had turned into flesh and blood? How would they deal with it? He didn't think much and continued towards the next huge swamp. Perhaps the answer lay in the next tombstone. One swamp after another was found, and the tombstones were also discovered. He kept coloring the words, and re-watching the remnants of the ancient images. He realized the recorded images of each tomb had different lengths. Some were less than 20 seconds, only recording the return of the warriors. The longer ones also stopped after the sky was torn, preventing him from seeing what happened next. Although he had some guesses, they were still just guesses. Gradually, he discovered a pattern. The higher the squad number on the tombstone, the more complete the recorded image. Moreover, the higher the number, the deeper into this land the tombstone was, closer to the center. After checking several times, he confirmed this. This also pointed the way for him. The number was the best guide. He just needed to follow the direction of the higher numbers. There were 100 squads in total, numbered from 1 to 100. His curiosity grew stronger. He wanted to know what happened next, and his search for Xinjiang also continued. After all, he didn't know which tombstone he was hiding in, so the chances were the same everywhere. 2 days later, he arrived before another tombstone. Its size and shape were the same, only the number was different. Nether Legion, 1st Regiment, 82nd Squad's grave. This was the 36th tombstone he had found. I hope there's a new discovery. He skillfully activated the tablet, colored the words, and watched the recorded image. After watching the almost identical images 36 times, he finally made some progress. After the sky was torn, 2 giant hands reached in. They grasped an invisible crack in the sky and pulled hard. With a ripping sound, the crack instantly expanded 1,000,000 times. At the same time, the heroic spirit of the general raised his sword and roared. The image stopped and disappeared again. He couldn't help but sigh. This ability to make people anxious was really powerful. Curiosity was constantly stimulated, but never satisfied. The feeling was very uncomfortable. The red light gradually faded. As he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly froze. He saw an item at the bottom of the tombstone. After the red light disappeared, the red, black blood below receded like a tide, revealing a large pool of blood mud. The first item was now visible, lying at the bottom of the tombstone on the other side, half submerged. It was clearly not from the nether swamp. He reached out and sucked it into his palm. It was covered in thick red-black blood. He wiped it away. The item was a rectangular box, palm-sized and very exquisite, looking like a woman's accessory. It had been hidden at the bottom of the tombstone and was only revealed after he colored the words and washed the image. He pushed the box 100 meters away, and then opened it from a distance. A silver light shot out from the box like a sharp sword, soaring into the sky. He was very cautious. If he had opened it by hand just now, that sword-like light would have surely hit him. Although he wouldn't be in danger, it wouldn't have been pleasant. He could feel that the attack power of this light had reached the minor god venerable realm. After a few seconds, the light disappeared, and the box returned to its quiet state, but he didn't move. After using his undead vision to confirm there was no soul in the box, he was more at ease. Having a soul and not having one were two different concepts. If there was a soul, even if it was just a magic treasure, it was one controlled by someone. A powerful magic treasure combined with a soul at the minor god venerable realm was a symbol of danger. If there was no soul, even if the treasure had given birth to a spirit, the danger level would be greatly reduced. After making sure there was no major danger, he approached the box. Inside was a small silver sword, with silver light flowing on its blade. It didn't look like silver metal but more like a colorful jade. It didn't resemble a human sword. He looked at the patterns on the blade. They were not human. The forging method was also different. This sword belonged to another race, but for some reason, he felt a faint sense of familiarity. After a moment's thought, he knew where this feeling came from. The sword indeed did not belong to the human race, but to the Stargazer Merfolk clan. He had seen a similar sword in Yu Kingru's hand. They weren't identical, but at least 90 similar. A minor god, venerable of the Stargazer Merfolk clan once came and died here. There was too little information to deduce anything. The sword was of a very high grade, but he couldn't determine its exact level for now. However, he was sure it had given birth to a spirit. A magic treasure with a spirit would not be easy to subdue. It would take quite some time, at least tens of days, or at most a few years. Now was not the time. He decided to store the sword and deal with it later. After searching so many tombstones, he had finally found an item from the outside world. This made him feel that Zikingjian was probably not far away. Those who entered back then were all minor god venerables. There weren't many, but not few either. He just didn't know what happened to them, why they were trapped here and couldn't escape. He wondered to himself. Since entering, he had not encountered any danger. For minor god venerables to die here, there must be danger. But where was it? Why hadn't he encountered it yet? Thinking of this, he suddenly understood something. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered it, but that he had resolved it. One of the dangers probably came from the swamps, but he didn't have much contact with them. He had gained the ability to fly just by coloring the words on the tombstones, so he didn't need to touch the swamps and naturally wouldn't encounter danger. Obviously, those minor god venerables back then didn't color the words and couldn't fly here, so they would be attacked by the rotten corpses in the swamps. And the closer to the central area, the greater the danger. He looked up at the immortal flame in the sky. It burned brightly, casting gray light over the land, like a star without heat, nourishing the demonic swamp. He finally understood. When the warriors returned back then, they wanted to use the immortal flame to keep warm, hoping to one day return to fight in the cosmos. But the immortal flame also had its strengths and weaknesses. The further out, the weaker the flame. Naturally, the rotten corpses in the outer swamps were weaker and less dangerous. The closer to the center, the stronger the immortal flame, and the stronger the corpses inside. When the minor god venerables came here back then and explored the tombstones in the swamps, they would surely have to fight the corpses. Even a minor god venerable was not necessarily their match. This was because the corpses had been dead for a long time. If they were alive, those minor god venerables wouldn't even be enough to be crushed with one hand. This was one of the dangers he could think of. As for whether there were others, he felt there were. Otherwise, when someone encountered danger in the swamps, those minor god venerables, being intelligent people, would naturally not enter the swamps anymore. Only a few would have died, not the entire group. Thinking of this, he realized he was really lucky. Lucky that he had colored the words on the tombstones. Otherwise, with his strength, fighting the corpses in the swamps would have been life-threatening. He thought of the minor Nether King Bhavisetva, God King Blacksand, and God King Kordidur. He wondered how they were doing, whether they had found a suitable method. He continued to search for tombstones, one after another. Half a day later, another Swad's tombstone was found. The images of the 3 tombstones were no different. He still couldn't get a clear answer. Under the 87th Squad's tombstone, he found another item, a glove, but unfortunately, it had been corroded by the swamp and was more than half rotten. It might have been a good magic treasure before, but now it was completely damaged. The laws in the material had dissipated, leaving only the material's own sturdiness. After leaving the 89th Squad's tombstone, a Death Knight running ahead suddenly sent a warning. He immediately connected with it, and opened his undead vision. A hazy light flashed before his eyes, and then the connection was severed. The Death Knight was dead, killed by a powerful blow. He didn't even have time to see the opponent clearly. He focused his mind, and the Death Knight resurrected on the spot. He quickly reconnected his undead vision. A monster 3 meters tall, wearing heavy armor, stood not far from the Death Knight. They were about 100 meters apart. The monster held a great blade and slashed at the newly resurrected Death Knight. The blade flashed, and the Death Knight died again. Indeed, the danger is not only in the swamps. A chill ran down his spine. He didn't resurrect the Death Knight again, and flew over himself. He flew higher and higher, more than 10,000 meters above the ground. That monster was very strong. He didn't want to get too close. He used his ability to fly to observe from above. Looking at the hazy situation below, he soon saw the monster. Behind it, more identical monsters appeared one after another. There was not just one but many. Within his sight, the number exceeded 1,000. In places he couldn't see, there were probably even more. These monsters were 3 meters tall, and wore thick armor. However, the armor was damaged in many places, especially the head, which was severely damaged, revealing the monster's head. It had thick fur, not human, more like an ape. Their eyes were crimson, exuding a brutal aura. When he observed them, they also sensed his presence. One by one, they looked up, the red light in their eyes brightening. Hundreds of them swung their great blades simultaneously, slashing at him from the air. Huge and terrifying blade lights rushed towards him. He remained calm, quickly moving to dodge the attacks. His vision suddenly darkened. A monster had appeared right in front of him. An ape-like monster had leaped up from the ground, reaching a height of 10,000 meters, and swung its blade down at his head. His face changed slightly. He hadn't expected this ape monster to be so fast. The sharp blade was close at hand. The undead wings vibrated, and he turned into a streak of light, flying hundreds of kilometers away in an instant. The monster's attack missed, and it fell into the swamp like a meteor. The peaceful swamp suddenly surged. Muddy flesh and blood rose, forming a giant hand that slapped down at the ape monster. More than 100 nearby ape monsters swung their blades, and the bone-killing blade lights tore the flesh and blood hand to pieces. A large number of rotten corpses fell from the hand but were quickly pulled back into the swamp. Then the swamp continued to boil, and one by one, incomplete rotten corpses crawled out and rushed towards the ape monsters. The rotten corpses were not restricted by the nether swamp, and could fly freely in the air. But clearly, these ape monsters could not, otherwise they wouldn't have had to jump up to attack him just now. The two sides launched a fierce battle, neither giving way. The rotten corpses' attacks were strong enough to pierce the ape monster's armor. In Lin Moyu's eyes, even if the rotten corpses' attacks were not as good as a minor god Venerable's, the difference was not much. The ape monster's attacks were also powerful, on par with the rotten corpses. Lin Moyu observed various speculations in his mind. The heroic spirits of the rotten corpses in the swamp, and the ape monsters were not of the same kind. They were not allies. It seemed there was even a feud. This was the territory of the 1st Regiment of the Nether Army. Perhaps these apes were the invaders. These apes also looked similar to the giant hands that tore the sky. He made his own speculations based on the images he had seen before. He watched the fierce battle between the two sides for a while. After about 10 minutes, it officially ended. The swamp surged, and the thick muddy flesh and blood pulled the rotten corpses back. The ape monsters were lightly injured, their armor deformed by the rotten corpses' attacks, but their wounds recovered at an astonishing speed, returning to normal in less than 10 seconds. Even the pierced armor would automatically recover in a very short time. By now, Lin Moyu had a rough assessment of these apes' strength. They surpassed a 9th-tier god game, comparable to God King Korated Earth or Jin Hui, but slightly weaker than a minor god Venerable. However, there were many of them. Even a minor god Venerable like the Bodhisattva could handle a few, but facing hundreds at once would be a headache. Since flying was impossible here, one could even be surrounded and killed. These apes had recovery and defense comparable to the yellow sand yaksha, but their attack was slightly weaker. However, their numbers far surpassed it, making them generally harder to deal with. After thinking for a while, he couldn't find a way to deal with the ape monsters, so he could only avoid them. Fortunately, they didn't enter the swamps, so he chose to fly over them. He had to feel lucky that he had made the right choice from the beginning. If he couldn't fly, he would have a hard time moving in this place. The apes were blocking the ground, and the swamps were dangerous. He might as well have declared the mission a failure. He still hadn't found a way to leave the nether swamp. He might be trapped and die here without knowing it. He also realized that since he could fly to avoid the ape monsters, if God King Blacksand and the others didn't make the right decision, they wouldn't be able to fly here. With their strength, Even if the three of them joined forces, it would be very difficult to pass. But whether they could come here or not had nothing to do with him. It was better if they couldn't. Soon, he reached the center of the swamp and saw the tombstone, Nether Legion, 1st Regiment, 9th Squad's Grey. He checked it first, then skillfully moved the tombstone. After the red-black blood appeared, he immediately colored the words. Number 90. It's very close to the core. I wonder if I can see more images. He thought to himself, his hands moving quickly and steadily, soon coloring all the words. When the last character was finished, the tombstone flashed with a brilliant red light. The scene he had seen dozens of times appeared again. When the sky was torn at the end, the image didn't stop but continued to play. An extremely large ape head with thick, long fur emerged from the crack. It really is them. Lin Moyu was startled. This sky-tearing ape was identical to the ones he had seen before, only stronger and more terrifying. In the image, the moment the ape's head poked out, hundreds of tombstones in the swamp simultaneously emitted a red light. The red light gathered into a blade and slashed at the ape's head. The whole process was very fast, less than half a second. A large amount of fresh blood spurted from the cut, forming a dense blood rain that fell on the nether swamp. The heroic soul of the 1st Regiment's general laughed loudly and suddenly waved his hand. An invisible force gathered the blood rain, turned it into hundreds of parts, and sent them into the swamps. The originally gloomy swamps became much more lively after being watered with the ape's blood. The heroic soul laughed even more madly. Dare to chase after us, you're seeking your own death. His madness did not scare off the pursuers. On the contrary, more of them rushed in through the crack torn by the ape. They faced the blood rain, and entered the nether swamp. Lin Moyu saw that these pursuers were identical to the ape monsters he had just seen. Only in the primordial era, when these ape monsters were alive, they were even stronger. How strong, he didn't know, but he had a feeling they could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. These were all terrifyingly strong experts. And the war of the primordial era was a terrifying war. Hundreds of thousands of ape monsters, filled with killing intent, rushed into the nether swamp. They clearly wanted to destroy it completely, and not give the 1st Regiment a chance to revive. The heroic soul laughed madly. Good, you all must die, you all must die. I curse you, your flesh and blood will become nutrients. You will be trapped here forever, living a life worse than death. Forever, I curse you forever. The general's voice echoed through the nether swamp. The immortal flame in the sky suddenly trembled violently, like a star without temperature. As it began to tremble, the entire nether swamp trembled with it. The immortal flame emitted an invisible and intangible power, but it brought a very clear death. The aura of the ape monsters rushing into the nether swamp dropped sharply. In less than 2 seconds, they lost their lives. They died just like that, all their life force drained away, leaving their bodies. They died in silence, without any resistance. The immortal flame in the sky was extremely powerful, killing invisibly. The image stopped, quickly faded, and disappeared. The entire battle lasted less than a minute, but it made Lin Moyu feel thrilled. Compared to this kind of war, the ones he had experienced were nothing. Such a powerful existence died just like that. It seemed that in a war of this level, even god venerables could only be considered cannon fodder. In the end, the ape monsters that rushed into the nether swamp were cursed. Their vitality instantly vanished. He tried to suppress the shock in his heart. This war was not over and was still ongoing. He had to continue searching in the swamp, searching for tombstones. Then he carefully observed the bottom of the tombstone to see if there was anything there. When the red-black blood receded, a mysterious blue light shone through. There really is something. A small crystal emitting a faint blue light, seemingly corroded by the muddy blood for a long time, had some black red color on its surface. From the crystal, he could feel a strong aura of the water system law. This was a very high-grade water system law material. He looked at it for a while and had a rough assessment. He didn't know which minor god venerable's item it was. To have survived so many years in the swamp without being damaged, it was truly a good item. He felt the quality of this crystal was no less than a god venerable realm material, only that it was now contaminated by the muddy blood and was no longer pure. If he wanted to use it, he had to remove the impurities inside. He put away the crystal and flew into the sky again. Looking down from the sky, he saw the ape monsters wandering everywhere on the ground. The Death Knights could no longer continue to explore, so he let them run to the outside to explore, while he flew towards the core area. With his ability to fly, even without the Death Knights, he could still find the remaining swamps. He discovered that as long as he didn't pay attention to the ape monsters on the ground, they wouldn't pay attention to him and wouldn't attack him. These monsters were cursed, So after they died, they stayed here, becoming undead existences, never able to leave. The immortal flame had killed their bodies, draining all their vitality. The curse had erased the wisdom in their souls, turning them into mindless monsters that only knew how to kill. This curse was more terrifying than death. But in war, nothing was impossible. Lin Moyu had also experienced war and felt this method was very normal. Soon another swamp appeared in his sight. He quickly flew towards its center. He moved the tombstone and colored the words on it, completing everything in one go. Soon, he enjoyed another wonderful but cruel battle. Although he had seen it many times, each time he was deeply shocked. Unfortunately, this time, the tombstone of the 92nd Squad did not bring more information. The scene stopped there. Time and time again, it stopped at the most exciting moments. Cliffhanger Thor, Lin Moyu cursed silently and continued his search. He found more swamps and tombstones but didn't see any more images. Looking at the tombstone of the 99th Squad before him, he couldn't help but say to himself, only one more left. In the image, he had clearly seen hundreds of squads return, forming hundreds of flesh and blood graves, which were the hundreds of swamps. He had now found the 99th, with only one left. After determining the direction, he flew towards the last tombstone. It had been 6 days since he entered the Nether Swamp. With the continuous exploration of many Death Knights, the topography of the swamp was very complete, so he could accurately locate the tombstone of the 100th Squad. Soon, he found the last tombstone. Zikinjian, will you be here? He asked softly as he began to color the words. On the way, although he couldn't find all the tombstones, he had found half of them. And according to his judgment, the minor god venerables back then must have gone very deep, and surely fought with the ape monsters. The minor god venerables were superior in strength to the ape monsters. If many of them joined forces, they could naturally break through. Zikinjian was one of the most outstanding minor god venerables. It was not surprising that he could reach this place. He still hadn't found him. If he was really still alive, he was very likely to be here. Quickly, the words on the tombstone were dyed red with blood. He enjoyed another fierce battle from the ancient era. Unfortunately, there was no subsequent scene, no different from the previous ones. Everything ended when the ape monsters lost their lives. He couldn't help but doubt his own speculation. Did I guess wrong? Why is there no complete scene? But obviously, the battle back then was not over. What exactly happened? He was extremely curious. The red light gradually faded, and the black, red blood receded, revealing the bloody mud. A blue soul bead appeared in his sight. His eyes lit up, and he sucked the soul bead into his hand. He saw a soul sleeping deeply in the soul bead. The soul was a young man from the human race. The substance of his soul had become vicus, indicating he had extraordinary strength. The soul had turned into jade, indicating it had reached the 4th grade. A 4th grade soul was qualified to step into the world of God venerables. Zikinjian. With just a glance, he determined his identity. It was the one he was looking for. He couldn't help but marvel at this person's great life force. The quality of the soul bead was also very good, its grade high enough. This soul bead was at least of the God venerable realm grade. It was thanks to the soul bead's protection that he could survive until now. Zikinjian was in a deep sleep. After losing his body, deep sleep was a good way to keep his soul alive for a long time. This could greatly reduce the consumption of soul power. Lin Moyu lightly tapped the soul bead. Wake up. His voice echoed in the world of the soul bead. After calling more than 10 times, a few seconds later, Zikinjian's soul finally reacted. His fingers moved first, then his soul's breath began to rise. After another 10 seconds, he finally opened his eyes. The long sleep made his eyes look quite hazy. After a while, when the haziness receded, he truly woke up. All the memories in his soul surged up. He knew what had happened to him and why he was in a deep sleep. Through the soul bead, he saw Lin Moyu. He was relieved to see it was a human. Senior, are you here to save me? Zikinjian opened his mouth and called him Senior, very politely. Lin Moyu chuckled. Are you Senior Brother Zikinjian? Zikinjian nodded instinctively. This junior is indeed Zikinjian. He was a little surprised. Why did this senior call him Senior Brother? To be able to come here and rescue him, he must have very strong strength, at least a god venerable. Hearing him confirm his identity, Lin Moyu continued, if it's Senior Brother Zay, then it's good. My name is Lin Moyu. I was entrusted by Senior Chukiyu to come and save you. Zikinjian knew Chukiyu. He was a powerful god venerable. Before he entered the Outer Desert, Chukiyu was already a 9th tier god venerable. He must be even stronger now, perhaps close to the Divine Lord realm. So Senior Chu asked Senior Lin to save this junior, he replied. Stop, Lin Moyu interrupted. He had a headache hearing him call him senior and junior. My cultivation is not as high as yours, senior brother Zai. You can just call me junior brother Lin. Zi Qingjiang seemed a bit disbelieving but didn't refute it because of Lin Moyu's sincere eyes. Then thank you, junior brother Lin, for saving me. Lin Moyu shook his head. Let's not talk about this for now. Senior brother Zai, do you know how we can leave this place? Hearing his question, Zi Qingjiang's face changed, and his soul became twisted. Seeing this, Lin Moyu felt a little worried, a bad premonition rising. Zi Qingjiang gave a forced smile. Actually, I don't know how to leave either. What the hell? Lin Moyu wanted to curse. Isn't this just playing with people? You can get in but can't get out. What kind of game is this? Zi Qingjiang suddenly spoke up. Perhaps, but only that place has a way to leave. His words lifted Lin Moyu's spirits. He definitely knew something. It seems Zi Qingjiang was reminiscing. Back then, 23 of us minor god venerables entered this place. We didn't encounter any obstacles along the way and went all the way to the end. Because we didn't encounter any danger, some of us let down our guard. Until we met those guys. Those guys are very sensitive and quickly discovered and attacked us. His voice became serious. Lin Moyu knew the guys he mentioned were the ape monsters. But with the combat power of minor god venerables, especially 23 of them, even facing hundreds of ape monsters, they shouldn't have to worry. At most, it would take some effort to clean them up. The ape monsters couldn't possibly injure them. But from Zi Qingjiang's words, it seemed that was not the case. Zi Qingjiang paused for a few seconds, and then continued. Their strength is very strong, surpassing a 9th-tier god king but still a bit weaker than us. There were 23 of us, all minor god venerables. We initially thought dealing with them would be no problem, so we just killed our way through. The more we fought, the more exhausted we became, but those guys seemed to be endless. We killed and killed, but there was no end. By the time we realized it, we were surrounded. We had consumed a lot of power by then. Some people started to get exhausted, so we changed tactics. Half rested, half defended and attacked. At this point, he fell silent, his tone becoming heavier. If his physical body was still there, he would probably be frowning deeply. Lin Moyu thought that half defending, half resting was not a good idea. If the number of defenders was halved, their consumption would surely double. Then, when they rested, their recovery time would also increase significantly. This might not achieve the desired effect and could even be counterproductive. After a few seconds of pause, Zi Qingjiang organized his words and continued, but we found that this method was wrong. On the contrary, it caused our strength to be consumed much faster, even worse than before. So we decided to break out. But at that time, for some reason, the world was suddenly covered by a layer of fog, making us lose our sense of direction. At the same time, stronger monsters appeared. More than 10 minor god, venerable realm monsters rushed over, breaking our defense. We were scattered and fled in disarray. I couldn't distinguish the direction at that time, so I just chose a random direction to break out. Perhaps I was unlucky, and chose the wrong direction. The monsters chasing me became more and more numerous. The fog formed in patches, not everywhere. Sometimes I escaped the fog, but I still couldn't recognize the direction. Finally, I ran into a swamp. Strangely, after I entered the swamp, the monsters stopped chasing me, but many rotten corpses appeared in the swamp, and it seemed something in the swamp wanted to pull me down. Due to the presence of the fog, I lost my direction in the swamp again. Moreover, the suction force in the swamp became stronger and stronger. I couldn't resist it anymore. So I was pulled in, my body was corroded by the swamp and began to rot. I tried to hold on, hoping to last a little longer. Finally, the fog cleared, and I saw a stone tablet. At that time, my body had completely collapsed, so I placed my soul in a soul bead and put the soul bead on the stone tablet. Zi Qingjiang recounted the whole process with painful memories. For anyone, recalling the process of their own death was not a pleasant thing. Connecting it with the ancient scenes he saw on the tombstone, Lin Moyu finally understood the cause and effect. The number of ape monsters that invaded the nether swamp back then was terrifying, no less than 100,000. But what he had just seen was not that many. The appearance of Zi Qingjiang's group probably killed a lot of them, causing their numbers to drop sharply. Over the long years, the rotten corpses in the swamp would occasionally come out to fight the ape monsters. But since the number of ape monsters decreased, their strength also decreased over the years, leading to the current situation. But the place Zi Qingjiang mentioned, the place where one could leave the nether swamp, where was it? In his description just now, he didn't mention it clearly. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry and quietly waited for his answer. He had discovered that Zikingyang liked to talk. Maybe it was because he hadn't spoken for thousands of years, or maybe his personality was just like that. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, Zikingyang spoke again. During the chase, when I passed through the gaps in the fog, I saw a different place. I saw a huge stone tablet. That stone tablet was at least over 10,000 meters high. There was fog at the top, so I couldn't see its exact height. It might be even taller. If you want to escape the nether swamp, maybe you should go there and take a look. Lin Moyu asked, Senior Brother Z, do you remember the exact location of that huge stone tablet? Zikingyang shook his head. I don't remember anymore. I was in a panic at that time, and couldn't choose a path. I was also hindered by the fog. In fact, I was lost. Lin Moyu summarized his words. From his description, there were 3 types of dangers here. First, the ape monsters. They were not only numerous but also had reached the minor god venerable realm, and there was more than one. Second, the swamps. There were rotten corpses in them, and they would corrode flesh and blood. Once you fell in, even a minor god venerable would have a hard time escaping. Third, the fog. Once it appeared, your sense of direction would be lost, and it was easy to get lost. If you were not careful, you would be surrounded by ape monsters, or even fall into a swamp. Lin Moyu hadn't encountered the fog yet, so he couldn't say for sure. Since he could fly here, the first 2 dangers didn't affect him much. He knew what he had to do. Find that huge stone tablet over 10,000 meters high and see if he could find a way out. His mission in the nether swamp was complete. He had found Zikingyang. Now he had to take him out and hand the soul bead to Chu Keiyu. It seemed he could only search for it himself, but it probably wouldn't be too far. The map in his head was already very complete. More than 80 of the area in the nether swamp had been explored. He didn't need to go back and search. Just continue to search deeper. Just as he was about to act, a hazy fog appeared before his eyes. The fog appeared suddenly, quickly covering a large area. Zikingyang said, this is the kind of fog. It can conceal soul induction. You can't distinguish direction in the fog. Lin Moyu grunted in acknowledgement, his body flying straight up towards the sky. Zikingyang and the soul bead exclaimed in disbelief, Junior Brother Lin, how can you fly? Lin Moyu replied, this is my ability. Zikingyang didn't doubt his words and sighed. If we could fly back then, it wouldn't have been so dangerous. Junior Brother Lin, how long have I been trapped here? Lin Moyu flew up tens of thousands of meters, but still didn't see the fog clear. The fog connected the sky and the earth. Flying high was useless. He had no choice but to stop searching. After the fog clears. Probably about 1,000 years. Zikingyang exclaimed, so long. Time flies. I didn't expect to sleep for so long. Is this called sleeping? This is being forced to sleep. Lin Moyu felt that this Zikingyang was really broad-minded, seemingly not caring about life and death at all. Chu Keiyu had said his background was not simple, otherwise he wouldn't have let him risk coming here to save him. A place where even a minor god venerable could die from being trapped. He was bound to encounter danger coming here. But even so, Chu Keiyu still let him come. Maybe he didn't know the situation inside, or maybe it was the will of the great figure above. Zikingyang was really talkative. Junior Brother Lin, back then, 23 of us minor god venerables came in together. How many escaped in the end? Lin Moyu said, as far as I know, no one escaped. It seems Zikingyang had expected this answer. He immediately sighed. Chaotic rules. Truly dangerous. How can cultivation always be smooth sailing? Lin Moyu asked. At that time, which races did the minor god venerables who came in with you belong to? Senior Brother Zay. Zikingyang recalled, there were the Sand clan, the Stargazer Merfolk clan, the Buddhist clan, and the Bull Demon clan. So there was the Stargazer Merfolk clan. Lin Moyu remembered the small box he had received. Inside was an exquisite small sword. At that time, he guessed it was an item of the Stargazer Merfolk clan. Now it was confirmed. But among these minor god venerables, there was no demon clan. According to Zikingyang, there were demon clan members who came, as well as minor god venerables from the Golden Eagle clan, but they couldn't enter the nether swamp. They were killed by him in the Ocher Desert. Zikingyang's combat power was very strong, at the peak among minor god venerables, only half a step away from a true god venerable. Lin Moyu was not surprised that he could kill the minor god venerables of the demon clan and the Golden Eagle clan. Zikingyang sighed again. I didn't expect the people from the Stargazer Merfolk clan to be trapped here too. Lin Moyu found it strange. Why did he suddenly mention the Stargazer Merfolk clan, and not the others? Was there something special about their minor god venerable? Was there something special about the person from the Stargazer Merfolk clan? Since the fog hadn't cleared, He didn't mind talking with Si Qingyang for a while longer to get more useful information from him. Si Qingyang said with emotion, the person from the Stargazer Merfolk clan who came in with us had an extraordinary status in their clan and controlled the law of space. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Yu Qingru also controlled the law of space. The Stargazer Merfolk clan was actually very similar to the human race. Their appearance and hobbies were similar. If not carefully distinguished, it was almost impossible to tell them apart. Only in terms of cultivation rules did the two races have differences. The human race had a very large population with all kinds of laws, almost nothing missing. But the Stargazer Merfolk clan mainly focused on the water system law and the space law. In addition, they had a special point. Every once in a while, someone who controlled the law of space would appear in the clan. This was a bloodline inheritance. Once the bloodline awakened, they could naturally grasp the law of space without having to work hard to comprehend it. The law of space was a first-tier law. Comprehending a first-tier law was much more difficult than becoming a god venerable. The human race had a population of tens of trillions, but not many controlled a first-tier law, especially the law of space. In the first tier, it could even be ranked at the forefront. He had never heard of it. He had experienced Yu Qingru's law of space, and was even a little envious. Si Qingyang was still sighing. That Princess Ru was a peerless beauty with unparalleled talent. She controlled the law of space, moved freely, and nothing could stop her. I thought that even if everyone else died, she could still escape. I didn't expect this. Hearing the three words Princess Ru, Lin Moyu couldn't help but wonder. Is Princess Ru her name? Xu Qinjiang shook his head. Princess Ru is just what we call her. Her real name is Yu Qingru, the princess of the Starry Skyfish human clan. A storm brewed in Lin Moyu's heart, and his expression turned strange. Yu Qingru is also named Yu Qingru. Could it be just a coincidence? That princess is a lesser god venerable, while the Yu Qingru I met wasn't even a god king yet. The two are worlds apart. Lin Moyu wondered if it was merely the same name. If fate allowed them to meet again, perhaps he could ask. What a pity, for such a peerlessly elegant woman to have fallen here. Xu Qinjiang seemed lost in his memories, not noticing the change in Lin Moyu's expression. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from the distance, followed by huge ripples of lost principles. Lin Moyu then saw a red light flash within the mist. Although his vision was obscure, he could still tell it was the light from a tombstone, a sight he had become very familiar with from observing the ancient scenes. The explosions grew more intense, indicating that the battle in the mist was escalating. Lin Moyu guessed the fight was between the Star Beasts and the First Assault Legion. Such battles had been raging for countless years. It's starting again, Si Qinjiang said. When I first fell into slumber, I was awakened several times, and each time I heard sounds like these. Ignoring Xu Qinjiang, Lin Moyu carefully tried to pinpoint the direction of the sound. The mist muffled the transmission, making it seem as if it came from everywhere, but he still managed to determine a general direction. He felt that was where he needed to go. The explosions lasted for a long time before gradually ceasing. As the battle ended, the mist began to dissipate. Looking down from above, the swamp, the ground, and the star beasts below came back into view. Lin Moyu immediately flew toward the direction of the sound. A stream of light shot across the gray sky at extreme speed. In this place, being unable to fly meant facing the pursuit of countless star beasts. Even a lesser god venerable would struggle to advance. But once able to fly, it was like walking on flat ground, free of danger. The only thing to be cautious of was not to stare at the star beasts, as that would attract their attention and attacks. A dozen minutes later, a colossal stone stele appeared before him. The stele was immense, measuring 5,000 meters wide and soaring far beyond 10,000 meters in height. It stood majestically between heaven and earth, like a divine pillar holding up the sky, inspiring awe. I never thought it would be this big, Si Qinjiang whispered. I underestimated it before. Of course he had. Back then, he only saw it faintly while being pursued on the ground. How could he have seen it clearly? Lin Moyu paid no mind to Xu Qinjiang's awe, observing the stele from about 10,000 meters away. At the base of the stele, also about 10,000 meters distant, a group of star beasts roamed. These were even larger than the ones he had encountered before, their auras far more powerful. These were the lesser god venerable realm star beasts Xu Qinjiang had mentioned. Lin Moyu glanced at them once and looked away. Staring was dangerous. The line of large characters was carved on the giant stele. Tomb of Ui, Legion Commander, First Assault Legion, Netherworld Legion. So, it's the tomb of the Legion Commander. Lin Moyu recalled the heroic spirit of the general he had seen many times in the ancient scenes. That general had sacrificed himself, leading his brothers back to leave a sliver of hope for the future. He had unleashed an immortal flame, casting a curse that killed countless pursuing enemies, leaving them in a state worse than death, forever unable to escape. The general's heroic figure left an indelible impression on Lin Moyu. Since each squad had a tome and a tombstone, it was only natural for the Legion commander to have his own. Upon seeing the words on the stele, Lin Moyu knew what he had to do. At that moment, Su Kingjim lamented. Such a huge stone stele, yet only a few words are written on it. What's its purpose? Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. He now realized Su Kingjim couldn't recognize the characters on the stele. No wonder he had been calling it a stone stele. He didn't know the words, nor had he ever painted them, so he was completely unaware that it was a tombstone. The characters on the stele were called primordial ancient script by that mysterious person, different from the script of the human clan. Without deep study, one could at best recognize a few characters. Just like Su Kingjim, who only recognized the character for one in UAI. He didn't know the others. Lin Moyu didn't explain. He flew directly toward the tombstone. Before Su Kingjim's bewildered eyes, Lin Moyu activated it. The tombstone trembled violently, and from beneath it, countless streams of black, red blood rose from the ground. At that moment, the previously quiet star beasts simultaneously raised their heads, their powerful and brutal auras surging. The tombstone let out a resonant hum, erupting with immense power that pushed back all nearby star beasts, preventing them from approaching. More and more black, red blood seeped from the ground. Lin Moyu immediately drew a large amount of it, using his finger as a brush to paint the characters on the stele. Su Kingjim was utterly astonished. Junior brother Lin, what are you doing? Activating the stone stele, Lin Moyu replied. Doing this will help us find a way out. Su Kingjim asked in shock. Perhaps. Junior brother Lin, how did you figure this out? You're truly a genius. Su Kingjim's praise was nothing short of flattery. Lin Moyu suddenly realized this guy wasn't just talkative, he was a comedian. Saying no more, Lin Moyu continued to paint the characters. They were massive, and it took a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, the repelled star beasts charged forward madly again, but without exception, they were all thrown back by an irresistible force, completely unable to get close. These monsters seemed quite anxious, Su Kingjim noted with some surprise. Lin Moyu was fully focused and had no time to spare for Su Kingjim, who muttered to himself, why are they so frantic? What did this stele do? Why did they become like this? They were motionless just a moment ago. How strange. Black red blood was continuously drawn up and painted onto the inscription. Each time a character was completed, the tombstone would shake violently, and the star beasts would become more frenzied and agitated. Su Kingjim's tone changed. These monsters are getting even crazier. What on earth did junior brother Lin do? Why do I feel like a supreme consciousness is reviving? Such terrifying power. What level of expert is this? Su Kingjim felt it, and so did Lin Moyu. As he continued to paint the characters, Lin Moyu felt a powerful consciousness awakening within the tombstone, the consciousness of the spirit general, the consciousness of Legion Commander Ui. But now, Lin Moyu couldn't stop. If he stopped, he might become an enemy of the entire netherworld swamp. Once he lost the ability to fly, let alone the swamp, even the star beasts on the ground would tear him to shreds. He could only continue on this path to the end. Finally, the star beasts noticed Lin Moyu. They brandished their battle blades, and wave after wave of terrifying attacks rushed toward him. Be careful, Su Kingjim shouted. Lin Moyu stood still, unmoving. He couldn't dodge now, he could only endure. Just as the attacks were about to hit, the tombstone suddenly shot out a red light that enveloped him. The star beast's attacks vanished upon contact with the light, leaving not even a ripple. Su Kingjim finally let out a sigh of relief. Heavens, that scared me to death. The star beasts continued their relentless attacks, but to no avail. Every strike was blocked by a thin layer of red light. Su Kingjim laughed heartily. Come on, come at me. I'm right here. Keep attacking. If I dodge, I lose, he yelled, as if venting the frustration of being hunted for thousands of years. I was wrong. He's not just a comedian, he's an idiot, Lin Moyu thought helplessly, deciding to ignore him. Each painted character on the tombstone glowed with a black, red light, slightly dazzling. The great consciousness within the tombstone grew clearer and stronger. The immortal flame in the sky seemed to dim, yet it burned even more fiercely. When Lin Moyu finished the last character, completing the final stroke, the entire tombstone erupted with a powerful red light. A pillar of light shot out from it, instantly dyeing the entire netherworld swamp red. The swamp was completely submerged in a world of red. Even the gray light of the immortal flame was replaced by it. Then, a colossal power descended from the sky, like a great hand pressing down on the entire netherworld swamp. Su Kingjim, who had just been speaking, instantly went wide-eyed and fainted, losing consciousness. The star beasts on the ground all collapsed, motionless. In the distance, Bodhisattva Little Ming King, Black Sand God King, and Earth Devourer God King simultaneously looked up at the sky. With the awakening of that great consciousness, they all lost consciousness, and fell into a coma like Su Kenshin. In an instant, the entire netherworld swamp fell silent. The only one who remained conscious was Lin Moyu. A magnificent ancient scene unfolded before Lin Moyu's eyes, with the entire netherworld swamp as its stage. Lin Moyu's consciousness also changed at this moment. He felt as if he had become the immortal flame burning in the sky, looking down upon the land, with the entire swamp and its situation laid bare before him. He felt as if he were right there, personally experiencing the great battle. In the vision, the sky of the netherworld swamp was torn open by a huge crack. A massive star beast charged in. 100 tombstones simultaneously activated, transforming into blood, red sabers that, in a single slash, decapitated the star beast. Before, Lin Moyu had marveled at the power of this slash, capable of instantly killing such a powerful being. But now, from a different perspective, he truly saw that this slash had used up all their strength. The last vestiges of life force from all 100 squads were nearly depleted by this one attack. Fortunately, after the star beast died, its blood turned into new sustenance, nourishing the tims of the 100 squads. However, they could not deliver a second slash. Then, countless star beasts swarmed in. The soul of Legion Commander Yu cast a curse to kill all invaders. I curse you, your flesh and blood will become nutrients. You will remain here forever, unable to live or die. With the sound of the curse seeping deep into their souls, the invading star beasts died one by one. All their power, blood essence, and principles were drained, turning them into withered husks. At this moment, Lin Moyu saw scenes he couldn't see before. Beneath the netherworld swamp, or rather, on the other side of this land, countless grains of yellow sand appeared out of thin air, and began to accumulate. Lin Moyu suddenly understood the origin of the Yellow Earth Desert. It hadn't existed initially. The Yellow Earth Desert was formed from the blood essence, principles, and life force of these star beasts. Under the curse, everything about the star beasts turned into yellow sand. The sand transformed, becoming the principles of earth, stone, and gathering more principles from the void. But the battle wasn't over. After casting the curse, Legion Commander Yu became extremely weak, his soul almost dissipating. The curse came at a price. Even though the netherworld swamp was his home ground, he had to pay a corresponding price. After the curse was cast, a new wave of enemies charged in. This second group was smaller, but stronger. They were also star beasts, wearing thick armor. Lin Moyu guessed that the second wave of star beasts were the ones that eventually reached the lesser god, venerable realm. But what caught Lin Moyu's attention wasn't the armored star beasts, but the great sun above their heads. The great sun blazed with fierce flames, incredibly scorching. Within it, Lin Moyu heard faint chanting. The Buddha clan. Lin Moyu was stunned. Why was the Buddha clan present in a battle from the primordial era? This was too unexpected. He had read materials about the Buddha clan and knew they had only appeared in this era. Even in the ancient era before Xiao Jiantian's birth, there was no trace of them in the Great World. But in the even more distant primordial era, he was hearing the sounds of the Buddha clan. The flames of the great sun brought not only heat but also a purifying power. The curse had no effect on them. Under the heat of the flames, the temperature of the netherworld swamp soared. Cracks appeared on the tombstones of the 100 squads, and some even began to burn. This great sun was too powerful, it burned not with fire, but with principles. The sturdy tombstones were being dissolved by its principles. At this moment, Legion Commander Yu roared again, his voice echoing throughout the netherworld swamp. Great Master, please descend with your boundless fury and annihilate these contemptible ants. This cry was not like a curse, but it was incredibly effective. The immortal flame hanging in the sky suddenly moved. Previously, it had only illuminated the world, slowly and harmoniously releasing its power. But now, it truly moved, becoming violent in an instant. The immortal flame transformed into a gray fire dragon, and shot towards the great sun. Roar! The great sun struggled frantically, and the chanting grew louder. It seemed to be afraid of the immortal flame. Then, the gray fire dragon, formed from the immortal flame, tightened its grip. The great sun was crushed and exploded into fragments. The gray fire dragon opened its mouth and swallowed all the fragments, then spat out 9 fireballs that flew through the ground of the netherworld swamp, falling into the newly formed Yellow Earth Desert, and becoming 9 fireballs hanging in its sky. So that's where the fireballs over the Yellow Earth Desert came from. Lin Moyu finally understood the origin of the 9 fireballs. and he understood some other things as well. After crushing the great sun, the immortal flame did not return to the sky but rushed towards the torn crack. It seemed very displeased with the crack, roaring continuously at it and spewing gray flames that covered it. In the flames, the crack closed, and the netherworld swamp became a complete world again. Legion Commander Yui once again cast a curse, cursing the second wave of enemies. In the sound of the curse, all the blood essence and principles of the second wave of invaders were drained. Everything they had turned into the yellow earth desert. The Great War had finally come to an end. As an observer, Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. Although the first Assault Legion was defeated, it was not a complete failure. They still had a chance, waiting for their master's return. The image of the first Assault Legion fighting to the last moment was deeply engraved in Lin Moyu's soul, indelible. Under the heat of the great sun, the damaged tombstones were slowly recovering. The ones on the outermost edge suffered the most damage. The deeper in, the less damage the tombstones had. This also led to different records being preserved. Some records were destroyed at that time. Only the tombstone of Legion Commander Yui recorded the complete process. After this battle, Lin Moyu understood everything from cause to effect. He learned the origin of the netherworld swamp. It had existed since the primordial era. It had survived the flames of war without being destroyed, and was slowly recovering, waiting for its master's return. Lin Moyu was astonished. He couldn't imagine how powerful the master that Legion Commander Yui mentioned was. Synthesizing his experiences, Lin Moyu felt that the master mentioned by Yui, the master of the mysterious castle manor, and the master mentioned by the general in the ancient tomb were all the same person, an expert who possessed an incredibly powerful army, with unimaginable strength. But the vision hadn't ended, it was still continuing. Lin Moyu's consciousness had not returned. He was still looking down at the ground. The netherworld swamp fell into silence. The immortal flame returned to its normal state, continuing to illuminate the land. Under its light, the severely damaged swamp was gradually recovering. Legion Commander Yui also returned to his tomb. Lin Moyu's heart, along with the entire netherworld swamp, gradually calmed. He fell into a strange, dreamlike state. In this state, he lost track of time. He didn't know how long had passed when the sound of grinding metal woke him up. His awakening seemed to trigger the awakening of the entire netherworld swamp. The dead star beasts came back to life. They stood up and wandered the land. The corpses in the swamp also revived. The corpses and star beasts were mortal enemies, and great battles erupted between them, one after another, without end. After the star beasts died, under the light of the immortal flame, their souls were reunited, but they no longer had consciousness, only their final instincts, becoming puppets that only knew how to fight. The battles between the star beasts and the corpses were mostly inconclusive. However, this was the home ground of the corpses. Over thousands of years, the number of star beasts gradually decreased, but the rate of decrease was very, very slow. It would take a very long time for the corpses to wipe out all the star beasts. Time passed, and the great battles continued unabated. Beneath the netherworld swamp, in the yellow earth desert, countless monsters appeared. The yellow earth desert was formed from the blood essence, principles, and consciousness of the star beasts, containing their subconscious. Synthesizing countless factors, the yellow earth desert developed its own principles. Until one day, a group of people broke into the yellow earth desert, passed through all the trials, and finally reached the netherworld swamp. They ventured deep into the swamp and engaged in fierce battles with the star beasts. These people were the 23 lesser god venerables, including Su Kinjing. They killed many star beasts, which led to the appearance of star beasts at the lesser god venerable realm, who beat them so badly they had to flee. Most of these lesser god venerables died, none survived. Only a few managed to escape the pursuit of the star beasts, but they eventually died in the swamp. Tu Kinjian was one of the lucky ones. The soul pearl he carried was of a very high grade and blocked the gaze from above the swamp. Oh, it's her. In these images, Lin Moyu saw a person. He knew he wasn't mistaken. It was really Yu Qingru. Her demeanor, appearance, and even her aura were exactly the same as the Yu Qingru described by Su Kinjing. This Yu Qingru was called Princess Ru, and she was very powerful. She escaped the pursuit of the star beasts many times, but when everyone else was dead and more star beasts surrounded her, coupled with the obscuring mist, she was helpless. In the end, like many others, she ran into the swamp, reached the center, and found the tombstone. Lin Moyu knew that Yu Qingru fell into such a predicament because the netherworld swamp had restricted her spatial principles and also her ability to fly. Otherwise, even with many more star beasts, they wouldn't have been able to catch her. Spatial principles allowed for free movement without a trace, making one almost impossible to kill. Coming to this godforsaken place was just bad luck for Yukingru. At the tombstone, Princess Ru did not sit and wait for death. She took out her jade box and summoned a small sword from within. The small sword was very powerful, erupting with astonishing strength as if it wanted to tear space itself apart. Princess Ru entered the space torn open by the small sword and disappeared. After she left, the small sword returned to the box and fell at the foot of the tombstone. She didn't die. She escaped in the end, Lin Moyu whispered to himself. Princess Ru didn't die, but what about Yukingru? Princess Ru is a lesser god venerable, while Yukingru is just a 9th rank true god. The difference between them is huge. Could something have happened during her escape? Other than this, Lin Moyu couldn't think of any other reason. He was certain that the Princess Ru in the vision, and the Yukingru he met were the same person. There could be people in the world who look alike, but identical people are very rare. Even if they were 99 similar, a 9th rank true god expert could spot the 0.1 difference. In the vision, Lin Moyu saw that the lesser god venerable of the Sha clan had indeed died, completely vanished. The person from the Buddha clan ran further, dying in the swamp of Squad 71, and indeed left something behind, the Buddha statue. The swamp of Squad 71 happened to be the place he hadn't searched before. Seeing Bodhisattva Little Ming King's progress, he definitely hadn't found it. Bodhisattva Little Ming King didn't dare enter the center of the swamp. Even if he searched for another 1,000 years, it would be futile. If his luck was bad, and he attracted the star beasts, he might even lose his life. The vision before his eyes disappeared, and his consciousness returned to his body. At the same time, a piece of information was transmitted to him. Lin Moyu now knew how to leave this place. There were 2 ways to leave. One was that every 100 years, an exit would appear in the sky, through which one could leave the Netherworld swamp and return directly to the Great World. This exit was a wound left from the Great War of the past. It hadn't healed over the years. Although one couldn't fly here, a lesser god, venerable, could jump several tens of thousands of meters and enter the exit without a problem. The second way was through the Legion commander's tombstone. Because he had painted the tombstone, Lin Moyu had received its tacit approval. He could open a passage within the tombstone to return to the Yellow Earth Desert, and from there, return to the Great World. Naturally, Lin Moyu couldn't wait for several decades. He would definitely choose the passage in the tombstone. But now, besides him, there were 3 other people unconscious in the Netherworld swamp. After a few seconds of thought, Lin Moyu had a plan. He collected Chu Kingjiang's soul pearl. The void shadow spirit appeared on his shoulder, and he transformed into a stream of light, flying into the distance. First, he arrived at the tombstone of Squad 71. He quickly activated it and painted the inscription. After just a few minutes, he had a Buddha statue in his hand. The statue radiated Buddha light. After thousands of years of erosion by the swamp, the Buddha light was still dazzling. It was a good item. A small profit first. Lin Moyu said no more and immediately stored it. Previously, Conwen Buddha wanted to kill him, and although he was counter-killed, the Buddha clan still owed him a blood debt. It was the human clan's business that their experts stepped in to help him. He would settle this debt sooner or later. For now, he would collect some interest. As for Bodhisattva Little Ming King, although Lin Moyu disliked the Buddha clan, business was business. Bodhisattva Little Ming King had never harmed him, and they had even cooperated briefly. So Lin Moyu didn't plan to leave him here. He knew that if Bodhisattva Little Ming King continued searching here, he wouldn't last for decades until the next exit opened. Based on the location he just saw, Lin Moyu quickly found the 3 unconscious people, Bodhisattva Little Ming King, Black Sand God King, and Earth Devourer God King. He wove principles into ropes, tied the 3 of them up, and flew into the air, arriving before the Legion commander's tombstone. He placed the 3 down and waited quietly. A full day later, Bodhisattva Little Ming King was the first to wake up. His eyes quickly regained their composure as he cautiously looked around. He relaxed slightly upon seeing Lin Moyu. Amitabha. Bodhisattva Little Ming King chanted a Buddhist phrase, concealing the unease in his heart. The irresistible power from before had made him feel helpless. Even from his own Buddha, he had never felt power at this level. That power was simply too strong. So strong that he couldn't resist it at all. He felt like an ant that could be easily crushed. After composing himself, Bodhisattva Little Ming King said, "It seems Taoist friend Lin has saved this humble monk." Lin Moyu didn't deny it. It was a small matter. In a way, he had indeed saved him. If he had left Bodhisattva Little Ming King there, he would have certainly died. Bodhisattva Little Ming King was not slow-witted. He immediately said, "This humble monk will remember this kindness. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will surely repay it." Lin Moyu smiled. "Don't mind it. Bodhisattva Little Ming King then asked, Taoist friend Lin, may I ask where this is? Lin Moyu glanced at the still, unconscious Black Sand God King and Earth Devourer God King. Let's wait for the other two Taoist friends to wake up. It will save me from repeating myself. Bodhisattva Little Ming King grunted in agreement and asked no more. After waiting a while longer, Black Sand God King finally woke up. His state was no different from Bodhisattva Little Ming King's. Fear was still visible on his face. The last awake was Earth Devourer God King. His realm was the lowest, so he fainted the fastest and woke up the latest. After all three had awakened, Lin Wu finally spoke about how to leave. He pointed to the tombstone beside them. This is the exit of the Netherworld Swamp. I have found a way to open it. There is another way to leave. Every 100 years, an exit will appear in the sky, and you can leave through there. But before the exit opens, you may face some dangers. At this point, Lin Wu pointed into the distance. Bodhisattva Little Ming King strained his eyes and finally saw the monsters Lin Wu was pointing at. Several star beasts were wandering aimlessly there. They emitted no aura, so they couldn't be detected by soul sense, only by sight. Before they attack, their strength couldn't be determined. What is their strength? Bodhisattva Little Ming King asked. Lin Wu smiled. Probably not much different from a lesser Buddha. You can try. Bodhisattva Little Ming King thought for a moment, and shook his head. No need. But just then, a star beast suddenly looked up at Bodhisattva Little Ming King, its eyes flashing with a vicious light. Bodhisattva Little Ming King's expression changed. He felt himself locked onto by a powerful, deadly, and brutal aura. This aura was terrifyingly strong, no weaker than his own. Then, more auras locked onto him. Dozens of star beasts charged towards him. Bodhisattva Little Ming King's face turned grim, a hint of terror in his eyes. In that instant, he felt death, felt the call of the Buddha, and deeply sensed that he was about to return to the Western paradise. But he didn't want to go. He was young, had ideals, and a bright future. He could even become a Buddha in the future. At that moment, only one thought filled Bodhisattva Little Ming King's mind. I must live. I absolutely cannot die here. Buddha light began to shine brightly, and his prayer beads were already in his hand, ready to strike. But then, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Lin Wu's calm voice sounded. Lesser Buddha, there's no need to ask. They can't get through. Lin Wu's words were like a heavenly decree, instantly calming Bodhisattva Little Ming King down. He suddenly realized that his emotions had been abnormal. This was not how he should have reacted. He had been influenced by the star beasts. They had the ability to affect one's mind. Just then, the star beasts charged right in front of them, less than 100 meters away. Then, as if hitting an invisible wall, they were all bounced back one by one. The speed at which they were repelled was just as fast as their charge. Lin Wu continued, don't stare at them. They will sense it and attack whoever is looking at them. Bodhisattva Little Ming King, still shaken, tried to calm himself. Thank you, Taoist friend Lin. Lin Wu shook his head. You're welcome. These monsters are very powerful. The lesser god, venerables who came here before probably all died at their hands. Lin Wu couldn't tell him about the visions he saw, so he directly blamed these star beasts. The number of lesser god, venerable realm star beasts was large enough to kill all the lesser god, venerables who had entered before. A glint appeared in Bodhisattva Little Ming King's eyes. It seems our Buddha clan's treasure cannot be retrieved. Now, let alone finding the treasure, he didn't even dare to leave the 1-meter radius of the tombstone. Black Sand God King and Earth Devourer God King said nothing, but seeing the situation, they understood. They had long given up on continuing their search and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Nothing was more important than their lives. This place was too dangerous. Not a place they should have come to. So many lesser god, venerables had entered before, and not a single one had made it out. What chance did they have? Lin Wu asked, Lesser Buddha, do you plan to continue searching here, or leave with me? Bodhisattva Little Ming King answered almost without thinking. It seems this treasure has no fate with this humble monk. If there is no fate, it cannot be forced. This humble monk also plans to leave. Lin Wu looked at Black Sand God King. And you too? Black Sand God King replied, we also plan to leave. Good, Lin Wu smiled. In that case, I will open the passage. He immediately connected with the tombstone, opening the passage to the Yellow Earth Desert. A dark doorway opened at the foot of the tombstone. This door leads to the Yellow Earth Desert, Lin Wu said. I will go first. Fellow Taoists, we will meet again if fate allows. Bodhisattva Little Ming King chanted a Buddhist phrase. We shall meet again if fated. With that, Lin Wu stepped into the passage and was swallowed by the darkness. Immediately after, the The three of them also rushed into the passage, afraid it would disappear. From extreme cold to extreme heat, the sudden change in temperature was difficult to adapt to quickly. Lin Moyu looked at the howling yellow sand, and the 9 fireballs hanging high in the sky. Returning from the netherworld swamp would randomly teleport one to a location in the yellow earth desert. Lin Moyu found himself on the outskirts. He used the 9 fireballs to determine his position. To leave the yellow earth desert, one could only use the stone stele in an oasis. After determining the direction, Lin Moyu quickly headed towards the nearest oasis. He discovered that he could also fly in the yellow earth desert. The power from the netherworld swamp was also effective here. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. The yellow earth desert was actually part of the netherworld swamp. If he could fly there, he could fly here too. This would save him a lot of trouble. After just half an hour, Lin Moyu arrived at an oasis, found the stone stele to leave, and activated it. A dark doorway appeared, and the aura of the great world flowed out from it. Stepping through would allow him to leave the yellow earth desert, and return to the great world. This journey felt like a lifetime to Lin Moyu. He took a deep breath, preparing to step in, but suddenly retracted his foot. His expression changed slightly, a serious look in his eyes. In that instant, he suddenly felt a deadly premonition of danger. As long as he stepped through, he would face a life-threatening crisis. Danger in returning to the great world. Where is the danger coming from? Lin Moyu pondered, and soon had an answer. It seems the Devil Clan has laid an inescapable trap, just waiting for me to walk into it. Senior Chu must be outside too. How could he stand by and watch the Devil Clan do this? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It seems Senior Chu wants to be the oriole. Or perhaps, he simply wants to watch the show to see how a prey like me struggles. Alright, if that's the case, let Senior Chu watch. But let me think, what kind of inescapable trap would the devils set? To kill me, they must first trap me. Various speculations flashed through Lin Moyu's mind. He put himself in their shoes. If he were the one setting the trap, how would he do it? With his understanding of the Devil Clan, which devils would they dispatch? What level of power? Soon he thought of several possibilities, and also found ways to counter them. The Void Shadow Spirit, Void Star Spirit, and Void Flame Spirit appeared beside him simultaneously. The Void Star Spirit summoned an illusion of the Star River Law. The Star River Law slowly enveloped Lin Moyu. And only then did he step into the doorway. After a brief period of transmission, Lin Moyu left the yellow earth desert and returned to the great world. The moment Lin Moyu returned, in the starry sky outside the yellow earth desert, the nightmare god, Venerable, suddenly opened his eyes, preparing to strike. His command spread throughout the starry sky. The devils who had been waiting for days immediately got ready. A boiling killing intent filled the space. The illusion devils began to create an illusion, waiting for Lin Moyu to appear and walk right into their trap. Shu Q's eyes lit up. The kid is finally out. Let's see how you handle this dangerous situation. In his eyes, facing this killing formation, if Lin Moyu didn't use his life-saving trump card, he would surely die. He could intervene to save him at any time, but he wanted to see Lin Moyu's reaction when faced with certain death. Would he resist fiercely, or directly use his trump card to call for help? A person's reaction in a dangerous situation can clearly reflect their inner nature. This was also something that those who wanted to become supreme experts had to learn. A spatial fluctuation spread from the starry sky, and then Lin Moyu's figure appeared within it. Starlight twinkled. Lin Moyu saw the starry sky, then found himself on a grassland. Ning Ai, Mo Kainkan, and Shu Han were sitting beside him. He was resting his head on Mo Yunru's soft lap. A gentle breeze blew, and with the starry sky, the whole scene was incredibly peaceful and pleasant. Lin Moyu looked at the starry sky with a look of enjoyment. Is this an illusion? It's very realistic. I haven't seen them in a long time. I really miss them. Lin Moyu felt a little reluctant. He took a deep breath and looked closely at the faces of his 4 wives. Unfortunately, an illusion is just an illusion. It can't be taken as real. With that, starlight emanated from his body, and the scene before him shattered. He had long let the Void Star Spirit envelop him. The Void Star Spirit's ability was to create illusions to trap enemies, but it could also resist illusions. This was one of its talents, a very powerful passive talent. Among the Devil Clan, the best at creating illusions were the Illusion Devils. But even an illusion from a god venerable realm Illusion Devil couldn't affect the Void Star Spirit. With its protection, as long as Lin Moyu wished, almost all illusions were ineffective against him. Just now, he only wanted to see what kind of illusion the opponent had created for him. Unexpectedly, he saw his 4 wives, and he was immersed in the illusion for an extra 2 seconds. Now that the illusion was broken, Lin Moyu saw a battle blade slashing towards him, already close at hand. The battle blade was a formation of the Devil Clan. The blade before him was formed by at least 1,000 powerful God King Realm devils. First, let the illusion devils weave an illusion to trap me, making me lose the ability to resist, then let other devils kill me. A good idea, but what a pity. A smile appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes. He had already thought of several methods the Devil Clan might use, including the current one, first using an illusion devil to create an illusion to trap him, then proceeding to kill him. Therefore, he let the Void Star Spirit envelop him, using its characteristics to resist the illusion. In the eyes of everyone outside, Lin Moyu stood motionless in the starry sky, like someone waiting to die. Excitement showed in the eyes of several God venerables of the Devil Clan. They didn't act because they were God venerables. How could a dignified God venerable stoop to attack an ant? They were only here to guard against any unexpected situations. It seemed there were no surprises now. Before the battle blade touched him, Lin Moyu suddenly moved. A swath of red light burst forth in the starry sky. The red light carried a powerful curse, a soul curse, a fusion technique, the time curse. The devil formation immediately fell into chaos. The God Kings forming the formation all let out miserable screams. At this point, Lin Moyu was a 9th rank true god. The curse he used was much stronger than before, enough to make even a God King feel heart-wrenching pain. Under the curse, the formation nearly collapsed. Before the red light faded, a few pieces of minced meat appeared in Lin Moyu's hand, remains of the 9th rank Stone Devil God King's corpse. Immediately after, violent explosions erupted in the starry sky, like brilliant fireworks. Each explosion surpassed the full power strike of a 9th rank God King, like 9th rank God King experts sacrificing their lives. Even a lesser God venerable would have to retreat in the face of such an attack. The formation completely collapsed. The Devil Clan God Kings inside were almost all killed in an instant. Lin Moyu immediately broke the formation and killed all the God Kings, and in the next second, he locked onto the illusion devils in the starry sky. The illusion was ineffective against him, so the illusion devils hidden in the starry sky naturally had no place to hide in his eyes. Another round of beautiful fireworks bloomed in the starry sky. This time, Lin Moyu used the corpses of the devils he had just killed. Illusion devils were a very difficult type to deal with in the Devil Clan. They created illusions and had extremely strong deceptive abilities. In support of other devils, they could cause a lot of trouble for the enemy. It could be said that a team with an illusion devil would have its combat power greatly increased. But illusion devils also had a weakness. Their bodies were very fragile. Even a 9th rank God King illusion devil had a life force only comparable to a 1st rank human clan God King. If they lost the deceptive ability of illusions, a 1st rank human clan God King could kill a 9th rank God King illusion devil. In Lin Moyu's eyes, this was an extreme species, maximizing its advantages as well as its disadvantages. In the continuous explosions, the illusion devils were killed one by one. By the time the several God venerables of the Devil Clan reacted, there were no living creatures left beside Lin Moyu. How did this happen? How did he do it? The several Devil God venerables were stunned. They had waited for so long, set up such an inescapable net, and it was broken so easily. At this time, the fastest to react was a Stone Devil God venerable. The Stone Devil's mind was simple, he didn't think much about why. He only knew that he needed to kill Lin Moyu now, and that was enough. So, his first reaction was to charge forward to kill Lin Moyu. A God venerable's attack was on a completely different level from a God King's. A sparkling star river appeared in the starry sky. Within the star river were rolling rocks, countless huge rocks churning like great waves. Each huge rock carried a powerful momentum. If it hit a star, it would be enough to crush the star into dust. This was the Star River Law summoned by the Stone Devil God Venerable, the Earth and Stone Star River Law. One of the reasons God Venerables were powerful was that they could mobilize the power of the Star River Law. Even a lesser God Venerable would find it hard to resist. The Star River reversed, and countless large rocks fell towards Lin Moyu. He turned into a stream of light, flying out at a speed of 150,000 kilometers per hour. You can't escape. The Stone Devil God Venerable's voice came from the Star River Law. The Star River Law was like a shadow. No matter how fast Lin Moyu was, he couldn't escape it. Lin Moyu smiled. Not necessarily. The wings of the undead opened, and vibrated rapidly. The soul lock was instantly severed. The pursuing Star River Law, as if losing its target, stopped in the middle of the starry sky. The wings of the undead could sever soul locks, even those of a God Venerable. The Stone Devil God Venerable did not expect this. Seeing Lin Moyu's faint smile, he felt humiliated. Lin Moyu's action had no killing power, but its insulting power was extremely strong. God, venerables valued their face greatly. He roared. The Star River Law suddenly expanded, instantly covering a range of millions of miles in the starry sky, enveloping Lin Moyu within. Let's see you run this time. The attack turned into a barrage, and although its power was greatly reduced, it also sealed off all of Lin Moyu's escape routes. Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly. Facing attacks from all directions, he made up his mind. His aura rose in waves. In just a moment, Lin Moyu's power reached the peak of a 9th rank God King. Like a bubble being pierced, his aura rose to another level, directly reaching the lesser god Venerable Realm. Then the skeleton throne appeared in the starry sky. The skeleton throne was not large, and the aura of the skeleton king on it was very weak, only at the 4th rank God King level. Lin Moyu didn't need the skeleton king. What he needed was the bone sword in its hand. The bone sword had no special features, but it was incredibly hard. What Lin Moyu needed was this hardness. The huge rocks came crashing down. Lin Moyu vibrated his undead wings, flying quickly through the chaotic and dense rocks. At the same time he pointed at the stone devil god Venerable. Fusion technique, time curse. The stone devil god Venerable let out a pained cry. His soul was slightly affected, feeling a sharp pain. But it was fine. From the god Venerable realm onwards, the soul reached the 4th grade level. Its defensive ability greatly increased, and its resistance to soul attacks was very strong. Lin Moyu was not surprised by this result. The bone sword in his hand swung out a sharp sword aura. 2 great origin techniques were applied. The power accumulation technique raised his realm, powerfully reaching the lesser god Venerable level, which was the limit below god Venerable. Under the effect of the weapon enhancement technique, the damage increased tenfold. Plus the blessing of the god laying sword technique. With all these buffs, Lin Moyu unleashed his strongest sword strike. Even so, it still couldn't compare to a god Venerable. Lin Moyu understood this well. He just wondered if this sword could injure a god Venerable. As for killing a god Venerable, he had never thought about it. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability, but just relying on the god laying sword technique alone was far from enough. Moreover, the law blessing in this sword of Lin Moyu's was only at the 9th rank true god level, not even reaching the god king realm. The stone devil god Venerable didn't even bother with this sword. Don't you understand that all who are not god venerables are ants? He focused his energy on controlling the Star River Law. Countless large rocks from all directions crushed towards Lin Moyu, leaving him no room to escape. At the same time, on his body, a sword light suddenly flashed. The sword light exploded, and sword marks appeared on his body, creating many wounds on his flesh. The wounds were not large or deep, just skin deep. But each sword strike made the stone devil god Venerable's face ferocious. He was injured. A god Venerable at the 660th rank was injured by Lin Moyu. This made him lose all face. Die. He roared angrily, and the Star River Law became even more frenzied. Because Lin Moyu had unleashed the god laying sword strike, he couldn't dodge the rocks anymore, and was finally swallowed by the torrent of rolling stones. I will crush you into minced meat, and crush your soul too. Qiu, hidden in the shadows, clenched his fists, ready to act at any moment. The stone devil god Venerable roared continuously, controlling more rocks and crushing Lin Moyu. The Star River stretched for tens of thousands of miles, with countless rocks like a tsunami. Even an army of 10,000 horses would be crushed to pieces. This kid is still quite strong, isn't he? But that's fine. He knew Lin Moyu still had a life, a card he hadn't used. If it was truly dangerous, that card would automatically activate, so he wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, it seemed Lin Moyu hadn't reached his limit yet. Qiu continued to watch the show with a calm expression. More than 10 seconds later, the rocks in the sky gradually disappeared, and the starry sky returned to normal. In the starry sky, Lin Moyu stood there arrogantly, completely unharmed. The stone devil god Venerable's face suddenly changed dramatically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you still be alive? You can't be alive. Lin Moyu smiled, a faint purple light flickering on his body. Nothing is impossible. The god Venerable's attack was indeed powerful. Just now, he was truly hit by a fatal attack. Each rock that hit him was much stronger than the attack of a lesser god Venerable. Even if he raised his realm to lesser god Venerable, he couldn't block it. The undead legion was continuously collapsing, and the ruler's legion couldn't heal in time. Even when he summoned the immortal undead, it was killed instantly. After merging and collapsing 6 times, his talent was activated, and Lin Moyu got his life back. After getting his life back, he was in danger again. The undead legion fell into a cycle of collapse and revival. Fortunately, the attack didn't last long. If it had lasted a few more seconds, Lin Moyu would have had to use his life-saving card. But thanks to that attack, he understood the gap between himself and a god venerable. A gap that was difficult to bridge. Not playing with you anymore. At this time, Lin Moyu's aura weakened, and the origin technique disappeared. The void speed spirit appeared on his shoulder, and the undead wings opened. Lin Moyu let out a soft cry and disappeared from sight in an instant. With the void speed spirit's enhancement, his speed far surpassed the God King realm, reaching the God Venerable realm. The Stone Devil God Venerable reacted quickly and immediately gave chase. He continuously focused his soul to attack Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu easily severed each attack. At this point, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped in mid-air. Although his speed might not be as fast as other God Venerables famous for their speed, it was on par with the Stone Devil God Venerable. Seeing Lin Moyu fly further and further away, the Stone Devil God Venerable roared in anger. Just then, the Nightmare God Venerable appeared in front of Lin Moyu, unleashing an illusion to affect him. The Nightmare God Venerable, who hadn't acted from the beginning to the end, now struck fiercely. His methods were silent and invisible, his illusions so exquisite that they were divine. Lin Moyu was trapped in the illusion, standing stiffly in place. Even a God Venerable would find it hard to escape his illusions, let alone Lin Moyu. The Nightmare God Venerable stood before Lin Moyu, only 10,000 meters away, a cold smile on his lips. Wouldn't it be better to just die obediently? A human genius. Not here. Not a lie. The Nightmare God Venerable had a considerable reputation among the human clan. Countless geniuses had died at his hands. Even back in his God King realm, he was listed on the human clan's wanted list. However, he never acted alone. Many times, human clan experts tried to kill him, but they never had the chance. Suddenly, myriads of starlight flashed on Lin Moyu's body, and his eyes instantly cleared. "You've finally shown yourself." The Nightmare God Venerable exclaimed, feeling something was wrong. But immediately, in the deep darkness, his soul heard a world-shaking explosion, and then his consciousness sank into endless darkness. How did he do it? That was the last thought in his head. He didn't understand how Lin Moyu had killed him. Even though he was the God Venerable with the weakest defense, he was still a God Venerable, not a God King. He couldn't be killed so easily. Lin Moyu had only attacked him once, and the blow that hit the Stone Devil God Venerable was just a scratch. How could it kill him? No one could answer him. No one ever would. Actually, Lin Moyu had discovered the Nightmare God Venerable long ago. But at that time, the Nightmare God Venerable was hiding far away, and there were many other God Venerables around. It was difficult for him to focus on the opponent, so he pretended to flee. The Nightmare God Venerable pursued him alone and set an illusion trap for him, inadvertently giving Lin Moyu an opportunity. Lin Moyu pretended to be affected by the illusion, but in fact, the Void Star Spirit had long since broken it. When the Nightmare God Venerable approached, Lin Moyu immediately detonated the corpse of the Void Wolf. The Nightmare God Venerable was an illusion devil with the weakest defense. The Void Wolf was a third-stage God Venerable. Detonating its corpse was equivalent to a third-stage God Venerable self-destructing, powerful enough to destroy, or even kill, God Venerables of the same level. Lin Moyu felt that using the Void Wolf to attack the Stone Devil would be useless. Moreover, the Stone Devil had regenerative abilities. But using it to destroy the Nightmare God Venerable, who had the weakest defense, would surely succeed. The result was as expected. The Nightmare God Venerable couldn't withstand it and died on the spot. Lin Moyu quickly collected the Nightmare God Venerable's corpse and turned into a stream of light, flying away. The whole process took less than 2 seconds, involving both scheme and luck. Lin Moyu felt quite lucky. This is the second God Venerable to die at my hands, Lin Moyu thought. Before, Kongwen Buddha could also be considered to have died at his hands. And now, it was the Nightmare God Venerable. Although there was an element of luck, he had still personally killed him. Seeing this scene, the Stone Devil God Venerable was stunned, unable to believe it. Lin Moyu took this opportunity to flee quickly. Killing the Nightmare God Venerable was already a great achievement, but he couldn't defeat the Stone Devil God Venerable. Boom! Before him, a flame flashed, and a brilliant river of fire appeared. Blocking his path in the sea of fire, the blazing flame God Venerable appeared, his cold voice ringing out. "You can't escape. Even though you killed Nightmare, you must die today." The blazing flame surged, a great river beast wanting to swallow Lin Moyu. Hundreds of thousands of stars were instantly engulfed by the sea of fire. Lin Moyu had nowhere to hide. He didn't need to focus his mind, he couldn't dodge anyway. A god Venerable's casual attack was a world-destroying move, and a very powerful one at that. Lin Moyu's first reaction was to detonate the nightmare god Venerable's corpse to see if he could kill the blazing flame devil before him. But he was horrified to find that he couldn't focus on the blazing flame devil. The blazing flame devil seemed to be right in front of him, but in reality, he wasn't there at all. What he saw was just an illusion. Every god Venerable was smart. Seeing the nightmare god Venerable killed, they would naturally think of countermeasures. Lin Moyu was, after all, only a 9th rank true god. He was still a million miles away from a god Venerable. It was normal that he couldn't focus. The void flame spirit appeared, summoning a projection of the Firestar River Law, blocking the surging sea of fire coming from all directions. I didn't expect you, not being a god Venerable, to be able to summon the Star River Law. A truly outstanding genius. Unfortunately, your Star River Law is too weak. It won't last long. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed. The blazing flame devil was not wrong. His Star River Law protection was too weak. It couldn't compare to a god Venerable Star River Law at all, and couldn't hold up for long. The Void Flame Spirit's Firestar River Law, having absorbed a large amount of fire, had begun to waver, ready to break at any moment. Lin Moyu held a black stone in his hand, ready to crush it at any time. He quickly thought of a plan in his mind but found that there was no way. His strength was too weak. He had to face it head. The Void Flame Spirit finally reached its limit, and the Star River Law shattered. The Void Flame Spirit let out a miserable cry and returned to its star. The fire backlash severely injured it, and it couldn't appear for a while. The dark red sea of fire surged, wanting to swallow Lin Moyu. He knew he had no way out. He was about to crush the black stone and summon the great figure to save him. Suddenly, he relaxed, and put the black stone away. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Old man, you're here." Q had finally finished watching the show and took the stage himself. He waved his hand, like swatting a fly, and directly scattered the sea of fire into fireworks. The fireworks bloomed in the starry sky, a brief beauty that flashed and then disappeared without a trace. Only then did Lin Moyu discover a god Venerable level devil covered in flames standing tens of thousands of miles away. No wonder I couldn't focus on him. It turns out he wasn't there. Lin Moyu thought to himself, and looked at Q. "Senior, you finally decided to act." Q laughed heartily. "Hey, did you know I was here all along?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I guessed you might be here, but I wasn't sure. Now it seems you've been watching the show all this time." Q chuckled twice and said, "So, your calmness was all an act." Lin Moyu didn't answer directly. "Well, what do you think?" He knew that with Q's eyesight, he could definitely see whether he was pretending or not. It wasn't that easy to deceive a god Venerable. Q snorted. "Later. I call it being resourceful," Lin Moyu corrected. Q didn't continue to argue with him, but looked towards the blazing flame devil, and the stone devil god Venerable. The two god Venerables stood in the starry sky, at a loss. In the starry sky, besides them, there were dozens of illusion devils. These illusion devils had witnessed the nightmare god Venerable being killed and seemed to be scared stiff, not running away. Perhaps they thought Lin Moyu would be killed by the stone devil god Venerable with the blazing flame devil, so they didn't run. They never expected Q to appear and intervene. Q didn't give these illusion devils a chance to escape. He raised his hand and clenched it. Huge, invisible hands appeared beside these illusion devils. They were crushed into foam. The blazing flame devil tried to calm down, gritting his teeth and staring at Q. "Who are you?" Just now, Q had scattered his Star River Law with a wave of his hand. His power was astonishing. He was terrified of Q and hurriedly tried to find a way to escape. Q's attack was something even a god Venerable would find hard to block, let alone an illusion devil, whose defense was already weak at the God King realm. The stone devil god Venerable stood far away, not daring to approach, already thinking of running. Q chuckled softly. "You guys have been on this battlefield for a while, yet you haven't heard of my reputation." Q was in a very good mood right now. Lin Moyu's attitude made him very satisfied, so he was willing to waste words on these two. The blazing flame devil and the stone devil god Venerable were dumbfounded, not expecting Q's true identity. If it were normal, they would have been smashed to pieces with a single palm strike. Q's tone was calm. "My surname is Jiu." The blazing flame devil seemed to suddenly remember Q's identity. His face changed dramatically, and without another word, he turned to flee. But it was too late. Q swung a palm from a distance. A giant hand, as large as a star, immediately appeared in the starry sky and swept across. The blazing flame devil couldn't dodge in time. The palm struck, the flames went out, and the blazing flame devil froze in place. Then his body shattered into pieces. Star-shattering palm. This was an incomparably powerful law, almost following no rules. It was the same when Xiuqiu dealt with the clone of the Abyss Dragon Devil before. It looked like a casual palm strike, yet it directly killed the powerful enemy. Now, dealing with the blazing flame devil, the god Venerable, was also done with a single palm. Xiuqiu's strength was at its peak, arguably invincible in the god Venerable realm, far surpassing other ordinary god Venerables. The stone devil god Venerable was so scared that his soul nearly flew out. He hurriedly crushed a devil stone in his hand. A black door appeared beside him. As long as he stepped in, he would be safe. He knew his speed was not enough. He couldn't escape and could only use this method to survive. Useless. Xiuqiu nodded slightly and gently clenched his hand towards the stone devil god Venerable. An invisible but incredibly solid hand grabbed the stone devil. The black door emitted a strong suction force, trying to pull the stone devil god Venerable in, but Xiuqiu's hand held him firmly, not letting him escape. The stone devil god Venerable struggled frantically. A star river law appeared above his head, and countless large rocks rolled down, smashing into the hand. But it was all in vain. The hand created by Xiuqiu was not something he could shake. After a stalemate, the black door finally disappeared. The stone devil god Venerable's soul fell into an abyss. He knew he had no chance of survival. Immediately after, Xiuqiu gently squeezed his hand. But the stone devil god Venerable was crushed, exploding in the starry sky. The stone devil, known for its extremely strong defense, couldn't withstand Xiuqiu's casual squeeze at all. The stone devil god Venerable was dead, with no chance to recover. Lin Moyu watched this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. This was the difference in strength. Xiuqiu was simply too powerful. From any angle, he didn't look like a god Venerable. He felt that Xiuqiu was completely using heavy artillery to kill mosquitoes, like an adult bullying a child. And with a weapon at that. Xiuqiu smiled and said, "Do you understand now?" Lin Moyu nodded. "As long as your fist is strong enough, you don't need to be afraid of anything. Anything else. Also, as long as your power is strong enough, the stone devil's recovery is just an illusion." Xiuqiu laughed heartily. "That's right. It's all fake. Only strength is real. Remember these words. No matter how many life-saving methods you have, if your strength is not enough, it's not enough. If it can't kill you once, I can kill you twice, 3 times. I can always kill you." Lin Moyu understood that these words were meant for him. He respectfully accepted them. "This junior understands." Xiuqiu nodded with satisfaction. "It's good that you understand. How's the person you rescued?" Lin Moyu took out Su Qingjiang's soul pearl. Su Qingjiang was still not awake, still sleeping soundly in the same place. Fortunately, his soul body was intact, so there was nothing to worry about. Xiuqiu looked at it, and was very satisfied. Then put the soul pearl away. He waved his hand, and a piece of minced meat from the blazing flame devil's corpse flew out. Another piece of minced meat from the stone devil god Venerable's corpse also flew over. "I intentionally saved these 2 pieces of meat. Both are second-stage god Venerables. Take them." Lin Moyu was overjoyed and accepted them without hesitation. This was an unused trump card. Including the nightmare god Venerable's corpse, Lin Moyu now had 3 god Venerable corpses. Ow. Even when facing the low-level god Venerable, he didn't need to be too cautious. But if the god Venerable used some tricks, like the blazing flame devil, making him unable to focus his soul, he would be very passive. His realm was too low, always a bit constrained, and greatly restricted. Especially when facing the Star River law of a god Venerable, he felt even more helpless. Xiuqiu took out his warship and stepped inside. Lin Moyu also followed. This warship was strong enough to resist a god Venerable. After the 2 returned to the human territory, Xiuqiu took out a jade slip. After activating it, the jade slip emitted a faint light. This jade slip could record images, sounds, and other types of information. Lin Moyu had used it before. "Tell me about your experience in the Yellow Earth Desert. The more detailed the better. I'll apply for a reward for you when I get back." This mission was not an ordinary one. The reward was not fixed. Xiuqiu wanted to report Lin Moyu's experience in the Yellow Earth Desert to the human emperor, and compare it with his own battlefield records. Only after comparison could the reward be calculated. Lin Moyu recounted his experience in the Yellow Earth Desert without omitting any details. He told it as it was, without exaggeration or understatement, calmly narrating the whole process. After listening, Xiu Qiu's eyes widened. No wonder the devils wanted to make such a big deal out of it and even put you on their must-kill list. Jin Hui was killed by you like this. What a waste of a lie. Xiu Qiu knew that Jin Hui was killed by Lin Moyu, otherwise, Jin Shi wouldn't have acted. It was just that he had already notified a big figure in the human clan, so Jin Shi had no chance to touch Lin Moyu. With Jin Hui dead, Jin Shi lost his successor. It would be difficult for him to compete in the future. The Stone Devils valued inheritance greatly. This time, Jin Shi suffered a big blow. Moreover, after Lin Moyu eliminated the Stone Devils, the new bloodline of the Stone Devil clan was almost gone. At least for 1,000 years, it would be difficult for a god venerable to appear among the Stone Devils. It could be said that the Stone Devil clan suffered the greatest loss. After hearing Lin Moyu talk about entering the Netherworld swamp, Xiu Qiu learned about the situation inside. 1,000 years ago, when the chaotic rules first appeared, Xu Qingjian and others had entered the Netherworld swamp once. For the next 1,000 years, no one dared to enter the Netherworld swamp until this time. Therefore, no race knew anything about the Netherworld swamp. This time, Lin Moyu brought back all new information, especially his mention of the Great War in the Primordial Era, which was of great significance. Xiu Qiu knew that whether it was the leadership of the human clan or other powerful races, they were very eager to learn about the Primordial Era. They wanted to know what happened back then, as if they were looking for something. Unfortunately, Xiu Qiu's rank was not high enough to understand the inside story. As far as he knew, anything related to the Primordial Era was very valuable. Even a piece of scale, claw, or feather could receive a valuable reward. Not to mention that Lin Moyu had collected such complete information. The reward would surely be even more amazing. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, please tell me first, did a world-shaking great war happen in this great world during the Primordial Era? Was the battle I witnessed like that?" Xiu Qiu thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "The battle you saw was just a small, insignificant campaign in that great war. I'm not very clear on the specific details either. I only know it's something a high-level figure is pursuing. There's no point in you looking for those things now. You should focus on cultivation and raising your realm." Lin Moyu knew Xiu Qiu was looking out for him. Indeed, curiosity killed the cat. He shouldn't touch things that didn't belong to him. Lin Moyu then took out a Buddha statue. The statue radiated a brilliant light. For a moment, the space in the warship echoed with a deep and powerful Buddhist chant. Xiu Qiu's expression changed slightly. "A seated Buddha statue?" Lin Moyu asked. "So this is a seated Buddha statue. What's its use?" Xiu Qiu observed the statue and said in a deep voice, "That Bodhisattva Little Ming King has great ambitions, doesn't he?" Lin Moyu pricked up his ears, listening intently. Xiu Qiu explained, "The Buddha clan is different from other races in the Great World. They have their own cultivation methods, and even their realm system is slightly different. When a member of the Buddha clan cultivates to the lesser Buddha realm, they have two choices. One is to become a Buddha on the spot and enter the Buddha realm, which is equivalent to our God Venerable. The other choice is to condense a Buddha kingdom and wait for it to form before entering the Buddha realm. A Buddha with a Buddha kingdom, and one without are completely different concepts. Their strength is also worlds apart. It's just that condensing a Buddha kingdom is too difficult. Very few members of the Buddha clan choose this path." Lin Moyu said, "You mean Bodhisattva Little Ming King wants to condense a Buddha kingdom?" Xiu Qiu patiently explained, "He does want to condense a Buddha kingdom, but it's too difficult. That's why he wanted to obtain this seated Buddha statue. A seated Buddha statue is formed by a Buddha condensing all his power before his passing. Inside the statue is the essence of a Buddha's entire life. For a lesser Buddha, it's a supreme treasure, far surpassing ordinary God Venerable level treasures. As long as he can absorb the Buddha power inside, he will have a chance to condense a Buddha kingdom and become a Buddha with a Buddha kingdom. Moreover, if a member of the Buddha clan wants to break through the Buddha realm and reach a higher level, they must condense a Buddha kingdom. That's why I said his ambitions are not small." After listening, Lin Moyu understood. Bodhisattva Little Ming King had told half-truths and half-lies, hiding something, just as he himself hadn't been completely honest. The two were even. If anything happened in the future, Lin Moyu wouldn't be afraid to deal with it. Lin Moyu asked, "So is this statue useful to us?" Xiu Qiu glanced at Lin Moyu with a faint smile. "A seated Buddha statue can't be used by anyone except the Buddha clan. But from another perspective, it is indeed a rare treasure. Even in the Gaia Venerable realm, it's hard to find." Lin Moyu understood immediately and put the Buddha statue away. If it was a material, he could try to use it to summon an elemental undead. Maybe he could summon a Buddha undead. The thought was interesting. Lin Moyu frowned. That year, When he and Shu Qingyang entered the netherworld swamp, that lesser Buddha had become a Buddha on the spot when he died, truly entering the Buddha realm. But it was too late. He could only condense the essence of his life into a Buddha statue, waiting for a fated person in the future. He didn't expect the fated person to be Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu decided to use it to summon an elemental undead. It would be best if it succeeded. If not, he could sell it. Selling it to the Buddha clan, they would surely pay a high price. Just for this statue alone, this trip was not in vain. After thinking, Lin Moyu finally asked about Yu Qingru. He asked about her, but in reality, it was just an excuse. He wanted to learn more about the Starry Sky Fish Human Clan. The Starry Sky Fish Human Clan, the Starry Sky Spirit Clan, the Starry Sky Devil God Clan, and the Starry Sky God Human Clan were known as the four great primordial clans. But what did primordial clan really mean? The Starry Sky God Human Clan was the human clan. Lin Moyu was very curious about the other three primordial clans. Why were they called that? This world contained too many secrets, constantly arousing his curiosity. Lin Moyu believed that one day, he would uncover most of the secrets, and by then, he would stand at the pinnacle of the world. Shu Q looked at the exquisite small sword in Lin Moyu's jade box. According to you, you met Yu Qingru there. That's right, Lin Moyu replied with certainty. Shu Q had met Yu Qingru before. His impression of this princess of the Starry Skyfish human clan was very deep. Although the Starry Skyfish human clan possessed a talent for spatial laws, the probability of such a talent appearing was still extremely small. Before, there was Princess Ru, and now there was Yu Qingru. The Starry Skyfish human clan was truly lucky. After hearing Lin Moyu's account, Shu Q fell into deep thought, but he couldn't figure out the answer. Let me ask around. You've made a great contribution this time. Someone will give you an answer. Merit is rewarded, and faults are punished. The human clan has always been like this, with clear rewards and punishments. The warship returned to the human territory. The two were transferred to Fortress Number 8, and then from Fortress Number 8 to Fortress Number 1. The pressure at Fortress Number 8 was heavy, while Fortress Number 1 was much more relaxed. Shu Q said, rest here for a few days. Don't take on any other missions for now. Understood. Lin Moyu knew what Shu Q wanted to do. He would report the situation of the Yellow Earth Desert to the Human Emperor Network to receive his reward. After parting with Shu Q, Lin Moyu went to the trading center. The trading center was as bustling as ever. After so many days, the person at the counter was still the beautiful and elegant Yu Qing. Yu Qing's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Moyu. Mr. Lin, you're here. I'll inform Miss Chu right away. Lin Moyu nodded. Thank you for the trouble. Very quickly, Yu Qing received Yu Shu's reply. Miss Chu is waiting for you at the old place. Thank you. Lin Moyu walked towards the familiar backyard. On the way, a staff member came to guide him. It wasn't really necessary. Lin Moyu was a regular customer, but it was an old custom that couldn't be ignored. In the familiar pavilion, Lin Moyu met Yu Shu again after many days. Yu Shu was as beautiful as ever, still brewing the iced tea of her clan, bringing a cool breeze to the already cool pavilion. Yu Shu smiled brightly. Captain, where have you been for so long? Lin Moyu smiled. I went on a special mission. This mission took quite a while, didn't it? Yu Shu brewed tea for Lin Moyu, her voice sounding a little dissatisfied. Lin Moyu lifted the teacup. The iced tea flowed down his throat, bringing along a cool feeling. He couldn't help but let out a refreshing sigh. First, he was in the Yellow Earth Desert, where 9 fireballs burned day and night. Although he wasn't afraid of high temperatures, compared to a pleasant environment, everyone knew which they preferred. The netherworld swamp was extremely cold, with temperatures low enough to kill a true god. For more than a year, Lin Moyu hadn't had a sip of tea, or a delicious meal. Sometimes, he couldn't help but feel that perhaps this was the life of a cultivator. Yu Shu chuckled softly and asked, Captain, this mission seemed quite intense, didn't it? Lin Moyu half-oaked, not really intense, but extremely dangerous. I had almost didn't make it back. Yu Shu's eyes narrowed, a hint of surprise in them. That dangerous. She knew Lin Moyu's strength. If even he almost died, it was clear that this mission was unimaginably difficult. But she couldn't ask more about such private matters. Unless Lin Moyu took the initiative to tell her, she would never ask. Yu Shu said again, the investigation you asked me to do has some clues. It's just that you weren't back, and I couldn't contact you. Previously, Lin Moyu had asked Yu Shu to find the whereabouts of the top 10 enemies on the human clan's wanted list. Thanks to Yu Shu's efforts, there was finally some information. Yu Shu explained, I didn't know if you wanted information from the Vermilion Bird Starfield's wanted list or the entire human clan's wanted list. You didn't specify at the time, so I searched for both. Lin Moyu took a sip of tea, signaling Yu Shu to continue. Actually, when he asked her to investigate, he only had a sliver of hope. Yu Shu's family was quite powerful and had close ties with the human clan's military. He thought he could at least gather some news. Yu Shu continued, in the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird Starfield's wanted list, I only found information on 2 who are active in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. First, the 10th ranked, Ian Fire Devil, Abyss Clan, second a rank God King. Half a year ago, he appeared in Area 833. Second, the 6th ranked, Illusion Gold God King, Eagle Clan, 3rd rank God King. 3 months ago, he appeared in Area 868. The information is a bit old, one from half a year ago, the other from 3 months ago. Lin Moyu understood that Yu Shu had tried her best. After all, he hadn't been there for nearly a year. Moreover, Yu Shu was constantly updating the information, not just stopping after finding a little something. Lin Moyu said sincerely, thank you for your hard work. Yu Shu smiled brightly, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. You're too kind, Captain. But I'm not sure if they are still there now. Next is the top 10 of the entire human clan's wanted list. The 10th ranked, Dark Fire God King, Z Clan, 9th main God King, appeared in Area 932 a month ago. The 8th ranked, Light Breaking God King, Golden Eagle Clan, Lesser God Venerable, appeared in Area 1022 3 months ago. Finally, the 3rd ranked, Nightmare God Venerable, Devil Clan, God Venerable level, specific rank unknown. A year ago, he appeared in Battle Zone number 8, and then disappeared. However, according to the latest information, updated 970, the Nightmare God Venerable has not left the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Yu Shu half-joked, Captain, are you planning to go kill the Nightmare God Venerable? Yu Shu was teasing Lin Moyu. Although he was a true god, no matter how strong he was still just a true god. Even if he could fight across levels and defeat a 7th or 8th rank God King, he could not possibly defeat a God Venerable. Yu Shu narrowed her eyes, a smile on her lips, wanting to see Lin Moyu's surprised expression. But unfortunately, Lin Moyu remained unusually calm. Only Lin Moyu understood his own thoughts. The Nightmare God Venerable is ranked 3rd on the human clan's wanted list. It seems he has caused considerable losses to the human clan. Unfortunately, he is no longer on the Vermilion Bird Starfield's wanted list, so killing him won't complete the mission. But I can keep his corpse. When my authority is raised to level 5, the Vermilion Bird Starfield's wanted list will become the entire Starfield's wanted list. Then I can use his head to turn in the mission. The 3-part mission was very clear. Eliminate the top 10 enemies on the Vermilion Bird Starfield's wanted list. This mission depended somewhat on luck. If they were easy to find, it could be completed quickly. If not, it could drag on for decades, even centuries. For now, Lin Moyu could only let nature take its course. After waiting for a while and seeing no reaction from Lin Moyu, Yu Shu rested her chin on her hand and said helplessly, Captain, you have no sense of humor at all. The latest information will be sent in 3 days. Don't lose contact again this time. Lin Moyu didn't understand how Yu Shu, or rather the Yu family, managed to gather so much information. According to her, there would be updated news every so often. She called it news, but it was actually a large amount of intelligence, summarizing all sorts of developments, such as what major events had happened recently, where a war had broken out, the results, and so on. Lin Moyu thought it was very similar to the online news sites of his previous life, except that it wasn't updated daily, but periodically. Perhaps because it was on the battlefield, many news transmissions were a few beats slower. Before, she was in charge of this trading section, so she didn't pay much attention to this kind of news. It was only because Lin Moyu requested it that she started paying attention, and only to what he wanted to see. Lin Moyu would be staying at Fortress number 1 for a few days, so it was convenient to wait for the news. Lin Moyu took a sip of tea, and said, all right, the main business is done. Now for the business. I have a few things I want to sell. Yu Shu giggled. Excellent, I couldn't ask for more. Lin Moyu's return this time was not empty, and the volume of this transaction would surely be enormous. Yu Shu guessed she would have to call a few sisters over to help. When Lin Moyu displayed the goods for tray, Yu Shu was completely stunned. This transaction was not only large in quantity, but also incredibly high in value. Lin Moyu had killed many God King level stone devils in the Yellow Earth Desert, and their assets all belonged to him. Most of the items were useless to him, and could only be exchanged for contribution points. After leaving the Yellow Earth Desert, Lin Moyu not only eliminated a group of illusion devils and 1,000, an army of God King level devils forming a devil formation, but also obtained the inheritance of 3 God Venerables. It was the inheritance of the God Venerables that made Yushu's eyes widen, unable to speak for a long time. In front of Yushu were more than 1,000 storage artifacts, each different. But among them, 3 artifacts were particularly prominent, exuding an aura completely different from the rest. With Yushu's eyesight, she recognized that these 3 artifacts came from God Venerables. The aura of a God Venerable still lingered on them. Among the myriad of other artifacts, they stood out like a crane among chickens. It took a long time for Yushu to regain her composure, her voice trembling. Captain, you killed a God Venerable. 3 of them. Lin Moyu took out one of the storage artifacts. It looked like an earring, but he remembered it was worn on the Nightmare God Venerable's ear. I killed this God Venerable. The other 2 were not me, but a senior who acted. Yushu's eyes lit up. She seemed to have only heard the first half of the sentence and ignored the second half. She murmured, Captain, you really killed a God Venerable. You really killed a God Venerable. At this moment, she had completely become a fan of Lin Moyu, unable to escape this thought. Lin Moyu even felt a stream of faith power coming from Yushu and falling on him. He didn't mind this. Thinking about it, having another loyal fan wasn't a bad thing. Yushu blinked blankly. Captain, what was the name of the God Venerable you killed? Was he famous? What race? What rank? How strong? A barrage of questions came. Lin Moyu took a sip of tea before slowly answering. He was alright. His specific rank is unknown. He was called the Nightmare God Venerable, an illusion devil of the Devil Clan. Yushu was shocked once again. At this moment, she had lost all composure. It's not that Nightmare God Venerable, is it? Lin Moyu nodded. It's him. Yushu couldn't help but scream, oh my god, Captain, you really killed the Nightmare God Venerable, ranked 3rd on the wanted list. Oh my god, Seeing Yushu so excited, Lin Moyu asked with confusion, why are you so agitated? Yushu replied, Captain, you don't know how high the rewards from the human clan are. This is a God Venerable level treasure, plus contribution points, military merit, and time in the human emperor training ground. In short, the rewards are many. Lin Moyu was not surprised. After all, it was the 3rd ranked on the entire Starfield's wanted list, and a God Venerable at that. It was normal for the reward to be generous. Lin Moyu smiled. Alright. Let's start the settlement. Yushu raised her small hand. Wait, let me calm down. Lin Moyu was in no hurry. He leisurely drank his tea, waiting for Yushu to calm down. After a long time, she finally did. She called 5 more sisters over and began to inventory and appraise the items in the storage artifacts. She personally handled the 3 storage artifacts of the God Venerables. The number of items was truly massive. The 6 of them were busy for a whole day before they finished the inventory and calculated the final total value. Yushu gave Lin Moyu a round number 2. 3 billion contribution points. Captain, you're rich again, Yushu exclaimed, then said with regret, it's a pity there are no God Venerable level treasures. This haul far exceeded the previous 2 missions and was also the largest transaction Yushu had ever handled. Unfortunately, no God Venerable level treasures were found in the storage artifacts. Most of them were materials, and Nanuzi, Devil Clan materials at that. In the human clan, although these materials were still useful, their value was greatly reduced. If there had been a God Venerable level treasure, the price would have been completely different. Even the worst God Venerable level treasure was worth over 10 billion contribution points on the open market. This was still Yushu's purchase price. If one wanted to buy a God Venerable level treasure with contribution points, it would cost at least 15 billion, and it was a case of having money but no place to buy it. The reason was that God Venerable level treasures were too rare. After a God Venerable obtained one, they would usually absorb it into their soul. When the God Venerable died, these treasures would also dissipate with them, so they were very hard to come by. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with this. Over 2 billion contribution points was not bad. After all, he was currently broke. He had spent all his contribution points buying materials before, and only had a few tens of millions left. Now he was finally replenished. When GQ's mission reward came down, he would have another sum. Actually, Lin Moyu didn't think that tens of millions of contribution points was a huge sum for most true gods. Even some god kings didn't have that many. Lin Moyu not only received 3 billion contribution points, but also 23,000 military merit points. Adding his previous military merit, his rank could be promoted to a 6th rank officer. For now, the effect of his rank was not significant. That was because the time had not come. When he became a general, his military rank would truly show its use. With his title and illustrious status, he would be a glorious general. He could exchange military merit for many good things. As long as he had enough, he could even exchange for God, venerable level treasures and worships. Leaving the trading center, Lin Moyu first went to the military merit exchange, exchanging contribution points for military merit. With the increase in military merit, his rank was smoothly promoted to a 6th rank officer. A 6th rank officer in the true god realm was absolutely a top scholar. He was much higher than many god kings. Even god kings promoted to the 5th rank didn't necessarily have a higher military rank than Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu then went to the mission area, looking for a new mission suitable for him. His chain mission required him to complete 5 battlefield missions. He had now completed 3, with 2 more to go. 5 battlefield missions were not many, but unfortunately, he kept getting involved in all sorts of troublesome things. As a result, the 5 missions were still not completed. This also had its own reasons. The mission to hunt down the top 10 enemies on the wanted list was not finished, and the accumulation of military merit was not complete. So he was not in a hurry. In the mission list, Lin Moyu carefully selected, looking for a mission that suited him. As his realm grew higher, and his strength stronger, he became more and more picky about missions. He looked down on missions with low rewards and easy requirements. For example, there was a mission that required going to Area 533 to hunt some starry sky giant beasts. This mission only required a 7th rank true god. It seemed like a combat-oriented mission, but Lin Moyu didn't want to take it. He wasn't calculating the difficulty of hunting the giant beasts, but thinking about the people he would meet during the mission. For such a low-level mission, the enemies he encountered would also be low-level. The harvest from killing people and robbing goods would be less. Doing a mission that earned few contribution points and few materials for shopping was a waste of effort. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Moyu's thinking had changed. He almost only looked at missions in battle zones 7, 8, 9, and 10. But most of the missions of the same level there had requirements. At least a god king was needed to accept them. While only a few missions were for true gods. For example, the mission to explore an ancient tomb. After searching for a long time, he finally found a few missions in Area 313 that seemed quite suitable. But unfortunately, his realm was not high enough to accept them. Forget it. Let's wait for Yushu's news. If not, I'll just upgrade my realm and then accept missions. It's about time I advance to God King. Otherwise, my hands and feet are tied, and I can't even use her origin techniques freely. After thinking for a while, Lin Moyu finally gave up on accepting a mission immediately. If Yushi's news was not good, he would consider advancing to God King first. He was not far from it now. Perhaps a short period of seclusion was all he needed to advance. After becoming a God King, there would be many more missions he could accept. Leaving the mission area, Lin Moyu went to the living area, entered a tavern, and ordered a few dishes and some good wine. He drank alone, his mind replaying his previous battles, thinking about whether he could have done better, finding flaws and mistakes in battle to avoid repeating them. People came and went in the tavern. Someone came to Lin Moyu's side. Junior brother Lin. Lin Moyu stopped his thoughts and looked up to see a handsome young man. This young man exuded the aura of a god king, but his control over his aura was not perfect, obviously a recent breakthrough. He did not hide his information. In Fortress Number 1, there was the Human Emperor Network, and Lin Moyu could find out the other party's name. Jianan Ziyu. Lin Moyu had seen this name before. Every time he opened the potential list, he saw it. Second on the potential ranking list. Lin Moyu said calmly, I remember senior brother once challenged me. Jianan Ziyu smiled awkwardly. A slightly embarrassed look on his face. That's in the past. Junior brother, don't mention it again. Lin Moyu still maintained the aura of a true god. But ordinary people wouldn't believe he was a true god. After all, how could the person at the top of the combat power list be a true god? But Jianan Ziyu had his own sources. He knew Lin Moyu's true realm was true god, a true god who could not only fight across levels but also across several small realms. Such a genius was indeed not someone he could compare to. Jianan Ziyu was convinced of Lin Moyu's strength and no longer had any intention of challenging him. Jianan Ziyu pointed to the seat next to him. Junior brother Lin, is this seat taken? Lin Moyu shook his head. Said, let's have a drink together. Jianan Ziyu sat down without ceremony. Junior brother Lin, I haven't seen you in Fortress Number 1 recently. Did you go on a mission? Lin Moyu didn't answer, or did he make a sound? Zhang Ziyu smiled awkwardly. This was a private matter, it was normal not to answer. He skillfully used his communication skills. Junior brother Lin, have you ever heard of the 4-Star Fields Grand Competition? Lin Moyu looked at Zhang Ziyu. I've heard of it. Isn't it in 3 years? Exactly 3 years and 21 days. I guess junior brother definitely wants to participate. But, Zhang Ziyu nodded. I don't know in what capacity junior brother will participate. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. What do you mean, senior brother? Zhang Ziyu replied, it's not a big problem. Just the different capacities will have some differences. Listen to me. Lin Moyu had already guessed Zhang Ziyu's intention. Before, Zhang Ziyu had challenged him but was rejected. Because of that, although there was no enmity, there was still some distance between them. This time, Zhang Ziyu took the initiative to mend the relationship, wanting to bridge that gap. Lin Moyu didn't care. His heart was not that small. What Zhang Ziyu thought was his business, not related to him. Zhang Ziyu continued. Participants in the 4-Star Fields Grand Competition are generally divided into 3 types. The Domain Lord System, the War God Temple System, and the free individuals who represent themselves. The Domain Lord System is actually the Star Master selecting suitable candidates to recommend to the Domain Lord. The Domain Lord decides the final person. The quota is limited, usually no more than 10 people. The War God Temple System all come from the War God Temple. Actually, they don't need to participate in the 4-Star Fields Grand Competition. The War God Temple originally has a quota to enter the Divine City. The War God Temple system has the fewest people, usually only 5. A year before the Grand Competition, each star system will hold many competitions, with winners advancing and losers eliminated, to decide the final participants. Each time, there are about 1,000 people. Finally, there are the free individuals, that is, independent cultivators. The number of rogue cultivators is the largest, and it can reach hundreds of millions every year. Lin Moyu nodded. He completely understood what Zhang Ziyu said. The Domain Lord system and the War God Temple system didn't need to participate in many rounds of competitions and could directly participate in the 4-Star Field Grand Competition. As for the rogue cultivators, because there were too many, they had to go through many rounds of qualifiers. Only the outstanding ones had a chance to shine. Zhang Ziyu poured himself a drink, drank it in one gulp, and looked at the previous year's results. Among the 3 systems, the War God Temple is usually the strongest, so they are called the seed candidates. For example, in the top 100 of the last competition, the Vermilion Bird Star Field only had 8 people, 4 of whom were from the War God Temple. The other 4, 2 belonged to the Domain Lord system, and 2 were rogue cultivators. Moreover, the ranking of these 4 was lower than the 4 from the War God Temple. Lin Moyu looked at Zhang Ziyu and heard something unusual in his voice. Senior brother, you mean? Zhang Ziyu said, to be honest, junior brother, I have joined the War God Temple. I wonder if you would like to join too. So that's it. Lin Moyu finally understood. Zhang Ziyu wanted to recruit him. The second, ranked expert on the list recruiting the first ranked expert was not strange. The War God Temple had tried to recruit him before, but he had refused. He wouldn't agree before, and he wouldn't agree now. Otherwise, Xu Tian or Zhu Qiu would have come to him. Looking at Zhang Ziyu's sincere face, Lin Moyu smiled. Aren't you afraid I'll go to the War God Temple and take your spot? Zhang Ziyu shook his head. Junior brother, you may not know, but the War God Temple actually has many spots. It's just that each time, the War God Temple only recommends the most outstanding people to participate. The War God Temple values quality over quantity. Lin Moyu believed Zhang Ziyu was not lying. In that case, his joining the War God Temple would not affect Zhang Ziyu's spot. Lin Moyu didn't answer Zhang Ziyu's question but asked back, doesn't the military have people participating? Zhang Ziyu shook his head. The military doesn't care about these things. Senior brother Zhang, can you tell me more about the 4-Star Field competition? I really know very little about it. Lin Moyu poured wine for Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Ziyu felt flattered and was at a loss for words for a moment. From Zhang Ziyu's words, Lin Moyu learned more about the 4-Star Field Grand Competition. The competition actually had many rules and restrictions, one of which was a hard requirement that participants must be in the God King realm. This was a difficult hurdle. Even if you were a peak 9th ranked true god, a genius who could fight across levels, it was not allowed. You had to be a God King. Moreover, he learned that many people cultivated by the War God Temple did not participate in the combat power rankings. In fact, they were all very strong and were the seed players. As for Zhang Ziyu, he was just an ordinary member of the War God Temple, not a seed player. The reason he could get a spot this time was mainly because he was ranked second on the potential list, so the War God Temple made an exception for him. The two talked for a long time, mostly with Jiang Ziyu speaking and Lin Moyu listening. In the end, Lin Moyu still did not agree to join the War God Temple. He couldn't join. Nor did he want to participate as a rogue cultivator. He wasn't interested in going through rounds of qualifiers. He had decided to participate through domain Lord Zhu Tian, believing that Zhu Tian would give him a spot. But the prerequisite was that he had to advance to God King. After Jiang Ziyu left, Lin Moyu thought about what he needed to do next. He had to advance to God King as soon as possible and accumulate as much military merit as possible. In his second chain mission, one of the main tasks was to accumulate military merit. The time from when he received the mission until he first left the battlefield was the time for accumulating military merit. The amount of military merit obtained during this period directly affected the mission evaluation. As for the remaining 2 missions, he would do them if he had time. If not, he could wait until after the 4-star Fields Grand Competition. But at the same time, Lin Moyu had a question. If he participated in the 4-star Fields Grand Competition and obtained the qualification to enter the Divine City, would he still need to continue the chain mission? After all, the chain mission was also to enter the Divine City. These two things seemed to be in conflict. It seemed he had to ask someone to clarify. Needless to say, the person he wanted to find was Chu Qiu, who could understand the 4-star Fields Grand Competition better than the senior. Maybe Chu Qiu had even participated in it before. In the central area of the first space fortress, which was also the place where the space fortress was most closely connected to the human emperor network, in front of him was a jade stone taller than a person. The surface of the jade stone was smooth and shiny, carved with complex runes, forming a special formation. In the formation, there were some ancient scripts. If Lin Moyu were here, he would recognize these scripts as primordial ancient script. Chu Qiu was communicating with the jade stone with his mind, uploading all the information about Lin Moyu's journey in the Yellow Earth Desert. Chu Qiu recounted everything objectively, without exaggeration or omission of any details. The Human Emperor Network received the information and silently connected to Lin Moyu's battlefield. The power of the Human Emperor Network was immense, much greater than Lin Moyu imagined. Most people who came into contact with it were only touching the surface. Even Chu Qiu couldn't get close to the real core of the Human Emperor Network. After reporting the completion of the mission, he just waited quietly. About half an hour later, the Human Emperor Network finally responded, along with the well-deserved rewards. A familiar voice sounded in Lin Moyu's ear. Lin Moyu was startled and thought to himself, "It's finally here. Congratulations on completing the special mission, Land of Yellow Sand. You have received 100,000 mission points, 10,000 military merit points, 2 contribution points, 1 military supply point, and 500 days of training time at the Human Emperor with no realm restrictions. Congratulations on completing the special mission, Rescue Xukanjiang. You have received 100,000 mission points, 1 contribution point, and 300 days of training time at the Human Emperor, with no realm restrictions. Congratulations on completing the special mission, Explore the Netherworld Swamp. You have received 100,000 mission points, 1 contribution point, and 300 days of training time at the Human Emperor, with no realm restrictions. Congratulations on completing the personal mission, Bring Back Tsukinium's Soul. You have received 1 million common contribution points and 100 days of training time at the Human Emperor, with no realm restrictions. 4 missions came at once, making Lin Moyu dizzy. He didn't expect one mission to be divided into 4 small parts. He could understand the first 3 special missions, but what was with the last personal mission? He had never heard that the Human Emperor Network could post personal missions. What level of attainment, what kind of ability was needed to influence the Human Emperor Network? Lin Moyu dared not imagine. The 3 special missions brought a total of 300,000 mission points, 1 million common contribution points, 10,000 military merit points, 4 contribution points, 1 military supply point, and 1,200 days of training time at the Human Emperor, with no realm restrictions. Whoa, so worth it. Even the usually calm Lin Moyu couldn't contain his excitement. Although the mission was very dangerous, the reward was indeed too generous. Thus, he had completed the 4th level mission, accumulating 640,000 mission points. He was only 360,000 points away from level 5. The contribution points he could use for spending reached 3,400,000. He didn't have to worry about being short for a while. The 10,000 military merit points directly promoted his rank to a 7th rank soil officer. His training time at the Human Emperor had reached 3,500 days. For most cultivators, this was a huge fortune. His contribution points totaled 8 and his military supply points totaled 3. Lin Moyu carefully checked and quickly opened the contribution list. As expected, he had risen to the top. Vermilion bird potential list, Vermilion bird contribution list, Vermilion bird combat power list. He was number 1 on all 3 lists. A steady stream of faith power came from the void. The effect of being at the top of the 3 lists would take time to manifest. Lin Moyu believed that after being at the top of these 3 lists, his faith power would surely increase significantly. While he was immersed in the joy of victory, Shu Qiu's voice sounded in his ear. Come outside the fortress. Hearing the summons, Lin Moyu quickly packed his things and soared into the sky, turning into a stream of light and flying towards the void. Outside the first fortress in the vast space, Shu Qiu's warship was docked there. Lin Moyu flew inside and saw Shu Qiu. Shu Qiu sat leisurely in the warship, sipping tea with his eyes half closed and a smile on his lips. How was it? Did you receive the reward? Are you satisfied? Lin Moyu bowed respectfully. Thank you, Tenor. He knew that being able to receive so many rewards this time was all thanks to Shu Qiu. He must have put in a lot of good words for him when reporting. Shu Qiu waved his hand. This is all yours. Our human clan has always been like this. Merit is rewarded, and faults are punished. Lin Moyu naturally understood this principle. The human clan had always been like this since ancient times. Shu Qiu asked again, when do you plan to advance to God King? Lin Moyu replied, this junior does indeed plan to advance to God King as soon as possible. There are just some minor issues with my laws, but I think they won't be difficult to solve. At the earliest, half a year, at the latest, 2 years, this junior will definitely succeed in advancing. Shu Qiu grunted. After advancing to God King, you will be qualified to participate in the 4-star fields competition. At that time I will have Shu Tian give you a spot, so you don't have to go through the rounds of qualifiers. With Shu Qiu's words, Lin Moyu was completely at ease. As long as Shu Qiu spoke, Shu Tian would definitely give him a spot. A sense of gratitude rose in Lin Moyu's heart. Senior, this junior has a few more questions to ask you. Shu Qiu laughed heartily, sipped his tea, and slowly asked, the God King realm is extremely important. It cannot be taken lightly. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't let Shu Qiu brew tea for him. He respectfully brewed tea for Shu Qiu himself. In his heart, Shu Qiu was like a master in a small world, a respectable elder. Lin Moyu asked, Senior, this junior wants to know how to perfectly advance to God King. A smile appeared in Shu Qiu's eyes, as if he had long expected Lin Moyu to ask this. Lin Moyu had many questions, but the most important one was still how to advance to God King. The prerequisite for advancing to God King was a 3rd grade soul. This was not a problem for Lin Moyu. His soul had reached the peak of the 4th grade, and his life and death soul jade was stronger than most god venerables. Next was the control of laws. A 9th rank true godhead could control 26 of the laws, while a god king could control 30. As long as one continuously comprehended the laws and raised their control to 30, and had a strong enough soul, they could naturally advance to God King. This was what every true god had to do to advance. Lin Moyu wanted to know how to comprehend the laws more perfectly. As far as he knew, most people would encounter pitfalls when comprehending laws. These pitfalls might not be obvious at the 1st rank God King level, but they would appear when preparing to enter the God Venerable realm from the 9th rank God King level. By then, it would be very difficult and time-consuming to go back and fix them. Lin Moyu naturally did not want that, so he wanted to perfectly advance to God King. Shu Qiu drank the hot tea brewed by Lin Moyu, and slowly opened his mouth. You have already met the conditions to advance to God King. With your comprehension, and the power of faith, advancing to God King is as easy as turning your hand over, without any obstacles. But if you want a perfect advancement, Lin Moyu poured more hot tea for Shu Qiu. Senior must have a way. Shu Qiu grunted. Of course there is a way. But you have to give up some things. Please guide me, Senior. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. As long as there was a way, it was good. He hoped that his future path would be smoother. And he needed to make himself perfect. Shu Qiu shook his head. You probably don't understand what I mean. The perfect advancement I'm talking about and your understanding of it are not the same thing. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. He had read materials about perfect advancement, but they were certainly not as detailed as what Shu Qiu knew. Could it be that perfect advancement was also classifying? Lin Moyu asked in a low voice. Shu Qiu did not beat around the bush. Usually, when most people talk about perfect advancement, they are only talking about the laws reaching perfection, not the whole thing. The perfect advancement I'm talking about also includes the perfection of the physical body. The perfection of the physical body is extremely difficult to achieve. It's 1 in a million, because you must first raise your physical body to the peak of a true god. Lin Moyu was startled. He knew Xiuqiu was not wrong. Nowadays, the soul was valued over the body. Even for races with strong physical talents, their physical realm was far behind their soul realm. For example, the human clan's physical realm was almost entirely driven by their soul realm. When their cultivation reached the God King realm, their body was still at the super god realm. When they reached the God Venerable realm, their body was still only at the true god realm. So what Xiuqiu said was absolutely correct. Almost no one could achieve a truly perfect advancement. But Lin Moyu had reached the peak of a true god in terms of his physical body, having a sufficient foundation for a perfect advancement. Xiuqiu chuckled softly. But you can do it. Let your soul and body enter the God King realm together. But you also have to pay a great price. The price is not small. You currently have 3 military supply points. You want to exchange them for 2 items from the military warehouse, which requires 2 points. But of these 2 items, one is at the God King level, and the other is at the God Venerable level. According to the rules, you cannot exchange for them. At this time, you need to use your contribution points. You use 1 contribution point plus 1 military supply point to exchange for God King level treasure. You use 2 contribution points plus 1 military supply point to exchange for a God Venerable level treasure. Lin Moyu understood. So contribution points had this use. Military supply points could only be exchanged for treasures of the same realm. If contribution points were added, one could exchange for treasures of a higher realm. Lin Moyu was currently at the true god realm. To exchange for a God King level treasure, he needed to pay 1 contribution point. To exchange for God Venerable level treasure, he needed to pay more than 1 contribution point. For each higher realm, the required contribution points increased. Contribution points and military supply points were both hard to come by, which was why Xiuqiu said Lin Moyu had to pay a big price. It was very disadvantageous for Lin Moyu to use them now. If he waited until he reached the God Venerable realm, he could directly exchange for God Venerable level treasures. If he also used contribution points, he could exchange for extremely valuable treasures. But now he was only a true god, which was very disadvantageous. Lin Moyu didn't think much about it. Then please tell me what I need to exchange for. The military supply and contribution points could be earned back later. He felt it was completely worth it compared to a perfect advancement to God King. Xiuqiu laughed. Good. You need to exchange for 2 things. One is called the Faith Reflection Mirror. This is a God Venerable level treasure. Its function is to collect the power of faith and use it to shine on yourself, allowing you to see the flaws in your laws. The second item is called a low-grade Devil God Stone. It comes from the Starry Sky Devil God clan, and is a magical treasure. Using it can raise your physical realm, bringing your body from the peak true god realm to the God King realm. Lin Moyu immediately started the exchange. He opened the military supply warehouse. He didn't need to go there himself. He could just operate it with his mind through the Human Emperor network. Lin Moyu's consciousness connected to the Human Emperor network and opened the military supply warehouse. The Human Emperor network reminds you, opening the military supply warehouse will consume 1 military supply point, which cannot be cancelled. Please confirm whether to open. Lin Moyu whispered his confirmation. Opening the military supply warehouse for you. 1 military supply point has been deducted. Lin Moyu decisively opened the warehouse, his face showing no regret for the contribution points. A look of satisfaction appeared in Xiuqiu's eyes. A person who achieves great things does not sweat the small stuff. If he had hesitated even over this small matter, he would have been very disappointed in Lin Moyu. In front of Lin Moyu appeared a huge warehouse. The warehouse was set against the backdrop of the starry sky, with countless treasures floating among the myriad stars, like a sky full of bright stars. Each treasure had its own name. After selecting one, the system would provide detailed information about it, including its grade, use, and method of use. It was quite similar to being immersed in an illusion, but the difference was that the Human Emperor network somewhat reflected reality. Lin Moyu believed that somewhere in this world, there really was such a huge treasury. In front of him were countless dazzling treasures, all at the true god level. Lin Moyu only glanced at them and then said loudly, "Consume 2 contribution points." As soon as he finished speaking, the Human Emperor network immediately displayed a notification. Consuming 2 contribution points. Cannot be cancelled. Please confirm. Consume immediately. 2 contribution points disappeared. The true god level treasures before him flowed away like water and clouds, disappearing and then reappearing as higher level god venerable treasures. A powerful aura rushed towards him as if to crush the heavens and the earth. Lin Moyu even heard a faint, sinister laugh. This guy is only a true god. Yet he wants to choose a god venerable level treasure. He really doesn't know the height of the heavens, and the depth of the earth. Well, if he wants to choose, let him choose. Countless whispers echoed in his ear. Lin Moyu realized that among those god venerable level treasures, many had spiritual intelligence. The military supply warehouse was indeed vast, with at least several thousand god venerable level artifacts, from offensive to defensive to supportive. Lin Moyu even saw a war god fortress, a replica of course. If he wanted, he could exchange for it with 1 military supply point plus 2 contribution points, but his current strength was too weak to use it. After looking for a while, seeing only the names without understanding the specific situation, he didn't waste any more time and said directly, I want to exchange for the Faith Reflection Mirror. Exchanging for the Faith Reflection Mirror. The warehouse will be closed. Please stay in place. The item will be delivered in the shortest possible time. This time, the Human Emperor Network did not require confirmation, but directly gave a notification. The warehouse immediately closed. Lin Moyu's consciousness also returned. After the transaction, the Human Emperor Network would deliver the item at the fastest speed. The condition was that the player could not leave their position until they received the item. Lin Moyu opened the military supply warehouse again and started the second transaction. A few minutes later, the transaction was completed. Lin Moyu discovered that there were far more God King level treasures than true God and God venerable level treasures. From this, it could be seen that God Kings were the solid pillars of the human clan in this world. True gods were the foundation, the new blood of the human clan. Because they were new blood and not strong enough, they didn't need too many artifacts. God venerables were the true experts, few in number, and so were their artifacts. God Kings were the main force, so the number of their artifacts was the largest. Jukyu smiled and asked, finished with the exchange? Lin Moyu nodded. Finish. Waiting for delivery. With that, he checked his contribution point ranking. His ranking hadn't changed. It seemed that consuming contribution points had no effect on the ranking. The ranking was only based on the total contribution points obtained. Contribution points were like mission points. They only accumulated, and were never deducted. Jukyu said softly, don't be anxious. This will take some time. If you have any other questions, just ask. Lin Moyu poured tea for Jukyu before speaking. Senior, I am doing a chain mission, the purpose of which is to get the qualification to enter the Divine City. But the 4-star Fields Grand Competition also aims for that. These two things seem to be in conflict. Jukyu chuckled. Do you think entering the Divine City means everything is fine? Is the treatment for ranking 100th and ranking 1st in the 4-star Fields Grand Competition the same when entering the Divine City? Is the completion of the chain mission counted? Shouldn't these two things be considered separately? Or can they be combined? Jukyu asked a series of questions, giving Lin Moyu the answer. Entering the Divine City did not mean everything was fine. There were still different tiers. Each tier had different treatment. The rules and mechanisms of the human clan were all aimed at cultivating talent. But what was talent? Someone like Jukyu was a talent. One Jukyu was worth tens of thousands of ordinary god venerables. So even after entering the Divine City, one still needed to continue to compete and strive. Until one stood at the pinnacle of the world, looking down on all. Lin Moyu bowed respectfully to Jukyu. This junior understands. There is also the matter I asked about before, regarding Yukingru. Jukyu said, I have asked about this matter, but the answer from above is that your realm is not high enough, so you don't need to know. A kind, arted great figure reminded you to put away this small sword. It will be useful in the future. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Is it the person I met in the black hole last time? Jukyu shook his head. No, it's Shukinjian's grandfather. Moreover, the personal mission reward you received this time was also given by him. Because you saved Shukinjian, he gave you a hint. Remember it well. So that's how it is. Lin Moyu now understood who had issued that personal mission. It was Shukinjian's grandfather. Shukinjian was indeed extraordinary. With a figure of that level, it would not be too difficult for Shukinjian to be resurrected after his soul return. If he entered the Divine City in the future, he might have a chance to meet that great figure again. Afterward, Lin Moyu asked a few more questions about cultivation. Jukyu answered without hesitation. He also pointed out a few things to pay attention to when breaking through to God King. Nearly half a day later, a warship flew from the universe, flashed a few times and stopped in front of Jukyu's warship. At the same time, Lin Moyu received a message from the Human Emperor Network that the exchanged items had arrived. Lin Moyu received the items himself. Seeing the warship leave, he had witnessed a similar scene before. When others sent him things, They also used this method. Before he could return to the warship, Lin Moyu received another message from Yu Chu. Captain, the latest news shows that none of the top 10 on the wanted list have appeared on the battlefield. Yu Chu's tone was clearly disappointed. Lin Moyu replied, thank you. I need to go into seclusion for a while. I will contact you when I come out. Yu Chu replied, Captain, are you planning to break through to God King? Captain, good luck. I will keep an eye on the movements of those people. Guessing that Lin Moyu was about to break through to God King, this little fan was even more excited than Lin Moyu himself. Lin Moyu brought the two exchanged treasures back to the warship. Chu Q said, let's go. I will find you a place to break through to God King. The warship continuously jumped through the starry sky. All around was a deep void, where even starlight was hard to see. Lin Moyu could still feel that he was moving at an astonishing speed. That feeling was not caused by speed, but by the chaos of the spatial ripples. The warship operated on some principles of spatial laws, but it was only a very shallow application, not touching the essence. Chu Q still leisurely enjoyed tea in the warship. Previously, Lin Moyu had learned that the choice of location for breaking through to God King was also very important. This caution was unnecessary for most cultivators, but if one wanted a perfect breakthrough, one had to pay attention to every little detail. A miss by an inch was a miss by 1,000 miles. It was like when he was in the War God Temple star formation. All aspects had to be supported. Chu Q reminded Lin Moyu of the masters in the small world, Bai Yaiwei, Mayan 1, Rao Guangxing. The three were like fathers and teachers, dedicated to his growth. Chu Q also gave him a similar feeling, a very kind elder. Perhaps he wants to cultivate a junior for the human clan or has his own purpose, but his kindness towards me is real. Lin Moyu understood and remembered this kindness. Chu Q suddenly spoke, interrupting Lin Moyu's wandering thoughts. Actually, the battlefield is a very magical place. It is within the great world, but it is also independent of it, like two completely different space-times, both intertwined and inseparable, yet existing separately in some places. Lin Moyu reflected on Chu Q's words from his own experience. It was indeed so. Those chaotic laws, those rules that went against common sense, were really not suitable for the great world. But in some places, they operated according to the rules of the great world, even taking the great world as a standard. Chu Q took a sip of tea, and continued. In this magical environment, we have found a few wonderful places. If you want to break through to God King, this is the best environment. After all, this is just a battlefield. You will have to leave sooner or later. The great world is your home. Therefore, during the breakthrough process, try not to be tainted by the aura of the battlefield. Don't be affected by it. Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. If being tainted by the battlefield's aura was not good, why did so many people still break through on the battlefield? Chu Qiu laughed heartily. Because for most people, it's not harmful. Moreover, the things tainted from the battlefield can be cleaned up later. It's just that cleaning takes time. The deeper the battlefield aura is tainted, the longer the cleaning time. It's troublesome. It's fine to tell you. We old guys will definitely not break through to God, venerable on the battlefield. Understand? Lin Moyu somewhat understood. Chu Qiu said so much to ensure purity of pure body, a pure soul. The great world and the battlefield had conflicts at some levels. But I have broken through many times on the battlefield. Lin Moyu was a little worried. He had been tainted with a lot of the battlefield's aura and also carried its rules. Chu Qiu laughed loudly. It's fine. Your realm is still low and you haven't been on the battlefield for long. It's very easy to clean up. The battlefield is not a monster. We don't need to resist it, but we need to find ways to use it. After a long period of jumping, the warship finally stopped. The two left the warship. This was a mysterious area not marked on any star map. All around was a desolate void, with nothing. Until Chu Qiu took out a command token. The token glowed, and the void suddenly lit up. A huge formation appeared in the void, and inside was a war god fortress. Although it was just a replica, it still exuded a majestic aura. The war god fortress's firepower was fully open all day long, enough to make any god venerable retreat. Not to mention, where there was a war god fortress, there was a human army, and a god venerable guarding it. Chu Qiu led Lin Moyu into the formation. Immediately, the formation and the war god fortress disappeared into the void without a trace. The naked eye couldn't see it, and divine sense also found it hard to sense. Chu Qiu smiled and said, "Do you know how many war god fortresses there are in this area?" Lin Moyu shook his head. How could he know? Chu Qiu laughed loudly, and then fell silent. That sentence was clearly intentional, to make others want to know but not tell them. But Lin Moyu also guessed that the number of war god fortresses was definitely not small. For the human clan to be stationed here so secretly, there must be a purpose. If he was not mistaken, this was one of the wonderful things Chi Q mentioned. The two did not enter the war god fortress. The Great Formation covered an extremely wide range, stretching for more than 10,000 trillion kilometers. The war god fortress was only a small part of it. Flying past the war god fortress, Lin Moyu saw an army. This army was not large, only about 1,000 people, but each person exuded a vast aura. In Lin Moyu's perception, they were at least high-level god kings. Compared to the garrisons in the outer space fortresses, the strength of these people was a level higher. Chu Qiu chuckled. They are all ninth, ain't god kings. The one leading them is a lesser god venerable. Lin Moyu was startled. Such an army was truly the elite of the elite. The patrol team did not pay attention to the two of them and continued their mission. The two passed the war god fortress and flew deep into the void. Lin Moyu gradually felt something unusual. The battlefield aura weakened significantly, while the aura of the great world strengthened rapidly. After flying for 1,000,000 kilometers, Lin Moyu felt as if he had returned to the great world. There was not a trace of the battlefield's aura here. After so long on the battlefield, he was extremely familiar with its aura and could clearly distinguish between the two. This was the magical place Chu Q mentioned. It was clearly on the battlefield, yet it was like being in the great world. They were clearly two different spaces with two different rules, yet there was such a pure area. The various laws of the great world were very clear here. On the battlefield, due to the influence of the battlefield's aura, the laws of the great world became vague. Comprehension became much more difficult. If one was not on a mission and only cultivated and comprehended on the battlefield, the effect would be worse than cultivating in the great world. Only by carrying out missions and comprehending in battle could one obtain treasures that were not available in the great world. That was the correct way to cultivate on the battlefield. But here, without the interference of the battlefield, it had become no different from the great world. After flying for another 1,000,000 kilometers, Lin Moyu's expression became even stranger. The aura of the great world became even more intense. Except for the lack of starlight, he felt that he was far away from the battlefield. No, it wasn't just being far away. Shuqiu stopped. How is it? How do you feel? Lin Moyu closed his eyes to feel it. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, I feel that this place is like the laws of the great world have been compressed, becoming clearer and easier to comprehend. But it's still a bit worse than this sea of laws. Shuqiu smiled. Your perception is very keen. With that, he continued to fly deeper. Following Shuqiu deeper into the magical land, the aura of the great world became more and more intense. Countless laws were compressed by an invisible force, converging together and becoming clearer. Lin Moyu also felt an invisible pressure weighing on him. This force not only compressed the laws, but also pressed on him. The deeper they went, the stronger the pressure. It not only pressed on his body and soul but also on the laws within his body. Lin Moyu felt his immortal law become clear under this invisible pressure. After flying for another distance, Shuqiu stopped again. At this time, they were 2,000,000 kilometers away from the War God Fortress. The fortress had disappeared from their sight and could not be observed with the naked eye. Shuqiu pointed in one direction. What do you see? Lin Moyu used all his vision to look down. At first, he didn't find anything, but if Shuqiu said so, there must be something there. He didn't summon a skeleton to expand his undead vision, but focused his power on his eyes. Observing carefully again, slowly, in the endless void, a very faint light converged in his eyes. He saw a star that did not emit any light. It did not shine on its own, nor did it absorb light like a black hole. With that faint light, Lin Moyu saw it. But when he observed it more closely, he realized it was not a star. Countless laws converged on that star. It was a product of the convergence and materialization of laws. Myriad laws were pressed together by an invisible force, crammed into a block, forming the shape of a star. It was like the law stars in the human clan sea of laws, all being condensations of laws. But a law star was only formed by one, or at most two types of laws. Unlike this one, which converged almost all the laws of the great world. Lin Moyu thought of something and was amazed. Shuqiu saw his expression and knew that he had thought of it. What are you thinking? Tell me. Lin Moyu asked in surprise, but with so many conflicting laws, won't they explode? Shuqiu smiled. Isn't the truth right in front of you? Lin Moyu was enlightened. So, as long as one is strong enough, any conflicting laws can be resolved. Shuqiu laughed loudly. That's right. As long as your power is strong enough, you can turn the ordinary into a miracle. There is nothing that cannot be changed. Lin Moyu nodded, but he was thinking of something else. He completely believed what Auntie said, that his wife's talent and fate could be changed. As long as his power was strong enough, nothing was impossible. Even if fate was destined, he could strive to change it. As long as his power was strong enough. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, his eyes extremely firm. Chukyu continued, this magical land has a total of 10 layers. The pressure on each layer will double, and the laws will also become clearer. Not only the external laws but also the laws within you will become clearer. You use the phase reflection mirror, using the power of faith to shine on yourself, to see your own shortcomings and make up for them. But at the same time, the deeper you go, the greater the pressure you have to bear. This depends on how far you can persevere. With that, Chukyu flew forward again. Ahead of them was the 10th layer, which was also the outermost layer. The pressure on the 10th layer was too light for Lin Moyu, almost having no effect. The two continued to go deeper, and the pressure began to increase rapidly. The 2nd layer, the 3rd layer, the 4th layer. Very quickly, they entered the 5th layer. Suddenly, in their vision, they saw other people here too. And not just one person, more than 100 people were sitting cross-legged in the void, cultivating with their eyes closed. Most of them wore military uniforms and were soldiers. A small number did not wear military uniforms. Their clothes were quite strange, completely different from the cultivators I had ever met in the Vermilion Bird Starfield. I had seen similar attire on Qiujingsing, so I guessed they came from the Divine City. Here, the military and people from the Divine City were cultivating together. Chukyu asked, do you know why they choose this place to cultivate? The human clan clearly has a more effective sea of laws, so why abandon the near for the far? Coming here to cultivate all the way. Chukyu kept asking questions, seeming to be testing my thinking ability. For a cultivator, knowing what to do is not enough. More importantly, one must know why. One must not only know how to do things but also understand the reasons behind them. Only in this way can future achievements be higher. After observing for a while, they had the answer. Because this place can not only cultivate laws, but also cultivate the physical body and temper the soul. The invisible pressure that pervades everywhere not only makes the laws clearer but also helps to temper the body and soul. The cultivation effect here may be superior to the sea of laws. Chukyu was very satisfied with my answer. That's right. They are all geniuses from the military and the Divine City, and have a special title, Human Clan's Embers. Only the Human Clan's Embers are allowed to set foot in this magical place. I was extremely shocked. So I had also become a Human Clan's Ember. Chukyu patted my shoulder. Don't doubt it anymore. You are also one of the Embers, a new successor of the Human Clan. The Embers are immortal, the Human Clan is immortal. The Embers are immortal, the Human Clan is immortal. These words seemed to carry boundless power, making my heart very moved. Before, in the small world, I had also fought desperately for the Human Clan there. At that time, most of the professionals in the small world had such a spirit. It turned out that this great world also had the same spirit. Chukyu said, go in. You must walk the path ahead on your own. Go to your limit and then break through to God King. Chukyu couldn't go deeper. Although the pressure here was nothing to him, like a child's play with a god, venerable realm, his presence would affect the environment here, and even affect the cultivation of others. I had long realized that the laws in Chukyu's body were being affected by the pressure and were beginning to gather. If Chukyu didn't actively control it, with his god venerable realm laws, it would directly shatter the remaining laws. They nubbed it. Thank you, senior. With that, I flew deeper and quickly disappeared from Chukyu's sight. When Chukyu and I arrived, some cultivators had woken up. They were all curiously looking at me. Here, everyone had the same identity, Human Clan's Ember. The Human Clan's Embers were all outstanding geniuses. Only geniuses worthy of being cultivated had the qualification to come here. But at the same time, there was competition among the Embers. The stronger the genius, the more resources they received, and competition naturally arose. A great expert once said, a race without competition is a race without a future. These words were deeply engraved in everyone's mind. Under the scrutinizing gazes of more than 100 people, Lin Moyu easily passed through the 5th layer. The fact that he surpassed a group of geniuses on the 5th layer made many people unconvinced, but instead of being discouraged, their fighting spirit was further ignited. Among the Ember geniuses, the competition was not in current strength, but in potential. Current strength was only temporary, who was strong and who was weak didn't matter. What mattered was how far you could ultimately go, where your limits lay. Not everyone could conquer the peak. Some people started slowly but persisted and gradually surpassed those who started faster. Those who were initially fast might get exhausted halfway up the mountain, but only those who persisted to the end could reach the top. It was not a competition for a moment, but for eternity. Lin Moyu continued to fly, and the pressure continued to increase, and the rate of increase became stronger and stronger. Compared to the pressure on the first layer, it was many times stronger. If the pressure on the first layer was 1, it was now close to 6. Pressure from all directions rushed in, like countless invisible hands wanting to crush the body and soul. The flesh and skin made a sizzling sound. The rules inside and outside the body were squeezed, making a rumbling sound. Veins like blood vessels appeared on the skin. The situation of the soul was similar. This invisible pressure pressed on the crystal wall, making it tremble slightly. Lin Moyu let out a soft cry. The heavenly mandate great tree shook, emitting an invisible force. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a dragon's roar, spewing dragon's breath onto the crystal wall. The power of the two combined, and the soul world immediately stabilized. Lin Moyu's heart beat strongly. The heart of flame merged in his chest, emitting a powerful force. The blood flowed like a great river, making a rumbling sound. The muscles bulged, caught under his clothes. The pressure before him instantly disappeared, and Lin Moyu felt light again. Facing the huge pressure, he let out a cry, and his speed suddenly soared. Lin Moyu's soul had reached the peak of the 4th grade, life and death soul jade. His physical body and cultivation were both at the 9th rank true god level, progressing together. It could be said that Lin Moyu had no weaknesses. In the sight of the cultivators, another group appeared. The 6th layer also had cultivators, also genius members of the human clan. Their cultivation was higher, and their endurance was stronger than those on the 5th layer. On the 5th layer, Lin Moyu saw both true god and god king realms, with roughly equal numbers, almost evenly split. But here, the number of true gods dropped sharply from 55 to 37. Most were god kings. God kings had better resistance to pressure, which was not strange. But Lin Moyu felt that the potential of a true god who could cultivate on the 6th layer might be stronger than a god king of the same layer. Lin Moyu's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Another genius. It was rare for a true god to come here. Our human clan is full of geniuses. Not bad. Our clan's embers are passed down from generation to generation. One day, we will reach the pinnacle. All races will submit. Dumph, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Even Xiao Jiantian couldn't do it. How can you? But you still have to have hope to have motivation. Everyone whispered as Lin Moyu approached. A middle-aged god king said to Lin Moyu, "Not bad, kid. A true god coming to the 6th layer is stronger than me." Lin Moyu smiled and nodded. "Senior, you flatter me. Go ahead and pick a good spot to cultivate," the middle-aged man said politely. Lin Moyu shook his head. "Thank you, senior. This junior would like to continue deeper." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Moyu flashed past everyone and flew straight into the deeper area. In just a few seconds, his figure had completely disappeared from the sight of the others. The few people looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. Amazing talent. Could it be a core genius? A true god who can enter the 7th layer. Truly rare. We underestimated him. This is not an ordinary genius. Those god king geniuses couldn't stop exclaiming. The eyes of the other true god geniuses showed a look of unwillingness. One of them, with a sullen expression, said nothing and flew straight towards the 7th layer. He was also a 9th rank true god, also a genius ember, no worse than anyone else. His eyes were full of unwillingness and a proud arrogance. However, everyone could clearly see that his speed and ease were far inferior to Lin Moyu's. The pressure from all directions made him use his full strength to resist. Everyone recognized him. That was Luoxing, a genius from the Divine City. Stimulated by Lin Moyu, his self-esteem was hurt, so he wanted to try. His arrogance was in his bones. He usually spoke little and was unconvinced by anyone, but his nature was not bad. After flying for more than a few hundred kilometers, Luoxing suddenly stopped, and his body flew back. His face was pale. In just a moment, his body was covered in cracks, bloodied, and his flesh was torn. If he had been a little later, he might have been turned into mincemeat. The difference is too big. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Luoxing helplessly sat down and treated his own injuries. Lin Moyu continued towards the 7th layer, feeling the pressure from all directions and silently evaluating. From what he saw, the main problem with these true gods and god kings was their physical constitution. In the 5th layer, the pressure was enough to damage a super god realm body. To be able to stand firm on the 5th layer, the physical strength had to be at least high-level super god, that is, level 7 or above. But according to the cultivation method of most cultivators, When they first reached the God King realm, their physical constitution was mostly only at the 3rd to 5th stage of Super God. So their physical constitution was their weakness. In normal combat, with the protection of laws, this weakness was not obvious. But here it was different. Laws could not protect the physical body, but that weakness was completely exposed. The geniuses here all paid great attention to physical training, and their physical strength was clearly stronger than most people. Some 9th rank true gods or god kings could reach the 7th stage of super god or above, which was how they could cultivate on the 5th layer. The 5th layer constantly pressed on the physical body, making it stronger and stronger. This method had the advantage of being gentle and not dangerous, but the disadvantage was that it took a long time. In fact, using lightning fire to temper the body was the fastest way, but it was too dangerous. A slight mistake and one would die, body and soul. There was no place as safe as here. Only desperate people like Lin Moyu dared to choose this cultivation method. To reach the 6th layer, a true god-level body was needed to withstand it. It didn't need to be too high. Even a 1st rank true god body was enough to operate on the 6th layer. Only true geniuses in the true god realm and some god kings who had trained their bodies could achieve this. On the 6th layer, besides the body reaching the true god realm, the soul also had to be at level 3 or above. Otherwise, it couldn't withstand the pressure. The soul was not a problem. Most people who entered here met the requirement. But entering the 7th layer was much more difficult. Lin Moyu had already felt the pressure from the 7th layer. Just by feeling it a little, he guessed the requirement was a 7th rank true god body or above, and a peak 3rd grade soul. I didn't expect a true god kid to be able to come here. A hoarse and powerful voice came from the dark void above. In front of Lin Moyu, a huge flame suddenly erupted. The flames rolled, illuminating a vast expanse of the starry sky. Under the pressure of an invisible force, the flame constantly changed shape, looking like it would be extinguished at any moment. But strangely, it was extremely tenacious, like a candle in a storm, trembling but not being extinguished. Lin Moyu stopped and looked at the owner of the flame. It was a middle-aged god king, with a sturdy figure and a square face, exuding a powerful aura. He was bare-chested, his bulging muscles like rocks, showing the amazing power of his body. Just by a glance, Lin Moyu recognized the extraordinary power of the opponent's body. A high-level god king, with a body that had reached the 7th rank true god level. So strong, Lin Moyu said to himself, at the same time bowing slightly. Greetings, senior. The burly man's deep voice sounded like thunder. No need to be so polite. Anyone who can come here is a member of the human clan, an outstanding genius. We are no different. Following his gaze, Lin Moyu saw 10 other people. These 10 people were all god kings, and all were high-level god kings. Their strength far surpassed ordinary god kings. Their strong bodies were tempered by laws, allowing them to fight across levels. If they reached the 9th rank god king level, each of them would be comparable to a fierce god like Jin Hui. If they reached the lesser god, venerable level, they could be compared to Bodhisattva Little Ming King. These were the geniuses of the human clan, powerful geniuses. Just then, a skinny god king in the sea of fire said softly, "Chihuo, what you said is not right. This kid is much stronger than us." The burly god king named Chihuo was slightly stunned and then burst into loud laughter. That's right. This kid is indeed much stronger than us. When we were at the true god realm, how can we have come here? The 7th layer required a peak 3rd grade soul and a body of at least 7th rank true god or above. Even high-level god kings found it difficult to come here, let alone a true god. The fact that Lin Moyu was here was enough to prove his strength. Chihuo scratched his head and said loudly, "If I remember correctly, the last true god kid who came here was Tsukishin." Another god king spoke up. Tsukishin is indeed a rare genius. When he was at the 9th rank true god level, he came here and quickly broke through to the god king realm. The Shu family really produces many geniuses. First there was Shu Qingjiang, then Tsukishin. I heard that recently, in the last 100 years, there is another kid named Shu Jingsing who is also very outstanding. The others started chatting endlessly. Lin Moyu listened quietly. It turned out that Shu Qingjiang and Shu Jingsing were from the same family, the Shu family in the Divine City. The head of the Shu family was incredibly powerful, able to post personal missions on the human emperor's network, not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Shu Jingsing was indeed not bad, with extremely high talent. What kind of family was the Shu family in the Divine City to be so powerful? After a while of discussion, the god kings finally focused their attention on Lin Moyu. Chihuo waved his hand, and the flame burned more fiercely, illuminating a larger area. Find a place you like and sit down. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you, senior." This junior wants to go in and see more. This sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even those who had their eyes closed before couldn't help but open them and look at Lin Wei curiously. He wanted to go in again. It seemed that only the 8th layer was allowed. Can a true god enter? Shihu said in a deep voice, "Kid, you are already very outstanding to be able to come here. In the human clan, people as outstanding as you are as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. But the 8th layer is really impossible to enter." Another voice sounded. "Kid, do you know what the 8th layer requires? A 9th rank true god body and a 4th grade soul. You are only a true god. Even if your soul reaches the 4th grade, what about your body? You will die if you go. In the human clan, a true god with a 4th grade soul is rare. Maybe only very lucky people have it. But I have never heard of a cultivation and body of the same realm. Not to mention the human clan. Even the dragon clan, famous for its strong constitution, usually has a body one level lower than its realm. It is very difficult to improve the body after it reaches a certain level. Otherwise, the god kings here wouldn't have their bodies at the same level after cultivating for so many years." Lin Moyu knew his situation well. He was a 9th rank true god, but his body was only at the peak true god level, a little higher than his cultivation. This was the strength of the lightning fire tempering. As long as you dared to pay the price, there would be a return. Success meant an incredibly strong body, failure meant death, body and soul. It was a gamble with one's life. Hearing this, Lin Moyu thought to himself, this junior would like to try. If it can't, I will retreat. Everyone has their own choices. Shihuo did not stop Lin Moyu. It's good for a young person who hasn't experienced storms not to know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. Go and see. The other god kings looked at Lin Moyu. They did not stop him either. The pressure did not increase suddenly but gradually. When Lin Moyu couldn't bear it, he would naturally retreat. Lin Moyu bowed slightly to everyone and flew towards the 8th layer. Seeing Lin Moyu disappear from sight, someone sighed. A talented young man. It's a pity he's a bit inexperienced. Maybe he grew up too smoothly, and has never tasted hardship. When he tastes bitterness, he will naturally understand. Reality and imagination are different. Shihu scratched his head. Why do I feel his body is a bit strange? Didn't you guys see that when he was here, his body had no reaction to resist the pressure? The bodies of the god kings here were always moving, constantly resisting the continuous attacks of the pressure. Because the pressure was everywhere, even the muscles on their faces were trembling faintly. But Lin Moyu had no such expression. Hearing Shihuo's words, the others also thought about it. They were not fools, and immediately realized something. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. Lin Moyu's body had not reached its limit, so it did not resist. The few people looked at each other in disbelief. Shihuo said in a deep voice, I'm very curious. I want to go up and see. The few people knew Shihuo's strength. They knew his body was close to the 9th rank true god level, so it would be fine for him to enter the 8th layer for a short time. Shihuo turned into a red streak of light, and chased after Lin Moyu. The firelight disappeared, and the starry sky became quiet again. On the way to the 8th layer, the pressure continued to increase. At this time, the deepest lost star had become clear. The star formed by the convergence of countless laws was pressed tightly by a huge force, laid bare before his eyes. In the lost star, countless laws were intertwined without any conflict. Lin Moyu even saw water, the stem law, and a fire, the stem law in contact without any problem. For countless cultivators, this was a miracle. As long as the power was strong enough, a miracle could indeed be created. The pressure became stronger and stronger, and Lin Moyu's body finally reacted. His heart beat strongly, emitting a huge force. The blood boiled, automatically resisting the pressure from all sides. Finally the feeling. Lin Moyu's lips curled up slightly into a smile, a hint of madness in his eyes. Approaching the 8th layer, Lin Moyu finally felt excited, an excitement that was enough to make him take it seriously. Before, he only needed to exert a little force to easily overcome the pressure. Coming here was as simple as a walk in the park for him. The pressure was too weak to produce an effective stimulus, and the benefits obtained during the breakthrough would also be reduced. Q once said that it was best to reach one's own limit. Although this method was quite dangerous, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. A mediocre person would ultimately remain mediocre. Sometimes, only crazy people could achieve more. Of course, this was irrational madness, not a blind recklessness. Lin Moyu had a streak of madness in him. He had experienced life and death in small worlds, died and came back to life and died again. Only he understood the madness in his bones. Now, he finally felt a little pressure, and his excitement rose accordingly. Then he stepped into the 8th layer. His blood boiled. He seemed to hear every drop of blood in his body cheering. The flame in his heart had never been so frantic, spewing out more blood. Lin Moyu's body made sounds like thunder, echoing continuously. In the 8th layer, 3 God Kings opened their eyes at the same time. The 3 were all 9th rank God Kings, with 9th rank true God bodies. In terms of physical level, these 3 had surpassed many God venerables. Not only were their bodies strong, but their laws were also extremely powerful. Many God venerables still only had 4th or 5th rank true God bodies. In this place, the laws were always suppressed, almost reaching a state of materialization. They used this to comprehend their own laws. When they erupted, their laws could exert unparalleled power. In addition, their soul realm was at the 4th grade. When they deployed their soul law domain, they could almost crush opponents of the same level. In Lin Moyu's eyes, these 3 were stronger than Jin Hui and could probably fight against low-level God venerables like the Black Sand God King. The 3 looked at Lin Moyu with strange eyes. A true God. A true God came here. Unbelievable. The 3 had probably not spoken for a long time and did not react in time. Just then, Lin Moyu flashed past them. Greetings, seniors. Lin Moyu's voice echoed in the souls of the 3. By the time they came to their senses, Lin Moyu had disappeared from their sight. The 3 looked at each other, bewildered. Did someone just pass by? And it was a true God. A true God actually passed through the 8th layer. Was he seeing things? The same thought flashed through the minds of the 3. Or was it an illusion? A pillar of fire approached from a distance, drawing a streak of light in the desolate void. Chi Hu arrived in front of the 3, cupped his fists in salute, his voice somewhat urgent. Seniors, have you seen a young true God? The muscles on his face twitched continuously, resisting the strong pressure. On the way, he did not see Lin Moyu and was very worried. Although Lin Moyu was a bit arrogant, he was, after all, a genius ember of the human race. The human race's embers were passed down from generation to generation. How could he stand by and watch him die? That's why he chased after him. If Lin Moyu was in danger, he could save him. The 3 recognized Chi Huo. Junior brother Chi Huo, what's the matter? Chi Huo quickly recounted Lin Moyu's story. Only then did the 3 realize that they had not been seeing things. One of them said, a young man did indeed pass by just now. He was a true God. Chi Huo hurriedly asked, did he go in? Was he injured? The 3 shook their heads together. He was fine, very imposing. He greeted us, and went deeper. It seems he's heading straight for the 9th layer. Chi Huo was stunned, and then exclaimed in shock, the 9th layer. How is that possible? That's right, the 9th layer. This place is not yet his limit. A young man at the True God realm has reached this level. I'm a little curious. Why don't we go and see together? The 3 discussed for a while, and finally decided to go find Lin Moyu together. As for Chi Huo, this place was his limit. He couldn't follow them in. Chi Huo hurriedly said, I'll have to trouble you 3 seniors. This young man has extraordinary talent. If he is in danger, you 3 seniors must save him. The 3 said in unison, nonsense. The descendants of the human race's embers are passed down from generation to generation. How can we bear to see him die without saving him? With that, the 3 turned into streams of light, and chased after Lin Moyu. Chi Huo stayed where he was, unable to go, unable to stay. The muscles on his body twitched continuously, and the flame on his body flickered. The pressure from all directions pressed on him, making him feel very uncomfortable. This was his limit. He couldn't stay here long. But now, he couldn't go, couldn't stay. If he stayed longer, he would surely die. After a moment of hesitation, Chi Huo began to retreat. He retreated for about a few 100,000 kilometers, staring at the direction Lin Moyu had left, waiting quietly. Although he couldn't stay here long either, it was fine to wait for a while. He used all his strength to resist the pressure. He would hold on for as long as he could. Without any definite news, he was both unwilling and worried. On the way to the 9th layer, Lin Moyu felt the pressure getting stronger and stronger, gradually approaching his limit. If the limit of the 8th layer was a 9th rank true God, then the 9th layer must definitely exceed that. This strong pressure targeted the physical body. A God King realm physical body was beyond my limit, but I could let the undead bear the damage, so I would be fine. Moreover, I could freely adjust the number of undead, adjusting it to my true limit. Only by reaching the true limit could I activate my full power and obtain the maximum benefit when breaking through. A crazy yet absolutely calm look appeared in his eyes. Craziness and calmness, two completely opposite emotions, appeared on Lin Moyu at the same time. Just like life and death, two opposite existences, appeared in the immortal law at the same time. Contradictory yet reasonable. Before, Lin Moyu had not used his passive technique because the pressure was not strong enough to harm him. But he always remembered that he had this ability. He would only use it when he reached his true limit. He wanted to see where his true limit was, so that when he broke through, with the power of the low-grade Devil God Stone, he could break through to the God King realm and obtain a God King physical body, which was extremely rare. If he could have a God King physical body at the lesser God Venerable level, that would be a true genius. Lin Moyu had never met such a genius. He had met many lesser God Venerables, but even Bodhisattva the Little Ming King had not reached this level. Even among God Venerables, those who could have a God King physical body were extremely rare. Each of them was an outstanding genius. For example Chu Qiu, for example Chu Tim. As for Yafeng God Venerable, the commander of the Legion in the Space Fortress, his physical body had not reached the God King level. Thus, it could be seen that it was very difficult for a physical body to reach the God King level. Physical cultivation was difficult, and very few people in the great world cultivated their physical bodies. Just as Lin Moyu was thinking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his physical body. The strong pressure had finally damaged it. The passive technique automatically activated, and the damage was quickly transferred to the undead. Besides feeling the little pain, Lin Moyu was not injured at all. My physical body has finally reached its limit. A thought flashed through his mind. He actively redirected the damage, no longer letting the undead bear it. At the same time, a wound burst open on my flesh. It wasn't a sharp cut from the outside, but rather an explosion from within, as if torn apart by an internal force. The wound was small, merely skin deep, and no blood flowed out. Lin Moyu controlled his own blood flow, preventing it from gushing out. An invisible force from the outside pressed inward, continuously creating new wounds like a series of bursting air bubbles. The sound of his flesh tearing in rhythm with his powerful heartbeat created a horrifying symphony. In a flash, my body was covered in injuries, a gruesome sight. But in the next second, my entire body glowed with a brilliant white light. The life force from the law of immortality surged through me, and the wounds healed at an astonishing rate. The healing effect of this life force was even more potent than that of the law of life. These minor injuries were nothing. The law of immortality formed an invisible armor inside me, instantly sealing any wound that appeared. The explosions continued unabated. My flesh kept tearing apart, and the healing process never stopped. It hurts, Su Yan cried out in my mind. Because of my ability to transfer damage, I rarely got injured myself. Even though I had experienced death and rebirth countless times during my cultivation, most of those instances were instantaneous. This feeling, like being slowly carved by a dull knife, was a first. The excruciating pain was relentless, seemingly endless. I felt a strange mix of agony and exhilaration, constantly pushing the true limits of my body. The 9th tier was getting closer, and the pressure had already surpassed the true God realm. Upon entering the God King realm, the scale of each bursting wound grew larger, and blood began to flow uncontrollably. Each drop, rich with potent life force, fell into the desolate void, adding a grotesque splash of color to the silent space. The law of immortality worked even more frantically, its healing speed accelerating. The laws here were also compressed, countless laws were forced together, becoming stronger, but also making precise control more difficult. Before, I only needed to control one stream. Now, I had to manage dozens, even hundreds, and the energy consumption increased accordingly. This demanded a higher level of mastery over the laws. I used my powerful soul force to meticulously control the laws. This place not only tempered the body and aided in comprehending laws, but it also owned one's ability to control them. The stronger the control, the greater the power. In short, this place was truly miraculous. The least pressure on me was on my soul. Because my soul was so powerful, having reached the 4th rank, I could handle it with ease. My whole body radiated a white light like a giant bulb, illuminating the dark night sky. The law of immortality completely converted into life force, constantly working to heal my injuries. Stut. In my field of vision, a person was sitting silently in meditation amidst the stars, senior of the human race in the 9th tier cultivation area. His skin constantly fluctuated, sometimes sinking in, sometimes bulging out, resisting the crushing force of the void. I clasped my hands in respect. Senior, may I pay my respects? He slowly opened his eyes, which seemed somewhat hazy and distant. It's been a long time since anyone has come to the 9th tier. His voice trailed off, and his hazy gaze instantly sharpened like a sword, a sharpness tinged with astonishment. A true god, He rasped out, the two words emerging with difficulty. He seemed to disbelieve his own eyes. How could a true god be here? After staring for a few seconds, he had to admit that the person before him was indeed a true god. He had never heard of a true god reaching the 9th tier area. He could see that my physical body truly couldn't withstand the pressure here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be injured. This place was beyond my limit, but because my law's healing speed was so fast, I was in a constant state of being wounded and recovering, which allowed me to reach this place. So, you're borrowing the power of a law, specifically the law of life, he mused, finally grasping the situation and realizing his initial misidentification of Lin Moyu's law. He stared intently at Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu looked back at him. From this man, Lin Moyu sensed an aura similar to that of minor Mingwen Bodhisattva. This was a minor god venerable. At the same time, he felt a terrifying pressure. The minor god venerable before him was far stronger than minor Mingwen Bodhisattva, capable of killing him at any moment. The man's skin rippled slightly but remained unbroken, a clear sign that he could withstand the pressure here. A minor god venerable realm, a god king level body, and such refined control over the power of laws all pointed to his extraordinary combat strength. The hoarse voice spoke again. Kid, what's your name? Lin Moyu bowed respectfully. This junior is Lin Moyu. May I ask for senior's esteemed name? The two words echoed in Lin Moyu's mind like thunder. The star of humanity, invincible within the same realm, a battle genius, the heir to the title of war god. All these accolades pointed to one person, Xiao Shang. In the records he had read, Xiao Shen was mentioned frequently. He was hailed as the most brilliant star, the most outstanding genius of the human race in the last 1,000 years. He had once topped the demon race's assassination list, and every assassin sent after him was killed in return. Even those at higher realms were no match for him. While in the super god realm, he had killed a true god. At the 7th tier true god realm, he had slain a god king. At the 5th tier god king realm, he had cut down a minor god venerable. At the 9th tier god king realm, he had fought a god venerable of the demon race to a standstill. After becoming a minor god venerable himself, he faced that same opponent again and turned the tables, killing him. Each battle became a glorious testament to his power. Some called him the reincarnation of the war god, a second Xiao Jiantian. The fact that they shared the same surname only added to the mystique. It was only in the last 200 years that Xiao Sheng's fame began to fade. He vanished without a trace. Most believed he had gone into secluded cultivation, waiting to re-emerge and shake the world. Based on the descriptions in the records, Lin Wei was certain that the Xiao Shang before him was the same man who once topped the demon race's assassination list. He never expected that Xiao Shen, who had been missing for so long, was cultivating here. Xiao Sheng looked at Lin Wei. Young man, you are exceptional. It is a blessing for the human race to have juniors like you. Truly a blessing. Although Lin Wei had relied on his unique laws and talents to reach this place, arriving was what mattered most. The result was more important than the process. Lin Moyu calmly accepted Xiao Shen's praise. Thank you for your compliments, senior. In just a few short exchanges, Lin Moyu realized Xiao Shen was a man of few words, much like himself. Except with his friends, Lin Moyu was also not very talkative. Xiao Shen deserved to run. This void is vast. Feel free to find a spot, but don't get too close to me. Maintain a distance of at least 10,000 miles. Understood. Lin Moyu didn't ask why, understanding that some things were best left unsaid. He also needed his own space. Lin Moyu chose a random direction and settled down to cultivate about 10,000 miles away from Xiao Sheng. He didn't want to go any deeper for now. Here, the balance between his life force's healing and the crushing pressure was perfect. Going deeper would be self-inflicted torture, unless he let his undead spirit spare the damage, but that would bring him no benefit. This was the limit he could currently reach, and the perfect place for a breakthrough. Then, let's begin. I closed my eyes for a few minutes, continuously regulating the laws within my body to adapt to the current environment. My blood surged restlessly, and the power of the flame heart drove my heart to beat like thunder. A few minutes later, Lin Moyu opened his eyes, a sharp light glinting within them. With a wave of my hand, I took out the phase power reflecting mirror. It was a small, palm-sized mirror with a cloudy surface that showed nothing. A moment later, a stream of appraisal magic flowed out and landed on the mirror's surface, and its information instantly appeared in my mind. Faith Power Reflecting Mirror Grade, God Venerable Function, operates on faith power. It can reflect the user's true self, revealing their flaws and shortcomings. Note, this artifact requires faith power to function. Without sufficient faith power, it is useless. Understanding the artifact's function, I naturally understood its pros and cons. Overall, this artifact was somewhat mediocre. For most cultivators, it was quite useless. It wasn't an offensive or defensive artifact, but a pure support item, and it supported cultivation, not combat. There were many cultivation, support artifacts, each with different effects. The faith power reflecting mirrors effect was clear. It revealed one's flaws for correction, but its reliance on faith power, and itself, only limitation greatly reduced its utility. As far as I knew, most people didn't have much faith power. A god venerable grade artifact required a significant amount to operate. Therefore, for the majority of cultivators, this artifact was no better than Jom. Jikyu had told me to exchange for it mainly because I possessed a massive amount of faith power, enough to operate it. After taking first place on the potential and combat power leaderboards, my faith power had surged. I had never been able to use it before, but over time, I had accumulated a considerable amount. Now, topping all three leaderboards, my faith power was growing at an incredible rate, with a huge influx every second. My soul expanded, directing the faith power into the mirror. Faith power was formless and intangible, even more ethereal than laws, but it truly existed and could be controlled by the soul. After absorbing a large amount of faith power, the mirror gradually lit up. Its once cloudy surface began to clear, reflecting my image. The mirror automatically expanded until it was my height. The faith power reflecting mirror radiated in all directions, standing before me, and clearly reflecting my figure. Then, it began to divide. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. In an instant, 360 identical mirrors surrounded me in layers. No matter where I looked, I saw only my own reflection from head to toe, front to back, from the whole to the smallest detail. Even a single strand of hair was clearly reflected by the 360 mirrors. First the exterior, then the interior. The flow of my blood, the alignment of my bones and meridians, the fluctuations of the laws within my body, everything was reflected. Then, the mirrors flashed, and 360 beams of light shot into me. Simultaneously, a stream of information was transmitted to my soul, using the faith power as a bridge. The faith power reflecting mirror analyzed everything, and fed it back to my soul with perfect clarity. Once my soul received it, I could make corrections and cultivate. I quickly identified my weaknesses. There were flaws in my comprehension and control of the laws. Although my overall mastery of the laws had reached 26, there were still errors in the fine details. To achieve greater perfection, I had to perfect those small details. Similarly, my physical body had reached the peak of the true God realm, but there were still hidden imperfections. The light acted like a great hammer, constantly striking my body, eliminating impurities and leaving only the essence. But the purification wasn't complete. Some impurities remained in hidden corners, acting as obstacles to a perfect breakthrough. It was difficult for me to notice these issues on my own, but with the God Venerable Great Faith Power reflecting mirror, they were laid bare. Lin Moyu immersed himself in his own world, diligently figuring out how to solve these difficult problems. Tens of thousands of miles away in the void, Xiao Sheng opened his eyes for the second time, his gaze fixed on Lin Moyu. The faith power reflecting mirror, he murmured. It seems he's striving for a perfect promotion, a body pushed to its absolute limit, and laws without a single flaw. This kid truly has what it takes for our human race to produce another top-tier genius. But not bad at all. Zhao Shen muttered to himself, his eyes filled with joy. In the distance, 3 figures were approaching at incredible speed. At this moment, he looked like a wary old man, his eyes lacking their former sharpness, replaced by a deep-seated nostalgia. After a long look, he slowly turned his head away. The 3 people arrived before Xiao Shen and bowed respectfully. Senior, forgive our intrusion. What is it? One of them asked. Senior, have you seen a young true god? Xiao Shen pointed towards Lin Moyu. He's over there. Cultivating. In the 9th tier area. The 3 of them looked in shock in the direction Xiao Shen pointed and saw the massive array of mirrors. They exclaimed in unison, the faith power reflecting mirror. He's aiming for a perfect promotion beyond even the God King realm. What a grand ambition. How outstanding. His faith power is also incredibly strong. It seems his reputation in the great world is considerable, and he can cultivate in this place, as his physical body already reached the God King realm. Not just his body, his soul has also reached the 4th rank. A true god with a 4th rank soul and a God King body. What kind of monster is this? Seeing their shock, Xiao Shen coughed lightly. If there's nothing else, you should leave. You can't last long here. The pressure in the 9th tier was too immense, The three of them could only stay for a short time before being crushed to pulp. The three bowed again. Thankfully, he said. We were just worried that such a talented young man might have met with misfortune. With Senior Xiao watching over him, he will surely be fine. We have nothing more to worry about. Before leaving, one of them suddenly asked, Senior, do you know his name? His name is Lin Moyu. The three men committed the name Lin Moyu to memory, telling themselves that one day, this name, like Xiao Sheng's, would shake the entire great world. The three departed, returning to the 8th tier. After they left, Xiao Sheng's gaze returned to Lin Moyu. Kid, I wish you luck. Don't end up like me. As he thought this, his expression suddenly twisted in agony. His muscles spasmed violently, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He let out a roar and slammed a fist against his own head. After struggling for several minutes, Xiao Shen gradually calmed down, but his face was pale, and his breathing was much weaker. He looked towards the Star of Laws and muttered, the law backlash is becoming more frequent. It seems. It's hard. In the desolate void, a streak of red light appeared as Shiyu returned to the 7th tier area. Shiyu, how did it go? Did you find that kid? You're back alone. Don't tell me he's dead. You were gone for so long. Did you not find him? A crowd of people asked anxiously. If Lin Moyu had truly died, everyone would feel a great sense of loss. In their eyes, Lin Moyu was a rare genius. Shiyu's voice was heavy. He's not on the 8th tier. The crowd was stunned. Not on the 8th tier. Did he get lost? Or did he meet with disaster and not even his bones are left? That shouldn't be possible. Shihuo paused before continuing. He went up to the 9th tier. He's cultivating there. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their eyes wide, and jaws agape in disbelief. Not on the 8th tier, but on the 9th. Not cultivating on the 8th tier, but on the 9th. It felt like hearing a myth. It was ridiculously hard to believe, but they knew Shihuo wouldn't lie. Unbelievable. What kind of genius is this? The 9th tier. A 4th rank soul. A God King level body. Calling him a genius is an understatement. He's a monster, an anomaly, with such a powerful body, far surpassing his realm. Does he intend to walk the path of physical sanctification? What are you talking about? Physical sanctification is just a legend. How could anyone walk that path? What a pity, we didn't ask for the kid's name. His reputation must be quite something. Shihu said. The senior on the 8th tier told us. His name is Lin Moyu. With the help of the faith power reflecting mirror, Lin Moyu had completely identified all his issues. One was with his laws, the other with his physical body. There were quite a few problems, but thankfully, they were all minor. His foundation was solid enough that these issues could be rectified. Subsequently, with the assistance of the mirror, Lin Moyu quickly corrected his problems. His body grew more perfect, and his comprehension of the laws deepened. Although his mastery of the laws remained at 26, his control over them had significantly improved. It was as if he initially needed 10 points of strength to lift an object, but now only needed 9. Gradually, it would become 8, 7, or even less. When he used all 10 points of strength, he could unleash power far beyond what he could before. This was Lin Moyu's currency. With his law mastery unchanged, his control over them became more and more refined. Time passed, and Lin Moyu had no idea how long he had been in seclusion. In cultivation, time had no meaning. Some powerful beings would enter seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years. One day, the laws began to pour into his soul, gradually merging with it. This signified that the laws of the true God realm had been completely mastered, and he was beginning to step into the God King realm. After the laws poured in, his soul became stronger. The stronger soul, in turn, accelerated his comprehension of the laws. Lin Moyu had patched up all the previous loopholes in his laws, and began to comprehend new ones. At this moment, his faith power came into play, assisting him in comprehending new laws, one of the most basic functions of faith power. Accelerating law comprehension. The stronger the law, the more powerful the soul. Lin Moyu's soul was of extremely high quality, with virtually no limits. In his soul world, a magnificent river of stars appeared, the star river of the law of immortality. Beside it, a small, winding river connected to the vast law of the star river. That small river was the law that Lin Moyu had mastered. The path to fully merging with the star river of laws was still long, but now, even the small river was surging violently. His law mastery was rapidly increasing. 27. 20. As soon as his law mastery reached 30, Lin Moyu would become a God King. At this moment, Lin Moyu opened his eyes and took out a low-grade demon god stone. Low-grade demon god stone origin, Staris god demon god race function, capable of strengthening the physical body. Suitable for God King realm cultivators to temper their bodies. Note, the demon god stone contains tyrannical energy. Use with caution. Lin Moyu suppressed the stone with his laws, then spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto it. The originally dark stone instantly erupted with astonishing power, exploding into a fine powder that covered Lin Moyu's body. The powder contained terrifying energy. His clothes immediately turned to ash. The powder enveloped every inch of his skin. Arch, an intense wave of pain struck him, and Lin Moyu let out a cry. Few pains could make him this uncomfortable. The power of the demon god stone was too savage, as if it wanted to grind him to dust. Not only was his physical body being torn apart, but even his soul felt like it was being ripped. Despite being accustomed to pain, Lin Moyu couldn't help but groan. His soul consciousness wavered, and he almost used his damage transfer ability. The demon god stone powder penetrated every inch of his skin, passing through the epidermis into the muscles, and then seeping into the very marrow of his bones. Lin Moyu felt as if 10,000 needles were piercing his heart, as if he had been turned into a hornet's nest. No, it was worse than that. Wherever the powder passed, hidden impurities in his blood and bone marrow were annihilated. Amidst the agony, Lin Moyu felt a new power, brimming with vigorous life, rising from deep within his body. Finally, the powder entered his internal organs, passed through them, and completely burrowed into his heart, merging with the flame heart. Amidst the heart-wrenching pain, the flame heart grew stronger, its beat more ferocious. Each beat dissolved a small amount of the powder into his blood, which then carried it throughout his body, to the tiniest capillaries. The terrifying pain persisted with no sign of ending. Lin Moyu endured it, clearing his mind of all thoughts and continuing to comprehend the laws. The laws in the Star River surged, resonating with his own river of law. This resonance was transmitted to his soul, and his law mastery continued to rise. After an unknown amount of time, his law mastery finally reached 30. The laws in the Star River surged like a great wave, crashing towards his soul. The wave, carrying a dense concentration of the law of immortality, merged into his soul. This was the first time his soul had made such close contact with the Star River of laws. The feeling was incredibly wondrous. The law was like a pair of gentle hands, softly caressing his soul. With each caress, the law of immortality poured into his soul, beginning a preliminary fusion. The entire process of advancing to the God King realm was a continuous fusion of law and soul. The higher the realm, the deeper the fusion, until they were indistinguishable. Eventually, the law would completely integrate into every corner of the soul. Every spell would then contain immense law power. If the law domain was fully unleashed, it could even cover an entire star system that was the realm of a minor god venerable. When the soul advanced further, the law domain would no longer expand but retract into the soul. At that point, the soul would be qualified to enter the Star River of laws, roam freely, and command its power at will. That was a god venerable. At this moment, Lin Moyu completed his first contact with the Star River of laws. His law mastery reached 30, and he officially stepped into the God King realm. The talent tree trembled, transmitting a rich stream of soul force, and his soul began to strengthen. His soul force, which had already reached its limit, could now accommodate even more power. But at this moment, his physical body completed its final evolution. His heartbeat had a rate of over 1,000 times per second. His body erupted with a dazzling golden light, radiating a brilliant aura. The resplendent golden light illuminated the void. The Buddhist race had a branch known as the ascetic monks. They cultivated their bodies to an extreme, possessing an indestructible golden body, renowned throughout the myriad races of the great world. In truth, the golden body also existed in other races. It was the God King realm physical body. However, it was not an ordinary one. Only those who achieve a perfect, flawless God King body could emit this radiant light, transforming into a golden body. Lin Moyu had now reached that state. His body had entered the God King realm with perfect beauty. The golden light flickered in the void. Thousands of miles away, Xiaoshen opened his eyes for the third time. His voice carried a note of admiration mixed with a hint of reminiscence as he looked towards Lin Moyu. A God King golden body. It has been a long time since one has appeared in the human race. A golden light also emanated from his own body. His body was also a God King golden body. Back then, he, like Lin Moyu, had achieved a perfect promotion to the God King realm. At this thought, a trace of sadness appeared in Xiaoshen's eyes, and he let out a soft sigh. Lin Moyu's cultivation and physical body had both entered the God King realm, completing a perfect promotion. His blood surged like a river, and his soul force increased dramatically far beyond what it was before. He had no weaknesses. If he were to use another primal skill now, his maximum power might not be limited to just that of a minor god venerable. A sense of urgency rose in Lin Moyu's heart. He was eager to test it, but now was not the time. For him, entering the God King realm was just the beginning of the real changes. That was what he truly desired. For others, after entering the God King realm, the promotion was mostly complete. With the cultivation and realm secure, the next step was the transformation of talents and skills. First, his talent began to change. The talent tree started to grow, becoming more lush and vibrant. It grew larger, its trunk soaring, its roots spreading wider, digging deeper into the formless space. Every second, it absorbed a massive amount of energy, converting it into soul force. A portion of this soul force supplied his own needs, while the rest was stored for Lin Moyu to use when necessary. It was because of this characteristic that Lin Moyu's sustained combat ability was extraordinarily strong. He could maintain continuous battle for a very long time. In that golden desert, he had been completely faking it in front of Minor Main 1 Bodhisattva and the others. Everyone was acting back then, and Lin Moyu didn't mind playing along. The talent tree continued to grow, becoming larger and stronger. Gradually, it reached for the heavens, occupying more than half of the soul world. Its lush branches spread out, covering the crystal walls, seemingly wanting to envelop the entire soul world. All the shining skill constellations in the soul world, including infinite fusion, were covered by the branches of the talent tree. A single tree became a forest, though it was just one tree. It was denser than any forest. Finally, after occupying about 2/3 of the soul world, the talent tree stopped growing. It lowered its branches, gently draping them over the skill constellations. A connection was established between the talent tree and the skill constellations. Lin Moyu felt the link between himself and his skills become even tighter. He could easily observe every change in them, easily see the undead army residing within. Immediately after, a large, golden cauldron automatically flew up. The Divine Land Cauldron moved on its own. Lin Moyu stared at it intently. The Divine Land Cauldron hadn't moved for a long time. Ever since he passed the trial and accepted the laws of the Great World, it hadn't budged. It had been lying quietly next to the talent tree. Lin Moyu had almost forgotten about it. He hadn't expected it to activate now. It tilted towards the talent tree, pouring out a large amount of golden light divinity. In this small world, countless people craved divinity. Now, it was being given away freely, bathing the talent tree. The divinity was absorbed by the tree, causing its entire body to glow with a golden light. Countless streams of divinity connected, flowing from the trunk to the branches, and finally into each skill constellation. The skill constellations, bathed in the essence from the talent tree and the divinity, became more brilliant than ever. Lin Moyu witnessed this scene and had a realization. Using the talent tree as a foundation, combined with the nourishment of divinity to elevate my permanent skills to a new level, he thought. But how can I do this without the law of immortality? With this thought, Lin Moyu's soul stirred, and he sent out streams of pure law of immortality. These streams fell upon each permanent skill, merging with the divinity and the power of the talent tree. Absorb. With a soft shout from his soul, the permanent skills began to absorb the law. Among the permanent skills, the infinite fusion constellation was the most arrogant. It had previously absorbed that mysterious iron block but had not yet fully digested it. It had been in a dormant state for over a year with no change. Then, the faint consciousness was transmitted to Lin Moyu's soul, and it greedily absorbed a portion of the spiritual material, giving Lin Moyu the feeling that it was trying to eat its fill. Today, it finally awakened. Lin Moyu sensed its needs, understood what it wanted, and his heart stirred. He directed the talent tree to prioritize supplying it with the majority of the power and divinity. Lin Moyu also poured in a large amount of the law of immortality. Fueled with sufficient energy, infinite fusion began to rapidly expand, then immediately contract. Between the expansion and contraction, the skill constellation made a sound as if it were swallowing something. Lin Moyu chuckled. This thing has poor digestion. What was previously a suspicion was now confirmed. After swallowing the mysterious iron block, it struggled to refine and transform it. Then, it greedily absorbed the spiritual material, making its digestion even worse. Now, thanks to his own breakthrough, relying on the talent tree, divinity, and his own law of immortality, it was finally digesting those two things. Lin Moyu didn't know what the mysterious iron block was, nor did he understand the specific effects of the spiritual material, but he knew both were treasures, especially the iron block, which was even more enigmatic. After expanding and contracting over 100 times, infinite fusion finally stopped. Its whole body emitted a faint light and began to grow rapidly. In a flash, it became 10 times larger, the biggest and brightest permanent skill. At the same time, Lin Wei received a faint consciousness. Infinite Fusion seemed very happy, having finally digested everything in its stomach. Lin Wei smiled knowingly, his eyes filled with anticipation, eager to see what would happen next. It reigned supreme, overshadowing all other permanent skills. Even the 9 star skills of the 36 summoning systems had to submit to it. Immediately after, it released clouds of dense mist that spread throughout the soul world, connecting it with all other permanent skills. The mist seemed to contain all the transformations of heaven and earth, clues to any law could be found within it. But upon closer inspection, there was nothing there. If he tried to comprehend the Tao from this mist, he would ultimately gain nothing. Lin Moyu whispered, "The law of chaos." But this is the most mysterious law of chaos. The light of infinite fusion grew brighter. In an instant, all the divinity, all the energy, was completely absorbed by it, leaving none for the other permanent skills. It was like a greedy tyrant, taking everything for itself. The other permanent skills, which had been evolving and strengthening, came to a halt due to the loss of their energy supply. The talent tree swayed slightly, as if dissatisfied that its power was being taken away. Lin Moyu not only didn't stop it but directed the talent tree to increase the energy supply. The divine land cauldron also continued to provide, and a large amount of divinity was concentrated on the infinite fusion skill. The infinite fusion skill, as if invigorated, absorbed even faster. The chaotic mist in the soul world grew denser. Finally, when it was fully saturated, it suddenly spewed out a colossal amount of power. The mysterious and unpredictable law of chaos fused the divinity, the power of the talent tree, and the law of immortality. These 3 powerful sources, now merged by the chaotic mist, were transmitted to the remaining permanent skills. As expected, this one is no ordinary fellow. Lin Moyu smiled. It was just as he had predicted. The infinite fusion skill was the strangest one he possessed. It had a hint of spirituality. Although it wasn't like an artifact spirit that could converse with its master and think independently, it had an instinct for what it needed and what it should do. This faint spirituality alone surpassed most other permanent skills. At least, Lin Moyu had never heard of anyone's skills developing spirituality. In the eyes of cultivators, skills were just tools for combat. Therefore, when infinite fusion proactively absorbed all the resources, Lin Moyu let it be, knowing it wouldn't do anything foolish. Sure enough, it merged the 3 power sources using the law of chaos. This was in line with its name, infinite fusion. Nothing was impossible to fuse, be it skills, laws, or anything else. After the 3 power sources merged, they became even more potent, bringing greater benefits to the other permanent skills. Now, the remaining skills received this new power and began to glow and strengthen. They started to grow, their auras becoming more powerful. The skills finally began to evolve in an extraordinary way that no one could comprehend. The sense of anticipation grew stronger. Lin Moyu was eager to know how powerful his skills would become after this special transformation. Lin Moyu remembered some of his fused skills, like the skeleton god, General, and the time curse. The fusion of the 3 basic skeleton types could unleash 100 times their power. The fusion of the 3 curses created the law of time. These 2 examples alone were enough to prove the magic of the law of chaos. Every permanent skill was growing stronger. Lin Moyu suddenly noticed a region of chaotic mist becoming denser than the others, and more energy was flowing into it. Within that region, 4 permanent skills were shining brilliantly. It was the 4-star skill system formed by Bone Spear, Bone Thorn, Bone Prison, and Bone Armor. As he faced increasingly powerful enemies, and always had to fight beyond his limits, this 4-star skill set had long been unused. When he did use it, it was mostly to restrain enemies. Eventually, even for restraint, he would directly use the wide area time curse. Whether in terms of attack or defense, this 4-star skill set had become obsolete. It was only effective against enemies of the same level, but in those cases, his undead army wasn't just standing by. Therefore, this skill set had become useless in any situation. Lin Moyu had predicted that without a major change, he wouldn't be using them much for a long time. He had always believed that no skill was useless, and had planned to use infinite fusion to study this set, when he had time, perhaps fusing them into a more powerful skill. Unexpectedly, before he could do it himself, infinite fusion had started the process on its own. In the dense mist, the 4 permanent skills that formed the 4-star system continuously drew closer until they touched. After making contact, the process didn't stop. They began to merge into each other. The 4 skills originally had similarities and compatible properties, otherwise, they couldn't have formed a 4-star system. The current fusion seemed logical. Lin Wei watched quietly, his soul continuously channeling the law of immortality, while directing the talent tree to supply power to infinite fusion. He eagerly awaited to see what kind of skill infinite fusion would ultimately create. The four skills fused, pressing together, their forms changing as they permeated each other. You and me and you. But gradually, the fusion speed slowed down. They began to tremble, and the tremors grew more violent. The dense mist emitted a low hum. The fusion was more than halfway complete, but the difficulty was increasing. The four skills not only stopped fusing, but showed signs of separating. A fusion failure. Lin Moyu frowned. Fusing skills was not easy. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a few tries. He had attempted to fuse skills before, and had experienced countless failures before finding a few successful methods. This time, infinite fusion was trying to directly force the four skills into one, turning four skills into a single one. The difficulty was imaginable. Lin Moyu's brow furrowed slightly, and the small figure in his soul world grew tense, but there was nothing he could do. He could use force to stop the fusion, but he couldn't make it succeed. The four skills stopped fusing and began to separate. Just then, the infinite fusion skill suddenly shone brightly, and a pitch-black furnace flew out of it. The furnace resembled an alchemy furnace but had no lid, looking more like a large iron cauldron. It's that iron block. Lin Wei was startled. He immediately recognized that the large iron cauldron was the true form of that mysterious iron piece. The large cauldron flew down, and with a thought, it pulled the four separating skills inside. Then, a flame ignited within the cauldron, burning fiercely. The flame has strange color, sometimes red, sometimes crimson, sometimes ash-white, seemingly containing countless colors. It exuded an incredibly dense law of chaos, much denser than the law in the mist. Under the burning flame, the four skills that were about to separate began to fuse again, and the fusion speed was even faster than before. Lin Moyu chuckled. If persuasion fails, use force. A violent fusion, health. If he could use these flames to comprehend the law of chaos, he might have some hope of success. I'll try it when I reach the God-venerable realm and have some free time. The four permanent skills in the large cauldron could no longer separate. They were forcibly fused together. Only the law of chaos could achieve such a powerful fusion method. When the flame died down, the large cauldron opened, and a brand new permanent skill shone brightly in the soul world. The newly born skill, though not a 4-star skill, had a much stronger aura. Its volume was close to that of infinite fusion, many times larger than the other skills. Lin Moyu immediately checked its information. Hell of Skeletons. Lin Moyu carefully studied the skill's information. Hell of Skeletons fusion degree, 150 defect. The area designated by the user's middle finger will transform into the Hell of Skeletons, connecting to the Hell of the undead world. All enemies within will suffer attacks from hell. If an enemy dies in the Hell of Skeletons, their true spirit will fall into hell and become a slave of hell. The slaves of hell do not truly die. They will endlessly reincarnate within hell. Unless hell is destroyed, they can never escape. Passive, as the master of the Hell of Skeletons, you will be protected by hell. The more enemies killed by the Hell of Skeletons, the safer you will be. The Hell of Skeletons will find all who attack you and mark them. Once marked, they cannot escape your soul's lock. The information was detailed and complete. After reading it, Lin Moyu couldn't help but shudder. It's a good thing this skill is mine. If it were an enemy's, it would be a real headache. Although he hadn't used it yet, Lin Moyu recognized that the Hell of Skeletons was incredibly powerful. However, he would have to test it to know its true strength. After carefully analyzing its characteristics, Lin Moyu understood it well. First, enemies who died in the Hell of Skeletons would become its slaves, which meant they were his slaves, as he was its master. These undying servants could be resurrected in the Hell of Skeletons even if they died. In other words, as long as he was immortal, these servants would always exist. The more people he killed, the more slaves he would have, and the stronger the Hell of Skeletons would become. Second, as the number of slaves increased, the defensive capabilities of the Hell of Skeletons for him would also be enhanced. The defensive properties of the original 4 skills had been inherited. Third, and what Lin Moyu paid special attention to, was that the Hell of Skeletons could mark those who attacked him. Once marked, they could not escape his soul's lock. As long as their soul was locked, he could use his corpse explosion skill. After the Hell of Skeletons completed its fusion, the large iron cauldron flew back. At this time, the once bright infinite fusion skill had dimmed, seemingly having consumed a massive amount of energy. Even with the replenishment from divinity and the talent tree, it couldn't recover. It sent a weak message to Lin Moyu, as if saying, "I'm so tired." But it didn't rest. It continued to fuse the 3 energy sources, and transmit them to the other skill constellations, completing the final promotion process. At this moment, it was like an elite commander, directing all the skills. Despite its fatigue, it had to complete its mission. Lin Moyu's heart was moved. His soul appeared next to infinite fusion, gently caressing its surface as if stroking a child. Lin Moyu felt the joy and faint spirituality transmitted by infinite fusion, an instinctual show of affection towards him. Lin Moyu felt that this little fellow was like an immature child who regarded him as its closest kin. Finally, the divine land cauldron returned to its original position, no longer needing to provide divinity. The talent tree retracted its branches, ceasing to infuse the permanent skills. The promotion of the permanent skills was coming to an end. The chaotic mist gradually dissipated, like clouds parting to reveal the sun. The skill constellations shone brightly again, each one significantly larger than before, their auras much more powerful. Especially among the summoning skills, 9 skill constellations were linked together, forming a 9-star skill system. The undead spirits hidden within seemed to roar in unison from the constellations, their auras overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Moyu let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. The promotion to God King had been generally smooth, without any obstacles or difficulties. This was mainly because his own foundation was strong enough, and the path ahead was already set. Next, let's see how my skills have changed. Lin Moyu began to receive information from the talent tree and the skill constellations, like a marshal inspecting his troops. The talent tree trembled. It now occupied 2/3 of the soul world, with countless vines and branches hanging down, radiating a powerful life force that filled the entire soul world with vitality. A few branches fell onto Lin Moyu's soul, gently touching it, showing great affection. Although it didn't have the same level of spirituality as infinite fusion, the talent tree still had its own instincts. Talent, Undead Army Grade, Supreme Tier 4 Effect 1, all skill effects increased by 400. Effect 2, all members of the Undead Legion share damage, life, and spirit resonance. Damage reduction increased 4-fold. Effect 3, the Undead Legion and its master will be resurrected upon receiving a fatal blow, instantly returning to peak condition. All skill cooldowns are reset. Can be triggered once every 30 seconds. As expected, his talent had been strengthened. From Tier 3 to Tier 4, the skill amplification increased to 400, benefiting almost all his skills. This enhancement alone took his Undead Legion to a whole new level. The damage reduction was increased 4-fold, further boosting his defensive capabilities. Lin Moyu had always believed his greatest strength was not offense, but defense. Coupled with the resurrection effect of his talent, this was his true power. Even when facing a minor god vulnerable, Lin Moyu was not afraid. I may not be able to kill you, but you can't kill me either. And if you let me use my ultimate move, I can definitely kill you. After checking his talent, Lin Moyu began to inspect each skill, starting with the 2 primal skills. Power Accumulation Fusion Degree, 150 effect, consumes soul force to enter the power accumulation state. In this state, you inherit the full power and skills of your summoned creatures, breaking current limits to unleash power far beyond the extreme. The state continuously consumes soul force. The weaker the soul force, the weaker the state. Can be maintained by killing creatures and absorbing their power. This state puts extreme pressure on the body and soul. Overuse can lead to self-detonation. Empower Army Fusion Degree, 150 defect, consumes soul force to enter the Empower Army state. In this state, the damage dealt by yourself and all summoned creatures is increased tenfold. The state continuously consumes soul force, and be replenished by killing enemies. While in this state, a portion of the absorbed soul force can be stored as your own power. However, external soul force contains impurities, and is best refined before absorption. Other than the increased fusion degree, the 2 primal skills had no fundamental changes. Lin Moyu wasn't surprised, they were already powerful enough. If they became any stronger, it would be unreasonable. Everything in the universe follows laws and principles of existence. There is a balance to all things, and the great world would not allow something to appear that breaks this balance. After checking the primal skills, Lin Moyu moved on to the others, first the passive skills, then the curse skills, and finally the summoning skills. Note, detailed information about talents, skills, and the Undead Legion is presented more thoroughly in the original text with extensive data tables. To avoid redundancy, this has been summarized. As expected, the passive skills and soul curses, apart from a slight increase in fusion degree from 110 to 150, had only minor changes in their effects. The core nature remained the same. Undead Immortality now only had a 120-second cooldown, mean 2 minutes. In that time, an undead could die and revive 5 times. Compared to the previous 150-second cooldown, this was a significant improvement. The damage reduction effects of physical resistance, elemental resistance, and damage transfer were all tripled. Combined with his talent, Lin Moyu's damage immunity had exceeded 1,000,000-fold. He had fought a god venerable before. Now, it would not be so easy for a low-level god venerable to kill him. At least, it wouldn't be like before, where a single combined attack with soul tracking could kill him instantly. With the talent activated, the power of corpse explosion also increased. From 110 of the target's living health to 150, a substantial increase. This made Lin Moyu even more formidable. Even against a god venerable, he had the power to fight back. The 3 great curse skills remained unchanged. The increased fusion degree made their attacks stronger, and the time curse formed from them was also more powerful. Lin Moyu estimated that he could now kill an enemy of the same level with just the time curse, severely injure a 2nd or 3rd tier god king, and even stronger enemies would be affected. Even if not physically injured, the spiritual pain would be unavoidable. The curses were highly effective for interrupting enemy skills, harassing, and controlling. These skills were already very strong. To advance them further required ingenuity, time, and opportunity. Lacking any one of these would not do, especially opportunity. This was something that could be encountered, but not sought. Just like this time, the fusion that created the hell of skeletons was an opportunity. Without that mysterious iron block, the fusion would not have succeeded. Currently, the infinite fusion skill had almost no permanent energy left to consume, and neither the talent tree nor divinity could help it recover. The next fusion was uncertain, and its success was not guaranteed. After reviewing the remaining skills, Lin Moyu finally focused on the summoning skills. The 9-star summoning skill system was his ultimate move. The Undead Legion had always been one of his most important trump cards. Whether it was the Skeleton King, the later mutated Legion commanders, or the once glorious skeleton god generals who had slaughtered countless enemies, they all possessed immense combat power. This series of skills alone satisfied all requirements, from peak power to sheer numbers. Even taken individually, each was a powerful asset. Moreover, they could combine into a 9-star system. A 9-star skill system was a legend in the great world. The interaction between the skills greatly amplified their power. Lin Moyu looked at the strongest of his summoning skills. Summon Skeleton King Fusion Degree, 150 effect. Fuses the power of skeletons to summon the Skeleton King. A minimum of 100 million skeletons must be fused. A maximum of 1 billion skeletons can be fused. Summoning the Skeleton King will not cause the skeletons to disappear or weaken their power. The increased fusion degree had raised the summoning limit of the Skeleton King tenfold. Previously, the maximum was 100 million skeletons. Now, it was 1 billion. Before, the Skeleton King reached the 9th tier God King level. Now, it would be at least a minor God Venerable. With his talent added on, Lin Moyu felt his Skeleton King could definitely compete with minor Mingwen Bodhisattva. He thought of Xiao Shen not far away, also a minor God Venerable, and felt that Xiao Shen was probably a bit stronger than his Skeleton King. But the question was, could he summon 1 billion skeletons? However, considering the linkage between his skills after this promotion, the scale of his Undead Legion would surely increase significantly. He would find out after trying. Lin Moyu checked his other summoning skills. They were all stronger. The Skeleton God Warrior, Skeleton God Mage, and Skeleton Soul Archer, the 3 basic skeleton types, all reached the 3rd tier God King level. The Skeleton God General formed from them would reach the 8th tier God King level. The Death Knights and Bone Dragons both reached the 4th tier God King level. Their Legion commanders reached the 9th tier God King level, on par with the Purred Great Skeleton King. The number remained the same, 100,000 each, forming a Legion commanded by a Legion commander. The total number of resurrected undead was 10 million, and they could last for up to 100 days. Only the Elemental Shaman remained unchanged. The strength of the Elemental Shaman was not related to Lin Moyu's realm. To enhance it required high-grade, high-quality materials. Otherwise, Lin Moyu was helpless. He can't make bricks without straw. Finally, the promotion process was completely over. All that remained was to test the skills and fully replenish the Undead Legion. Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes, his mind returning from the soul world. He felt an immense power surging from every part of his body. With just a lift of his hand, he could crush a star. This was no illusion. A God King level body could indeed do this. When he clenched his fist, his blood boiled, and his whole body radiated a golden light. The God King golden body shimmered in the void. The immense pressure of the ninth tier area could no longer harm Lin Moyu. Although his God King golden body was only at the first stage, it was enough to withstand it. This was the power of the God King realm. Indeed, it's a world of difference, Lin Moyu muttered. The strengthening of both his soul and body gave him ample confidence. Even if he had to face a god venerable, he would dare to fight. Just then, Lin Moyu felt a sharp gaze penetrate thousands of miles of space and land on him. He looked over and saw Xiao Sheng. Congratulations, it said. His words were few, but filled with sincere meaning. Lin Moyu flew before Xiao Sheng. Senior, you praise me too much. This junior is still far behind. No need to be modest. In the human race, someone who can achieve a perfect promotion like you is rare, perhaps 1 in 100 years. In my era, besides myself, there were only 2 others. In this era, you can probably count them on one hand. The conditions for a perfect promotion are too harsh and difficult to achieve. Those who succeed are all top-tier geniuses, the new flames to carry on the torch of the human race. Xiao Shen looked at Lin Moyu, and slowly spoke, do you know how a God King level body continues to advance? Lin Moyu's heart stirred. Please enlighten me, senior. Xiao Shen said softly, but God King body is different from a true God body. With each tier it rises, its power increases substantially, far more than a promotion in cultivation realm. To put it bluntly, a cultivator with a first-tier God King body can easily kill a soul cultivator of the same realm. Half of my own battle records were achieved thanks to my powerful body. Lin Moyu believed that what Xiao Shen said was true. The benefits of a powerful body were indeed immense. There were even rumors that a powerful body could shatter all kinds of skills with a single punch. All laws were useless before true power, just like the laws of spirit were distorted by the pressure deep within this place. Before absolute power, laws were meaningless. A desire for a powerful body surged in Lin Moyu's heart. Xiao Shen pointed towards the 10th tier area. Go to the 10th tier. There, you can upgrade your body to the 2nd stage of the God King realm. Note, information related to talents, skills, and the Undead Legion will be detailed in the main text with extensive tables. After the God King realm, the difficulty of cultivating the physical body soared. Lin Moyu had already guessed that the 10th tier area could elevate the body to the 2nd stage. Along the way, he had seen many geniuses from various races cultivating here, understanding their purpose, to comprehend the rules and strengthen their bodies. But this method was not fast. Glancing at the dark void, Lin Moyu withdrew his gaze and cupped his hands to Xiao Sheng. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Xiao. May I ask how long it took for this junior to break through to the God King realm? Xiao Shen replied in a voice, not long. 1 year and 3 months. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. How could Xiao Shen be so precise? He had only estimated about a year, but Xiao Shen was accurate down to the month. The 4-star domain conference was less than 3 years away. Lin Moyu asked again, how long does it take to elevate the body to the 2nd stage of the God King realm in the 10th tier area? Xiao Shen looked him. You are very young. Lin Moyu silently acknowledged it. He was indeed very young. At only 35 years old, most humans were still ordinary people, and geniuses were just reaching the super god realm. A 35-year-old God King seemed unprecedented in the history of the human race. Lin Moyu needed to participate in the 4-star domain conference, and didn't have much time. Moreover, the human seniors he had met before seemed to have been here for a very long time. He felt that strengthening the body with the pressure of this land of wonders was a gentle method that caused no harm, but it took too long. Xiao Shen said, in the 10th tier area, it takes about 100 years to elevate the body to the 2nd stage of the God King realm. 100 years. Lin Moyu fell silent. This was time he absolutely could not afford. The method was too gentle, and the trade-off was too much time. It was clearly not suitable for him. Only a powerful, risky method, like a blazing fire, was his path to a breakthrough. Lin Moyu showed his disappointment. Is there a faster way? 100 years is too long. Xiao Shen looked at Lin Moyu. After a long time, he repeated, you are truly very young. His words were profound. He sighed. Well, there is a method, but it is very dangerous. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Please guide me, senior brother. Xiao Shen's gaze shifted towards the star of rules at the center of the land of wonders. The answer was obvious without being said. The 10th tier area was not the end of the land of wonders, it was just the human race's cultivation zone. Beyond the 10th tier, the pressure would be stronger, possibly exceeding one's limits. Although exceeding the limit, the assistance in strengthening the body would be very small, even counterproductive. If Xiao Shen said so, there must be something special there. and that something special was certainly accompanied by danger. Zhao Sheng hesitated for a moment, but seeing the earnestness in Lin Muoyu's eyes, he finally spoke. Beyond the 10th tier, fly 1,000,000 kilometers towards the Star of Rules, and you will reach the central area of the Land of Wonders. In the central area, the pressure is stronger and more chaotic. There are areas where the pressure suddenly erupts to several times the normal level, not only devastating the body but also threatening the soul. At the same time, the immense pressure makes controlling the laws difficult. Of course, you have achieved a perfect breakthrough to the God King realm and have reached a state of subtlety and law control, so the impact on you in this aspect will be minimal. He looked at Lin Muoyu, and saw that his expression hadn't changed, clearly not taking these dangers to heart. Dao Xian guessed that Lin Muoyu must have some secret technique. Geniuses of his caliber all had strength far beyond their realm. On the surface, he was only a first-tier God King, but he could probably compete with a 4th or 5th-tier God King. After a moment of silence, Zhao Shen continued, a type of creature lives in that place. They are the source of rapid body enhancement. Lin Muoyu's expression finally changed. More creatures. Zhao Shen noticed the change in Lin Muoyu, and sighed again. You in your youth are very much like I was, full of passion, determination, and sharpness. Anyone who knew Xiao Sheng knew that he was the epitome of a warrior who had risen from the bottom. In his youth, he was like an incredibly sharp sword that everyone avoided. The Xiao Sheng of that time would risk breaking his sword to shatter even the sturdiest shield. But now, Lin Muoyu saw him as old and worn. The sword rusted and its edge lost. Lin Muoyu really wanted to ask what had happened to make a top-tier genius become like this. Zhao Shen continued, this type of creature is very special. They are called spirits of wonder. They can control the pressure and the void to attack. This type of attack seems to be a kind of law, yet different from other laws. Killing them can strengthen your body. The more you kill, the faster your body strengthens. Lin Muoyu asked, how strong are the spirits of wonder? Zhao Shen replied, Big 3. The weakest are around the 2nd or 3rd tier God King level. The strongest can reach the 9th tier God King level. Their distribution is uneven, there's no concentrated area. You might encounter a 9th tier spirit of wonder as soon as you enter, or you could rest there for years without seeing one. Lin Muoyu mentally noted this. Uneven distribution. At first glance, this was one of the dangers, but on second thought, this danger was almost non-existent. To enter the habitat of the spirits of wonder, one must first pass the 10th tier. But to pass the 10th tier, the prerequisite was a God King level body. As far as Lin Muoyu knew, besides Xiaoxing, no one else had achieved a God King body. Even if someone reached a God King body, their strength would be at least at the 9th tier God King level. The 3 from the 8th tier were almost at that level. If they entered the area of the spirits of wonder, they wouldn't have to fear even the strongest one. But when Xiaoxing mentioned the spirits of wonder, he showed a clear sense of apprehension. The danger was obviously more than that. In that moment, Lin Muoyu thought through many things, analyzing everything clearly. This was his habit, almost his second nature. Xiaoxing spoke again. After a spirit of wonder dies, it will directly strengthen the body. This strengthening is very powerful and unconventional. If your body cannot withstand it for even a day, it will directly shatter, and your soul will be exposed to the immense pressure. Before he could finish, a look of pain crossed Xiaoxing's face. In an instant, his face turned pale. Though they were in the cold void, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He trembled, not from resisting the pressure, but from pain that originated from his soul. Lin Muoyu sensed that Xiaoxing's soul was in chaos. Without thinking, a skeleton god warrior appeared beside him. At the same time, Lin Muoyu activated his undead vision. This ability allowed him to directly observe the soul fire. Through it, Lin Muoyu saw that Xiaoxing's soul fire, though still powerful, was riddled with cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. All the pain stemmed from this. The agony of the soul was something an ordinary person could not endure. Xiaoxing trembled uncontrollably, and it was hard to imagine the pain he was suffering. Yet, his figure remained straight, his tall and sturdy body like a majestic mountain. Only this mountain was trembling violently. His lips were pressed tightly together, not a single sound escaping. All the pain was contained within his body. His fists were clenched so tightly that the void seemed about to be crushed. A continuous rumbling sound echoed as colossal, invisible forces surged like ocean waves, pushing Lin Muoyu 10,000 meters away in an instant. Lin Muoyu saw golden light flowing around Xiaoxing. Another God King golden body, but Xiaoxing's was clearly much stronger than his. His physical body was at least at the 3rd stage of the God King realm. Senior brother Xiao's soul. Lin Mui felt something strange about Xiao Sheng's soul. At a glance, it seemed to be at the minor god venerable level, slightly stronger than minor Ming 1 Bodhisattva. But on closer inspection, it seemed much stronger, as if it had entered another level. Is there no realm between minor god venerable and god venerable? A minor god venerable was a god venerable. This left Lin Mui very confused. After a long while, Xiao Sheng's soul gradually stabilized, and his body began to relax. He looked as if he had just been through a terrible battle, completely exhausted. Lin Mui flew back. Senior brother Xiao, is your soul injured? Really. Back then, I was too reckless. I killed countless spirits of wonder in one go, including a 9th tier one. My body couldn't handle it, and shattered. Unfortunately, my soul was also hit by the pressure. Without Xiao Sheng needing to say more, Lin Mui guessed what had happened. His body shattered, and his soul was exposed to the immense crushing force. Normally, with Xiao Sheng's soul strength, he could have withstood it for a while. With his status, he certainly had some life-saving treasures. Whether it was escaping or reforming his body on the spot, it wasn't impossible. At the very least, he could have temporarily placed his soul in an artifact to escape. But unfortunately, just as his body shattered, the crushing force erupted, hitting his soul directly. A soul injury was the most troublesome. A light injury was manageable, but a severe one was a major headache. From the state of his soul fired just now, Xiao Sheng's soul was on the verge of collapse, ready to die at any moment. It was a miracle he had survived until now. Xiao Sheng finally caught a breath of sight. Actually, I died long ago. A treasure maintained my soul's integrity and reformed my body, but it's difficult for me to leave this place. Only the pressure here can keep my soul stable. If I leave, my soul will shatter. The omnipresent pressure acted like countless hands, holding together Xiao Sheng's soul that should have already dissipated. This was the only way his soul could be preserved. But this couldn't stabilize it, it could still shatter. No wonder Xiao Sheng had been missing for hundreds of years. This was the reason. Lin Mui asked, then, senior brother Xiao's soul world. Soul world. What soul world? To let the pressure act on my soul. I discarded my soul world long ago. Lin Mui was shocked. Xiao Sheng was truly no ordinary person, so decisive that he could even abandon his own soul world. But if he hadn't, the pressure couldn't have directly acted on his soul, and he wouldn't have survived until now. Lin Mui said, earlier, I felt that senior brother Xiao's soul realm seemed a bit special. Of course it's special. I thought that advancing to the god venerable realm might heal my soul, so I advanced. Unfortunately, while my soul became stronger, the injury remained. As they talked, Xiao Sheng raised his hand and lightly tapped the void. Instantly, a magnificent river of stars appeared in the space. With a single gesture, he had summoned a projection of the star river of laws, the ability of a god venerable. But with my soul's current state, I can't enter the star river of laws, nor can I be cleansed by it. I might be the weakest god venerable, one who has never set foot in the star river of laws, unable to control its power. Isn't it ironic? Xiao Sheng said in a surprisingly calm tone. No wonder Lin Mui found his state so strange, stronger than a minor god venerable, but not like a true god venerable. One could imagine that if Xiao Sheng's soul wasn't injured, when he broke through to the god venerable realm, he would have been a top-tier powerhouse among them. After all, as a minor god venerable, he had defeated a god venerable. Fighting above his level was nothing to him. Moreover, Xiao Sheng was a man of great ambition. Lin Mui guessed that he came here to push his physical body to the limit before advancing to the god venerable realm, but the result was unexpected. Lin Mui asked, Senior brother Xiao, is there a cure for your injury? Yes, Xiao Sheng answered decisively. There is one way that might heal my soul. I want to enter the core area again and use the immense pressure there to compress my soul, mending the wounds. But in doing so, my soul might also shatter, and I would perish. I'm not afraid of you laughing, junior brother Lin. For so many years, I haven't been able to make up my mind. Xiaohan was still very calm. Over the years, he had accepted reality. Lin Mui understood Xiao Sheng's hesitation. There is great terror at the boundary of life and death. How many people in this world dare to face death? To sacrifice for a great cause is one thing, but to calmly choose between life and death is another. The path Xiao Sheng was about to take was not just a simple choice between life and death. It required not only extremely accurate judgment and precise control over the pressure, but also immense luck. At the same time, he could not be disturbed by anything during the process, like the appearance of a strange spirit beast. It could be said that Xiao Sheng's journey was like walking a tightrope between life and death. Dao Ojin looked at Lin Moyu. Before, I hesitated a lot, fearing this and that. But today, after seeing you, junior brother Lin, I have decided to give it a try. If I fail, I die. If I succeed, I will go to the battlefield and kill a few god venerables for the human race to vent my anger. But junior brother Lin, listen to my advice. Take your time, don't rush. Xie Haoshan used his own experience to advise Lin Moyu, but he knew it might not be effective. Top-tier geniuses often had their own ideas, just like he himself had been advised by others in the past but didn't listen. Lin Moyu's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Senior brother Xiao, perhaps you don't need to take such a risk. Xiao Shen was extremely surprised. What do you mean, junior brother Lin? A white light emanated from Lin Moyu's fingertip. The law of immortality was completely converted into life force, condensing on his fingertip. Now that he had reached the God King realm, condensing the law was much easier. Lin Moyu used the life force to create a small, fingernail-sized bead and handed it to Xiao Sheng. Senior brother Xiao, try absorbing this and see if it helps your soul. Though skeptical, Xiao Sheng did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and sucked the bead in. A second later, his entire body was enveloped in a white light, and his eyes revealed an indescribable shock. How can this be? Xiao Shen's feelings were extremely complex, like a dying man suddenly brought back to life. Only he could understand that feeling. The shock was only a small part of it. No matter how steadfast Xiao Shen's mind was, he could hardly contain himself in the face of such a drastic change, at the boundary between life and death. Just by looking at his eyes, Lin Moyu knew that his life force was working. Xiao Sheng's soul was being nourished by the life force, and the severe wound was gradually healing. Initially, he had relied on a treasure, and the continuous pressure to barely keep his soul intact. But in reality, his soul was riddled with thousands of wounds on the verge of complete collapse. Now, under the effect of the life force, his soul was being mended, not just pieced together, but truly healed. Xiao Shen could clearly feel his soul recovering. Although the recovery speed was not fast, as long as this trend continued, he would not die. Lin Moyu took in Xiao Shen's reaction. It was not unexpected. After hearing Xiao Shen's description earlier, he was confident he could heal his injury. His life force could even save Xie Rangxing, who had lost 2/3 of his soul. Xiao Sheng's soul was only fractured, not completely disintegrated, so it was not difficult to heal. For Lin Moyu, this was as easy as flipping his hand, but for Xiao Sheng, it was like a miracle. Xiao Shen was a bit incredulous. He looked at Lin Moyu, who was once again condensing his law, creating a fist-sized law sphere, much brighter and whiter than before. The previous one was only the size of a fingernail, this one was as big as a fist. The law contained within was countless times stronger. Xiao Shen saw though. As long as he absorbed this law sphere, his soul would fully recover. Then, his soul could leap into the star river of laws, be cleansed by it, and truly become a god venerable. The name Xiao Shen would once again resound throughout the heavens. Xiao Shen held the law sphere in his palm, as if it were a peerless treasure. No, this pure white law sphere was his life, more important than any peerless treasure. He sensed the law sphere. At first, he thought it was the law of life, but then he felt that wasn't right. The law of life was indeed helpful for healing the soul, but it was only supportive, it couldn't cure him at the root. Over the years, many god venerables who controlled the law of life had come here, but they were all helpless. Xiao Shen asked junior brother Lin, what law is this? Lin Moyu answered honestly, the law of immortality. The law of immortality. It was the first time Xiao Shen had heard this name. A new law. So miraculous, it must be a top-ranked one. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. Senior brother Xiao, this law sphere can certainly heal your soul's injuries. But you must be careful. There is a black dot at the core of the law sphere. Do not touch it, and certainly do not absorb it. Xiao Shen looked inside the law sphere, and indeed saw a strange black dot at the center. The black dot gave him a sense of danger. If his soul absorbed it, it would not be pleasant. Xiao Shen grunted in acknowledgement. I understand. I will find it hard to repay junior brother Lin's kindness. Before he could finish, Lin Moyu cut him off. We are of the same race. Senior brother Xiao. There's no need for such formalities. Good, it's a deal. When I get out, I'll kill 100 god venerables and present their heads to you, junior brother Lin. A promise is a promise. Senior brother. I'll be waiting. If you say 100, it won't be 90, Lin Moyu knew Xiao Shang was serious. If he really brought back 100 god venerable heads, he would happily accept them. These were god venerable heads, the best weapons for him. Lin Moyu said, "Senior brother Xiao, please rest and heal. I will go inside and take a look." This time, Zhao Sheng didn't advise against it. Lin Moyu's law could heal souls, he probably wouldn't have any problems. After a few more words of caution, Xiao Shen watched Lin Moyu leave. Only after Lin Moyu disappeared from sight did Xiao Sheng begin to absorb the life force and the law sphere. His entire body once again enveloped in a brilliant white light. The pressure grew stronger, but for a God King body, it was not an issue. After the God King realm, the difference between each stage was enormous. In the 9th tier area, a first stage God King body could easily withstand it. The same was true for the 10th tier, a first stage God King body could still barely endure it. The difference was that the pressure in the 10th tier could affect a first stage God King body, and this pressure also helped to strengthen it. As Xiao Sheng said, it would take about 100 years to upgrade from the first stage to the second stage, and the process was very safe and gentle. Lin Moyu was naturally not satisfied with this. He wanted to go beyond the 10th tier, deeper into the inner region, to find the spirits of wonder. The 10th tier was deserted. There were no human cultivators here. Too few could cultivate their bodies to the God King realm. Usually, before the body was fully cultivated, the cultivation realm had already reached God Venerable. Once one became a God Venerable, they could no longer come here. The law of a God Venerable was too powerful, and it fused with the star river of laws. The world's pressure law would automatically protect its master, so the pressure here had no effect on a God Venerable. Moreover, even if a God Venerable killed a spirit of wonder, it would be useless. The miraculous energy generated after a spirit of wonder died had no effect on a God Venerable. That was why Xiao Sheng had come here as a minor God Venerable, not after becoming a God Venerable. Lin Moyu felt no pressure, and transformed into a streak of light. At a speed of 150,000 kilometers per second, he crossed the 10th tier area. After flying for another tens of millions of kilometers, his body suddenly felt light, the pressure receding like a tide. Lin Moyu knew he had reached the central area of the Land of Wonders. The deepest star of laws in the Land of Wonders was now before his eyes. On the star, countless laws were compressed into a single mass by a colossal force. One could imagine how terrifying the pressure was there. But the area he was in was also very special. The pressure here was sometimes strong, sometimes weak. When weak, it was comparable to the first tier area. When strong, it far surpassed the 10th tier. It could be considered the most chaotic pressure zone. This was also the area where the spirits of wonder frequently appeared. Lin Moyu had heard from Xiao Sheng about the wonders of the spirits of wonder, but had never seen them himself. Killing them could enhance the body's durability. The more you killed, and the higher their grade, the more the body's durability increased. But Xiao Sheng didn't know how high it could be raised. Here, there were a total of 4 things to do. First, fully replenish his undead legion. After the God King realm, the size of the undead legion would increase significantly. To what extent? Lin Moyu wasn't sure. Second, find the spirits of wonder to enhance his physical body and test the power of his skills. Finally, summon the elemental shaman. Standing in the void, Lin Moyu summoned a brand new skeleton warrior, from a permanent skill, but a completely new one. In the next second, skeleton mages, skeleton soul archers, death knights, and bone dragons appeared frantically around him, covering the void in an instant. The 9-star skill linkage meant that if one skill was activated and Lin Moyu didn't control it in time, all the other skills would be activated as well. Then, soldiers of the Undead Legion appeared at an incredible speed, occupying a vast area of space in a flash. Lin Moyu was surrounded by the Undead Legion from all sides, not just 3 layers deep, but above, below, and in all 8 directions, a countless sea of undead. This number is a bit much, isn't it? Lin Moyu's mouth twitched. The number far exceeded his imagination. Only then did he realize that during his promotion to God Game, each permanent skill had been absorbing energy, strengthening itself and increasing its fusion degree. But because the law of immortality, divinity, and the talent tree were fundamentally different, although they seemed fused, there were still differences. Therefore, the skills could not reach their most perfect states. Then, the infinite fusion skill had forcefully intervened. It integrated all the energy, used the powerful law of chaos to fuse the 3 power sources, and then distributed it evenly to each skill. As a result, the other permanent skills all achieved a perfect state. Otherwise, Lin Moyu was sure the number of his undead legion would be significantly smaller. The skill linkage was still active. The summoning continued relentlessly. Lin Moyu communicated with the skills, sensing the changes within them, while also checking the attributes of the undead. As expected, the 3 basic skeleton types had all reached the 3rd tier God King level. The Death Knights and Bone Dragons had both reached the 4th tier God King level. Initially, The Bone Dragons were about one tier stronger than the Death Knights, but under the integration of infinite fusion, their strengths were brought to the same level. To compensate, the number of Bone Dragons was increased to be equal to the Death Knights. In some respects, they seemed a bit weaker, but with more numbers, they could form more legions, allowing more legion commanders to be effective. Thus, their overall strength had increased. Strange, no new legion commanders were summoned. During the summoning process, he didn't detect any new legion commanders. Previously, when he converted the shaman generals into legion commanders, he had converted 100 million of them, but only 15 were combat capable. The rest could only serve as medics, which made Lin Moyu feel quite embarrassed. It was good that no new ones were summoned this time. He hadn't even used all the ones he had. It seems I underestimated the intelligence of infinite fusion. This fellow seemed smarter than I thought. Lin Moyu mused. Infinite fusion was like a monarch, meticulously managing his skills, making them operate more rationally in the soul world. Lin Moyu's soul looked up at infinite fusion. It seemed to be sleeping, motionless, its light dimmer than usual. It had consumed too much energy fusing the skills, and was resting. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry, and waited patiently. Waiting for the undead legion to be fully replenished, the speed at which they appeared grew faster and faster, seemingly endless. From Shrew God to God King, the growth of the undead legion had far surpassed Lin Moyu's imagination. Half a day later, Lin Moyu finally couldn't stand it anymore and flew up to escape the encirclement of his own army. The whole process was like trying to fly out of a star system. Incredibly difficult. From high above, he could see the full extent of the undead legion. The space they occupied had surpassed the size of an ordinary life-bearing planet. The summoning was still ongoing. The summoning of Death Knights and Bone Dragons had stopped. Their numbers were sufficient. Both had reached 10 million. Distributing them among the legion commanders, he could form 100 Death Knight legions and 100 Bone Dragon legions. These 200 legion commanders and their legions could exert the combat power of a 9th-tier God King and an 8th-tier God King respectively. Commanding a legion of 100,000 4th-tier God King powerhouses was a formidable force in any race. Lin Moyu's army had nearly 200 such branches. Against weaker, smaller races, he alone was enough to commit genocide, even if they had a few God Venerables. His body was strong enough to easily kill a low-level God Venerable. The three basic skeleton types were still being summoned endlessly, emerging from an unknown world into the great world. The aura of death enveloped this region of the void, as if death itself had descended, sending shivers down one's spine. A day later, the summoning process finally stopped. Only then did Lin Moyu know the true scale of his army. The three types of skeletons each numbered 50 million, totaling over 150 million. Each skeleton possessed the strength of a 3rd-tier God King. This was a powerful and terrifying army. Even if the demon race attacked with their most elite army, they could only muster about 1,000 God Kings. In terms of numbers, he had an absolute advantage, not to mention they could fuse to create skeleton God Generals. 50 million skeleton God Generals, each at the 8th-tier God King level. Who would believe it? Lin Moyu smiled. His power in the great world was growing stronger. The massive skeleton army had raised his defensive capabilities to an unimaginable level. Over 100 million undead would bear the damage for him, reducing it by more than 1 million times. He believed that even if a God Venerable attacked, they couldn't kill him in just 2 or 3 hits. Suddenly, an invisible force pressed down. A region of about 100 kilometers abruptly collapsed, creating a distinct depression in space. The skeletons in that area were instantly attacked. Their soul fires flared violently, and their bodies trembled. The intense pressure acted not only on their bodies, but also on their souls. Just half a second later, the soul fires of those skeletons extinguished one by one. But immediately, undead immortality took effect, resurrecting them. Lin Moyu pondered. The combined strength of the skeletons was at the 3rd-tier God King level. Although their physical strength was not equal to a 3rd-tier God King body, their defensive capabilities were not inferior. The body could resist the pressure, but the soul could not. The soul was much weaker than the body, and the skeletons did not have a soul world for protection. Their physical structure was also different from that of living beings. Fortunately, the pressure only appeared for an instant, dealing a single instance of damage. It wasn't too terrifying. If that pressure had fallen on me, my body definitely couldn't have taken it. I would have had to use damage transfer. I wondered if that was the strongest pressure burst. Lin Moyu began to analyze, speculating whether he could withstand such a surprise attack. The analysis concluded that without using damage transfer, he couldn't survive. But with damage transfer, there was no pressure at all. This was not much different from his assessment before coming here. Lin Moyu, acting as the marshal, deployed his entire undead legion for an inspection. Finally, he assigned the Death Knights and Bone Dragons to the legion commanders, personally establishing 200 legions. He had initially wanted to form even larger legions, but then he thought of the colossal scale of the Gexu Legion in the Umbral Swamp. Commanding such a small force felt insignificant in comparison. His entire undead legion combined was only the size of one of their squads. After the division, Lin Moyu recalled the undead legion and took out the petrified Buddha statue, a glint in his eyes. It's your turn now. The petrified Buddha statue was formed from the entire power of a Buddha upon his nirvana. If it fell into the hands of the Buddhist race, it was a priceless treasure. They could absorb the power within, enhance their cultivation, and break through realms. Especially for minor god venerables like minor Ming-1 Bodhisattva, they could even use its power to condense a Buddha kingdom. The significance of a Buddha kingdom was like a perfect stepping stone to the god venerable realm. A Buddha with a Buddha kingdom was not only much stronger than others of the same level, but also opened up a higher path of cultivation. This was why minor Ming-1 Bodhisattva had risked entering the Umbral Swamp, determined to find a petrified Buddha statue to condense a Buddha kingdom. Unfortunately, the statue fell into Lin Moyu's hands, making minor Ming-1 Bodhisattva's efforts fruitless. In the hands of a non-Buddhist, the statue naturally lost much of its value. It was merely a top-grade material for the god venerable realm. Its value was still high, but it couldn't compare to what the Buddhist race could extract from it. The best course of action for Lin Moyu would be to sell it to the Buddhist race through a special channel, which would surely fetch a huge profit. Exchanging it for several god venerable grade materials would not be difficult. Anyone else probably would have sold it, but this was Lin Moyu. He was intrigued and wanted to use it to summon an elemental shaman. Lin Moyu looked at the petrified Buddha statue in his hand with a puzzled expression. He sensed a strange spirituality from it. Could it be that the essence of the Buddha condensed and produced spirituality? But if it's a material with spirituality, why isn't infinite fusion reacting? Lin Moyu found it a bit strange, but didn't dwell on it, and directly cast the spell. Permanent skill, summon an elemental shaman. As soon as the spell was cast, the petrified Buddha statue immediately shone with a dazzling light. The statue became soft and began to change shape. It works. Lin Moyu was delighted. He could indeed summon with it. If the summoning failed, the spell would fail, and the material would not change. Now that the spell was successful, the material had transformed. Under the power of the spell, an invisible rule descended, and the statue quickly disintegrated, turning into a soft liquid in an instant, the true essence of the Buddha statue. Suddenly, the liquid mass trembled violently. Sharp spikes shot out from its surface, as if someone was trapped inside, struggling relentlessly. At the same time, a Buddhist chant echoed, followed by an angry roar. Stop! Lin Moyu's expression showed understanding. No wonder I sense spirituality. It turns out there's a Buddha hidden inside. It was the minor Buddha who had been trapped in the Umbral Swamp that day. He had been lucky enough to advance to the Buddha realm before dying, but it was too late to save himself. So he petrified himself into a statue. But he didn't truly die. He hid his soul inside the statue, hoping for a sliver of a chance to survive. If the statue had fallen into the hands of minor Ming-1 Bodhisattva, he could have returned to the Buddhist race. Then, he could have recreated his body and been reborn, or even more ruthlessly, possessed minor Ming-1 Bodhisattva's body. If it fell into someone else's hands, he could still have escaped. A god venerable, even with only a soul, had ways to preserve their life. Moreover, 9 out of 10 people who obtained it would have auctioned it to the Buddhist race. Unfortunately, it fell into Lin Moyu's hands and was being used to summon an elemental shaman. Under the obscure rules, the spell was relentlessly refining him, trying to destroy his consciousness. Would stop? It's too late. The spell had been cast, and Lin Moyu couldn't stop it. If he forcefully interrupted it, the material in his hand, including the soul within, would be destroyed. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "You should have left 1,000 years ago. Rest in peace." He had no sympathy for the Buddhist race and certainly wouldn't waste such a good material for him. Lin Moyu always acted according to his heart, regardless of gains or losses. After careful consideration, he had made his decision. The Buddha's voice rang out again. "Fellow Taoist, please stop. I am a Buddha of the Buddhist race. I can promise you one. No, 2 god venerable grade artifacts." Lin Moyu remained unmoved. The summoning of the elemental shaman continued, relentlessly refining him. Perhaps because the Buddha's soul was still present, the refining speed was much slower than before. The self-willing Buddha struggled frantically, but couldn't resist the refining power of the spell. Although his soul was at the Buddha realm, he had only reached it just before his death, so he couldn't be called a true Buddha. At least, he had never been cleansed by the Star River of Laws. This was quite similar to Xiao Sheng. The world was truly vast, full of strange things. He had thought Xiao Sheng's case was unprecedented, but he had quickly encountered a similar one. The self-willing Buddha pleaded several more times, saying all sorts of nice things, making countless promises, even offering 4 god-venerable great artifacts. For anyone, 4 god-venerable great artifacts would be an unimaginable fortune. Many god-venerables were still using God-King great artifacts. Lin Moyu remained unmoved, even teasing. I've heard the Buddhist race is wealthy, but I didn't know you were this wealthy. You can just give away god-venerable great artifacts. But you haven't returned to the Buddhist race for 1,000 years, and you were only a minor god-venerable before. These empty promises were hard to believe. Seeing Lin Moyu seem to be wavering, the self-willing Buddha hurriedly said, this humble monk holds a special status in the Buddhist race. Lin Moyu raised an eyebrow, his voice low. How special? Could it be you're a Buddha's son? The Buddhist race had Buddha's sons, whose status was equivalent to the top elites of the human race, geniuses nurtured by the entire Buddhist race. A Buddha's son had a very high status, no less than an ordinary Buddha. The Buddha's soul immediately replied, no, I am more noble than a Buddha's son. I am the son of an ancient Buddha. An ancient Buddha. It was the first time Lin Moyu had heard this title. A flash of insight crossed his mind. Above a bodhisattva was a Buddha. A Buddha's son was on par with many Buddhas. He claimed to be higher than a Buddha's son, which meant he was higher than many Buddhas. He said he was the son of an ancient Buddha. Thinking of this, the status of an ancient Buddha immediately became clear. It was an existence that transcended a god venerable, equivalent to the highest level figures in the human race. In fact, his status was equivalent to someone like Xu Kangyang in the human race. Quite a big shot. He must know a lot of secrets. Lin Moyu smiled inwardly, preparing to put on a show. His voice carried a tone of surprise. Are you really the son of an ancient Buddha? You're not deceiving me, are you? The self-willing Buddha snorted. A monk does not lie. Of course I am not deceiving you. Lin Moyu suddenly said, that's not right. Aren't you Buddhists supposed to be celibate? How can you have children? The self-willing Buddha seemed a bit contemptuous. What do you know? In our Buddhist race, there are many paths to Buddhahood. One of them is the path of joy, which allows marriage and children. Another piece of news. The Buddhist race had always been mysterious. There was very little information about them in the great world, and what little was spread were mostly rumors, hard to distinguish from the truth. The path of joy. It was the first time Lin Moyu had heard of it, but he pretended he hadn't. You've never heard of the path of joy. Don't make things up. If you can't give me a convincing reason, I won't stop. The process of summoning the elemental shaman and refining was still ongoing. Although the Buddha was desperately resisting, he was only delaying the inevitable. Lin Moyu was surprised at how terrifying the refining power of the summoned elemental shaman skill was. Even with the Buddha using all his strength, he could only delay, not reverse the situation. The Buddha fell silent, seemingly thinking of a way to make Lin Moyu believe him. Lin Moyu was in no hurry and waited patiently. He was as calm as a hunter waiting for his prey to fall into a trap. A few seconds later, the Buddha spoke again, but his tone was completely different. You're deceiving me. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. He found out. But his tone remained unchanged. I don't need to deceive you. You just need to give me a reason to believe you and swear to the heavens to give me 4 god venerable great treasures, and I'll let you go. The Buddha spoke again, his tone full of suspicion. No, you are deceiving me. You don't know anything about the Buddhist path. You just heard what is said and imagined some things about the Buddhist race. Lin Moyu cursed inwardly. How did this guy suddenly become so sharp? Just then, he noticed a ball of soul radiating Buddhist light in the liquid being refined, Buddhist secret art. Lin Moyu's heart turned cold. It turned out the Buddha's sudden enlightenment wasn't because he had figured things out, but because of a Buddhist secret art. The various Buddhist secret arts were extremely strange, and Lin Moyu was very wary of them. Using the secret art, the Buddha saw through Lin Moyu's thoughts and changed his tone. Now you know the power of the ancient Buddha's path, right? I am the son of an ancient Buddha. If you don't want to bear the wrath of an ancient Buddha, release me immediately. I will let bygones be bygones. As a reward for saving me from the umbral swamp, I will give you some compensation. His attitude had completely changed, becoming aggressive. He no longer mentioned his previous promises, only offering a small compensation. Lin Moyu said coldly, you seem quite confident. The Buddha replied, I am the son of an ancient Buddha. If you kill me, the ancient Buddha will sense it, and you will die too. Besides, do you know what it means to kill a Buddha? Even with the backing of a human god venerable, they can't protect you. Lin Moyu didn't know what secret art the other party used to change so quickly. The secret art was very interesting, but Lin Moyu found it equally interesting. I've killed a Buddha before. As soon as the words were spoken, the Buddha immediately fell silent. Lin Moyu could feel the Buddha's soul fluctuating violently, as if he was still using some secret art. But Lin Moyu didn't need to say anything more. The Buddha's fate was sealed. The summoning of the elemental shaman and the refining process were nearing their end. The Buddha had basically been completely refined as a material. No matter how hard he struggled, he could only slow down the refining speed, not stop it. Now that he was completely refined, the Buddha's soul lost its protection. Lin Moyu finally saw his appearance. He was also a bald man, but he didn't have the dignified and solemn appearance of other Buddhist race members. Instead, he looked somewhat wretched. His appearance was completely human. No, he was human. Lin Moyu saw through it. He was human, born human and joined the Buddhist race. Perhaps his ancestors were human, and then joined the Buddhist race. Whatever the reason, Lin Moyu disliked this kind of person. And nameless fire erupted from the depths of the self-willing Buddha's soul, burning it and causing him to let out a whirl, shaking, tragic scream. No, you can't kill me. The ancient Buddha will kill you. You can't escape. The self-willing Buddha roared madly, his soul struggling violently, but under the encirclement of the elemental shaman skill, he couldn't escape. The skill treated him as a part of the material, refining him with a powerful and mysterious rule. Lin Moyu shook his head. I believe that ancient Buddha can't kill me. The human race also has great figures. An ancient Buddha is nothing to be afraid of. If an ancient Buddha dared to enter human territory to kill him, the high-level figures in the human race would be willing to die to protect him. So Lin Moyu was not afraid of this kind of threat. Just like the last time he killed a Buddha, the human race had stepped in to defend him, causing the Buddhist race to suffer heavy losses without daring to complain. From this, it could be seen that the human race was the truly superior force. The flame burned, and the ash-white fire completely engulfed the self-willing Buddha's soul. The Buddha's whirl, shaking screams lasted for about 5 minutes, then gradually weakened and finally disappeared. The self-willing Buddha soul became still, letting the flame burn without screaming anymore, as if he no longer felt pain. A second later, his soul shattered, turning into a stream of water, and merging with the previously refined material. A Buddhist chant echoed, the sound seeming to come from the 9 heavens. Before Lin Moyu, an elemental shaman appeared. This elemental shaman was about 10 meters tall, ethereal and dignified. It didn't stand but sat cross-legged in the void, radiating a golden light. From a distance, it looked exactly like a Buddha. Because the summoning material was the petrified body of a Buddha, it exuded a very Buddhist-like aura. What kind of shaman is this? Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did I summon a Buddha? With a thought, he checked its information. Buddha Nation Shaman Realm. Minor God Venerable Grade High Grade Maximum Growth Limit. None Skill 1. Buddha Kingdom in Palm. Transforms a designated area into a Buddha Kingdom. Can freely change the strength of laws within the Buddha Kingdom, weakening a certain law by up to 50 while strengthening another by 50. Effective against the star river of laws of a God Venerable. Skill 2. Fate Gazing True Art. Peeks into the law of fate, discerning truth from falsehood, reality from illusion. Can search for the future in a short period or probe the true intentions of others. Ain't effective against God Venerables. Can be used 3 times a day. After reading the information about the Buddha Nation Shaman, Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. It had 2 skills. The first, Buddha Kingdom in Palm, was equivalent to creating a battlefield. In this battlefield, his own law power would be increased by 50, while the enemies would be reduced by 50. It was an extremely powerful support skill. In the Buddha Kingdom in Palm, his own posture would be maximized. Whether used in coordination with other elemental shamans with the Undead Legion, the effect would be excellent. I wonder how large the range is. Can it be coordinated with the Hell of Skeletons? Lin Moyu wondered. If it could, the effect would be even more astonishing. But even if it couldn't, it was still a great skill. The second skill, Fate Gazing True Art, could peek into the law of fate, discerning truth from falsehood. Needless to say, the self-willing Buddha had used this skill just now to spy on his intentions. He hadn't expected the Buddhist race to have a secret art that could connect with the law of fate. The law of fate was ranked first. Although its power might not be as great as the law of space, it was more mysterious and unpredictable. The Buddhist secret arts were indeed powerful. Lin Moyu had to admit this. Suddenly, the hair on his whole body stood on end. A chill ran down his spine. His soul frantically warned him, danger, danger, danger. My soul's alarm bells rang incessantly. The talent tree also trembled wildly, sending out an urgent warning signal. Gazing true art, my eyes remained calm, maintaining my composure as I ordered the Buddha Nation shaman to use its skill. I scanned my surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Not only could my eyes not see it, but my undead vision couldn't either. Even my soul sense detected nothing. Yet, the danger my soul felt was real. A great disaster was about to descend. Ever since my soul reached the peak of the 4th rank, my ability to sense danger had become extremely sharp. The Buddha Nation shaman narrowed its eyes, its expression solemn. The casting process of the fate-gazing true art was completely silent, even I couldn't feel anything. The skill was complete, and I immediately received a piece of information. The information was incredibly cryptic, but it was enough for me to know what was about to happen. A Buddha's palm print, piercing through the endless void, was hurtling straight towards me. The palm print seemed to have locked onto me, making it impossible to dodge. I knew it was the ancient Buddha making his move. I didn't know where he was, nor how he had locked onto me to deliver the strike from afar. The fate-gazing true art only showed me the result, not how to solve it, nor the consequences. Fate is ever-changing, nothing is set in stone. I knew I had to save myself. Running was not an option, but I wasn't panicking. I still had an ace up my sleeve, I would not die. I calculated how to overcome this crisis without using that trump card. I deployed my undead wings, trying to sever the lock. The result was disappointing. There was no lock to begin with. So how could I sever it? The ancient Buddha's palm print traversed space, attacking in a way I couldn't yet comprehend. No matter how I dodged, I couldn't escape. Besides a direct confrontation, I had no other choice. Outside the land of wonders, Shiokyu suddenly got goosebumps. He witnessed a colossal palm print suddenly appear outside the land of wonders and fly straight in. As it appeared, it was accompanied by Buddhist chants, but these chants were strangely eerie, like the whispers of demons from hell. An ancient Buddha's palm. A soul-locking fate strike. The first thing Shiokyu thought of was me, because I had the petrified Buddha. He couldn't think of any other reason for an ancient Buddha to act. He didn't chase after it, but immediately closed his eyes, knowing he couldn't catch up. Shiokiyu's main body, sitting outside Fortress No. 1, suddenly erupted with immense power. He sent out a message at top speed, muttering, "I hope there's still time, I hope there's still time." Not just his main body, but his clone outside the land of wonders repeated the same words. Though he said it, he knew in his heart that the hope was slim. Having witnessed the methods of those great figures, he knew the capabilities of an ancient Buddha. The Buddha's chants within the land of wonders grew louder, enveloping the entire place in an instant. The suppressive force of the land of wonders had no effect on the palm print. The demonic whispers of the chant were unsettling to all. Every cultivator within the land of wonders was awakened. In the 5th-tier area, the cultivators saw the ancient Buddha's palm print ascending from the void. What is that? That's a Buddhist chant from the Buddhist race. Why are they here? And it's a Buddha's palm print. This is human territory. How dare the Buddhist race be so audacious here? A hot-tempered cultivator immediately summoned his artifact and attacked the palm print. Boot! A loud explosion echoed. The palm print was unscathed, but the attacker's body exploded into pieces, his soul extinguished. A Gonkin-level human fires, he died just like that. Everyone looked at each other, no one daring to act again. The ancient Buddha's palm print ignored everyone, heading deeper. Tier 6, Tier 7, Tier 8. It passed through without anyone daring to stop it. Although they recognized it as a Buddhist palm print, in the face of an unknown situation, most chose to play it safe and remain silent. Upon reaching the 9th tier, Xiaoshen was startled away. He looked at the palm print descending from the void, utterly horrified. This is an ancient Buddha's palm print. His knowledge was far superior to other cultivators. He recognized its origin at a glance. Facing it, even he didn't dare to act rashly. If it were a Buddha's attack, he might have dared to block it, but a strike from an ancient Buddha. He knew that touching it meant certain death. Goosebumps covered his entire body. He stared at the palm print until it disappeared from sight. Why did an ancient Buddha's palm print appear here? Could it be? Following the direction it disappeared, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Junior brother Lin." He realized the palm print was targeting Lin Moyu. Without a second thought, Daoshin shot into the abyss. He knew he couldn't save Lin Moyu. An ancient Buddha strike was something even a peak god venerable would struggle to block. The only thing he could do was retrieve Lin Moyu's body. Just to retrieve his body. For this reason alone, Xiaoshan risked his life. His soul had not yet recovered, and it was not suitable for him to enter the central area. But he went anyway. His speed was fast, chasing after the palm print, though not as fast. In the end, he could only see a faint speck of light. In the central area, Lin Mui was ready. If he couldn't dodge, he would face it. Through the gazing art, he knew the ancient Buddha's palm print was incredibly strong, but a single strike, no matter how powerful, had its limits. He still had a chance. The entire undead legion formed a massive wall in front of Lin Moyu. The three basic skeleton types fused into skeleton god generals, who were the legion commanders. Behind them were the Death Knights and Bone Dragons with their respective legion commanders. At the very end was the Skeleton King, summoned with the power of 1 billion skeletons, possessing the strength of a minor god venerable, no weaker than minor Mingwang Bodhisattva. Lin Wei stood at the rear of the formation, holding a bone sword. He found it amusing. A long time ago in the small world, he had used this tactic, seeing skeletons as meat shields to block attacks. A wall of countless skeletons stood before him. The demonic Buddhist chant echoed in his ears, growing stronger. This chant made him wonder where the dignified Buddhist race had gone. How could they be more demonic than demons? Lin Moyu had no regrets about summoning the Buddha Nation shaman. One must ultimately take responsibility for their choices. Regret was not in his dictionary. His gaze focused, and he finally saw the ancient Buddha's palm print. As the gazing art predicted, its trajectory was crystal clear. As the palm print approached, Lin Mui's entire body lit up. His two primal skills activated simultaneously, and his power continuously rose. God King Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 9. Inner but venerable. At this moment, Lin Mui's realm reached that of a minor god venerable, stronger than ever before. After promoting to God King, his soul force was abundant, and the replenishment speed of the talent tree was much faster. Without any supplements, Lin Muyu could maintain this state for about 2 minutes. 2 minutes were enough to decide life and death. The Empower Army skill was cast, increasing the damage of the undead legion tenfold. The skeleton god generals raised their great swords and swung fiercely at the ancient Buddha's palm print. They unleashed a simple sword kai without any fancy techniques, just the law of immortality used to its fullest, putting all their strength into one blow. The skeleton god generals feared no pain, no death. As long as their master gave the order, they would charge forward, even knowing it meant certain death. Now, they stood in long lines at the forefront, blocking the palm print. The massive sword key struck the ancient Buddha's palm print, but it was like a drop of water in the ocean, creating not a single ripple. The palm print looked completely unscathed. But the skeleton god generals exploded into pieces. The palm print operated on a special law. Anyone who attacked it would suffer a fierce counterattack. This counterattack was silent and unavoidable. Lin Muyu's eyes narrowed slightly. The skeleton god generals were killed before they even touched the enemy. The silent, unexpected counterattack of the palm print was too powerful, easily annihilating the skeleton god generals. The casualties were too great, even the undead legion's healing couldn't keep up. This discovery made him immediately adjust his tactics. He had initially planned to join the attack, but now he couldn't. He had to preserve his life and his talent until the very end. The front-line skeleton god generals, after attacking, died, were immediately resurrected, and attacked again. They died 5 times, until the effect of undead immortality wore off. On the 6th time, they truly died. Immediately, new skeletons appeared beside Lin Moyu. He quickly summoned reinforcements. With the skill linkage, he only needed to command, the rest was taken care of. With a thought, the skeleton god generals spread out from a long line into a fan shape, attacking the palm print simultaneously. The palm print could automatically counterattack, so using them as meat shields was now meaningless. Initially, Lin Moyu had planned for the skeleton god generals to attack first, and then turn them into meat shields when the palm print got closer. But now, just by attacking the palm print, they would be killed in return, with no chance to act as meat shields. So, they would just be meat shields then. He would go all out, using overwhelming force to wear it down. Lin Moyu's combat style was always flexible and adaptable. Tens of millions of skeleton god generals swung their sharp sword kai at the ancient Buddha's palm print. The sword light completely enveloped the palm print, but still couldn't stop it. It was like a small boat in a vast sea, battling against a fierce current, charging straight towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu watched the palm print intently, sensing its changes. From it, he felt a colossal, despairing power, a level he couldn't yet touch. Just a sliver of that power was enough to kill him. The ancient Buddha was far stronger than a Buddha, far stronger than a god venerable. But gradually, he also sensed the palm print weakening slightly under the skeleton's attacks. The weakening was small at first, but it was real. Lin Moyu immediately analyzed that it was thanks to his law of immortality. The power of death within the law of immortality could corrode everything, including laws, and it was effective against the ancient Buddha's palm print. Each attack from the skeleton god generals contained the law of immortality. The accumulation of these attacks was gradually weakening the palm print. Lin Moyu was overjoyed, knowing his decision was right. The skeletons continuously died and were resurrected, truly dying only after the sixth time. The number of summons was constantly being replenished. More skeletons continuously appeared beside Lin Moyu, the three basic types quickly fusing into skeleton god generals and joining the battle. But the death rate of the skeletons was too fast. The summoning couldn't keep up. This was a desperate measure. Lin Moyu had to take the risk. Fate-basing true art, he shouted. A massive, 10-meter tall shaman appeared behind him. The majestic Buddha Nation shaman stood there, and the fate-gazing true art was silently activated. A stream of information flooded Lin Moyu's mind. The art vibrated the law of fate, allowing him a glimpse of several possibilities in the future. The future was unpredictable, a mix of truth and falsehood, but each vision represented a possibility. From the information transmitted by the art, Lin Moyu saw the ancient Buddha's palm print, weakened by more than half after countless attacks, but still possessing terrifying power, enough to kill him. Even with all his tricks, he was helpless. Although his talent allowed for resurrection, the palm print would lock onto him again after he revived, killing him a second time, and he wouldn't have a chance to revive again. The final conclusion was that all his arrangements, despite affecting the palm print, would still lead to his death. Of course, this was just the law of fate's prediction of the future, and such predictions were one-sided, and not necessarily accurate. The future was always in motion, any small change could alter it. But Lin Moyu understood that if he didn't change anything, and continued as he was, the future would be his doom. He needed to change. What he had done was not enough. He still had 3 demon race god venerable corpses that he could use for corpse explosion, 3 god venerable level attacks. Although not enough to block the palm print, they could at least weaken it. But he couldn't use them now, because the palm print knew he would counterattack. If he used corpse explosion, he would be the first to die. His talent only allowed one resurrection. He had to cherish it. Lin Moyu knew he was facing the greatest crisis of his life. Death was just a breath away. Yet, he had no regrets. He had to find a way, he couldn't just wait for death. Lin Moyu spread his undead wings, and began to retreat. The undead legion had dispersed, there was no need to maintain the formation. He could move. He turned into a streak of light and quickly retreated. The Lightspeed Shaman granted him an astonishing speed of 150,000 kilometers per second, on par with a god venerable. Though still not as fast as the palm print, it bought him more time. The palm print changed direction, following him. The skeleton god generals, death knights, and bone dragons attacked together, unleashing their strongest blows. The 200 legion commanders also delivered their fatal strikes. The remaining legion commanders were not as strong, but their defensive capabilities within the undead legion were among the best. They charged towards the palm print one after another, the law of immortality on their bodies flaring, concentrating all of it on the palm print. The Skeleton King took a large stride forward, currently Lin Moyu's strongest summon. With the enhancement of the Empower Army Parental skill, the Skeleton King's combat power had vaguely surpassed that of a low-level god venerable. It swung out a god-flaying slash, and a sword light exploded on the palm print. The palm print trembled slightly, then went silent. The Skeleton King shattered, dying on the spot. The Undead Legion, fearless of death, crazily resisted and blocked the ancient Buddha's palm print. As one fell, another took its place. Finally, the palm print weakened by another level. The scene was exactly as Lin Moyu had seen in his vision from the Fate-gazing true art. The palm print was weaker, but still strong enough to kill him. Lin Moyu continued to retreat, buying every second he could. The summoning never stopped. Every second gained was a sliver of hope for survival. The Undead Legion was thinning out, the casualties were heavy, and the summoning speed couldn't keep up. Lin Moyu remained calm, his mind working at lightning speed, searching for any possible solution. He didn't panic, because panicking would solve nothing, and only hasten his death. The ancient Buddha's palm print got closer and closer, its speed even surpassing his. The pressure on Lin Moyu was immense, his soul felt like it was being crushed. An unavoidable fear crept in. At the boundary of life and death, the ultimate terror was something any ordinary person would find hard to avoid. Even a hero like Xiao Sheng had hesitated at the gates of death. But Lin Moi was too familiar with death, having been killed countless times by antas. Compared to an ordinary person, his tolerance was much stronger. The fear had just emerged when it was suppressed, and a strong will to survive took over his mind. Lin Moi believed that heaven would not seal off all paths. Besides, he still had a trump card, a life-saving item given to him by that great figure. But unless it was a last resort, he didn't want to use it. Suddenly, Lin Moi noticed the palm print pause for a moment. Though it was less than 1/100th of a second, at his current speed, that was enough to fly a significant distance. The gap between him and the palm print had clearly widened. It's the suppressive force. Lin Moi's eyes lit up again. He contacted the Buddha Nation shaman to use the fey-gazing true art for the third and final time that day. He now realized the benefit of this art. It could predict several possibilities in the future, allowing him to respond. The fey-gazing true art once again stirred the law of fate, opening up a potential future. In the vision, he fled towards the center of the land of wonders, towards the star of laws. Along the way, he encountered spirits of wonder. They were of varying strengths. The weakest at the 3rd tier God King level, the strongest at the 9th tier. These spirits controlled the suppressive force, attacking him and slowing him down. They also attacked the ancient Buddha's palm print, but the effect on it was much smaller. As a result, the palm print quickly caught up and killed him. This future was extremely unfavorable. He would die instantly. The vision showed that heading towards the Star of Laws was a path to death, but often, opportunities arise in desperate situations. Lin Moi had found a way. His eyes lit up, becoming more determined than ever. Danger and opportunity always go hand in hand. I must know how to use the danger. This area is the territory of the spirits of wonder. The closer to the Star of Laws, the more of them there are. I will use them to escape this crisis. In an instant, Lin Moi had a plan, but it was still uncertain and needed continuous adjustments according to the actual situation. The fate-basing true art only showed one possibility. Lin Moi was determined to carry out his plan. He flew towards the Star of Laws at top speed. The Undead Legion was still being summoned, but they no longer attacked the palm print. In his plan, the Undead Legion had another purpose. All newly summoned undead returned to their skill constellations, awaiting orders. To think that a single ancient Buddha's palm print would wipe out my entire Undead Legion. The ancient Buddha is indeed powerful, but I will remember this grudge. In the future, I will personally visit the Buddhist race and demand a satisfactory explanation. Lin Moi harbored resentment, silently vowing in his heart. He would let the Buddhist race know the price of this palm print. From this moment on, the Buddhist race was on his blacklist. Before, even though the Buddha wanted to kill him, Lin Moi had never thought of confronting the entire Buddhist race. Later, when facing minor Mangwan Bodhisattva, although he still had no good feelings for them, he had never thought of making them his enemy. But now, Lin Moi was on the opposite side of the Buddhist race. In his vision, spirits of wonder appeared. They also discovered Lin Moi and the palm print. These spirits, true to their name, had extremely bizarre appearances. They seemed to have no fixed form, constantly changing. Sometimes they were soft like a stream of water, sometimes they turned invisible like a dense fog, and sometimes they condensed into a solid form, even glowing like metal. A spirit of wonder flew towards Lin Moi. This was only a 5th tier God King level spirit, not the strongest among them. When it was still tens of thousands of meters away from Lin Moi, it suddenly stopped, letting him fly past without reacting. After Lin Moi was gone, the spirit suddenly recovered. It ignored him and turned its attention to the palm print. The spirit had no mouth, but let out a piercing scream, as if it hated the palm print immensely. It attacked the palm print, concentrating all its suppressive force on it. The palm print trembled slightly but was otherwise unaffected. However, the spirit of wonder exploded on the spot. How could a 5th tier God King level spirit of wonder withstand the counterattack of an ancient Buddha's palm print? Death was a natural consequence. Lin Moi needed it to die, because only in death could it be useful. After the spirit died, an invisible power erupted, directly impacting the palm print. The palm print trembled slightly, showing minor distortions. After Spirit of Wonder dies, it produces a special power that can strengthen the body. According to Xiao Shen, this power is similar to the suppressive force, but more violent, capable of pushing the body to its limit, thereby increasing its durability. The advantage was that one could control the intensity by killing spirits, allowing the body to withstand the maximum suppressive force. The disadvantage was that if you killed too many, your body could easily shatter. Xiao Shen was an example of this. He had carelessly killed too many, and almost died. The suppressive force generated by the death of a 5th-tier god, king-level spirit was even stronger than when it was alive. It finally had a slight effect on the ancient Buddha's palm print. Seeing this, Lin Moyu was secretly pleased, knowing his plan was working. It had delayed him for at least 1/100th of a second. A light flashed on his body. The Starshine Shaman was sitting on his shoulder. It had just used its illusion to affect the Spirit of Wonder, making it unable to see Lin Moyu, and instead view the palm print as its most hated enemy. As he got closer to the Star of Laws, the number of Spirits of Wonder began to increase. Another one, and another. The formless spirits flew towards Lin Moyu. The Starshine Shaman flew out again, creating an illusion that made the spirits unable to see Lin Moyu, redirecting their resentment. Lin Moyu whizzed past them without daring to stop for a moment. The spirits then turned to attack the ancient Buddha's palm print, only to be killed in return.